Have you heard? That useless prince is going to learn fighting skills with us today. How dare you say that? That's King Vegeta's son. Who cares who he is? It is rumored that King Vegeta also ignores him and even wants to send him to a remote planet. In the training room of Planet Vegeta, the descendants of the Saiyan elite warriors gathered here. The protagonist they're talking about is the Prince of Planet Vegeta, Vegeta 4. He is a time traveler that in his previous life, when he looked in the mirror, he found that he was only 1,000th as handsome as readers, and then he was so handsome that he died. After traveling to the Dragon Ball world, he was born with good fighting power. His talent has reached the ceiling of today's Saiyans, and even surpassed the current Saiyan king, King Vegeta. He was given high hopes by King Vegeta, and he was recognized as the person who was most likely to let the Saiyans recast the glory of the fighting nation. He can even let the Saiyans get rid of the slavery of the Cosmic Emperor in the future. He is the pride of King Vegeta, and he is the hope of all Saiyans. But for years after the birth of this prince who was highly expected, his combat power has not improved at all, and is even worse than the level of a newborn. That's right, his combat power is only 5 points now, and now he is just a scum in the eyes of everyone. What a useless prince. Miserable and miserable. Bang! The door of the training room was kicked open. A child with an shaped head and airside bangs looked around with bright eyes. In an instant, the discussion in the classroom stopped abruptly, and everyone held their breath and looked at the little boy in the cloak. Who is this? Isn't this way of appearance too arrogant? Everyone stared at this new face intently. Introduce yourself to everyone. The teacher who teaches combat skills said in a contemptuous tone, "SA teacher." He certainly knew who this new student was, but he did not respect this new student very much, and there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. Haha, prince? That's all the fighting power? If you're not a prince, I would not let you in. The little boy crossed his arms and said calmly, I will never change my surname or name, Vegeta. Although his strength has declined, the arrogance of the prince remains. Unchanged, the silent classroom became lively in a second. Some people talked about it, and some people laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, who did I think it was? It turned out to be that useless prince. Oh, a scum with a fighting power of only 5. Are you worthy of being in the same classroom with us? Get out. Is this kind of trash worthy of being in the same classroom with me? All kinds of abuse and doubts kept circling in Vegeta's ears that he had experienced such scenes many times, and he was fully reflected in the situation of being pushed down by the crowd. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, gnashed his teeth, and glared at everything around him. His eyes flashed with faces that laughed at him one after another. He couldn't help but ask what happened. Transmigrated to Vegeta, as a prince of the first Saiyan, he had a fighting power that was superior to all new generations since birth. Why has his fighting power not only not increased, but decreased now? Duh. A heavy sound of footsteps came from outside the door that a man with a crab head appeared in the training room. The teacher immediately nodded and bowed respectfully and greeted. Mr. Bardock, this is the best among the Saiyans, the alternative among the Saiyans. Although he is a lower-level warrior, he has a stronger fighting power than the upper-level warriors. Saiyans respect the strong. Bardock's eyes are sharp. Just a look stabilizes the boiling training room. Are you Vegeta? Bardock looked at Vegeta expressionlessly and said. Vegeta nodded, feeling somewhat puzzled. This Bardock had never crossed paths with him before. Why did he suddenly appear here? Someone in the audience whispered. I didn't expect that it was Mr. Bardock who came to teach us. Vegeta just caught the man's words. Oh, so that's how it is. Bardock came to teach these dead boys. Bardock's voice interrupted Vegeta's thoughts. It's not suitable to talk here. Let's go outside. He took Vegeta to the end of a secluded alley and leaned against the wall. That I heard about your deeds and was a little surprised. Vegeta sighed helplessly. Well, I'm a little surprised too. Over the years, he has been worried about his combat power, and no matter how he practiced, he couldn't increase his combat power. Because his combat power was only 5 points, the Saiyan Prince was actually a name only, so he was not taken hostage by the Cosmic Emperor. He had a great goal when he was born. From the moment he knew his name was Vegeta, he vowed to lead the Saiyans to escape from Frieza's clutches and rewrite history. However, God seemed to play a joke on him. He worked hard to practice, but his fighting power was not improved at all. He turned from Saiyans' pride to a Saiyans' shame. He became the laughing stock of all Saiyans. Their attitude towards him plummeted. Even his father sneered at him and wished he would leave. Bardock suddenly put his hand on Vegeta's shoulder, patted him, and said, "Come on, kid. I can practice like this as a lower-level warrior. You were born as a senior warrior. Your talent is there. Don't be discouraged." Then Bardock waved and walked towards the classroom without looking back, leaving Vegeta alone. "Oh, by the way, I had a dream. You in the dream were not as decadent as you are now." Unable to improve his combat power, Vegeta was depressed all day long and had almost forgotten his original oath. Bardock woke Vegeta up with a word. "Dream. Prediction." Vegeta counted on his fingers. According to the plot development, Planet Vegeta was about to be destroyed. Time flies, and unknowingly, the day of the destruction of Planet Vegeta is coming. Vegeta sneered, and the scenes of humiliation in the past emerged in his mind. Humph, this group of ruthless and ungrateful Saiyans. It's better not to save them. Vegeta glanced at Bardock, who was going away, and just wanted to remind him, but stopped. Since Bardock has predicted Vegeta's future, he must have predicted the future of Planet Vegeta. Not long after, it was Frieza who destroyed Planet Vegeta. With Bardock's character, he will definitely not back down. It is his choice to fight with Frieza. Frieza's strength is terrifying. Anyway, he is a waste now and has no chance to turn the tables. The best way now is to run away. Then, Vegeta quickly ran to King Vegeta's palace. Vegeta knelt on one knee and asked, "Father, I want to go to other planets for training. Please allow me." King Vegeta supported his head with one hand, slightly opened one eye, and glanced at Vegeta. "Oh, it's up to you. It's just right for you to leave that I don't have to be talked about. Anyway, your brother is about to be born. When the time comes, I will make him a prince. He must be better than you. A waste." Family affection is nothing in the eyes of King Vegeta. Unless you are strong enough, you could be considered his son. Vegeta's mouth corners slightly raised. "Ah, yes, 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 your son Tarbal is very strong." Vegeta stood up immediately. He didn't want to stay here for a moment. If it weren't for the permission of this old guy to use the spaceship, he didn't even want to enter the door here. Then, let's go to Earth next. Even if you're a weakling, you will have a spring. Sun Wukong started to become stronger from there. A weakling with a combat power of only 2, he became the first in the universe. Sun Wukong can do it. Vegeta may not be unable to do it. There are Dragon Balls there. Besides, there is also Vegeta's future wife, Bulma. "Are you really leaving?" Outside the spaceship launch room, Vegeta was saying goodbye to a little Saiyan girl. The petite body was covered by the loose combat uniform, and the big watery eyes revealed reluctance. This little girl named Solia is Vegeta's only friend. Because of the admiration of the strong, the Saiyans are only willing to choose to be partners with strong people. Now Vegeta has too low combat power, so he did not take Pan Raditz's followers. Solia is an outlier. Her weak fighting power also makes her a low-level warrior, but she does not laugh at Vegeta like other Saiyans. She is willing to befriend Vegeta. She was born 2 years earlier than Vegeta. She witnessed the whole process of Vegeta's rise and fall on Vegeta's star and expressed sympathy for Vegeta. Solia is also a poor person. When she was 3 years old, her parents died on the battlefield. Vegeta fixed his eyes, nodded fiercely, and said, "Well, Solia, am leaving." Solia lowered her head, a little reluctant. After all, Vegeta was the only person she could talk to on this planet. Other Saiyans were unwilling to be friends with a low-level warrior whose parents had both died. Looking at Solia's somewhat lost look, Vegeta felt compassion. Soon, Vegeta's star will disappear and all Saiyans will die. Solia lived alone on planet Vegeta for 3 years. She had no worries that if she had to worry about anything, it would be Vegeta. "Come with me," Vegeta said solemnly. Solia's eyes were full of stars, and her depressed face instantly relaxed, as if she was waiting for Vegeta's words. Her eyes were full of expectation, and she confirmed again and again. "Really?" Vegeta nodded and responded, "Of course." On planet Vegeta, a spherical spaceship passed quickly and flew towards a planet called Earth. Vegeta and Solia entered sleep mode. Soon, Vegeta fell asleep. Starting the system, confirming the host binding the system, the thick electronic sound kept hitting Vegeta's nerves, and he began to toss and turn in the spaceship. Vegeta opened his eyes instantly and shouted alertly, "Who? Who is talking?" System binding completed, detecting host data name. Vegeta combat power, 5 dodge, 1 anti-dodge, 0 control release, 0 comprehension, 10 skills, Skyrocket proficiency 10, ultimate flash proficiency 10. Number of beauties 0, detection completed. The host is detected to be heading to the Earth. Unlock the novice gift package, obtain the entire map of the Earth, and increase the comprehension by 90 points. System? That's right, host. I am the system, but it took me 4 years to awaken. 4 years? Isn't this the time he traveled to the Dragon Ball world? Vegeta realized it later and didn't know whether to be happy or sad. In other words, my combat power did not increase, but decreased because of you? Yes, host. My awakening used up the host combat power to a cheating system. It's all related to it. No, it's a bit unreasonable to give such a small reward after awakening. I exchanged 4 years of combat power for this thing. The novice gift package was just given away with a map like this. Host, don't worry. The number of beauties you get will increase, and my subsequent functions and rewards will be richer. Binding this system, isn't it obvious that he wants to pick up girls in the Dragon Ball world? For a moment, the names of several Dragon Ball beauties flashed through Vegeta's mind. Bulma, number 18, Lan-Chi. Why does it sound a bit like a gigolo? But how do you know if the other party has met the conditions for becoming a beauty? Good question. You just need to check the favorability. It can be triggered when the favorability reaches 100. Favorability? Why does it mean to capture girls? It's interesting. Hearing this, Vegeta couldn't help but focus his eyes on Solia, who was sleeping beside him. In this small space, the distance between the two is so close. This is the first time that Vegeta has watched Solia so closely in all these years. She is quite cute, a beauty embryo, and she will definitely be a beauty when she grows up. Ding. Solia, favorability, 60 points, 60 points. Okay, the level of a good friend. Okay, stop watching. You kid are not a copper smelter, right? This dog system. What mean thing to say? Dog. Oh no, system. I have another question to ask. Now my combat power will not be drained by you again, right? Of course not. Vegeta's eyes flickered, shining. This matter is awesome. If the combat power will not be drained, then you can practice again. Plus there is a golden finger. Isn't this a little cow smoking awesome enough? Although Vegeta is very excited now, he is not carried away by it. What he has to do now is to grow in a sleazy way that, if he returns to planet Vegeta now, he can't do anything with his current strength. If he goes back, he will have to face the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Besides, the attitude of these Saiyans towards him is not worth it. After Vegeta considered it again and again, he decided, since he has boarded the spaceship, he will go to Earth first and start training again. Second place for 10,000 years? Tragedy Tower? Impossible. The second place is handed over to you, Son Goku. Chapter 2. Apprenticeship at the Crane School on Earth. A spherical spaceship surged through the clouds, tearing away the veil of the planet as it hurtled toward a towering mountain. With a thunderous crash, dust billowed and smoke enveloped the area, leaving a deep crater in its wake. The resounding noise startled the creatures of the plane, sending them scurrying away. The hatch of the ship swung open, and Vegeta and Solia stepped out in succession. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings. The familiar air and beautiful scenery were precisely as he remembered Earth. In contrast, Solia's eyes darted around, taking in the unfamiliar environment. It stood in stark contrast to the high-tech landscape of planet Vegeta, which was dominated by advanced structures amidst vast, undeveloped wasteland. Having grown up on planet Vegeta, Solia had never encountered such sights before and exclaimed, "What a beautiful planet! We shall train here from now on." Vegeta crossed his arms, observing the terrain. Suddenly, a chorus of footsteps echoed from the nearby forest, large and small. Instinctively, both warriors sensed the impending danger, their Saiyan instincts alerting them. Vegeta's gaze fixed on the forest. Noting the considerable commotion, large animals had already fled from the sound of the spacecraft's landing, leaving only humans who might be drawn to the spectacle. Figures began to emerge from the trees, leaping down with precision, presenting themselves before Vegeta and Solia. Above, a shadow glided through the air, and as sunlight illuminated the ground, Vegeta recognized the faces of those approaching. They were clad in identical dark green martial arts uniforms, each emblazoned with a prominent character for Crane on their chests. The figure in the sky was none other than Tien, demonstrating his aerial technique. Unexpectedly, they had stumbled upon the Crane School's dojo. A bald man shouted, "Who are you? How dare you trespass on our dojo's grounds?" Solia frowned, ready for a confrontation, but Vegeta gestured for her to remain calm. Who could they be? Surely not self-destructive fools? He mused. Vegeta adopted a pitiful demeanor. We were merely passing through the Turtle School's territory when we were unjustly attacked for simply glancing their way. Our intent here is to seek apprenticeship at the Crane School to exact revenge upon the Turtle School. This was merely a fabrication. For the martial artists here were secluded in the depths of the mountains, oblivious to the outside world and unaware of whether the Turtle Master had taken on students. They only knew of the rivalry between the Turtle School and the Crane School. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the Crane disciples began to murmur among themselves. Tien descended gracefully, landing beside Vegeta and Solia. "Then why did you not enter through the front door?" he inquired. Vegeta pointed to the crater where their ship had landed. "Our vehicle encountered some difficulties, necessitating an emergency landing here." Tien scrutinized Vegeta but remained skeptical. "And why are you dressed in such peculiar attire?" Vegeta smiled. "We are from a minority tribe. This is traditional clothing from our homeland." Solia, who had been anxious moments before, now appeared unusually calm. Initially, her Saiyan instincts warned her of imminent conflict, yet Vegeta's eloquence diffused the tension, showcasing his adeptness in handling the situation. Notification: Solia's favorability won. Vegeta felt a slight surprise. "Oh, is this how it works?" After hearing Vegeta's explanation, Tien decided to lead them back to the dojo. "In that case, follow me. I shall introduce you to the master." Vegeta graciously bowed. "I appreciate your assistance, senior brother." Just as they prepared to turn back, a sweet voice called from a distance. "Tien, wait for me." A young girl with pigtails, dressed in a festive red robe and sparkling eyes, came into view. Upon seeing her, Vegeta's heart skipped a beat. The girl's face seemed familiar, yet he could not place it. One of the disciples remarked, "Yulin, you're late. We've already seen the excitement." Vegeta shuddered. Yulin. That name rang a bell. She just referred to Tien as senior brother. Suddenly, it clicked. Yulin was a character from Dragon Ball Super, encountered by Goku when he sought Tien's help for the Tournament of Power. She was Tien's junior and skilled in talisman techniques, though Tien seemed oblivious to this fact. Yulin had once used her abilities to control Tien's disciples, turning them into mindless husks and wreaking havoc in villages. Seeing this, Tien continued to lead Vegeta and Solia onward. Not glancing back, Vegeta mused, "Tien truly is dense, as he has always been." Yulin, intrigued by the two strangely dressed newcomers, began circling them. Vegeta waved, introducing himself. "Hello. I am Vegeta, and this is Solia." Yulin repeated their names gleefully. Vegeta, Solia, such peculiar names. Vegeta explained, "We are from a minority tribe. Come to seek apprenticeship at the Crane School." With a playful wink, Yulin exclaimed, "Really? Then I'm not the youngest anymore. I have junior siblings now." Ecstatic, Yulin danced with joy, tugging at Vegeta's hand as she led him toward the dojo. Inside the Crane School, disciples were rigorously training, their movements synchronized and shouts echoing throughout the hall. In one of the rooms, Master Crane observed the two newcomers with a keen eye, already aware of their story. "So, you were attacked by the Turtle School?" Vegeta clenched his fists, teeth gritted, feigning fury. "Yes, Master. Please accept me as your disciple. Teach me your ultimate techniques, so I may avenge myself against the Turtle School." The Crane School possessed a plethora of techniques: four-way fist, solar fist, sky dance, Kamehameha for Demon's Fist, and Ki Blast, all worthy of study. Vegeta was determined to master them all, even those techniques Goku had not learned. Master Crane waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Such insolence. Very well, I shall take you on as my students and ensure your revenge." Chapter 3. System Empowerment. Extraordinary talent. After Vegeta and Solia became disciples, they, like the other ordinary students, commenced their training with the fundamental stance practice. Unbeknownst to them, 3 months had swiftly elapsed. Vegeta engaged in the same rigorous training as his peers daily, yet his strength surged at an astonishing rate. While everyone believed he was an exceptional martial arts prodigy, he alone understood that this was merely the beginning. Following the awakening of his system, his combat power no longer stagnated. Muscles possessed memory, thus his strength was gradually returning. At this moment, Vegeta was embroiled in a fierce battle with several disciples. The mere 5-year-old Vegeta, armed with remarkable reflexes and formidable strength, vanquished one ordinary disciple after another. Vegeta is simply incredible. He has trained for 3 months and can effortlessly defeat those of us who have trained for years. Indeed, he is truly the embodiment of power. Vegeta humbly smiled in response, saying, "Oh, no. My senior brothers are merely flattering me." However, this was just the beginning. As he continued his training, he would soon dominate not only this dojo but the entire Earth. Solia has also made rapid progress. She can now engage me in a real fight. Upon hearing the praises directed at her, Solia felt immense joy. It was the first time in this world that someone had complimented her. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Thank you all for your kind words. I will continue to work hard." Vegeta greeted her with a smile and remarked, "Well done, Solia. Even a lower-class warrior can be quite strong." Solia chuckled, feeling elated at receiving praise from Prince Vegeta. Yurin, with her hands on her hips, gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Yes, indeed. No wonder they are my junior brother and sister." In the shadows, Tien and Kaiatsu observed the scene. Leaning against a pillar, Tien smiled, seemingly recognizing a worthy rival, and excitedly stated, "It seems Vegeta is indeed a martial arts genius. Today is the day Master imparts his teachings. Last time, you grasped the flight technique. I wonder what you will learn this time." Suddenly, the door swung open, and Master Roshi emerged with his hands clasped behind his back. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to him. He walked silently to an open space, and the disciples followed closely behind, with Vegeta and Solia hurrying after them. Master Roshi halted, turned around, and in the blink of an eye, his feet left the ground as his body began to levitate slowly. One disciple exclaimed, "It's the flight technique. It requires the perception of ki. What a pity I cannot sense it at all." Tien, being a direct disciple, had already comprehended it. Ding. Flight technique detected. Does the host wish to comprehend it? Direct comprehension? How delightful. It requires 10 comprehension points to grasp the flight technique. Mastery, however, must be achieved through practice. Mastering the flight technique was essential, as it allowed one to take to the skies early in the Dragon Ball saga. It was a unique skill of the Turtle School, and even Sun Wukong had not mastered it immediately. Comprehend. Comprehension successful. Remaining comprehension points, 90. As Master Roshi floated, he instructed, "Watch closely, my disciples. This technique requires you to sense the latent energy within your body, known as ki. Close your eyes and focus." With that, the disciples sat cross-legged, including Vegeta and Solia. Vegeta merely pretended to follow along, as he had already succeeded in comprehension. In the next moment, a faint glow gathered in his hands, the manifestation of ki. Moments later, his body began to levitate. He was flying. Yurin exclaimed, "Wow! Vegeta has grasped the flight technique so quickly, even faster than Tien." Ding. Yurin's affection level increased. Yurin's voice caused all the disciples to open their eyes wide in disbelief, staring at Vegeta. Vegeta is astonishing. Indeed, he grasped it at a glance. His talent is simply extraordinary. Tien furrowed his brow, astonished that this boy named Vegeta could comprehend it so swiftly. Kaiatsu's eyes were filled with shock. Master Roshi smiled subtly. This young man was indeed impressive. Vegeta was flying. Solia was momentarily speechless. After all, Vegeta was the prince of the Saiyans, born with extraordinary talent, something she, as a lower-class warrior, could not compare to. Ding. Solia's affection level increased by 1. Current affection level, 62. Ding. Yurin's affection level increased by 1. Current affection level, 55. In the sky, Vegeta opened his eyes, now at the same height above the ground as Master Roshi, and bowed his fists, thanking his master for the teachings. Master Roshi stroked his beard, nodding slightly in approval. "Well done. Next, I shall continue to demonstrate our Turtle School's ultimate techniques. This next move must be used in conjunction with the flight technique. Tien, you may also learn it." Tien ascended into the sky and replied sternly, "Understood, Master." Master Roshi turned, bringing his thumbs and forefingers together to form a triangle, aimed at a tree on the ground. Watch closely. In an instant, the triangle emitted a burst of intense light, and the next moment, the surrounding area was engulfed in blinding brilliance. Boom. The tree was reduced to ashes, leaving a large crater in the ground. Ding. Ki blast detected. Does the host wish to comprehend it? The ki blast was a powerful technique, both controllable and damaging, a true weapon. Tien had used it to keep Cell under control, but its only drawback was the immense energy consumption, which could overwhelm the body. Such a formidable skill, hesitating for even a second would be a sign of disrespect. Comprehend. Comprehension. 30 comprehension points required to grasp the ki blast. Why 30 points? The ki blast is stronger than the flight technique, hence it requires more points. Do you wish to comprehend it? That makes sense. Comprehend. Comprehension successful. Remaining comprehension points, 60. Control 10. Higher control points enhance effectiveness. This scene left the disciples in awe. A bald disciple remarked, "That technique, the destructive power, is immense. If only I could learn it." Another disciple retorted, "Forget it. You can't even master the flight technique, let alone this." Even Tien was impressed and asked, "Master, What is this technique called? Master Roshi replied, this is the Ki blast. But it requires a more refined understanding of Ki to learn. Its drawback is the high energy consumption. Do not use it unless absolutely necessary. However, unbeknownst to everyone, Vegeta had already comprehended the Ki blast. He simply chose not to demonstrate it. Tien clenched his fists. Thank you, Master. I will learn it in the future. Master Roshi surveyed all the disciples, realizing none had comprehended it. After all, it was quite challenging. Oh, it seems no one has comprehended it. I must continue. Yurin whispered to Vegeta, as long as no one comprehends, Master will continue to demonstrate other skills. Last time, Tien learned the flight technique. So the subsequent skills were not demonstrated. Vegeta understood, it was as she said, so he decided not to show off. In the ensuing time, Master Roshi demonstrated the solar flare, four-way attack, demon wave, and Kamehameha, weighing the pros and cons. Vegeta chose to spend the remaining comprehension points to learn the solar flare and four-way attack. The solar fist, a skill that became ubiquitous in the later stages, is employed by nearly everyone and consumes merely 10 points of comprehension. The four-body fist, on the other hand, proves to be quite useful, requiring 20 points of comprehension. Ultimately, there remain 30 points of comprehension. Chapter 4. The Rise of Affection. The following day, by a cascading waterfall, Solia sat by the riverbank. Her brow furrowed and her eyes tightly shut. She was earnestly seeking the hidden energy within her. However, she could only materialize her breath, her body remaining firmly grounded. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by Vegeta. Solia, is that you? Vegeta called out. Solia opened her eyes, distractedly glancing at him, and replied half-heartedly, noticing Solia's posture. Vegeta immediately deduced that she was struggling to master the art of flight. Let me teach you, he blurted out. Solia's eyes widened with hope. Really? Vegeta nodded slightly. Speaking with conviction, relax. The more anxious you are, the harder it becomes to comprehend. Clear your mind, forget everything around you, and immerse yourself in the sensation of your energy. As Vegeta guided Solia, he spoke casually, unsure if it would truly help her. After all, he had the advantage of a system that allowed him to learn skills with mere insight points. Was it not somewhat shameless for someone with such an advantage to instruct others in earnest practice? In response, Solia said, all right, I'll give it another try. Minutes passed. Yet Solia remained earthbound, dousing her confidence. She sighed. It seems that lower-class warriors simply cannot learn. Hearing this, Vegeta was reminded of Bardock. He approached Solia and extended his hand. Who says lower-class warriors are incapable? Even they can carve out their own paths. Bardock is the finest example. Solia, having heard of Bardock, relaxed her furrowed brow. Vegeta continued, don't be discouraged. Give me your hand. I will first let you experience the sensation of flying. Solia hesitated, but Vegeta took her hand firmly, and together they ascended. Within 10 seconds, they were 10 meters above the ground. Is this the feeling of flight? Solia marveled, gazing down at everything beneath her, a sensation she had only experienced aboard a spaceship. Vegeta encouraged her further. Yes, Solia, keep your mind at ease. Don't pressure yourself too much. You can learn this too. Let me take you for a spin. In an instant, Vegeta accelerated, gripping Solia's hand as they swiftly circled the back mountain of the dojo. Solia gasped in delight. You're so fast, Vegeta. The wind feels wonderful on my face. Exactly. Feel that exhilaration. Cast aside any negativity. Ding. I say, host, your intent is to elevate Solia's affection? Isn't it? Indeed. This is permissible, however. What she truly desires is tangible skill, flight mastery. What should I do? Utilize insight points to enable her to learn directly. Learn directly? Insight points can be shared? How intriguing. As long as he encouraged Solia and guided her, whether she learned independently became inconsequential, given the system's support. Why didn't he mention this sooner? However, the points consumed will be greater than if used by yourself. 15 insight points required. 15 points were reasonable, not excessively high, yet his 100 points were dwindling. What will I do when my points are exhausted? Building relationships with notable individuals will yield more insight points, as will defeating bosses in the Dragon Ball universe. Since they can be obtained, there is no need to hesitate. Use them. Understood. After half an hour of soaring around the back mountain, Solia's mood had completely lifted, and they returned to the riverbank. All right, let us try again. Forget everything around you. You are the center of the universe. Carefully feel the energy within you. Yes, I will do my best. Solia closed her eyes and began to meditate. Vegeta initiated dialogue with the system. Use insight points to teach Solia flight mastery. Suddenly, Seiya's body began to levitate, and she opened her eyes in astonishment, finding herself 3 meters above the ground. "I can fly. I can really fly," she exclaimed. Fluttering her hands in uncontainable joy, Vegeta gave her a thumbs up. "That's right, Seiya. Who says lower-class warriors cannot succeed?" Seiya rushed to Vegeta, enveloping him in a grateful embrace. "Thank you, Vegeta. I would have succeeded without your guidance." Ding. Seiya's affection level increased to 70 points. Truly, Saiyans are a fighting race. The moment they grasp combat skills, they feel a profound sense of achievement. Henceforth, a general strategy for enhancing Seiya's affection was established. Vegeta smirked mischievously and soared into the sky, spiraling elegantly with Seiya above the dojo. This spectacle was witnessed by all the dojo disciples, prompting a commotion. Wow! Who would have thought not only Vegeta mastered flight, but Seiya did too? Such talented individuals in our dojo. Indeed, they are a match made in heaven. Yulin watched with envy. She had sought guidance from Tianjin Han multiple times, yet he seemed as uncommunicative as a wooden puppet, and thus she had failed to learn. Standing on the cliff, Yulin called out to the heavens, "I want to learn flight mastery too." Vegeta, catching sight of this, grinned. "Oh, you wish to learn? I can teach you." In the evening, Vegeta approached Yulin, asking, "Do you wish to soar freely in the sky? Do you dream of flying alongside the sun? Would you like to learn flight mastery?" Vegeta's trio of soul-searching questions captivated Yulin. "Yes, I absolutely want to." In recent days, her affection for Vegeta had significantly increased. As Tianjin Han faded from her thoughts, replaced by Vegeta. Without further ado, Vegeta stated, "I can teach you. Seiya is a testament to my teaching." So that's how it is. No wonder Seiya learned flight in just one day. "Senior brother, please teach me as well." That night, Vegeta employed his tried-and-true methods, enabling Yulin to master flight as well, elevating her affection level to 65 points. Chapter 5. The martial arts tournament time, like fragmented dust, slips away in the blink of an eye. A year has swiftly passed. Vegeta and Yulin have been training at the Turtle School for a full year. Inside the room, Vegeta is awakening the system. "System, what is my current battle power?" 3,000. A battle power of 3,000. On Earth, this level is formidable enough to assert dominance, effortlessly vanquishing the strongest foes. In the original narrative, Vegeta at this stage was capable of single-handedly defeating multiple adversaries, so a battle power of 3,000 does not surprise him. However, Vegeta has kept his power suppressed below 200 to avoid inciting panic among others. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupts Vegeta's thoughts. "Vegeta, open the door." Yulin's urgent voice calls from outside. Vegeta rises and opens the door. "What is it, Yulin?" Yulin, panting, exclaims, "The annual martial arts tournament is about to begin." "Are you going to participate? A tournament? I wonder if I can gain some favor." "A martial arts tournament, right? Against our fellow disciples? That could be tricky." Yulin reassures him, "Oh, don't worry. It's just a friendly spar. The first place has a reward." "A reward? What kind of reward?" Yulin's eyes sparkle with excitement as she clasps her hands in anticipation. Master S exclusive secret technique. The talisman technique. The talisman technique? Isn't that Yulin's future specialty? Sounds intriguing. What are the tournament rules? Yulin explains, "Well, the rule is simple. A group of people fight. The last one standing on the stage wins." Vegeta smirks to himself. "Just a fight? Perfect. All right, let us go participate." Yulin leads Vegeta to the tournament venue, where Seiya, Tianjin, and Kaiatsu are already on the stage. Standing on the stage means you're registered. Let us go up. It's about to start. With that, Yulin leaps onto the stage, and Vegeta follows closely behind. Thud. As Vegeta lands, all eyes turn towards him. What? Vegeta is participating too? It seems this year is hopeless. One disciple, approximately 20 years old, had nearly defeated the 5-year-old Tianjin last year to claim first place. Stop with the doom and gloom. We can band together to take him down. Instantly, several disciples began to gather, plotting how to confront Vegeta. Boom. The sound of drums heralds the official start of the tournament. The disciples conspiring to overpower Vegeta spring into action, encircling him like hungry wolves, their eyes gleaming with determination. "Be careful, Vegeta," Yulin warns, then turns to the other disciples. "How can you play dirty like this? So many of you against Vegeta." Seiya, however, observes the scene with calm detachment. In an instant, Vegeta's eyes narrow, a glint of cunning sparkling within. "You think you can stop me with just this lot?" Whoosh. In a flash, Vegeta envelopes himself in a white aura. With resolute strides, he advances towards the disciples. Is he using ki for protection? Has Vegeta reached that level? Remarkably impressive. The disciples, unaccustomed to such displays, are rendered speechless by his mere show of power. Vegeta inches closer, his fists clenched tightly. My apologies, esteemed brothers. Vegeta leaps into action, swiftly grasping one disciple by the collar and delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. In a heartbeat, the disciple's body careens like a crazed bull, crashing into the others. In the blink of an eye, half of the encircling group has been eliminated, tumbling from the stage, leaving only a semicircle of remaining disciples. The others shake with fear, unable to regain control of their bodies. I'll handle this, one brave disciple declares as he jumps off the stage. I'll jump too. Subsequently, the remaining disciples follow suit, leaping off one after another. Impressive, Yulin exclaims. You're amazing, Vegeta. Ding. Yulin's favorability won. Good. Let us keep this up and continue to gain favor. Now only Vegeta, Yulin, Solia, Tianjin, and Kaiatsu remain on the stage. Vegeta flashes a devilish grin and bellows. Who's next? His voice reverberates throughout the dojo, prompting Yulin and Solia to leap down from the stage. Vegeta turns to face Kaiatsu and Tianjin. Do you wish to continue? Such audacity. Truly brazen. Tianjin responds, You're strong, Vegeta, but I also want to test my skills against you. Kaiatsu, let us attack together. Kaiatsu nods, immediately reacting by extending his hands to utilize his psychic abilities. I've got him immobilized. Tianjin leaps into the air, his iron fists poised as he charges at Vegeta. Crash. The sound of flesh meeting the ground freezes time, all eyes fixated on the floor. Tianjin clutches his abdomen, his eyes glazing over as he loses his fighting spirit. Kaiatsu's psychic powers falter. Tianjin has been caught off guard, receiving a powerful punch from Vegeta directly to his gut. The once gifted Tianjin is effortlessly subdued by a single blow from Vegeta. All the disciples are taken aback by this turn of events. While they knew Vegeta was strong, they hadn't anticipated he was powerful enough to take down Tianjin with one strike. Kaiatsu rushes to check on his friend, as other disciples quickly move to assist him. Hey, Vegeta, that was a bit too much. Too much? I didn't even use a fraction of my strength. Ignoring their protests, Vegeta leaps over to Master Roshi. Master, I've won. Master Roshi retrieves a book from behind him, its cover boldly inscribed with the talisman technique. Very well. You are the most gifted martial artist I have ever encountered. The Turtle School will surely flourish under your guidance. With that, Master Roshi hands the book to Vegeta. Thank you, Master. I shall take my leave now. Vegeta exits the crowd, finding a secluded cliff where he carefully examines the book. Its contents merely instruct how to draw talismans, infuse them with ki, and other techniques, none of which pique Vegeta's interest, as he lacks the skill for drawing talismans. Perhaps I should give it to Yulin. She seems quite intrigued. Vegeta takes flight, seeking out Yulin. Yulin. At this moment, Yulin is still incensed over Vegeta injuring Tianjin. Just before the tournament, she had remarked that sparring among fellow disciples was unwise, yet here Vegeta was merciless in his approach. Upon seeing Vegeta, Yulin huffs. Humph. Vegeta, if I hadn't jumped down, would you have hit me too? Oh, are you a bit upset? How will you respond to this? Vegeta presents the talisman technique before her, exclaiming, This is for you. Train with it. In an instant, Yulin's tense expression transforms into a radiant smile. Really? After all, this is the technique she has long coveted. Of course it's real. Ding. Yulin's favorability increased to 80 points. Chapter 6. Departing for Korin Tower, are we really leaving, Vegeta? Yurin asked reluctantly outside the dojo. This marked the second year at the Turtle School, and Vegeta had mastered its profound techniques, even acquiring skills he previously struggled with. Faced with Yurin's question, Vegeta felt a twinge of regret, especially since her affection for him had reached a remarkable 80 points. Nonetheless, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Otherwise, he would have continued his pursuit. Gently ruffling Yurin's hair, Vegeta replied, I am but a worldly disciple, and I need not remain here indefinitely. I yearn to explore the world beyond. Yurin tugged at his clothing, her heart heavy with a myriad of emotions. Over the past 2 years, her rapid growth and strength was largely due to Vegeta, and she harbored a unique, indescribable feeling towards him. Well, if you truly wish to see me again, participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Perhaps I shall join as well. Yurin's eyes widened in surprise, resembling a curious child. The World Martial Arts Tournament? What is that? For specifics, inquire with Master Roshi. You should be well informed. For now, focus on your training. Just as Yurin pondered this, Vegeta and Solia soared into the sky. Vegeta waved, farewell, Yurin. Please convey my regards to Master Rashi. As Yurin regained her composure, the two figures above vanished from sight. She stomped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "How infuriating. They flew away so swiftly. Humph. I will grow stronger and meet you again, Vegeta." Vegeta and Solia began their long flight. "Vegeta, where are we headed? What is this important matter you speak of?" "Important matters? There are countless in the world of Dragon Balls. However, the most crucial is the Senzu Beans. In the current timeline, that rotund Yajirobe has yet to reach Korin Tower, so we must trade for the beans promptly. In those turtle school techniques, anything Goku has experienced, Vegeta, must learn as well. Being the perennial second place? Unthinkable. After all, I am 5 years older than Goku. I shall walk the same path he does. What does he have to contend for first place?" Suddenly, Vegeta halted above a body of water, his gaze fixed on the surface. "Let us engage in something meaningful." Solia, puzzled, wondered what he meant by meaningful. In the next moment, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Vegeta dove into the ocean like a swift arrow. Creating no splash, an impeccable dive. Instantly, the seabed began to shimmer with countless lights as Vegeta frantically unleashed his signature technique, the Prince's combat style. Fish of various sizes began to rise to the surface, all marked with a symbol of death painted on their eyes. A colossal water spout erupted from the sea, sending waves crashing, and soon after, Vegeta emerged from the foam, triumphantly holding a gigantic octopus. The creature attempted to resist, but Vegeta swiftly struck it with a knife hand, rendering it unconscious before tossing it onto the shore. Subsequently, he manipulated the water's flow, bringing all the fish ashore. Gazing at the bounty, Vegeta's impressive appetite rumbled. "So many fish," Solia exclaimed. Having witnessed such grand hunts before, she was accustomed to their voracious appetites, for the dojo could hardly sustain them. However, this haul was unprecedented. Her stomach also betrayed her with a growl. Unexpectedly, Vegeta retrieved cooking utensils from his capsule. In his past life, he may have lacked many skills, but he excelled in culinary arts. Solia was astonished and delighted by the sight of pots and pans. "Vegeta, you can cook." Vegeta expertly wielded the knife, exuding confidence as he replied, "Indeed. Watch me impress you. I guarantee it will taste even better than what we had at the dojo." Chopping, slicing, and preparing the fish, his movements flowed like a graceful dance. From braised fish heads to grilled fish, sashimi, fried fish balls, octopus balls, and grilled squid. Each dish was presented in a feast for the eyes. "Done." Vegeta clapped his hands. "Come, eat, Solia." For Saiyans, aside from training, nothing was more cherished than feasting. Solia had never encountered such a scene. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she beheld the spread. "Yummy." Solia picked up an octopus ball and took a bite. A jolt of electricity surged through her soul. This is the taste of the ocean. It feels as if I am swimming carefree in the sea, enveloped by nature's essence. This sensation is magnificent. It's simply divine, Vegeta. Ding. Detecting Solia's affection level has risen to 80 points. Vegeta smiled. "If it's delicious, eat as much as you want. I prepared plenty." Indeed, winning a person's affection often begins with their stomach. Thus, Vegeta and Solia indulged in a glorious feast, leaving no remnants behind as they devoured the bounty. "I'm so full," Solia declared, patting her stomach. Meanwhile, Vegeta busied himself, storing the remaining fish into his capsule, planning to use them as leverage for Senzu Beans. "Let us go, Solia. It's time to attend to business." Tilting her head in confusion, Solia asked, "Vegeta, what exactly is this business? You mentioned something meaningful, then something important." Vegeta smirked, revealing no secrets. "It's about becoming stronger." Stronger. The mere mention ignited the Saiyan blood within Solia, propelling her to her feet in excitement. "Let us hurry." Under the vast sky, two white auras streaked across the heavens. Their destination, the world's highest tower, Korin Tower. Chapter 7. The Heavenly Beings in the Ultra-Divine Water. As Solia had yet to master the art of flight, Vegeta, in consideration of her, reduced his speed, resulting in several hours of travel. Before them loomed a towering spire that pierced the heavens, the Korin Tower, the staircase connecting the realm of the gods with the mortal world. The two paused atop a mountain, and the prolonged journey left the somewhat weaker Solia feeling utterly exhausted. The imposing iron tower filled her with trepidation. "Vegeta, are we going up?" she inquired hesitantly. Vegeta nodded vigorously. "Indeed, there are wondrous treasures awaiting us up there." Solia flapped her hands nervously, murmuring, "But I'm feeling quite unable to fly." "Then how about this? You stay here and do not move, while I ascend alone. I shall return to fetch you shortly." Reluctantly, Solia acquiesced. Vegeta then soared towards the Korin Tower. In the original tale, Goku had spent considerable time climbing this tower, having not yet mastered flight. However, the one ascending now was Vegeta, the master of aerial maneuvering. He ascended the tower with remarkable speed, soon reaching his utmost velocity, when a figure leaning on a staff came into view. "Someone is flying up." Korin, the sage cat, exclaimed in surprise. Over the years, many had attempted to scale the tower, including the renowned martial artist known as Master Roshi 3 centuries prior, who had toilingly climbed day and night. Vegeta could truly be considered the first to fly directly to the top. "Greetings, Korin," Vegeta said confidently. The white-furred elder cat was momentarily taken aback, having not even introduced himself before being addressed by name. A remarkable visitor indeed. Korin feigned composure, replying, "Hello, young man who has ascended Korin Tower." After some pleasantries, Vegeta got straight to the point. "Korin, I have two purposes for my visit." Korin's brow furrowed, the atmosphere growing tense. Sensing this, Vegeta produced a universal capsule, releasing a wave of fishy aroma as an assortment of fish scattered around Korin. The sight was enough to send Korin into a state of delight. After years of waiting atop the tower, witnessing such a plentiful catch was overwhelming for a cat. "The time is ripe," Vegeta declared. "I wish to trade these fish for some of your heavenly beans. What do you think?" Korin was already lost in the fish's allure, tears of joy beginning to stream from his eyes. Without hesitation, he nodded vigorously yes. "I will trade." Turning away, Korin began to rummage about. He produced a small jar adorned with the character "for heavenly." "Here." As Vegeta gazed at the diminutive jar, his brow arched in surprise. "Is this all? I offered such a bounty of fish, and you provide merely a single jar?" It appeared Korin was somewhat reluctant to part with his precious beans. Vegeta's tone grew somber. "Very well, I shall take my leave. I will simply consume these fish myself." With that, Vegeta began to gather the fish with his energy, preparing to store them back in the capsule and turn away. "Wait," Korin exclaimed, grabbing Vegeta's hand. "I'll add another jar." "One jar? That is hardly sufficient," Vegeta replied. "Consider this. Heavenly beings can be grown anew, but once these fish are gone, who knows when they might return." Vegeta freed himself from Korin's grasp, declaring, "Farewell, Korin." "Wait." Vegeta smirked, sensing an opportunity. "I shall trade." "You speak wisely. I will give you all." Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, Korin, a wise decision. I shall not hold back." With a loud pop, another capsule opened, revealing even more fish atop Korin Tower. Korin's heartbeat quickened, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. All the heavenly beings, Korin. At that moment, Korin's mind was awash with visions of fish, leaving no room for rational thought. "Meow? They're all behind you. Help yourself." "Very well then, I shall comply." Vegeta stepped behind Korin to find a jar brimming with heavenly beings, mirroring his own height. Who would have imagined that in the early saga of Dragon Ball, there would be such an abundance of beans, only to become scarce later? That rotund fellow, Yajirobe, truly squandered them. Vegeta hastily collected all the beans into his capsule. Beep. Detected a large quantity of heavenly beans. Would you like to store them in the system for future use? Such a feature exists. Store. Beep. Storage complete. Just as Vegeta reveled in his triumph, his gaze inadvertently fell upon an object, a water flask boldly emblazoned with the character "for divine," which seized his full attention. What? This is ultra divine water. It can enhance potential and resist toxicity. A marvelous find. Vegeta stealthily glanced at Korin, who was engrossed in devouring several fish, oblivious to his surroundings. Seizing the moment, he snatched it. Both the heavenly beings and the ultra-divine water were now in his possession. "Farewell, Korin. Until we meet again." In high spirits, Vegeta leaned against the iron railing and leapt, his body spread wide as he engaged in free fall. Just as he was about to collide with the ground, he deftly adjusted his body and soared towards Solia. With a soft thud, he landed beside the weary Solia and produced a single heavenly being. "Here, Solia. What is this?" she asked. "You'll find out once you eat it." Solia accepted the bean and popped it into her mouth. In an instant, her fatigued body was revitalized. "This is incredible! What kind of bean is this?" she exclaimed in astonishment. "Heavenly beans. They restore energy swiftly." Before Solia could respond, Vegeta produced the flask once more and, without hesitation, took a gulp. "This ultra-divine water is a treasure. It might be the very reason Goku surpassed me in strength." Thus, Vegeta was determined to savor its effects. Instantly, a cacophony of flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, and astringent, washed over him. Goodness, what a sensation! The taste of the ultra-divine water could only be described as extraordinary. Though the experience was torturous, he steeled himself. His body trembled, hands slapping his cheeks as if to remind himself to remain conscious. Seeing this, Solia was alarmed. Her eyes widening as she shouted, "Vegeta, what is wrong with you?" Vegeta hunched over, his complexion a patchwork of hues, struggling to utter, I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Meanwhile, atop the sacred realm, the Guardian and his attendant, Popo, kept a vigilant watch over the unfolding events. Chapter 8. Mr. Bobo. Approximately 10 minutes later, Vegeta's complexion returned to normal, and he was breathing heavily. System. What is my current combat power? Ding. Due to the host consuming the super divine water, the current combat power is 24,000. The effects of the super divine water are not limited to the present. Its influence will become even more pronounced in the future. 24,000 is quite impressive. This level is sufficient for adult Vegeta to easily defeat Kaiatsu in the original story. Will the effects of the super divine water indeed become more evident in time? Could it be that the super divine water is one of the reasons Vegeta has remained the perennial second? Vegeta, are you all right? Seeing Vegeta regain his composure, Saraya hurried over, having previously refrained from intervening out of concern. Vegeta smiled. What could possibly be wrong with me? You scared me to death, Vegeta. What on earth did you just drink? Are you referring to this? Vegeta shook the flask of super divine water again and then offered it to Saraya. Why don't you take a sip? Saraya quickly stepped back. Vegeta's recent state had frightened her greatly. Don't be afraid. It's a good thing. Drinking it will make you stronger. Stronger? Really? Yes, you can sense my energy. Haven't I become significantly more powerful? Vegeta discreetly amplified his energy so Saraya could perceive it. Such miraculous substances exist in this world. Saraya seized the flask and began drinking eagerly. This unexpected action caught Vegeta off guard. After all, that was super divine water. It is toxic. Consuming so much at once could only be detrimental. Vegeta snatched the flask back, but it was too late. Saraya was already experiencing dizziness. Her gaze becoming unfocused, her body swaying unsteadily. Then, Saraya felt a searing heat in her chest. Her stomach churned violently, and her complexion shifted from green to blue. That foolish girl. Vegeta quickly produced a Senzu bean and placed it in Saraya's mouth. However, her stomach resisted, and she promptly expelled the bean. This is bad. The Senzu bean was rejected. If this continues, Saraya won't last much longer. System. Do you have any solutions? I don't have any solutions. But those two watching from above surely do. Above? The Supreme Kai and Mr. Bobo? The Supreme Kai is a Namekian, and having been the guardian of Earth for many years, he possesses numerous abilities, including healing and detoxification. Vegeta had already noticed the Supreme Kai's gaze upon him. But the Supreme Kai seemed somewhat apprehensive. With such a powerful outsider suddenly appearing on Earth, as the guardian, he was understandably concerned. Supreme Kai, stop watching. We mean no harm. We are coming up right now. Please, you must help her. With that, Vegeta leaped into the air, exerting all his strength to fly toward the Supreme Kai's palace. At the Supreme Kai's palace, the Supreme Kai was momentarily taken aback. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as he confided in Mr. Bobo, "Mr. Bobo, he seems to have sensed my presence long ago." The figure beside him, as dark as coal, replied, "Indeed, Supreme Kai, but it appears he harbors no ill intentions. You are overthinking this." As the Supreme Kai sensed Vegeta's energy drawing closer, he noted that the energy of the young girl had diminished significantly. If not addressed soon, she might perish. Though the Supreme Kai typically refrained from interfering in mortal affairs, Vegeta had directly requested his assistance. Establishing a connection with such a formidable individual could only yield benefits. Should any trouble arise on Earth in the future, having someone like him around would be advantageous. After weighing the pros and cons, the Supreme Kai decided to assist Vegeta. With a snap, Vegeta appeared in the palace, cradling Saraya in his arms. Observing Saraya's agonized expression, Vegeta hurriedly placed her before the Supreme Kai, his brow furrowed with worry. Now, it was time to see if the Supreme Kai could indeed counteract the poison. The Supreme Kai waved his staff, a soft green light enveloping Saraya's body, gradually restoring her complexion to normal. All done, young man. She will be fine. She just needs a few days of rest. Vegeta clasped his hands in gratitude, bowing slightly. Thank you, Supreme Kai. You may call me Vegeta. The Supreme Kai smiled warmly and replied, No need to thank me, Vegeta, but I am curious why. With your current strength capable of defeating all the powerful beings on Earth, you still require the super divine water? That was an excellent question. After all, The Supreme Kai had mentioned that while Earth may have its strong warriors, there exist even greater foes beyond its realm. Vegeta responded earnestly. To become stronger and protect the Earth. The Supreme Kai was keen to hear Vegeta's words, ensuring any lingering concerns were assuaged, for Vegeta truly held no malice. This statement piqued Mr. Bobo's interest. Ah, it seems you are a martial artist pursuing perfection. May I experience your strength? With that, Mr. Bobo assumed a combat stance. Vegeta clenched his fists at his waist, readying himself. Mr. Bobo, I hope you won't take offense. Vegeta leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Mr. Bobo's face. However, at the last moment, Mr. Bobo effortlessly sidestepped, evading the attack. Seeing his strike thwarted, Vegeta accelerated his punches, yet Mr. Bobo dodged them with ease. How is this possible? Is Mr. Bobo that strong? Vegeta was astonished, for he had secretly enhanced his combat power to over 10,000. Realizing the situation was more complex than he had anticipated, Vegeta called upon the system. Check Mr. Bobo's data. Ding. Mr. Bobo, servant of Earth's past deities. Combat power, 1000. Vegeta was perplexed. A combat power of 1000? How could he perform like this? It was quite suspicious. Just as Vegeta was pondering, the system's voice continued. During the confrontation between the host and Mr. Bobo's evasion value has been steadily increasing. Evasion value? What is that? The higher the evasion value, the lower the opponent's accuracy will be, unless the opponent's anti-evasion value is sufficiently high. Only then can they hope to land a hit. This feels somewhat akin to the Ultra Instinct technique. Indeed, host is quite astute. When the evasion value is maximized, it resembles Ultra Instinct. Vegeta rested his hands on his chin, pondering. So, Ultra Instinct is not an invincible skill? It can be countered simply by increasing the anti-evasion value? Absolutely correct. Then how can these value points be increased? Use comprehension points to exchange, or learn from Mr. Bobo. Learn from Mr. Bobo? He is merely a divine servant. The system chuckled softly. Do not judge a person by appearances. Mr. Bobo is not simple. Having exhausted his comprehension points, Vegeta had no choice but to opt for learning from Mr. Bobo. In the outside world, Vegeta ceased his assault. Mr. Bobo, please teach me your training. Chapter 9. Special training. A single phrase from Mr. Popo evoked a vivid image in Vegeta's mind. In the Dragon Ball Z Majin Buu saga, Mr. Popo had indeed performed astonishing feats. He had engaged in combat with Goten and Trunks, who were in their Super Saiyan forms. Despite their full-on assault, Mr. Popo remained expressionless, effortlessly countering with both hands. Did Mr. Popo truly harbor some hidden secret? Vegeta hastily approached Mr. Popo, clasping his hands together. Please, Mr. Popo, teach me your ways. This action surprised the Supreme Kai. After all, Vegeta was already immensely powerful, yet he sought Mr. Popo as a mentor. Could it be that Mr. Popo was even stronger? The Supreme Kai turned his gaze toward Mr. Popo, a being he had known for centuries, and felt an unfamiliarity with him at that moment. He was aware that Mr. Popo had existed in the sacred realm long before he ascended to the role of Supreme Kai, having accompanied several generations of deities. Did Mr. Popo truly possess some secret? Mr. Popo hesitated for a moment, his clear eyes widening in surprise. But I have never taught anyone. Upon hearing this, Vegeta leaned closer to Mr. Popo, whispering cautiously. Do you know the Ultra Instinct technique? Mr. Popo's body stiffened slightly, and he stood there in a daze, placing his hands behind his back. Vegeta fixated on Mr. Popo's lips, wondering if he truly could. Mr. Popo merely scratched his head and replied, I don't know. Well, it seemed he was overthinking. Nevertheless, Mr. Popo's display of combat prowess, despite his stated power level of 1000, was decidedly abnormal. However, Mr. Popo understood that focusing intently on a single task could yield remarkable results. If Vegeta sought his guidance, Mr. Popo was uncertain how he would teach. Focusing on one thing? It was now time for Mr. Popo to initiate the attack. Before Vegeta could fully comprehend the situation, Mr. Popo's fist lunged towards him. Bang! The unexpected blow struck Vegeta squarely in the face, sending him reeling backward. At the edge of the sacred realm, Vegeta managed to stabilize himself, a purplish bruise forming on his cheek. Gripping his face in pain, he gasped for air. This was certainly not damage one would expect from a mere 1000 power level. You rely too heavily on your ki, Vegeta. Vegeta felt somewhat numb. What sort of twisted reasoning was this? To rely on ki was a mistake? Mr. Popo charged at him again, and Vegeta crossed his arms defensively. Mr. Popo's moves were chaotic. He proclaimed not to over-rely on ki, yet infused his techniques with it. Was that not contradictory? If he was using ki, then surely he could sense it. This time, it was a left hook. Vegeta swayed his upper body to the right, a confident smile gracing his lips. Humph. I'll dodge it this time. Bang. Mr. Popo's fist connected once more with Vegeta's face, producing another sharp sound. Vegeta was utterly astonished. He had clearly sensed the left fist energy. Mr. Popo, with a naive expression, slightly parted his thick lips. I told you, you were overly reliant on your ki. This punch and that statement shattered all of Vegeta's doubts. He covered his swollen face, yet a smile lit up his countenance. He paid no heed to the pain as he burst into laughter. This scene left the Supreme Kai bewildered, his attention fixated on Vegeta's mental state. Had Vegeta been rendered foolish by Mr. Popo's lesson? Thank you, Mr. Popo, for your guidance. I understand now. Indeed, Mr. Popo's admonition against over-relying on ki referred to the perception of it. Sometimes, excessive awareness of ki could hinder one's judgment of an opponent's movements. Perhaps years of sparring had conditioned his muscles to react instinctively, enabling him to evade attacks with perfect precision. Therefore, I suggest the host spend more time training here. Engaging in practice with Mr. Popo. There was some merit to that. Mr. Popo was indeed remarkable, arguably the strongest individual on Earth. The Turtle School techniques could be learned over time, as the Dragon Ball saga had yet to commence. Training with Mr. Popo in the Sacred Realm would undoubtedly yield significant progress. Vegeta's reaction was inscrutable to the Supreme Kai, who looked at Mr. Popo with confusion, eager to discern what had transpired. Mr. Popo, what is going on with Vegeta? Mr. Popo simply shook his head, indicating that he too was in the dark. In the distance, Vegeta once again steeled himself, his gaze resolute, shouting, again, Mr. Popo. Thus, Vegeta continued his relentless training with Mr. Popo in the Sacred Realm. 7 days later, Solia awakened, her Saiyan near-death trait granting her an increase in power. Indeed, Vegeta had not deceived her. Ding. Solia's affinity won, however. Vegeta remained oblivious to the system's notifications, fully immersed in his battle with Mr. Popo. His objective was to awaken every muscle in his body, to imbue them with independent thought, allowing them to make their own judgments, a process he termed muscle cognition training. And so, Vegeta engaged in the monotonous routine of training day after day in the Sacred Realm, resting when weary, eating when hungry, battling incessantly, and resuming practice upon waking. Vegeta was truly a madman, yet having someone so willing to protect Earth was indeed a blessing. Such was the Supreme Kai's commendation. Vegeta trained with such fervor. I must keep pace. Great Supreme Kai, please train me. Ding. Evasion value 1 ding. Solia's affinity 1. Time flew by like an arrow, and a decade slipped away unnoticed. Ding. Host, you have trained with Mr. Popo in the Sacred Realm for 10 years. Would you like to continue? A reminder, the Dragon Ball saga is about to commence. Upon hearing this, Vegeta paused his sparring with Mr. Popo. That will be all for today, Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo nodded, appearing as indifferent as ever, having served as a steadfast partner throughout the years. Whenever Vegeta awoke and called for him, he would oblige without complaint. Never feeling weary, always ready to accompany him. Vegeta found a rooftop, lying back to gaze at the sky. Has it truly been so long? It seems the time has come to reunite with Bulma. Having traversed into Vegeta's body, he was determined to embark on a passionate romance with her. Chapter 10. The Time Chamber of Spirits. What? Vegeta has ceased his training. A mature female voice resonated beside the god of the heavens, tinged with a tremor that betrayed her joy. Vegeta was startled by this unfamiliar voice, sitting up to investigate its source. The moment he laid eyes on the girl before him, his heart froze. An overwhelming wave of heat surged through his soul, his gaze entranced by the striking figure of the maiden. Who was this enchanting beauty? A slender girl with a sweet visage and high ponytails was gracefully approaching him. Vegeta, you finally finished your training. The girl, clad in a chi-pao, swiftly enveloped him in her embrace, pressing him firmly against her bosom. What is happening? Vegeta was taken aback. His cheeks flushed crimson. The girl, oblivious to his discomfort, tightened her hold, exclaiming with excitement, "This is wonderful. Vegeta, it's so great to see you again. But why are you still so small? Goodness, this is too constricting." Though it felt like a reward, he was on the verge of suffocation. A wave of breathlessness washed over him as he flailed his arms, uttering muffled protests. Let go of me." His face was now a deep shade of red, prompting the girl to abruptly release her grip. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Vegeta. I got a bit too carried away." She apologized hastily. Vegeta, regaining his composure, looked up at her, his gaze drawn to her pronounced curves. His face heating up once more. Although the earlier suffocation was unpleasant, he mused that if it were to happen again, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. But now is not the time for such thoughts. Who are you? He stammered. The girl, slightly indignant, replied, Humph. Vegeta, I am Solia. There are only the four of us in the goddess temple. Solia. Vegeta scrutinized her closely. The transformation was astonishing. The saying that women change dramatically at 18 was epitomized in Solia. She had blossomed into a young woman, while he still resembled a child. A consequence of the Saiyan maturation process. The current timeline coincided with the onset of the Dragon Ball saga. Vegeta was 16, while Solia, being 2 years his senior, had just entered her youthful prime. Over the years, his mind had been consumed with training, rarely paying attention to Solia's appearance, though he had often heard the system announce her rising affinity towards him. Indeed, he had seen her before. However, as Saiyans undergo rapid physical development upon reaching 18, he had momentarily failed to recognize her. Quickly diverting his gaze from what should not be scrutinized, he shyly greeted, Solia, it's been a long time. Solia raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it has been a while. You training demon. As she reached out to ruffle his hair, Vegeta retorted, touch my head? Humph. Not a chance. He stood up abruptly and inquired, what is with your chi pal? Where is your battle attire? Solia shrugged, explaining, oh, don't mention it. I've outgrown that outfit. In recent months, I've been growing rapidly. So I had to return to the Turtle Hermit's dojo to borrow a new set of clothes from Yulin. So that's the reason. No wonder Solia was wearing a chi pal. It belonged to Yulin. Oh, I didn't expect you to visit Yulin. How has she been? He asked. Solia replied. She's doing wonderfully. She has mastered the talisman technique and has been preparing for the World Martial Arts Tournament these past years. She says she is determined to defeat you there. Vegeta smirked. Defeating me? That is simply impossible. Well then, I shall wait for her, he declared, after exchanging pleasantries. Under the goddess' guidance, Vegeta enjoyed a hearty meal. Observing his childhood friend now so tall, he felt an odd sensation, akin to that of an older sister and younger brother. No, considering Solia was indeed older, it felt more like a mother and son dynamic. Moreover, the Dragon Ball storyline was about to commence, and Vegeta had resolved to stealthily acquire the 4-star Dragon Ball from the Capsule Corporation. However, the awkwardness lay in the fact that Bulma would also be 16 at that time, yet significantly taller than him. Their first meeting would leave him with the image of a short, pudgy boy, which was less than ideal. After all, one ought to present themselves handsomely when meeting their future spouse. Vegeta's gaze shifted towards the time chamber. At 16, in just 2 more years, he would be 18. If he spent merely 2 days within, he would surely grow taller. He understood that even as an 18-year-old, he would still be shorter than Bulma. Hence he made another decision. He must wish for the Dragon Balls to elevate his height to 6 feet. Damn it. He was a traveler. A traveler without 6 feet to their name could hardly be called a traveler. Vegeta approached the god, pointing towards the time chamber. Lord God, I wish to train inside. The god of the heavens turned to look where Vegeta was pointing, his face suddenly overtaken by shock. That is the time chamber. The god had never imagined that Vegeta would have his sights set on the time chamber, as he had never mentioned it to him. Vegeta, feigning innocence, remarked, what is wrong? Lord God, I just sense that the space behind this door feels different, as if it's calling to me. So I wanted to take a look inside. Vegeta was speaking nonsense with utmost seriousness. The goddess' expression darkened as he began to explain the nature of the space behind the door. Yet Vegeta was well aware of it. Still, he pretended to be astonished, exclaiming, so this is the time chamber. How marvelous. The god nodded, asking earnestly, have you made your decision? Do you still wish to enter? Vegeta responded with gravity, I have decided. Lord God, I am still young. For me, it merely means an extended period of training. Very well, I understand. Please follow me, the god instructed, taking the key and leading Vegeta towards the time chamber. Is your mind made up? Vegeta affirmed with a nod. Emerging would mean growing taller. This was the perfect opportunity. I am resolute, Lord God. Please, open the door. With a click, the door to the time chamber swung open, and Vegeta, brimming with anticipation, darted inside, vanishing from the temple in an instant. Chapter 11. The Encounter with the Spectre. The clones begin to speak. Inside the time chamber, a realm of pristine whiteness enveloped in an uncanny silence, the room appeared desolate, inhabited solely by Vegeta. System, please evaluate my current data. Name, Vegeta, combat power, 100,000. Skills, Final Flash, Solar Flare, 4-way Fist, Ki Blast, Flight. 4 Demon Fists, Dodge Attribute. 10. Anti-Dodge Attribute. 8. Control Attribute. 11. Immunity Control Attribute. 1. After a decade of rigorous training. It is rather disappointing that my dodge and anti-dodge attributes have only seen such minimal improvement. However, this combat power of 100,000 is indeed commendable, significantly surpassing that of Vegeta in the original narrative. Hey, I must say, system, isn't this progress rather sluggish? And what is the deal with the control and immunity control attributes? Host, the ultimate forms of dodge and anti-dodge are the Ultra Instinct and Anti-Ultra Instinct. The Dragon Ball storyline has just commenced. What more could you desire? As for the control attribute, it has been slightly elevated due to your mastery of the Ki Blast. Very well, I understand. Vegeta surveyed this familiar yet foreign environment. Knowing he was to spend the next 2 years here, the emptiness of the space rendered solitude somewhat melancholy. He regretted not bringing Solia along for companionship during training. Nevertheless, with nothing but time on his hands, he resolved to continue his training, for the day of meeting his future wife drew ever closer. With diligent training and ample rest, perhaps he could surpass the height of 5 feet 5 inches. The gravity in this time chamber was indeed greater than that of the outside world, promising efficient training over the course of 2 years. Vegeta bent down. Let us commence with some basic push-ups. 1, 2, 3, for 9,999, 10,000. Upon rising, he realized that completing 10,000 push-ups had allowed him to fully acclimate to the gravity of the time chamber. Alas, training alone is no match for sparring with another. It would be splendid if Mr. Popo were here. Ding. Host, have you forgotten something? Vegeta paused, bewildered. What are you referring to? Think carefully. Don't you possess a skill that enables sparring? Resting his chin on his hand, Vegeta contemplated. Skill? Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, of course. I can utilize the 4-way fist. I'll have my clone attack me. Who better understands my weaknesses than I? System, you are rather clever. In an instant, Vegeta unleashed all the energy within him, reaching the pinnacle of his combat power. As he channeled his energy, his body began to move with astonishing speed, creating several afterimages that exchanged positions until 3 clones surrounded him. Come at me, Vegeta declared, assuming a combat stance, ready to face the impending assault from his clones. The 3 clones leapt into the air, fists charged with power, launching their offensive toward Vegeta. With a light chuckle, confidence radiated from his eyes as he seemed to possess an innate understanding of his own movements, effortlessly evading the attacks of his clones. It appears my training over the years has not been in vain. I can easily dodge my own strikes. However, as he pondered, the 3 clones regrouped, charging at him once more, their fists aimed at his chest. In a swift reaction, Vegeta raised his arms to block, successfully thwarting their assault. One of the clones sneered. Don't forget, I am also Vegeta. I know you inside and out. What? The clone can speak? Such an occurrence was unheard of in the original Dragon Ball narrative, and this audacious clone was indeed infuriating. Vegeta would not allow such arrogance to go unchallenged. Enough of your chatter. You are merely a clone. In a flash, Vegeta surged with energy, unleashing a wave that sent the 3 clones tumbling. The speaking clone, in comparison to the others, was propelled a shorter distance and for a briefer duration, leaving Vegeta astonished. Is there a hierarchy among the clones? Shouldn't the 4-way fist distribute power equally among them? What is the deal with this loquacious clone? The more he pondered, the more absurd it seemed. Enough speculation. I'll deal with this first. Vegeta dashed toward the furthest clone, delivering a powerful punch to its forehead, followed by a concentrated energy blast shoved into its mouth. Boom. The clone was obliterated in a spectacular explosion, transforming into a mist. This sight startled Vegeta, for the clone bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Yet, despite this, Vegeta felt no compunction. It was merely a clone, and he could be ruthless even toward himself. Quickly, Vegeta set his sights on another clone, executing a descending kick aimed at the rolling clone's abdomen. Final flash. A beam of yellow light pierced through the clone, which too disappeared in a wisp of smoke. Clapping echoed behind him. Vegeta turned to see the audacious clone that had spoken earlier. Well done, my clone, it remarked, its unsettling laughter reverberating in the air. Unable to suppress his irritation, Vegeta spun around. What in the world is going on? This clone not only talks but possesses its own consciousness? Have I become a mere substitute? System, what is happening? I am not entirely certain. It is possible that the time chamber has altered time flow. Since your entry, you and your outer self have diverged, And this clone may not be a mere clone, but rather another version of you. Vegeta gasped. Another version of me? You must be jesting. Indeed, it may have emerged from a specific moment during your time in the time chamber, as your use of the four-way fist inadvertently split it from you. Is such a phenomenon even possible? The system's tone grew serious. Yes. Your combat power outside was 200,000. Upon entering the time chamber, it diminished to 100,000. Realization dawned on Vegeta. No wonder. After a decade of training with Mr. Popo, and with a Saiyans physique, coupled with his own innate talent, he could not possibly possess only 100,000 in combat power. If the system's explanation held true, then the most pressing question for Vegeta was, System, does this entity possess a system of its own? Ha, what a notion. I am me, not you, so the replication is not so simple. How presumptuous. Let us hope you're right. Though Vegeta feigned indignation, inwardly he was elated. If this clone possessed a system, what then would that make him, Vegeta? Chapter 12. Vegeta versus clone. As Vegeta remained silent, the clone began to grow impatient. With an aggressive demeanor, it taunted. What's the matter? My clone, the other two have already been dispatched by you. Why not come and take me on? The clone wore an exceedingly arrogant expression, one that even Vegeta himself would struggle to match. It raised its thumb, pointing to its own chin. Come and fight me. This familiar gesture? It was the signature move of the speedster. Vegeta narrowed his eyes into slits, a mocking smile on his lips as he retorted, Hey, you little brat, you're really loud. Since you're so eager for a thrashing, I shall mercifully oblige. With a fierce surge of energy, Vegeta locked onto the clone. A combination of punches and kicks was about to be unleashed upon the clone. However, the clone did not comply with Vegeta's wish to be sent flying. Instead, it resolutely threw a punch, blocking Vegeta's heavy blow. Vegeta's kick was deftly evaded by the clone. The two locked arms, elbows bent, neither willing to yield ground. Their eyes met, sparks of intensity flying between them. The clone scoffed. It seems my clone indeed possesses some skill. Vegeta's gaze was sharp, tracking every movement of the clone. This brash talk reminded him of himself. Perhaps the system was correct in its speculation that this clone might be another version of him. Vegeta replied, little clone, there's much more to come. Don't cry for mercy when the time comes. As he spoke, Vegeta unleashed his full power, extending his right hand in a swift chop towards the clone's converging arms. The clone trembled at the audacity of the attack. Was this guy insane? That strike could easily break both their arms. Ignoring the danger, Vegeta channeled all his force into the blade of his hand, an aura of energy enveloping it. In that moment, Vegeta thought, who cares? I'll chop first and ask questions later. After all, I have plenty of sins of beans. Observing this, the clone shouted, Madman, and quickly released its grip on Vegeta's arm. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta redirected his chop towards the clone's abdomen. The clone desperately attempted to block, but the force was overwhelming, sending it staggering back several paces, clutching its belly and gasping for breath. Vegeta smirked derisively. I thought you were fearless like me. In the end, a clone is merely a clone. With that, Vegeta pressed his advantage. Back to where you came from. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta placed his hands before him, a brilliant light emanating from between his palms. A moment later, a golden beam of energy surged forth, aimed directly at the clone. The clone grinned wickedly and bellowed, Foolish. I can do what you can. It assumed a stance, mirroring Vegeta's signature pose. Boom. The two powers collided, engulfing the hyperbolic time chamber in blinding light, rendering the white space even more dazzling. Neither beam was willing to extinguish first, as both Vegeta and the clone gritted their teeth, united in their resolve to continue their assault. Return to my body, you thieving scoundrel. The clone retorted defiantly, Humph. Once I kill you, I will no longer be a mere clone. Oh, so you admit you are a clone? At the junction of the two beams, a yellow energy sphere began to coalesce. Zing. In an instant, its power doubled, arcs of electricity crackling around it, a manifestation of the energy collision. The two warriors were evenly matched, and the sphere continued to grow. However, their energies were waning, unable to maintain the sphere's position in the air. The clone's hands began to tremble, acutely aware that this could lead to mutual destruction. From above, Vegeta taunted, You're running out of steam, aren't you? Despite this, the clone stubbornly replied, You're running low on energy too, aren't you? Running low? Who told you that? System, give me a Senzu bean. Received. Host. A Senzu bean appeared above Vegeta's head. He tilted his head back, mouth agape, and the bean dropped perfectly into his mouth. Instantly revitalized, he surged forward, the energy sphere speeding towards the clone. Shock was etched across the clone's face. No way, a Sinza bean. Yet it was powerless to stop the imminent assault. Boom. A deafening explosion reverberated within the time chamber, winds whipping through, ruffling Vegeta's hair. As the blinding light and cacophony faded, the clone lay still on the ground, dissipating into wisps of green smoke, reluctantly vanishing from the space. Vegeta boasted, indeed, the original is always stronger. Congratulations, host. The host is undoubtedly the strongest. Of course, it's all thanks to having the system here. However, that clone had some merit, possessing its own consciousness. Yet I feel the system may only be half right. It seems the clone only harbors fragments of my personality, not a true version of me. Isn't that so? After all, the host has me. Though the system's assertion was a touch immodest, it held a kernel of truth. Vegeta slumped to the ground, boredom creeping in once more. Shall I attempt to summon it again? Without hesitation, he declared, for body punch. Once again, 3 clones appeared before him. Unlike before, one clone was propping up its own body, appearing on the verge of collapse. The clone trembled and stammered. Why you? What do you want? Just as he suspected, it was still alive. Thus, he decided to continue using it for practice. A wicked smile crept across Vegeta's face as he approached, his gaze flitting over the clone's form. What do you think? You were so cocky before. Keep being cocky. Vegeta kicked the clone hard in the rear and glared fiercely at it. How dare you claim to be another me, yet you cowered when I aimed to chop you down. The clone had no retort, for the victor's word was law. It had lost its right to speak. Vegeta conjured a Sinza bean out of thin air and offered it to the clone. Eat this and keep being my training partner. The clone hesitated, bewildered. Was this brat truly offering him a Sinza bean? Noticing the clone's indecision, Vegeta snapped. If I say eat it, then eat it. How can you claim to be my clone if you hesitate? Do you want to grow stronger or not? At that, the clone accepted the bean, shoving it into its mouth and instantly revitalizing. Humph, you little pest. I was merely careless before. If you have the guts, don't eat the Sinza bean and come at me again. Vegeta smiled slightly. This is the spirit. Assuming a combat stance, he continued, come at me then. Who's afraid of whom? Chapter 13. Growing up within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, blinding light and piercing explosions echoed incessantly. As 2 years drew to a close, Vegeta and his doppelganger engaged in their final training sessions. Take that. Experience my newly acquired technique. Gallic Gun, Vegeta shouted, raising his voice in response to his counterpart. Humph, your new technique? Isn't that my original creation? The doppelganger retorted, unleashing the Gallic Gun again. What unfolded was a scene reminiscent of 2 years prior, yet this time, the balance of power was decidedly skewed. In their practice bouts, Vegeta's mastery of his skills had surged dramatically, resulting in a significant enhancement to his combat prowess. They often trained to the point of utter exhaustion. Their limbs weakened from the intensity. With the system's support, Vegeta's abilities eclipsed those of his doppelganger. Brilliant fireworks erupted in the sky as Vegeta stood firm on the ground while his doppelganger soared above. The thunderous blast resonated through the air, and in a split second, the doppelganger evaded the explosion, the residual force rippling through the atmosphere. Fortunately, after extensive training, his physical resilience had greatly improved since 2 years ago. Approaching his doppelganger, Vegeta produced a Sinza bean. Here, take this. I won't be summoning you much anymore. You can try some meditation training on your own. The doppelganger swallowed the bean, scoffing. When I return, you'll see what I've become. Vegeta, hands on his hips, replied nonchalantly, no matter. You're not the only one getting stronger. With that, Vegeta dismissed his doppelganger, who dissipated into a wisp of blue smoke. Vegeta's gaze turned toward the entrance of the time chamber. After 2 years of isolation in this vast, wide expanse, he felt a sense of aesthetic fatigue. What he yearned for most was to step outside and behold the scenery, to inhale the fresh air. 2 years have passed. I have finally matured. Vegeta stretched his arms, surveying his body with newfound appreciation. He had transformed into a figure of adulthood. Ding. A reminder for the host. The Dragon Ball saga will officially commence in 1 month. 1 month. In this brief span, Vegeta had already mapped out his intentions. First and foremost, he would stealthily retrieve the 4-star Dragon Ball from Goku's possession at the Capsule Corporation. When he encountered Bulma, it would be him, Vegeta, by her side. Together, they would embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls, nurturing their bond along the journey. With him present, he would ensure that Master Roshi's dubious behavior from the first saga would never repeat. Green Vegeta? Such an occurrence was utterly implausible. Bulma's sole romantic partner could only be him. Yamcha could wait his turn. Once he secured the Dragon Ball, he would find a picturesque spot near the Capsule Corporation to relax for a few days, patiently awaiting Bulma's arrival. Without further ado, he set off. His battle attire, now tattered, no longer fit his adult form, so he donned the elegant garments prepared for him by the Supreme Kai. Creak. The door to the time chamber swung open. Vegeta strolled out leisurely, hands clasped behind his head, reveling in his newfound freedom. Finally out, he stretched, inhaling the invigorating air. As he passed a window, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the glass. It shimmered with light, reflecting his handsome visage. Handsome, absolutely dashing. I've finally shed the visage of a child. Who are you? A voice filled with astonishment came from behind him. Vegeta turned to find it belonged to Saraya. He waved in greeting. Saraya, long time no see. A large question mark seemed to hover above Saraya's head as she murmured, long time no see. You are. Her eyes scrutinized him from head to toe. The unfamiliarity tinged with a sense of recognition. The aura Vegeta emanated made Saraya realize instantly, exclaiming, You are Vegeta. It had only been 2 days since she last saw him, yet in that short span, he had transformed so drastically. Not only had his appearance changed, but his energy felt markedly more potent than just 2 days prior. Saraya hurried to Vegeta, placing her hand on his shoulder. Vegeta, you've grown taller and stronger. With a smile, Vegeta replied, Indeed, Saraya. In that moment, he couldn't help but glance at her forehead, comparing their heights, which were now nearly equal. No. He couldn't allow this height disparity to remain. He must surpass her. You're out, Vegeta? The Supreme Kai's figure appeared behind them, astonished by Vegeta's sudden growth. Yes, Lord Kai. Where's Mr. Bubbles? A small figure quietly materialized behind Vegeta. Bubbles is here. Vegeta rubbed his stomach, which had begun to rumble. Mr. Bubbles, I'm quite famished, please. If you would. Understood, Bubbles will prepare something right away. In no time, a sumptuous feast was laid out before Vegeta. He began to devour the food voraciously. Saraya observed him with wide-eyed curiosity. Vegeta, where have you been these past 2 days? How did you grow so much taller and stronger? Oh, it seems the Supreme Kai has not disclosed my time in the hyperbolic time chamber to Saraya. Vegeta stammered. I'll tell you later. For now, let us eat. He continued to devour the meal with fervor. After finishing, Saraya leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Noticing her eagerness, Vegeta explained, I was in the hyperbolic time chamber. He gestured toward the chamber and described its unique characteristics. Saraya's eyes widened in amazement as she tapped her head, exclaiming, How incredible! You were in there for 2 years. No wonder you've grown so much and your power has skyrocketed. Her words revealed her own aspirations, and as a Saiyan, she too yearned for strength. What's wrong? Saraya? Do you wish to enter as well? Saraya's eyes lit up with excitement as she replied, Yes. However, given her current state, entering the chamber would yield minimal benefits. Vegeta's motivation for entering was rooted in his desire to present himself as an adult to Bulma, while Saraya sought strength, which the chamber was ill-suited for her. Saraya, the gains from 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber are comparable to 2 years of training in the outside world. There is no need for you to go in. Upon hearing his words, Saraya felt a tinge of disappointment, murmuring, All right, I understand. But if you wish to grow stronger, there is another way. Saraya's eyes sparkled once more, her spirit rekindled. Chapter 14. A Kiss. Beep. Detection of increased affection for Solia. Affection level raised to 88 points. The system's announcement caused Vegeta to sit up straight. Indeed, Solia is truly my capable partner. Bringing her to Earth was undoubtedly the wisest decision I ever made. Really? Vegeta, what method? Solia could hardly contain her emotions. Over the years, she had trained under the guidance of the deity, and although her skills had improved, they paled in comparison to Vegeta's. Meanwhile, Vegeta was engrossed in sparring with Mr. Bobo, eating when hungry, sleeping when tired, and practicing diligently without her disturbance. Now, Vegeta had presented her with a way to grow stronger, which delighted her immensely, especially since she had learned from her previous experience. Having gained considerable strength after awakening from being poisoned by super divine water. Thus, she held 100% expectation for Vegeta's words. Vegeta stood up resolutely and declared, Of course, when have I ever deceived you? He possessed numerous methods for becoming stronger, beyond relentless training and skill acquisition. There existed a remarkable approach, harnessing the Saiyans' extraordinary ability to enhance their power through near-death experiences. As both Vegeta and Solia shared Saiyan blood, It was the perfect opportunity to exploit this. With a proud smile, Vegeta exclaimed, "The method is to nearly beat you to death." Time and air became still at that moment. Solia stood frozen, and after 3 seconds, she quickly distanced herself, assuming a combat stance, alert and wary. "You want to beat me to death?" Vegeta chuckled helplessly, finding the scene both amusing and exasperating. "What's wrong? Afraid? You weren't scared when you were poisoned by all that super divine water, so why fear a little beating?" Solia, trembling and serious, responded, "That's because I didn't know it was toxic, and I'm not scared. I just don't want you to hit me." Of course, getting hit is inevitable. We Saiyans have a unique trait. Resurrection from near death enhances our strength, and it happens quite rapidly. With her guard lowered, Solia tentatively asked, "Really? Truly?" Vegeta nodded earnestly. Solia pouted, "But what if I get killed?" Vegeta laughed, "That won't happen. I know my limits, and we have sins of beans." "All right then. But I do prefer to do it myself. I don't want you to hit me." Vegeta shrugged. "Fine, then you can handle it yourself." Vegeta relaxed his body and wore a mischievous expression, calling out to Solia, "Come on. Solia, feel free to unleash your wrath upon me." Solia was taken aback by Vegeta's sudden behavior. She stared at him for a long time, her fists hesitating to descend. "What's the matter, Solia? Hurry up and hit me." Solia's fists trembled, her lips pressed tightly together. Ultimately, she chose to relent. "I can't bring myself to do it." Vegeta was her sole friend on Vegeta Star. It was he who brought her to Earth. Throughout the years, he had trained with her to grow stronger. And looking at Vegeta's face made it impossible for her to strike him. Seeing Solia hesitate, Vegeta decided to demonstrate himself. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his fist striking his abdomen echoed 3 times. Solia turned in shock. "What are you doing, Vegeta?" Yet Vegeta showed no signs of stopping, continuing to channel energy into his fists, knowing that the closer he got to death, the more effective it would be. Pooh! Blood erupted from Vegeta's mouth, his complexion turning pale, while Solia stood confused. "System, help me." Vegeta summoned his last reserves of strength. "Okay, host." A Senzu bean nestled firmly in Vegeta's palm, but he had exerted himself too forcefully, rendering him unable to lift his hand. "I said, system. Can't you just drop it into my mouth like last time?" Vegeta, expending his final strength, managed to shake the bean free from his palm. The Senzu bean slipped to Solia's thigh, and she instantly recognized it. Senzu bean. She swiftly picked it up and brought it to Vegeta's lips. However, Vegeta was too gravely injured to chew. The bean ultimately fell from the corner of his mouth. You damned system." Vegeta's mind was filled with chaos, feeling as if 1,000 sheep were stampeding. This wretched system had suddenly gone offline, leaving him in dire straits. Perhaps this time he would truly be finished. Vegeta's gaze began to grow hazy, seemingly on the verge of closing his eyes. Suddenly, he felt warmth beneath his chin. A gentle face drew near, and Solia's delicate hands parted his lips, delivering a kiss that was utterly unexpected. Solia's fair face flushed with warmth as she chewed the Senzu bean and used her tongue to guide it into Vegeta's mouth. In that instant, Vegeta's breath quickened, and the air grew increasingly heated. This marked his first kiss since arriving in the Dragon Ball world. Beep. Detection of Solia's affection reaching 90. A level beyond friendship, yet not quite lovers. However, Vegeta paid little heed to the system's announcement. At that moment, he felt his heart beating loudly, and Solia's was no different. Their heartbeats seemed to synchronize, accelerating in unison. The Senzu bean slowly made its way into Vegeta's digestive tract. Though brief, the moment felt eternal to both. Beep. Host, you have fully recovered. How long do you plan to keep chewing? The system's prompt made Vegeta's eyes snap open. Upon realizing this, Solia quickly released her grasp on his face and stepped back, feeling a bit flustered. Having spent years on Earth, her time wasn't solely devoted to training. In her leisure, she had watched dramas with Lin, causing her cheeks to redden further. Did I just kiss Vegeta? Solia's hands fidgeted aimlessly in front of her. Vegeta, lost in thought, replayed the moment in his mind. Ah, what a delightful feeling it was. Noticing Solia's unease, Vegeta sought to break the silence. Phew. Thank goodness Solia was here. I misjudged the intensity earlier and ended up so weakened I couldn't even chew the Senzu bean. Haha. He scratched his head sheepishly. Yet, Solia's thoughts were tumultuous. Oh no, am I going to end up pregnant? In dramas, kissing leads to babies. Seeing Solia remain silent, Vegeta amplified his aura. The overwhelming pressure snapping Solia back to reality. Solia, see? I wasn't lying. My strength has increased. Chapter 15. The Bug Exploit and the Surge in Combat Power. As the intense energy surged around her, Soya's braids began to dance in the wind. Suddenly, she felt a cool breeze on her lower body and looked down to find her chi pao lifted halfway. Vegeta, I understand now. Please stop, Soya exclaimed, desperately clutching her dress. This scene reminded Vegeta of 2 days prior, when he had appeared as a mere child, and he realized that Soya was not as bashful as she seemed. Perhaps it's because I've grown taller? Is that why she feels a bit shy? Vegeta amused as he ceased his explosive aura and offered Soya a senzu bean. Here, give it a try, but be cautious. Don't go overboard like I just did. Soya accepted the senzu bean and promptly stuffed it into her mouth, beginning to chew without swallowing. Then, mimicking Vegeta, she began to harm herself. Thud, thud, thud. She struck her abdomen repeatedly, and soon she collapsed, her vision blurring as blood surged from her stomach. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she summoned her last reserves of strength to swallow the senzu bean. It appears Soya possesses quite a bit of intelligence. It seems you want to have the opportunity to feed her the senzu bean with your mouth. The system's sudden interjection irked Vegeta, prompting him to demand, Hey, you useless system, were you playing dead just now? Did you do that on purpose? Do you have any idea how close I came to death? What do you mean playing dead? I was merely facilitating things. With your innate luck, how could you easily perish? Soya saved you. After all, she fed you the senzu bean mouth to mouth. The system's arguments, though somewhat exasperating to Vegeta, did raise Soya's favorability rating to a remarkable 90 points. Fine. Perhaps you do have some merit. I shall not pursue this matter further. With a sudden burst, Soya sprang to her feet, fully rejuvenated, and her energy had indeed increased. She examined her physical transformation and joyfully exclaimed, Wonderful! I've truly grown stronger. See, I was T-line. After tasting success, Soya beamed like a child. Yes, let's continue. Vegeta set aside another senzu bean, preparing for their ongoing training regimen. On that day, the two engaged in reckless self-harm atop the Divine Temple. This spectacle left the Kai and Bubbles utterly perplexed. The Kai assumed the pair had gone mad and attempted to intervene, only to be halted by Vegeta. The Saiyans' resilience was being pushed to its limits, as their near-death traits activated repeatedly. Ding! Combat power increased to 300,000. After countless notifications from the system, Vegeta's combat power eventually plateaued at 300,000. He realized that his strength had ceased to rise. What is going on here, system? Your Saiyan passives have been exhausted. Thus, moderation is essential. Excessive use leads to diminishing returns. Vegeta was taken aback by the depletion of his passives but soon recognized the potential catastrophe if Saiyan powers were allowed to escalate unchecked. If such power could be continuously harvested, it could surpass even the gods of destruction. The thought of becoming superior to the deities themselves would leave the Omni King in a precarious position. Having achieved over 3 million in combat power so early in the saga was already impressive. After all, Goku had only reached that level during his climactic battle against Frieza on Namek, whereas Vegeta had already fallen from grace at that time. Upon realizing that his combat power had stabilized, Vegeta called for Soya to cease her actions, as the blows to her body were evidently painful. Soya, stop, he commanded. Soya, however, was entranced, her subconscious convincing her that the harder she struck, the stronger she would become. Despite the agony, she gritted her teeth and continued her self-inflicted punishment. Soya, cease this madness, Vegeta insisted. Yet, Soya had succumbed to a frenzy, her fists still flying. Hit harder. Blood erupted from her mouth as she unleashed unprecedented force, ultimately expelling the chewed senzu bean in a gory display. Seeing this, Vegeta's heart sank. No, this foolish girl. He watched as Soya swayed, her eyes losing their luster, perilously close to the edge of the Divine Temple. With a crash, she plummeted like a meteor towards the mortal realm. Vegeta leapt into action, diving from the temple and accelerating towards Soya. He caught her leg, stabilizing her descent, and then swept her into his arms. Thud. Vegeta returned to the temple with Soya cradled in his embrace. Oh, host, what a splendid opportunity. Quickly, feed her the senzu bean. Why are you in such a hurry? Vegeta retorted, as he chewed the senzu bean, preparing to place it in Soya's mouth. Yes, just like that. With your mouth. Vegeta's face flushed crimson. However, recognizing Soya's severe injuries, he could not hesitate. He leaned close to her delicate lips, placing the senzu bean inside and gently tilting her head back. The miraculous senzu bean worked wonders. Within seconds, Soya's eyes fluttered open. Upon meeting the sight of Vegeta's flushed face, she comprehended the situation. A blush crept across her cheeks, and she swiftly extricated herself from his embrace, tiptoeing away. This moment was witnessed by the Kai and Bubbles. But Solia was oblivious to the fact that the Kai was a Namekian and lacked understanding of the complexities of romantic interactions. She mistakenly assumed that both the Kai and Bubbles were intrigued by the recent events, leaving her even more flustered. System, what is Solia's current combat power? Solia, combat power 860,000. 860,000. Such a significant gap compared to his own strength, likely attributed to Solia's foundational abilities. Solia, elevate your energy to its maximum. Let me witness your current prowess. Vegeta endeavored to ease the awkwardness in the air. Solia nodded and promptly amplified her energy to its peak. A confident smile spread across her face as she sensed her combat power reaching unprecedented heights. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, "Is this truly my strength now?" Chapter 16. The Theft of the 4-Star Dragon Ball and the First Encounter with the Girl Launchi. Be mindful of your energy, Solia. Vegeta discerned the primary flaw in Solia's current state. Her energy was too erratic. Unlike Vegeta, who had undergone rigorous training to solidify his foundation, she struggled to control her unexpectedly heightened power. As he had anticipated, Solia began gasping for breath, her stamina waning, unable to harness the full extent of her newfound strength. What is happening to me? Vegeta stepped forward, enveloping Solia in his embrace, and gently reassured her, "You are not yet accustomed to this immense power. You must first solidify your fundamentals." He produced a Senzu bean and handed it to Solia, who instantly regained her vitality. "It seems I need to train diligently." Solia recognized that, without Vegeta's guidance over the years, her training progress had been slow, leading to her current predicament. "So, Vegeta, could you mentor me in my training?" Solia gazed intently into Vegeta's eyes, yearning for a positive response. Vegeta turned away, evading her gaze. "I'm sorry, Solia, but I cannot personally train you for at least the next few months. However, I believe Mr. Popo could stand in for me." Disappointment washed over Solia as she asked, "Why?" "Because I have a significant task to undertake," Vegeta replied. "Once it is accomplished, I can guide you then." Solia lowered her head, murmuring, "All right then." Vegeta tenderly stroked her forehead, encouraging her, "Do not lose heart, Solia. When I return, I will help you become even stronger. We will grow stronger together." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Solia's face once more as she playfully replied, "All right, I will wait for your return." Vegeta then turned towards Mr. Popo, saying, "Mr. Popo, I entrust you with Solia's training." Mr. Popo nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, I understand." Subsequently, Vegeta bid farewell to the three of them and soared towards Bunyan Mountain. "Oh, this place is truly difficult to find. Fortunately, I have the map from the new system gift package. Hiki, now you see my importance, don't you?" "Indeed. It's quite remarkable. I hope you continue to excel." At that moment, as Vegeta engaged in banter with the system, an elderly man clad in traditional attire caught his attention. The old man, carrying a basket, was making his way towards Bunyan Mountain. Vegeta's pupils widened. This old man looked increasingly familiar. Wait, isn't that Sun Wukong? How is he still alive? Wasn't he supposed to be crushed by Sun Wukong? Vegeta dismissed the thought. He was here to steal the Dragon Ball. He hastened his pace, racing forward. Inside Sun Wukong's modest abode, the sparkling 4-star Dragon Ball lay neatly atop the altar. With swift precision, Vegeta snatched it. Beep. 4-star ball detected. Would you like to store it in the system? Wow, how convenient. Yes, store it. Feeling a pang of guilt for his thievery, Vegeta cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one had witnessed his act before he made a hasty exit. Whoosh. Vegeta leapt into the air, covering 100 miles in an instant. Hee. Now I just wait for Bulma to come looking for me. As Vegeta indulged in thoughts of his anticipated reunion with Bulma, a commotion on the ground drew his attention. Several police cars sped past, pursuing a motorcycle ahead. "Don't run. Stop. If you don't, I'll fire." The motorcycle showed no signs of slowing down, its rider defiantly declaring, "Ha ha ha. You think you can catch me?" Vegeta watched the scene unfold, his gaze honing in on the motorcycle's driver. This audacious woman with golden hair was unmistakably the first Super Saiyan, Launchi. After being taunted by Launchi, the pursuing officers opened fire. In response, she hurled several grenades, obliterating the road ahead and sending debris flying. Achoo! Launchi sneezed, losing her balance and tumbling off the motorcycle, which careened uncontrollably towards a cliff. A blue-haired Launchi appeared. Bewildered and in pain, she began to sob uncontrollably. "It hurts. Where am I?" Vegeta descended gracefully, landing before Launchi, who remained oblivious to his presence. consumed by her distress. The police cars closed in, puzzled. Where did that person go? Their eyes landed on Vegeta and Lam-Z. The officers scrutinized Lam-Z, noting her resemblance to the robber. Vegeta sensed the tension and began to act. Officer, that person just drove off the cliff. I saw her jump. Oh, thank you. She didn't harm you or your girlfriend, did she? Girlfriend? Vegeta thought the officer was quite witty. He nervously pointed at Lam-Z, stammering, and no, she was just frightened. That's good. You all should leave quickly. We need to secure the area. Upon hearing this, Vegeta scooped up Lam-Z and dashed away. In truth, he had no need to feign concern. He merely wished to meet Lam-Z in a more ordinary manner. Firstly, this girl named Lam-Z was indeed intriguing, capable of transformation. Secondly, she was undeniably beautiful. Thirdly, I must reiterate the second point. As Lam-Z continued to weep in Vegeta's arms, her pain overwhelming her emotions, he finally distanced himself from the police's view and ceased his charade, soaring into the sky. He produced a Senzu bean, presenting it before Lam-Z. Open your mouth. Once you eat this, the pain will vanish. Obediently, Lam-Z began to chew, and within moments, all her pain dissipated. Her tears transformed into laughter. Her bright eyes fixating on Vegeta. She cared not for the nature of the sustenance. All she knew was that this man had saved her from her suffering. Thank you, she said gratefully. Seeing Lam-Z healed, Vegeta gently descended to the ground. Lam-Z's eyes widened in disbelief. Her curiosity piqued. W8, were we just flying in the sky? I can't be mistaken, right? Indeed, you are not mistaken. As her emotions settled, she introduced herself. Hello, thank you for saving me. My name is Lam-Z. It is a pleasure to meet you. She bowed deeply. Vegeta. Lam-Z blinked. Vegeta? What a rare name. But once again, thank you. No need for thanks, Lam-Z. But how did you end up here? Vegeta feigned ignorance. I don't know. Perhaps another version of me brought me here, she responded. Vegeta continued his act of feigned ignorance. Another you? What does that mean? Lam-Z then recounted the tale of her unique condition. I truly don't know where I am. I feel lost. I'm so glad to have met you. May I accompany you? Vegeta smiled slightly, eager for her company. Of course, Lam-Z. Beep. Lam-Z's affection level has increased to 40 points. Chapter 17. Dare to steal from me? Vegeta, where are we headed now? Lam-Z inquired. Just as she heard a low rumble emanate from Vegeta's stomach. Vegeta chuckled awkwardly. Shall we get something to eat? Lam-Z smiled. Sure. The two swiftly made their way into the city, seeking a restaurant to indulge in a grand feast. Good evening. What would you like to order? A blonde waitress politely greeted them. Vegeta's eyes scanned the delectable offerings on the menu, and his hunger signaled once more. All of these. Bring them all. After consuming countless Senzu beans over the past 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, his palate had grown accustomed to a different standard, and he had barely savored the last meal prepared by Bobo. The waitress was taken aback. Sir, you cannot be serious? Nearby patrons murmured. For this establishment was not known for its affordability. Look at him. He seems like a pauper. Can he truly afford this? That outfit suggests he's from the mountains. Could he be here to dine and dash? Despite the disparaging remarks, Vegeta paid them no mind. Dine and dash? What of it? With a battle power exceeding 3 million. What's wrong with treating myself? Sir, perhaps you might reconsider? The blonde waitress attempted to persuade him. At that moment, Lam-Z pulled a backpack from her Capsule Corp capsule. Clank. The heavy bag was filled to the brim with cash, and she smiled. Could you please bring us everything on the menu? Onlookers were left dumbfounded by the sight. Is that a whole bag of money? She must be a wealthy heiress. Could it be that the gentleman beside her is her sugar daddy? Whispers erupted around them. Vegeta smiled slightly, aware of the money's origins, ill-gotten gains. Are you both certain you want everything? You know it will go to waste if you can't finish it. Vegeta confirmed. Yes, all of it. Unbeknownst to him, this meal was Lam-Z's treat. So he graciously thanked her. Thank you, Lam-Z. She replied politely. I should be thanking you. Before long, dishes began to arrive. Vegeta commenced his personal showcase, devouring the food with astonishing speed. Within a minute, the table was cleared. Lam-Z merely sipped her soup, realizing that perhaps even a full spread would not suffice for Vegeta's insatiable appetite. Vegeta, slow down. No one is competing with you. I can't eat that much. With his mouth stuffed, Vegeta could only mumble, MMM. The blonde waitress finally understood that this patron was not jesting. The entire restaurant fell into stunned silence, as patrons shared a collective astonishment at his prodigious appetite. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered with the sound of a gunshot. An armored vehicle crashed through the restaurant's entrance, barricading the doorway. Bang! Bang! More gunfire erupted as a gang of robbers leaped from the vehicle. The leader bellowed, "Everyone, get down and cover your heads. This is a robbery." The patrons panicked, scurrying for safety. "Get down. I won't say it again." Instantly, the terrified customers complied, crouching low. Their eyes filled with dread as the atmosphere turned tense. The blonde waitress trembled at the front desk, hesitating to call for help. The robber leader noticed her and shouted, "You, come here. Put the phone down and don't call the police." He aimed his gun at her, gesturing for her to become a hostage. "Well, aren't you quite the looker? I heard 2 wealthy individuals are here. Where are they?" The waitress, intimidated by his aggressive demeanor, was at a loss for words. Realizing the danger, Lam-Z stood up, clutching the money bag tightly. The robbers, noticing her, smirked. One brutish thug leered, "Oh, another pretty face. Hand over the cash, darling." Meanwhile, Vegeta remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in his meal. As the robber approached Lam-Z, her hands fidgeted nervously. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed as she accidentally knocked over a pepper shaker. Achoo! Lam-Z, with her golden hair shimmering, sprang into action. The robber's greedy gaze fixated on the money bag, realizing her intent. "How dare you attempt to rob me?" she exclaimed, pulling out a gun from seemingly nowhere and began to fire wildly. The robber leader, sensing chaos, threatened the waitress, "Stay back. I'll kill her if you come closer." Yet, Lam-Z paid no heed, continuing her barrage. In an instant, the restaurant transformed into a battlefield, with cries of despair filling the air, while Vegeta remained unfazed. Savoring his meal, the robber leader shouted, "This woman is insane. Back to the armored vehicle. How dare you try to take my belongings? Stop right there." Just as Lam-Z sought to press her advantage, the armored vehicle began to whir and transform into a robot, its mechanical arms deflecting her bullets and seizing her mid-reload. "Let go of me, you scoundrel!" She struggled, defiance evident in her voice. Meanwhile, the blonde waitress, lacking Lam-Z's fortitude, was overwhelmed with fear, screaming, "Help me." Finally, the waitress's pent-up terror erupted in a scream. "Ding! Host, you seem overly focused on your meal. Look around at the chaos unfolding." Vegeta set down his last plate, rubbing his full belly as the system's voice echoed in his ears. He looked up to find the restaurant engulfed in a fierce gunfight. Lam-Z and the blonde waitress are being held hostage? What on earth is happening? The robber's eyes fell once more on the money bag. "Hey, you there stuffing your face. Hand over that bag, and maybe we'll let you go." "What do you mean? You think you can order me around?" Vegeta returned the bag to his Capsule Corp capsule. "This is not for you, but you certainly don't deserve to eat it." With a leap, he swung his fist lightly. The robber leader felt a chill. With just one punch, the robot exploded. As the debris settled, Vegeta swiftly scooped up both Lam-Z and the blonde waitress. Soon, the sound of police sirens filled the air. Lam-Z began to struggle in Vegeta's grasp, shouting angrily, "Hey, let me go. The cops are coming." Vegeta, well aware of her concerns, replied, "All right, enough with the shouting. Could you perhaps take a cue from our friend here and be a bit quieter? Stress leads to wrinkles." With a swift motion, he carried them both away, vanishing into the city. Chapter 18. "Taisi, what did you say?" "Humph. Do you believe I will take you down? Put me down at once." The golden-haired Lam-Z flailed her limbs in distress. This golden-haired version of Lam-Z was entirely different from her blue-haired counterpart. Indeed, the former was rather tempestuous. "Are you certain you want me to let you down?" "I cannot guarantee they haven't caught up," Vegeta remarked as he leapt into the sky. The two women had never encountered such a scene before. The raucous golden-haired Lam-Z instantly fell silent, while the taciturn golden-haired woman began to express her astonishment. "Wow, we are flying. Although today has been quite tumultuous, it can serve as material for my writing." What had caused this woman to suddenly become so animated? Vegeta descended upon a mountaintop, gently placing the two down. Suddenly, a swift kick was launched at Vegeta, but he effortlessly caught it with one hand. "Hey, I just saved you. Enough chatter. I simply find you irksome." With that, the golden-haired Lam-Z threw another punch, only to have her strikes restrained by Vegeta. A sense of foreboding washed over Lam-Z. "Disobedience will earn you a lesson," Vegeta warned, pulling her closer by the waist. With a series of swift slaps, he chastised her as one would a misbehaving child. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within the golden-haired Lam-Z, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "You scoundrel." Lam-Z gritted her teeth, yet was unable to break free. "This is what you get for disobedience," Vegeta muttered, his hand continuing its relentless motion. "Damn it, I will kill you." Yet, Vegeta became increasingly exhilarated by her cries, quickening his pace. The other golden-haired woman had been fixated on her companion, and after a moment, She exclaimed in surprise. Oh, no wonder this seems familiar. She's the infamous wanted thief. With that, she produced a pen and notebook, beginning to document her observations. What sparks might fly when a beautiful thief encounters a proud hero? The golden-haired woman murmured to herself, scribbling fervently while circling the two. Completely unfazed by her recent ordeal as a hostage, Vegeta stood in stunned silence at her bewildering behavior, allowing Lam-Z the opportunity to break free from his grasp. Damn it. I hope I never see you again. The golden-haired Lam-Z's face was flushed beyond recognition as she summoned a motorcycle from her capsule and vanished without a trace. Chase her. Host. How can you let this beauty slip away? Vegeta chose not to pursue, recalling Lam-Z's fierce words. He was confident they would cross paths again. He glanced at his hand, a sly smile creeping across his face. The feel is quite pleasant. Hey, she ran off. Aren't you going to chase her? The golden-haired woman looked utterly bewildered, seemingly unsatisfied. Vegeta replied sheepishly, no need to chase. We will meet again. His gaze shifted to her notebook as he began to circle her. Are you a writer? The golden-haired woman quickly hid her notebook behind her, attempting to cover it. I am the future great author, Taisi. Taisi? Is that not Bulma's sister? No wonder she's so stunning. Vegeta realized. Although Taisi was the daughter of the Capsule Corporation, she preferred to venture out and experience life in order to craft compelling stories. Oh, today's experiences should provide you with ample inspiration. Yes? Taisi beamed like a child, affirming, yes. Thank you for saving me today. Ding. Detected Taisi's favorability increased to 40. No need for thanks. It was a trivial matter. Since that is the case, I can offer you even more inspiration. Vegeta scooped Taisi up once more, and before she could react, they soared into the sky again. Wow, we are flying again. Humans can indeed soar freely like birds without external assistance. Vegeta accelerated, gliding through the heavens with Taisi in tow. Ding. Taisi's favorability won. Taisi. My name is Vegeta. If you seek inspiration, you may follow me. I will guide you to more. Taisi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Really? That sounds wonderful. I will follow you. With that, Vegeta increased his speed, reveling in the boundless sky. On a precipice, the golden-haired Lam-Z clenched her fists. That insufferable brat dared to smack my backside. Her thoughts drifted back to moments earlier, her exquisite features once again flushing with color. Humph, I shall make you pay. Ding, detected Lam-Z's favorability increased to 50. Vegeta? In the days that followed, Vegeta began to relish life. Throughout his time on Earth, most of his experiences had been devoted to training. He took Taisi on excursions, embracing the beauty of the world. Despite being the daughter of the Capsule Corporation, Taisi had little money due to her desire to experience life, relying entirely on Lam-Z's stash for their expenses. Tired of the city's clamor, he journeyed to Beauties Mountain, inhaling the fresh mountain air. He established a humble abode nearby. Having chosen Beauties Mountain because it was the site of the first encounter between Sun Wukong and Bulma in Dragon Ball, Vegeta surmised that this 4-star Dragon Ball was the closest to Bulma, aside from the one in her possession. Hence, to ensure a meeting with Bulma, he opted for Beauties Mountain. During this time, Vegeta had thoroughly investigated the area. He occasionally went fishing and checked on Taisi's writing. Ding, Taisi's favorability won. Ding. Taisi's favorability won. Ding. Taisi's favorability increased to 60 points. During this period, an equally significant realization dawned on him. The protagonist Sun Wukong had yet to make an appearance. Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wukong, continued to thrive on Beauties Mountain. Could it be that Sun Wukong perished alongside Vegeta's home planet? One day, Vegeta found himself amidst a group of tailless pterodactyls. He exuded an air of arrogance. Remember, you must perform well in your roles. The largest of the pterodactyls nodded vigorously, ingratiating himself. Fear not, Lord Vegeta. We shall put on an excellent performance. The leader of the pterodactyls dared not slacken his efforts, for this individual was notoriously ruthless. He had severed the tails of all the pterodactyls, turning them into a feast. Very well, I hope you do not disappoint me. The trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress may be cliché, yet it remains effective, a lesson Vegeta had gleaned from his previous encounters. Now, all was in place, save for the final piece. Chapter 19, The Place Where Dreams Begin. The first encounter with Bulma. The roar of motorcycles echoed through Beauties Mountain. A vibrant young girl skillfully navigated her motorcycle through the dense jungle. This girl was the 16-year-old Bulma. On this day, Vegeta had been waiting for quite some time. Perched high in a towering tree, Vegeta observed Bulma's every move. At last, my Bulma, you have arrived. Yes, it is nearly time. You shall soon be beneath my feet. Vegeta cupped his hands around his mouth, releasing a piercing whistle that reverberated through the forest. In an instant, massive silhouettes began to cast shadows upon the ground, their forms illuminated by the sunlight as they pursued the motorcycle ahead. Haha. Brothers, capture that human girl. We have food. The lead pterodactyl drooled, saliva dripping from its jaws. Bulma immediately twisted the throttle, accelerating with all her might, yet the monstrous creatures relentlessly pursued her. Ultimately, Bulma found herself encircled by the pterodactyls. Why aren't you running? The pterodactyl grinned wickedly, while Vegeta, observing from a distance, remarked with amusement, "Not bad. A commendable performance, I must say." As the pterodactyls drew nearer, Bulma's legs instinctively locked together, trembling with fear, her eyes wide with terror. Suddenly, a loud pop echoed, the sound of a capsule corp capsule being opened, revealing a rocket launcher in Bulma's hands. Quick as lightning, she pressed the launch button. Boom, boom, boom. Several pterodactyls fell in an instant. "Brothers, attack," commanded the leader, sweat beading on its forehead. "Damn it, I never expected this human girl to be so ruthless. If Lord Vegeta doesn't intervene soon, my brothers may not hold out much longer." This turn of events surprised even Vegeta. He had not anticipated Bulma's fierce response. Yet, recalling her ability to slap a god of destruction, he found it less shocking. After exhausting her supply of rockets, Bulma was left defenseless, curled up on the ground. "Help!" Her cry resonated through the air, reaching Vegeta's ears. "It is time to act." Vegeta leaped between the trees, creating a commotion before executing a graceful landing. "Release that girl." In a single bound, he delivered a flying kick to the forehead of a pterodactyl, sending it flying without a hint of mercy. Vegeta's gaze shifted to the remaining pterodactyls. The creature appeared hesitant, and Vegeta quickly grasped its intent, realizing he had not followed the prearranged plan of merely pretending to defeat them. Fearing the exposure of their scheme, Vegeta struck the pterodactyl's chin with a powerful technique, launching it skyward like a rocket. In a matter of moments, all the pterodactyls were dispatched. Vegeta turned away with nonchalance, revealing his handsome profile, illuminated by the setting sun, casting him in an imposing light. "Are you unharmed?" he inquired gently. Bulma, starry-eyed, found herself blushing, her pupils transforming into hearts. I'm fine." Beep. Detected. Bulma's affection level increased by 20. The dragon radar in Bulma's pocket began to beep incessantly. Elated, she pulled it out to check. The radar is responding. "Oh, it's nearby? How wonderful." Bulma waved the radar excitedly, and it pointed directly at Vegeta. "The Dragon Ball. It's with you." Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Vegeta retrieved the 4-star ball. "Is this what you mean?" Bulma, unable to contain her excitement, reached out eagerly. "Yes, that's it. Can you give it to me?" Vegeta raised the Dragon Ball high, feigning reluctance. "I spent a considerable amount of time acquiring this. I can't simply give it away." But in the next moment, a blinding light appeared unexpectedly as Bulma lifted her skirt. Vegeta's face flushed crimson, momentarily taken aback, yet remembering she was his beloved. He accepted the moment. Time seemed to freeze as a blonde woman appeared behind Vegeta. "Sister, what are you doing here?" "Vegeta, what are you two doing?" The voice of Tais pierced the air, jarring both Vegeta and Bulma. What was happening? How could there be someone else? Bulma frantically adjusted her skirt, glancing toward Vegeta's rear. The figure was none other than her sister, Tais. How mortifying to be caught by her sister in such an embarrassing situation. What to do? What to do? Surely, she wouldn't think me frivolous and tell our parents. Tais hurried toward them, and Vegeta stood frozen, having not anticipated her arrival. Bulma wished she could vanish into the ground, utterly humiliated. Her face flushed with embarrassment, her heart raced. What to do? Sister was approaching. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Bulma's mind. "I've got it." She grabbed Vegeta's arm with a smile. "Sister, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend." The unexpected revelation left both Vegeta and Tais in shock. Not bad, host." Vegeta's thoughts raced, pleasantly surprised by the sudden turn of events. Tais raised an eyebrow. "Boyfriend? Since when? When did you meet?" Bulma knew she couldn't reveal the truth, that they had only just met. Otherwise, her sister would surely overthink it. "We, have known each other for quite some time. About 2 months, I suppose." Bulma pinched Vegeta hard, signaling him to speak. Vegeta, realizing, stammered, Yes. We've known each other for ages." However, Tai saw through their clumsy act. After all, to her, Bulma would always be her little sister. Given that Vegeta had spent most of his time fishing at Bowsy Mountain, it was hard to believe they had known each other for long. Tai smiled knowingly. "All right, I understand." As night fell, A campfire flickered outside their resting place. Vegeta leaned against a tree, listening to the sisters reminisce. Bulma wove an imaginative tale of her and Vegeta's romantic exploits. Tais simply smiled, silent, for it was during that time that she had first crossed paths with Vegeta. However, when the topic of their purpose arose, both sisters spoke sincerely. I came out to find the Dragon Balls. Tais inquired, what are those? Bulma explained. It is said that gathering all 7 Dragon Balls summons the eternal dragon, who can grant a wish. I have already collected 2, and with Vegeta's, that makes 3. Tais was intrigued. This was excellent material for a story. Wishing for something. That sounds fascinating. I want to join. What wish do you have, sister? Bulma shouted excitedly. My wishes. But Vegeta's sudden coughing interrupted Bulma. In the original story, Bulma's wish was for a perfect boyfriend. Bulma's voice trailed off. Grateful for Vegeta's timely reminder. Otherwise, it would have been nearly revealed. However, this Vegeta possesses a certain charm and martial prowess, the only drawback being his slight stature, which makes the prospect of him as my boyfriend rather appealing. Ding. Detected an increase in Bulma's affection. I have yet to finalize my wish. Nevertheless, perhaps it will come to me in due course. Tais gazed at Vegeta, her tone laced with anticipation, for the journey ahead promised to be arduous. And Vegeta's abilities were not to be underestimated. Vegeta straightened his posture and declared, of course I will accompany you. After all, my girlfriend is here. Bulma's cheeks flushed, transforming her demeanor entirely from that of the daytime. Observing this, Vegeta took the initiative, grasping Bulma's hand and drawing her aside, pinning her against a tree. Utilizing his flight technique, he towered over Bulma, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue as he gazed down at her. I shall help you realize your wish. For you are my girlfriend. The moonlight cast a gentle glow upon Bulma's visage, illuminating her fair cheeks that now bore a rosy hue. In that moment, Bulma felt an enchanting illusion, as if her wish had already been fulfilled by Vegeta. Ding. Detected Bulma's affection level rising to 60, Chapter 20. Embarking on the quest for the Dragon Balls, extended chapter, on the summit of Baozi Mountain. Bulma and Tais were fully equipped and prepared for their journey. With a resounding thud, a motorcycle materialized at Bulma's command. She patted the rear seat and called out to Vegeta and Tais, Vegeta, sister, hop on. A sly grin crept onto Vegeta's lips, bemused by the antiquity of riding a motorcycle. Noticing their reluctance to board, Bulma inquired, what's the matter? There's enough room. It might be a bit cramped, though. Tais chuckled. Sister, I forgot to mention that Vegeta can fly. Fly. Bulma's face was a canvas of astonishment. Tais caught this reaction and seemed to sense that her little ruse might have been uncovered. Having known her boyfriend for so long, it was shocking that she was unaware of his ability to fly, while her sister was the one in the know, surely. Even a fool could see the absurdity of her situation. Vegeta interjected, well, I was trying to keep a low profile and wanted to meet you as a regular person. So it's understandable that you didn't know. He then extended his arms, commanding, come on, hold on tight. We're off. Bulma and Tais nestled into his embrace, securing him on either side. Whoosh. The trio soared into the sky. Is this the sensation of flying? It is exhilarating. Experiencing flight unaided for the first time filled Bulma with excitement. Impressive, isn't it, sister? This speed surpasses even the aircraft developed by my father. Vegeta cautioned, hold on tighter. We're about to accelerate. At his words, both women gripped him even more firmly. Vegeta suddenly felt enveloped by their soft forms. His cheeks flushed as an inexplicable warmth coursed through him. With a swift motion, a white stream cut across the sky, and Vegeta brought the two to a deserted island. Glancing at the dragon radar, he pointed towards a distant isle. The Dragon Ball is located on that small island to the south. I'm feeling a bit fatigued and can't carry you both any longer. Stay here and don't wander off. I'll be back shortly. The direction he indicated was where Master Roshi resided, and he intended to keep the two women far from the old man's lecherous gaze. Bulma produced a universal capsule, and a portable house sprang into existence. Sister, let us go inside quickly. The rest is up to Vegeta. Once they were safely inside, Vegeta turned and flew towards the city, searching diligently until he arrived at a shop selling magazines and discs. His superior vision spotted a section covered by a black plastic bag from a distance. How much for these? Vegeta asked as he unveiled the bag, revealing discs that defied description. I'll take these, and this one too. Yes, that one. Pack them all up for me. The shopkeeper chuckled, cautioning, young man, take care of your health. After paying, Vegeta set off for Master Roshi's abode. With such treasures in hand, he wondered if the old master could handle it. Would Master Roshi's reputation for longevity still hold? Vegeta flew at full speed. Minutes later, he arrived at Master Roshi's place, where the old man was indeed indulging in the very magazines Vegeta had acquired. Excuse me, is this Master Roshi? The master hastily concealed the magazine, a frown creasing his brow. How did you get here without me noticing? I am he. What brings you? Vegeta wasted no time and laid out the items he had just purchased. The old man, unable to contain himself, turned beet red, and blood gushed from his nose at the sight of the enticing goods. Controlled by his lower instincts, Master Roshi crawled towards the treasures, feeling rejuvenated, and exclaimed, "Wow! So many!" The old master was indeed as the rumors suggested. If you give me the accessory around your neck, all of this is yours. What do you say? At that moment, Master Roshi's mind was utterly consumed, and he promptly removed the Dragon Ball, offering it to Vegeta, his eyes glued to the floor. Take it. Vegeta accepted the Dragon Ball, remarking, "Take care of yourself, Master Roshi." He then employed his flight technique, heading back towards Bulma and the others. On the deserted island, amidst a chaotic thicket, a golden-haired girl with an exquisite face was covertly surveying her surroundings. Damn it, what is going on? I clearly saw that rascal fly here. Frustration boiled within her as she recalled Vegeta's previous actions. How dare he treat me like that? I must seize your Dragon Balls and wish for your demise. Little did she know, Vegeta had grown so powerful that even a wish for his death would be futile. As she vowed revenge, an ominous chill ran down her spine, and she sensed danger approaching. Turning around, she was confronted by an enormous mechanical arm lunging towards her. Startled, she bared her teeth and drew her weapon in defense. How dare you ambush me? Yet, the mechanical arm proved resilient, rendering her weapons ineffective. A familiar scenario unfolded as she found herself ensnared by the mechanical appendage. Let me go? Who is there? Show yourself. Amidst her cries, the full form of the mechanical arm was revealed, attached to a towering robot standing before the house. You too. Go fetch the Dragon Balls. The assailant was none other than the Pilaf gang. Doghead and Mai responded affirmatively. Yes. They manipulated the mechanical arm, beginning to dismantle the house Bulma had constructed. Inside, the two women remained oblivious as the arm grasped the house and shook it violently. Bulma screamed, "Ah, what is happening? Is there an earthquake?" Tais replied, "This doesn't feel like an earthquake." Amidst the tumult, they were ultimately jostled out, and the Dragon Balls scattered across the ground. Doghead exclaimed in shock, "Report to King Pilaf. It's the Dragon Balls." "Well done, Mai." "Ha ha ha, the Dragon Balls are ours." Mai glanced at the unconscious Bulma and Tais on the ground and asked, "What about those three? Capture them. Toss them into the sea to feed the fish." The mechanical arm began to thrash violently, appending the two unconscious women and dragging them towards the shore. "How dare you take me to feed the fish?" Launchie's furious cries roused the other two sisters, filling the deserted island with their wails. "Please. No. I don't want to be fish food." "Shut up. Can't you be quiet for a moment?" "Hey, Ryder. Where is that rascal?" "Vegeta. Why aren't you back yet?" "Right here. Asu, Mai. Drown them and feed them to the fish." "Yes, King Pilaf." Asu and Mai echoed, ready to command the mechanical arm into action. Whoosh. Several energy spheres cascaded down, and Vegeta's magnetic voice resonated like an oasis in the desert, soothing the trio. "Let them go." Descending slowly, he appeared as a deity. Asu's eyes widened in disbelief, his trembling voice barely audible. "King Pilaf. He is flying?" Xiao's eyelids trembled incessantly, her speech becoming increasingly incoherent. People. Do not be afraid. It's merely an illusion. Bring it on." Vegeta quickly discerned that this was the Pilaf trio, and his gaze swiftly shifted to Xiao. This woman, older than both him and Bulma, had somehow become Trunks' girlfriend, a situation Vegeta could not allow to transpire. With unexpected swiftness, Vegeta soared in front of the mechanical arm and delivered a punch that effortlessly dispatched all three adversaries. Subsequently, he forcefully tore the robot apart with his bare hands. This spectacle utterly terrified the Pilaf trio. Pilaf knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Hero, spare us. This is the Dragon Ball. It's all here. We'll return it. Begone. Do not let me see you again. Especially you." Vegeta pointed at Xiao, his frustration palpable. "Enough. I will send you on your way." Vegeta gathered his strength, launching himself at the battered robot, a shooting star ascending against the current, vanishing without a trace. Tais rushed towards Vegeta, calling out his name. Bulma's delicate sobs soon echoed. "Wah! Vegeta, you finally come." Bulma dashed forward, throwing herself into Vegeta's embrace, bursting into tears. Ding. Bulma's affection level rose to 80. Ding. Tai's affection level rose to 70. Blonde Lan-Chi sees the opportunity to slip away, hiding in the woods. Humph, I never expected to be saved again. Ding. Lan-Chi's affection level rose to 65. Stop crying. They have already fled. Let me show you something. Vegeta pulled out the 3-star Dragon Ball and placed it in Bulma's palm. It's the 3-star ball. We now possess 4 Dragon Balls. Vegeta wiped Bulma's tears and added, Is it just 4? Not quite. As Vegeta collected the Dragon Balls scattered on the ground, Bulma suddenly noticed an additional one. This one was the very same that Pilaf had held. Oh, when did we acquire 5? Tai's hurried forward to inspect. So, that means we only need 2 more to complete our collection. Vegeta, fully aware, thought to himself that the Dragon Balls were already his to claim. He knew the locations of the remaining 2. One resided in the village where Oolong was, and the other was in the possession of the Ox King. As night fell, the campfire was rekindled. Vegeta animatedly recounted the tale of the Monkey King causing chaos in the heavenly realm, leaving the deities powerless until the Jade Emperor declared, Quick, summon the Buddha. Indeed, the Buddha was a formidable presence, merely waving his hand to suppress the Monkey King beneath the 5-finger mountain. Bulma listened with eager anticipation. Is there more? What happened to Sun Wukong in the end? Tai's, equally enthralled, immersed in the story, urgently inquired. After the Monkey King was subdued, what became of his descendants? Noticing their keen interest, Vegeta continued narrating. Tang Xing and Sun Wukong passed through a place called Gaolao Wang. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the grass, and a figure emerged. With blonde Lan-Chi exclaiming, This Jubaiji is utterly despicable. A wisp of blue smoke wafted past blonde Lan-Chi's nose. Achoo! Blue-haired Lan-Chi appeared. Tai's, astonished, asked, Isn't this the lady from the other day? What is happening? Bulma widened her eyes, realizing that one sneeze had transformed her entirely. Vegeta. And this lady too, are you all here? Are we having a picnic? Lan-Chi's voice softened, contrasting sharply with her previous boisterousness. Observing the silence, Lan-Chi explained, Whenever I sneeze, another version of me appears. Another you? The blonde one just now? How astonishing. I must include this in my novel. Having witnessed such phenomena before. Vegeta was unfazed. As night deepened, Vegeta began to feel drowsy. Let us conclude today's story here. For what lies ahead, please await the next installment. Rest well, everyone. In the early hours of dawn, a loud click echoed as the bathroom door swung open and Bulma sleepily returned to her room. Unbeknownst to her, she was about to enter the wrong room. Due to Lan-Chi's presence, the house only had 2 rooms, and Vegeta had been assigned to the smaller one, Bulma's original room. As Vegeta slept soundly, he suddenly felt a chill. Bulma's cold leg lay draped over his foot. With her eyes closed, she mumbled in a daze, Sister, you need to shave your leg hair. Vegeta jolted awake, the fragrance of a young girl enveloping him. His heart raced as Bulma's fair face was mere inches from his. Her sweet breath was an intoxicating assault on his senses. Half asleep, Bulma murmured, Sister, hold me. I feel a bit cold. At that moment, Vegeta faced a daunting decision, to embrace or not to embrace. His heart raced faster, breaths quickening. Embrace or not? Why the hesitation, Vegeta? What is wrong with holding your own wife? Without further ado, Vegeta pulled Bulma close, and in the next heartbeat, he felt a soft warmth against his chest. Shocked, he buried his face into the covers. Bulma was completely unclothed. The atmosphere thickened until it was shattered by Vegeta's rising tail. Thankfully, he managed to restrain himself. Her trunks might have been born years earlier. That night, Vegeta remained restless. How did I end up here? Where is my sister? Bulma's shrill exclamation pierced the silence. Vegeta? No way. She began to frantically search, eventually concluding, We didn't do anything, did we? Dressing hurriedly, Bulma dashed out of the room, her eyes widening at the sight before her, a magnificent breakfast laid out, with Vegeta serving himself the last oversized portion. Vegeta glanced back with a smile. Oh, you're awake. Come have breakfast. Bulma's mind raced. Could it be that nothing happened at all? Just then, Lan-Chi and Tai's emerged from their respective rooms. Sister, where did you go last night? Oh well, this breakfast is so lavish. Oh, I see. Sister must have risen early to prepare breakfast. Bulma glanced at Vegeta, who was devouring his meal, awkwardly replying to Tai's. Yes. Ding. Bulma's affection level rose to 85. Alright, next, let us search for the 6-star ball. The quartet, 1 man and 3 women, embarked on their quest for the 6-star ball. This time, Vegeta chose not to fly directly. After all, it was cumbersome to carry 3 women. Would he have Lan-Chi ride on his back? That wouldn't he be very dignified? After careful consideration, Vegeta decided to let the three women ride a motorcycle while he led the way on foot. Soon, they arrived at a village. Is anyone home? Bulma knocked on a door, but no response came. Strange, why is this village so deserted? She wondered aloud. Hey, is anyone there? Bulma shouted with increasing urgency. Ties mused over the eerily quiet surroundings, shivering as a cold wind swept through. Why is it so eerie here? Could there be something sinister lurking? Bulma chuckled lightly. What are we afraid of? No matter what filth is present, we have Vegeta with us. He can make anything tremble in fear. Right, Vegeta? Launch chimed in. Exactly. No demon or monster can escape from Vegeta. With a battle power of 3 million, dealing with such trivial matters is indeed overkill, yet Vegeta's true intentions lie not in the task at hand, but rather in Bulma. Naturally, it's a mere flick of my finger, he declared. Suddenly, the door that Bulma had just knocked on swung open, revealing a head peering out. Is what you just said true? Can you really handle any monster? Bulma stepped forward, linking her arm with Vegeta's, and pushed him toward the door. Oh yes. With him around, no monster stands a chance. The local man appeared skeptical, beginning to question, is that really true? We country folks don't have much education. Don't deceive me. Bulma reassured him. Don't worry. Leave it to us. Vegeta, show him. Vegeta sighed, pondering the absurdity of using his immense power for such a trivial task. However, as Bulma's husband, he could not let her down. He swiftly ascended into the sky. What technique should I use? I'll just unleash a ki blast. With his hands together, fingers forming a triangle, he shouted, Ha! A brilliant flash erupted, blinding everyone as a scar was etched into the earth. The local man's jaw dropped in disbelief. This is a divine being. Even the gods would be overshadowed. Completely awed by Vegeta's display of power, the local man shouted, Everyone, come out quickly. You've seen this, right? Our village girls are saved. Before long, the four were surrounded by villagers. Wonderful. My daughter won't be taken by the evil monster Oolong, cheered the local man, cradling his daughter. Beep, beep, beep. The dragon radar emitted an alarm, signaling the proximity of the Dragon Balls. Bulma produced one and inquired, Has anyone seen a ball like this? An elderly voice emerged from the crowd. I've seen one. I possess a Dragon Ball. An old woman, leaning on her cane, made her way through the crowd. Bulma beamed. Dear lady, if we help you eliminate the monster, could you give us that ball? The woman nodded eagerly, as long as you can defeat the monster. Take whatever you wish. The three women jumped with excitement, their hopes resting on Vegeta. He gestured an okay sign, already formulating a plan. The next day at noon, Vegeta had been waiting for quite some time, his eyes scanning the surroundings, vigilant to any movement. In the distance, a small pig came into view. Vegeta was not Goku. In a flash, he sprinted to Oolong's side before the pig could transform. Before Oolong could react, Vegeta seized him by his collar. Who are you? Oolong stammered. My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that your life is now in my hands. As he spoke, Vegeta charged a ki blast, obliterating a nearby hill. Oolong had never witnessed such power. Fear gripped him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Almighty warrior, spare me. What wrong have I done? Vegeta's lips curled into a sinister smile. Oolong, despite his modest abilities, had been preying on young girls, a rather perverse inclination. Release all those girls you've taken, and I'll spare your life. With that, Vegeta dragged Oolong before the villagers. The village erupted in murmurs. Is this the evil Oolong? How can it be such a small pig? Bulma tugged at Oolong's ear. So, it was you who kidnapped these girls. Tais took out her notebook, documenting the details of the shape-shifting pig who abducted human girls, noticing a curious similarity to Vegeta's story. Indeed, art is derived from life. Launch knelt down, observing Oolong. This little pig is rather adorable. Oolong's face flushed red at the comment. His motive for capturing girls was merely a desire for a gentle companion. Vegeta glared menacingly at Oolong, who promptly became submissive. Under Vegeta's coercion, Oolong divulged everything, including the details of his 5-minute transformation ability. I have never harmed the village girls. They are all safe in my castle. I will take you to them. Thus, the villagers hurriedly followed Oolong to his castle, where the girls were treated well and appeared content. Ultimately, Bulma obtained the Dragon Ball from the old woman. As for Oolong, Vegeta did not permit the lecherous pig to accompany them. In the original story, he had wished for a pair of panties. And to prevent such a wish from being wasted, Vegeta simply ordered him to leave. He pointed Oolong toward Master Roshi's place, deeming it a more suitable environment for him, mentioning that many gentle girls resided there. As for whether Master Roshi would impose any unreasonable demands upon learning of Oolong's transformation ability remained uncertain. The four continued along the country road, sensing an unusual temperature as they approached their final destination, Fire Mountain. Bulma checked the radar for the Dragon Ball S location. Pointing ahead, "The last Dragon Ball is right here," Tais exclaimed with excitement. "Excellent. We're about to obtain the Dragon Ball. Have you thought about your wish yet, sis?" This question left Bulma flustered, her cheeks flushing as she glanced at Vegeta. Observing Bulma's indecision, Vegeta felt a glimmer of hope. "Take your time to think. I will retrieve the last Dragon Ball." With that, he accelerated his flight toward Fire Mountain. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air. A young girl cosplaying as Bulma captured Vegeta's attention. He recognized her instantly as Chi-Chi, the daughter of the Ox King. A dinosaur was pursuing her relentlessly, its thunderous footsteps urging her to flee. But a moment later, her frantic escape ceased as the thunderous noise behind her vanished. Chi-Chi turned to see a tall, imposing figure effortlessly restraining the dinosaur. Gurgle, Vegeta's stomach growled in hunger. "Perfect timing, apologies, Mr. Dinosaur." He produced a kitchen knife from seemingly nowhere, deftly wielding it. Within a minute, the dinosaur was reduced to mere bones. With a swift motion, Vegeta set up a pot and grill, preparing the dinosaur meat. The aroma of cooking meat soon wafted through the air. "Wow, that smells heavenly," Chi-Chi exclaimed, rushing to Vegeta's side and bowing deeply in gratitude. Little Chi-Chi shyly said, "Thank you, big brother." Vegeta, while stirring the soup in the pot, replied, "No need for thanks. I happened to pass by and was merely hungry. Besides, this dinosaur should be a trivial matter for someone of your caliber. Do not underestimate yourself." Vegeta distinctly recalled that in the original story, this dinosaur was effortlessly slain by Chi-Chi's 7-point ray. "Well, I'm just a weak girl. How could I possibly handle such a big dinosaur?" Vegeta was perplexed. How could this adorable little Chi-Chi have transformed into a fiery woman who even intimidates Sun Wukong? Could it be that life's hardships had drastically altered her disposition? With her family's decline, had the treasures of the Bull Demon King not been destroyed, perhaps Chi-Chi would have been a wealthy young lady, rather than a toiling peasant girl. In light of this, let me change all of that, for I must also retrieve the Dragon Balls. Vegeta stood up and looked at little Chi-Chi. "It seems you were quite interested in my meat soup?" Little Chi-Chi stood on her tiptoes, occasionally jumping up to peek into the pot. "Hee, big brother. Your knife skills are truly remarkable. I wonder if your culinary skills are just as impressive." Vegeta gently patted little Chi-Chi's head. "You wait here. My friends are just behind me. When they arrive, you can call them over. They are 3 beautiful older sisters. I will be back shortly." Upon hearing this, little Chi-Chi immediately stood at attention. "Rest assured, it's all on me." Whoosh. Before little Chi-Chi could react, Vegeta vanished without a trace. Did Big Brother just fly away? Oh no, I forgot to introduce myself. And what about Big Brother's name? Oh, wait, I can ask his friends later. Vegeta sped away, his bangs blown upright by the wind. It is quite ironic that Vegeta took the place of Sun Wukong in this encounter with Chi-Chi. Was it possible that Sun Wukong had truly not come to Earth? Had he vanished along with Planet Vegeta? This person is truly spiteful. He desires Sun Wukong to suffer, yet remains concerned. In under a minute, Vegeta spotted the Bull Demon King's castle engulfed in flames, accompanied by the demon's cries of despair. "Oh no, my gold and silver treasures. Who will help me put out the fire?" Vegeta hovered in the air, observing the scene. He noted that the fire was not particularly fierce, and the room filled with gleaming treasures still radiated a dazzling light. Vegeta flew down beside the Bull Demon King. "Give me your hand." The Bull Demon King halted his wailing. "You, who are you? When did you arrive? No time for chatter. If you wish to save your castle and treasures, hand over your hand." Without hesitation, the Bull Demon King extended his hand to Vegeta. To his astonishment, Vegeta lifted the demon's 4-meter-tall frame with a single hand. Setting the Bull Demon King aside, Vegeta swiftly ascended a small hill and demonstrated true might. He carried the hill above the castle and gently released it. Just as it was about to crash down, a beam of energy erupted, shattering the hill into a flurry of soil particles. These particles rained down like a torrential downpour, engulfing the castle and effectively cutting off the oxygen supply. The flames gradually diminished until only wisps of smoke remained. Vegeta undertook this action out of fear that a direct energy blast might inadvertently obliterate the Bull Demon King's treasures. "This is wonderful. Thank you, my benefactor. My treasures are saved. May I ask your name?" Vegeta landed beside the Bull Demon King. Vegeta, the Bull Demon King, overwhelmed with gratitude, grasped Vegeta's hand. I cannot thank you enough. Let me think of a way to repay you. After a moment's reflection, the Bull Demon King exclaimed, how about I give you half of my treasures? Vegeta shook his head. Wealth was not his desire, for soon he would become the son-in-law of the world's richest man. What I want is... The Bull Demon King interrupted Vegeta. I see you are also a martial artist. To be honest, I too am a practitioner. My master is the strongest in the world, Master Roshi. Vegeta was well aware of this. He responded dismissively, that lecherous old man? The sudden appearance of such a powerful individual, who also knew Master Roshi, made the Bull Demon King jump to the conclusion that Vegeta was also a disciple of the old master. So that's why Vegeta is so strong. Is it because of your training under Master Roshi? Though he is a bit of a lek. The Bull Demon King began reminiscing, but Vegeta paid little heed, merely pondering the peculiarity of the demon's thought process. In that case, junior brother, you refuse my treasures, so I cannot think of how to repay you. How about this? Given your age is similar to my daughter's, I will betroth her to you when she grows up. What say you? Is this what you call a similar age? She is a full 5 years younger. Ding. Detected Chi-Chi's affinity level has risen to 60. Vegeta's body jolted. What was this system notification? Hey, system, are you mistaken? No mistake. Host, please look behind you. Vegeta turned to see Bulma and the others, along with Chi-Chi, witnessing everything that had just transpired. Little Chi-Chi's face was aglow, her small hands fidgeting with excitement. Big brother Vegeta is so gentle and generous, exuding a sense of security. He even helped my father extinguish the fire and saved our castle. He is my true destiny. Little Chi-Chi's gaze kept darting towards Vegeta, clearly smitten. At that moment, Taiz and Bulma, along with Lanchi, were left speechless. They could hardly believe the Bull Demon King had spoken such words. Bulma glared at Vegeta and admonished, Hey, Vegeta, Chi-Chi is still just a child. The Bull Demon King immediately responded with a fierce demeanor befitting a villain. What of it? When I have made a decision, it is final. So what if she is a child? Some even arrange marriages before birth. Just think, in a few years, when Chi-Chi matures, will my daughter's beauty not be a worthy match for my junior brother? With that, the Bull Demon King stomped, causing the surrounding area to tremble, and shot Bulma a menacing glare. Bulma, frightened, fell silent, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Her gaze began to drift towards Vegeta. Say something, Vegeta. At that moment, Bulma's feelings were laid bare, and Taiz and Lanchi were keenly aware of it, eagerly anticipating Vegeta's response. Under their watchful eyes, Vegeta made his declaration. I apologize, Bull Demon King, but this matter is rather absurd. Moreover, I already have someone I cherish. My purpose here is to obtain the Dragon Ball you possess. The fire has been extinguished. I kindly ask you to lend me that Dragon Ball. Ding. Detected Bulma's affinity level has risen to 90. Ding. Detected Tai's affinity level has risen to 85. Ding. Detected Lanchi's affinity level has risen to 80. Vegeta flashed a smile at Bulma, and her tears transformed into a radiant smile, clearly pleased with his response. Not just her, but Taiz and Lanchi were equally delighted, seeing Vegeta's resolute attitude. The Bull Demon King ceased his insistence. Given our shared master and your efforts in extinguishing the fire to save my treasures, you may take the Dragon Ball. Vegeta accepted the Dragon Ball. Thank you. With that, Vegeta swiftly departed with the group. As he gazed at the receding figure of Vegeta, the Ox King lamented, what a pity. It seems that the young ladies surrounding Vegeta seem quite taken with him. Little Chi-Chi tugged at the hem of the Ox King's garment. Her brow furrowed with concern as she inquired, Father, has brother Vegeta rejected me? The Ox King cradled little Chi-Chi in his arms, chuckling as he replied, Chi-Chi, you are my daughter, the daughter of the Ox King. If there is something I desire, I shall simply seize it. Likewise, my dear Chi-Chi. You too may take what you wish. Instantly, little Chi-Chi's face lit up with joy. Father, I understand. I will do my best. But please, do not continue to plunder. Look, this time we have faced divine retribution. The Ox King laughed heartily. Very well. I shall heed Chi-Chi's words. Chapter 21. The height gifted by my wife at last, the final Dragon Ball was collected by the four of them. After distancing themselves from Flame Mountain, Bulma's spirits began to lift. Vegeta walked ahead, leading the three women. Bulma couldn't help but steal glances at him. His previous words and resolute demeanor left her in a state of turmoil. What's wrong, sister? Still pondering over earlier events? Taiz observed Bulma's troubled expression, quickly discerning her inner thoughts. And no, it's nothing, sister, Bulma stammered. Taiz teased. It seems my little sister has been enchanted. All right, stop thinking about it. The Dragon Balls have been gathered. It's time to make a wish. Lam-Z added eagerly, as she too was excited to witness this extraordinary moment. Yes, Bulma. Summon the Eternal Dragon. Vegeta halted, turning to face Bulma. Here will do. It's spacious enough for summoning the dragon. Bulma hesitated, gazing into Vegeta's eyes. Doubts about her original wish began to creep in. She recalled the remarkable events of the past few days, being attacked by the Wyverns, their first encounter when he saved her, and the serendipitous presence of the Dragon Balls with him. The awkward moment when Tai stumbled upon them, leading to her becoming his girlfriend. Throughout the journey, Vegeta helped her seek the Dragon Balls without a hint of complaint, even rescuing her from the clutches of the Pilaf gang. It seemed he was always attuned to her feelings. Yet, all of this stemmed from her casual eye to Tai's. How considerate and gentle this man was. Appearing rough yet possessing a delicate nature. When the Ox King made his unreasonable demands, Bulma's emotions were genuine, marking a turning point where she realized her growing affection for Vegeta. His polite rejection of the Ox King's proposal, accompanied by a smile directed at her, felt like an unspoken declaration that she was his true interest. It dawned on her that perhaps their meeting was destined, a divine arrangement, and that this boy was the prince she had always dreamed of. She discovered that she had fallen for him, a powerful and caring boy. Bulma smiled radiantly. All right, I understand. She placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, which immediately began to shimmer with brilliant light. Come forth, Eternal Dragon, as Bulma called. Bolts of lightning erupted from the crystalline orbs. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, shrouding the sky. Thunder and lightning filled the air before the clouds parted, revealing a magnificent azure dragon spiraling in the heavens. Is this the Eternal Dragon? How majestic! Bulma gasped in awe. After a moment of surprise, Tai's quickly retrieved a sketchbook to capture the dragon's grandeur. Lam-Z gazed at the impressive creature, her eyes wide with astonishment. Vegeta, witnessing the dragon for the first time, remained unfazed, his focus solely on Bulma. What wish would she make? Having spent these days together, Vegeta sensed Bulma's feelings for him had deepened, with their rapport reaching a remarkable 90 points, just a thin veil separating them. He initially thought Bulma might forego her wish, allowing him to seize an opportunity. But she still harbored a desire to wish. The Eternal Dragon's voice resonated with age and authority. State your wish, any wish I can fulfill. In the next moment, the atmosphere became charged with anticipation. Bulma closed her eyes, placing her hands at her heart. In her mind, a vision of a dashing prince on a white horse materialized. As she opened her eyes, she leaned closer to the dragon. Eternal Dragon, could you come a bit closer? Oh, and by the way, this isn't a wish, she said mysteriously, igniting the group's curiosity, particularly Vegeta's. The Eternal Dragon lowered its head, and Bulma whispered into its ear. Understood. Your wish shall be granted. The dragon's crimson eyes gleamed, signifying the fulfillment of her wish. Its form dissolved into 7 beams of light, scattering throughout the world. Is that it? Not only Vegeta but also Tai's and Lam-Z were taken aback. What wish had Bulma made? They hurried to Bulma, pressing for answers. But she merely uttered the word secret before hastily departing. Tai's and Lam-Z, their curiosity piqued, chased after her. Observing their retreating figures, Vegeta sighed. Ah, the mind of a woman is truly inscrutable. Ding. Miracle energy detected within the host. Vegeta's body quivered as a mysterious light enveloped him. System, what is happening? Host. I suspect Bulma's wish using the Dragon Balls pertains to you. Ding. Bulma's affection level has reached 100. 100 affection points. How sudden. Just as Vegeta was astonished, his body began to transform silently. His muscles became more defined, his features more handsome, and most significantly, his height increased. A sound of hoofbeats echoed as Vegeta appeared in a white robe, crowned and mounted on a white horse. He was the very embodiment of a prince. At that moment, Vegeta realized what Bulma had wished for, to have him become the prince of her dreams. After their time together, he had nearly embodied the ideal image of a prince in her heart, with only his height previously falling short. Now, at a height of 1.8 meters, he epitomized the perfect prince, Vegeta plus. Vegeta smiled contentedly. This height was a gift from his beloved wife. Ding. Would you like to bond with Bulma as a cherished partner? What cherished partner? She's my wife. Yes. Receiving command, system upgrading. Reward, 2 vials of S-Cell serum. Each vial increases S-Cell concentration by 30. Achieve a combat power of 3,100,000 S-Cell concentration to transform into a Super Saiyan. Gain 100 wisdom points. Unlock new feature. Random tasks for rewards. Unlock new feature. Emotional harvest. Collect emotional points from others. New features? What does this second one entail? Host. This feature allows you to gather others' feelings towards you, such as shock, admiration, envy, affection, or even hatred, to provide emotional points. Emotional points can be converted into wisdom points, which can then be transformed into attribute points. The system's capabilities are indeed formidable. Vegeta gave a thumbs up to the system. Impressive indeed. It seems I must strategize for the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. As Vegeta silently devised his plans, the voice of the system echoed once more. The first new feature: should the tasks issued by the system remain unfulfilled, it will result in a catastrophic demise. Only then may the system sever its bond in search of a more robust host. Vegeta stood frozen in place, the system's proclamation striking him like the dire predicament of lacking toilet paper. Curse system! You treacherous fiend! I concede. Yet, the voice of the system fell silent thereafter. Chapter 22. The motorcycle ride. A girl, blossoming with youthful affection, piloted the motorcycle, her flushed cheeks frequently glancing at the rearview mirror. Where could he be? Taisi. Discerning Bulma's anxious thoughts, grew increasingly worried. Such reckless driving was perilous. Indeed, the next moment revealed a massive stone directly in the motorcycle's path. Taisi furrowed her brow, anticipating imminent disaster. Sister, hurry and stop. As the saying goes, a woman in love often becomes oblivious, and even the exceptionally intelligent Bulma was no exception. She pressed the brakes with all her might, but the motorcycle's inertia was insurmountable, and a collision with the stone was unavoidable. Ah! The three girls screamed in unison. Just as the motorcycle seemed destined to topple, a tall, handsome man appeared before them, stabilizing the motorcycle effortlessly with a mere finger. Ding! Gained admiration 0. 0-1. Bulma, gained respect 0. 0-1. Lan-Chi, gained affection 0. 0-1. Taisi, Vegeta's transformed visage evoked both familiarity and strangeness in the trio. In Bulma's eyes, he radiated an allure that made him the embodiment of her princely dreams. Are you all right? Vegeta inquired with genuine concern. Bulma, her cheeks aflame, dared not meet his gaze. No, we're fine, she stammered. You must concentrate while driving and avoid wandering thoughts. Bulma nodded slightly. Lan-Chi suddenly observed that the man appeared somewhat different, exclaiming in surprise, "V. Vegeta, how did you grow so tall all of a sudden?" This question momentarily stumped Vegeta. He had not anticipated Bulma would make such a wish. If it were up to him, he would never wish for an instantaneous growth spurt to a height of 6 feet. He would prefer to achieve that over 2.5 years. The best course of action now was to feign ignorance. Huh, what are you talking about, Lan-Chi? Vegeta said, shifting the topic as he gazed at the dimming sky. It's getting late. Shall we continue our journey tomorrow? With the mention of wishes and growth spurts, the astute Taisi had pieced together the situation. To spare Vegeta any embarrassment, she quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. It will soon be dark. We should rest for the night. How does everyone feel about that? Vegeta silently praised Taisi for her thoughtfulness. Taisi promptly produced a universal capsule, and a convenient dwelling was swiftly erected. Nightfall enveloped them. The four gathered around the campfire as Vegeta began his tale. He recounted the plight of a boy oppressed by his kin, scorned by all, even by his father. This boy was once the hope of his clan, yet for reasons unknown, his strength stagnated, earning him the title of the worthless prince. Ultimately, unable to endure such an existence, he fled with his only friend to embark on a journey of self-discovery. The story Vegeta told was, in fact, a rendition of his own tale, cleverly modified to omit any mention of the system. Taisi rested her chin on her hands, intrigued. What happened next? Is there a twist? Having grown accustomed to Vegeta's new persona, Bulma tugged at his sleeve, urging, "Come on, Vegeta. I want to know too." Lan-Chi, filled with anticipation, chimed in, Yes. Please continue." With no choice but to proceed, Vegeta elaborated. Later, the boy and his friend arrived at a beautiful planet, where he discovered that his strength was no longer stagnant. Eventually, he encountered a girl with dual personalities, a novelist and a maiden, embarking on a quest to find the Dragon Balls. At that moment, the three girls exchanged knowing glances. Bulma pointed at herself. "Isn't this about us?" Taisi exclaimed, "Is this your experience, Vegeta?" Lan-Chi, astonished, asked, "Aren't you from Earth? Are you one of those Cybertronians?" "Oh, that explains why you have a tail." Vegeta corrected her, "Scion. As you've heard, I am indeed the boy in the story. Since we've become so familiar, I see no reason to conceal the truth any longer." Bulma consoled him, "Vegeta, your past was truly tragic. Living out here in the wilderness. You're fortunate to have met us. You won't have to wander anymore." Taking advantage of the moment, Vegeta inquired, "Really? Can I stay at your home?" Bulma and Tai Si nodded in unison, proclaiming, "Of course. Lan-Chi can come too." Vegeta smiled knowingly, his plan to integrate into their lives succeeding. "I heard from Tai Si that your father is a scientist. Can he create anything? Is that true?" This was Vegeta's true intention, besides seeking refuge. Training was his top priority. Bulma patted her chest proudly. "Absolutely. My father is the greatest scientist in the world. The World Martial Arts Tournament is approaching, and I wish to participate. There will be many strong individuals, and I need a place to train. I wonder if the doctor could build me a gravity chamber?" Given Vegeta's strength, he could already dominate on Earth. The World Martial Arts Tournament was of little concern to him. All he desired was that gravity chamber. Tai Si placed a finger on her head, perplexed. "A gravity chamber? What is that?" "It should be a room that can alter gravity. No worries, if it's Dad. It won't be a problem. Besides, I'm here to help." Vegeta nodded in appreciation, feeling more assured. In the original tale, Dr. Briefs constructed a gravity chamber in just 7 days. This genius scientist was indeed deserving of his title. The following day, the four set off towards West City. The motorcycle was painfully slow, and with Vegeta eager to train, a comical scene ensued. The 3 girls clung tightly to him. This was Vegeta's first time carrying 3 passengers, and he felt somewhat awkward. "Hold on tight. I'll go even faster this time." Upon hearing this, the girls clutched him even more firmly. Whoosh! The wind whipped through Bulma's hair. "With Vegeta as our mode of transport, we don't even need to take a plane, right, sister?" At that moment, Bulma's delicate hands were entwined around Vegeta's neck. As she spoke, a sweet fragrance enveloped him. Her softness brushed against his chest, causing Vegeta's face to redden. "Don't move around, Bulma." A warmth surged within him, prompting an unexpected increase in speed. Suddenly, Vegeta felt his body weaken, and the 4 began to plummet. The girls' screams echoed in succession. What's happening?" "No. Vegeta grasped the situation as he glanced down at his waist. Tai Si, let go of my tail." At his words, Tai Si hurriedly released her grip, allowing Vegeta to regain his composure. It seemed that his tail, a vulnerability, would require special training. As Vegeta pondered, he suddenly felt a warmth. Lan-Chi innocently asked, "Wait, if Tai Si is holding your tail, then what am I holding?" She tugged playfully. Tai Si's face instantly flushed crimson as she screamed, Lan-Chi, let go." This commotion piqued Bulma's curiosity, prompting her to look down. Vegeta's chest felt aflame, his face turning beet red. Lan-Chi inquired with curiosity, "Has the tail risen?" Above the sky, an unidentified flying object began to sway precariously. A few minutes later, the group finally arrived in the Western capital. Chapter 23. Participation in the world's greatest martial arts tournament in the courtyard of the Capsule Corporation in West City. Vegeta descended slowly with 3 companions. Although merely a few minutes had passed, it felt to Vegeta as if several years had elapsed. My 2 young ladies have returned," exclaimed Mrs. Briefs, her eyes narrowing with delight upon their arrival. "Oh, and 2 guests as well, a lovely young lady and a handsome young man." Tai, having wandered for long periods, seldom returned home, hence Mrs. Briefs was particularly elated. "Mom, I'm back," Tai exclaimed, enveloping Mrs. Briefs in a warm embrace. Bulma pouted, muttering, "Hey, there is still another daughter here." This harmonious scene left Vegeta, who had never experienced familial affection, somewhat taken aback. Mrs. Briefs soon noticed him. "And who might this charming young man be?" she inquired, stepping closer to inspect Vegeta. Quite the robust young lad," she remarked approvingly, then turned her gaze toward Bulma and Tai. "Is he one of your boyfriends?" Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson, and in an instant, Mrs. Briefs understood. As Vegeta was to be Bulma's future father-in-law, it was imperative to make a favorable impression. With a gentlemanly bow, Vegeta introduced himself. "Good day, Mrs. Briefs. I am Vegeta, a friend of Bulma and Tai. This is Launch, also a friend of ours." Mrs. Briefs regarded Bulma and remarked, "This young man is rather polite. I quite like him." Bulma's face turned even redder as she turned away shyly. Mrs. Briefs then approached Launch, showering her with warmth, leaving Launch momentarily at a loss for words. Achoo! A sudden sneeze broke the moment, causing Vegeta to feel a sense of foreboding. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Launch, but it was merely a false alarm. Vegeta sighed in relief as Launch remained unchanged, her hair not turning blonde. In the distance, an elderly man clad in a white lab coat and spectacles made his way into the courtyard. His hair was graying, possibly from overexertion of his intellect. This was Dr. Briefs, the source of the sneeze. Back already? He asked, and Bulma and Tai rushed to surround him. Yes, Dad, we're back, Tai replied, pulling Vegeta alongside her. Dad, this is my friend Vegeta. He has a request for you. Dr. Briefs scrutinized the handsome young man before him, but Bulma interrupted his thoughts. Dad, this is our friend. He wishes for you to construct a gravity training chamber. The concept is. As Vegeta remained silent, Bulma elaborated on the specifications for the gravity chamber. Listening to Bulma, Dr. Briefs pondered while lighting a cigarette. This gravity training chamber is feasible, though it may require some time for conceptualization. At this, Vegeta smiled with delight, realizing that Dr. Briefs was indeed one of the foremost scientists in the Dragon Ball universe. Thank you, Dr. Briefs, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement. This is wonderful. Thank you, Dad. Dr. Briefs glanced at Bulma, noting her unusual demeanor today. She typically did not ask for his help, even during her quest for Dragon Balls. However, today, she seemed transformed by the presence of a man. Dr. Briefs chuckled, fully understanding Bulma's intentions. In that case, Bulma, why not assist me? It would enhance your practical skills. Bulma nodded resolutely, her determination unwavering. I will do my utmost to assist you, Dad. After all, this was what Vegeta desired. A month later, thanks to the efforts of Dr. Briefs and Bulma, the gravity chamber was completed. Since it was constructed from scratch rather than modifying a spaceship as in the original story, it took a considerable amount of time. Thus, Vegeta commenced his journey of gravity training. As he had never previously entered a gravity chamber, he was still within the novice phase. Vegeta engaged in rigorous training, reveling in the process. Although the Dragon Ball storyline had only just begun, Earth was currently thriving. However, the narrative would soon undergo tumultuous changes, with formidable adversaries such as Frieza, the androids, and Majin Buu on the horizon, ascending to higher levels of power. Therefore, Vegeta remained vigilant. Ding! The world's greatest martial arts tournament is about to commence. Vegeta paused his training, rising to his feet in contemplation. The tournament would provide an opportunity to showcase his prowess, garner audience acclaim, and exploit the situation to his advantage. Are you going to participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament? Bulma asked, astonished. Vegeta nodded slightly. Yes. Then let us all cheer for you, Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable. If you win the championship, you will be the greatest in the world. Tai stood up in enthusiasm, thrilled at the prospect of the tournament, which would also serve as material for her novel. In that case, I shall join you all. Launch cheered. Consequently, the group drove to the tournament registration venue. In the Divine Realm, Saraya gazed into the distance. The world's greatest martial arts tournament? Vegeta mentioned he would participate. I should go see it. Having not seen Vegeta for several months, Saraya felt a surge of excitement. With a leap from the Divine Palace, she soared toward the mortal realm. At the Crane School, under the rising sun, a slender girl embodying Eastern beauty stood atop a cliff. Yulin gazed at the sky, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I will attend the tournament Vegeta spoke of. I wonder how Vegeta and Saraya are faring. I can hardly wait to see them. With that, Yulin ascended into the air, departing from the Crane School. At the Kame house, a small bald-headed boy set out for the tournament, but unlike others, he ventured alone, without any companions. Master Roshi had finished packing and began to disguise himself. Soon after, a martial artist named Cheng Long, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, hurried toward the competition venue. Seated in the vehicle, Vegeta gazed out at the throngs of people, his heart unperturbed. Winning the championship was a foregone conclusion. There was no need for overthinking. The world's greatest martial arts tournament attracted a massive crowd, and Vegeta contemplated how to leverage the emotional value of the spectators to enhance his understanding. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, a balding old man with a backpack. Indeed, Master Roshi had also arrived. Vegeta smiled knowingly. It seemed he had an opportunity to glean valuable insights. Master Roshi's unique techniques, the Kamehameha and the Universal Shockwave, were indeed treasures, with his system upgrade requiring precisely 100 understanding points. These two skills would be perfect for him to learn. A mischievous smile crept across Vegeta's face as he plotted his next move. Chapter 24. Surrounded by beauties. Wow. So many people. A few individuals had already disembarked, and Bulma gazed around in awe. With such a crowd, it seems the World Martial Arts Tournament will indeed be splendid. Taisi wore an expectant smile, already preparing for her writing. Huh? So many people. It appears they are all staring at us. Lan Chi's words prompted the group to glance towards the crowd, and indeed, they noticed the onlookers fixated on them. Ding! Acquired envy .001. Acquired jealousy .001. As the three young women stood there, the gossip began to stir. Look, there are three lovely and beautiful ladies. That pretty boy is surrounded by three beauties. How enviable. Humph, that scoundrel. How dare he ride with three stunning ladies? Vegeta listened to the whispers with a sly smile. The more people who looked at him with disdain, the more he relished it. An idea sparked in his mind. Let them envy him a bit more. With a cold chuckle, he swiftly approached Bulma and Tai-C, locking eyes with both. As Vegeta remained immobile, Bulma inquired with confusion, "What's wrong, Vegeta?" Tai-C echoed her bewilderment. Just then, a pair of robust hands swiftly encircled Tai-C's waist, and she suddenly felt an irresistible force pulling her towards him. Her delicate waist leaned into Vegeta's embrace. Simultaneously, Bulma found herself similarly ensnared. In an instant, both women were bewildered by Vegeta's unexpected actions, their eyes filled with shyness and confusion. Ding! Acquired jealousy .002. Acquired hatred .002. The system's notifications echoed in Vegeta's mind. How infuriating. This rascal. To act so brazenly under the sun. Right in front of so many people. I hope someone teaches him a lesson during the tournament. Vegeta surveyed the increasingly agitated crowd, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Ding. Acquired shock .001. Acquired shyness .001. Upon hearing the notifications, Vegeta noticed the cheeks of the two women blushing fiercely. Tai-C widened her eyes, locking gazes with Vegeta. Vegeta, what are you doing? Bulma, pressed against his chest, asked Vegeta. What is going on? But Vegeta's thoughts were solely on the onlookers, ready to reap more admiration. Turning to the dazed Lan Chi, he contemplated his next move. What? Now he is looking at another beauty. What does he intend to do? Embrace all three at once? How base. How infuriating. How can a single man endure this? Never mind. I must teach this fool a lesson first. Ding. Discussed .002. The system's notifications continued. And Vegeta's smile grew. Hey, Vegeta, what's going on? Let us go. So many people are watching. Tai-C began to worry, sensing the hostile gazes directed at Vegeta from the crowd. At that moment, someone in the throng shouted, "Look up. Someone is flying." Instantly, every gaze turned skyward, including Vegeta's. Tai-C and Bulma seized the opportunity to break free from Vegeta's grasp. With a flushed face, Bulma placed her hands on her hips, angrily demanding, "What is happening, Vegeta?" Vegeta could not tell the truth, as everyone was now captivated by the spectacle above. Seeing this, Vegeta feigned concern. "Don't ask. They are in the sky. Luckily, I just protected you. The consequences would be unimaginable." In the sky? What? A large question mark appeared above Bulma's head as she looked upward. Suddenly, Tai-C began to scream. Lan Chi shouted, "Watch out, Vegeta!" An unfamiliar yet familiar energy descended from above, and sharp projectiles rained down upon Vegeta. Unfazed, he leaped forward, shielding the two women. With a swift kick, he sent the projectiles flying, but soon, more came hurtling towards his forehead. Vegeta smirked confidently. Is that all they have? Too slow. With lightning reflexes, he pinched one of the projectiles between his fingers, only to realize it was not a mere weapon but a talisman inscribed with the character for thunder. A trap. Vegeta quickly reacted, tossing the talisman back before it could unleash its power. Ah! A cry echoed from behind. The man who had threatened Vegeta was now electrified and unconscious. More projectiles continued to fall like a torrential downpour. Vegeta frowned. While he was unharmed, he was concerned for Bulma, Tai-C, and Lan Chi's safety. Enough. This ends now. Vegeta erupted with a powerful aura, freezing the projectiles mid-air, transforming them into talismans. Whoosh. Paper burns to ashes. He extended his fingers, directing his palm towards the talismans, unleashing a blaze that reduced them to cinders. A wisp of smoke drifted into the sky, and a mischievous voice echoed, "Hey, not bad. You truly are my strongest disciple." A girl clad in a blue chi-pao, boasting an impressive figure, descended gracefully. The crowd erupted in gasps. So beautiful. Beautiful. My foot. She just knocked that guy out cold. You don't understand. Even if she were to electrocute me, it would be worth it. But the real question remained. Did she descend from the heavens? Could she be a celestial being? As the crowd debated, an astonishing sight unfolded. The chi-pao-clad girl approached Vegeta. "Vegeta, after all these years, you're still as formidable." Vegeta smiled slightly, although the girl before him was unfamiliar. Her signature talisman attack jogged his memory. Long time no see, Yulin. Thud. Another pair of footsteps approached, igniting the crowd once more. Another stunning girl in a qipao made her way toward Vegeta. Vegeta. And Yulin. It seems you both are here. Ding. Acquired shock points 0. 0-1. Acquired jealousy points 0. 0-1. Acquired envy points 10. Wait. Envy points? 10 points. What is happening? Bulma furrowed her brow. Her eyes filled with hostility directed at Yulin and Soliya. The glare from the main wife relentlessly assaulted Soliya's nerves. Who is this woman? Why does she seem so hostile towards me? Vegeta finally realized the situation. I am surrounded by enchanting beauties. Bulma is feeling jealous. Chapter 25. Learning by stealth. Soria hurriedly ran up to the group. Vegeta, I can't believe you're really here. I've missed you so much. She embraced Vegeta tightly, her face adorned with a long-awaited smile. Vegeta, taken aback by Soria's enthusiasm, felt a bit flustered. Bulma's brows furrowed tightly. Her lips pressed together as if she might bite them in frustration. All right, let go. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Vegeta released Soria. She nodded slightly and greeted Yulin. Yulin, you're here too. Yulin replied, of course. This is our pact from 10 years ago. I've been training diligently. I will definitely show Vegeta what I'm capable of. Vegeta felt a sense of pride, surprised that his casual words had become Yulin's motivation. Not bad, Yulin. I've already witnessed your skills. Yulin crossed her arms and responded, naturally. After all, I am your senior. I still have tricks up my sleeve. At that moment, Soria's gaze shifted to the other three. Vegeta, who are they? Taisi extended her hand politely, introducing herself. Hello, I am Taisi, a friend of Vegeta. This is Bulma, my sister, and this is Lan Chi. Lan Chi narrowed her eyes slightly, offering a friendly smile. Hello there. Soria then extended her hand in turn. Introducing herself, I am Soria, a childhood friend of Vegeta. Taisi's body jolted. Childhood friend. At that moment, Soria noticed the tail wrapped around Taisi's waist and turned to Yulin, senior. Oh, I see. You are the two individuals Vegeta mentioned in his stories. Vegeta nodded and approached Bulma, preparing to continue the introductions. Humph. Bulma turned away, crossing her arms, pouting as she walked off. Lan Chi and my sister are one thing. But now there are two more. And that's Soria. The way she looks at Vegeta is simply too affectionate. It's infuriating. Bulma strode ahead without looking back. What is going on with her? Soria looked at Taisi, seeking an explanation. Taisi shook her head helplessly, knowing the truth but unable to articulate it. This little beauty is coming over. Oh no. It seems there is some conflict. Shouldn't you go comfort her? What nonsense. Did you not see how fierce that guy was just now? Just then, an announcement echoed. All contestants, please proceed to the registration area. Despite her anger, Bulma instinctively headed towards the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Vegeta, Soria, and Yulin successfully registered. At that moment, Vegeta observed the surrounding crowd, a group of monks mockingly teasing a bald man, a dark-skinned martial artist meditating while wearing a scarf, a monstrous figure with a wolf's head, and a dazzling woman with a purple explosion of hair. Ultimately, Vegeta's attention settled on an elderly man with slicked-back hair. Vegeta recognized them all: Krillin, Yamcha, the Wolfman, Lan Fong, and the Turtle Hermit. A sly smile crept across Vegeta's face. He was determined to face the Turtle Hermit, while the others were inconsequential. He had made up his mind to force the Turtle Hermit to unleash the Kamehameha Wave and the Universal Shockwave. As for winning or losing, he was indifferent. It mattered not to him. The drawing of lots commenced. An official brought forth the lottery box. Among all present, only Vegeta and Soria had a chance to battle the Turtle Hermit, while Yulin might have a slim opportunity. However, given the old man's notorious behavior towards Yulin in the original story, it was best to avoid a matchup. As for Soria, her strength would undoubtedly overpower the Turtle Hermit. And if she were to defeat him in an instant, how could Vegeta learn the Kamehameha Wave? Vegeta fixed his gaze on the lottery box. The most prudent course of action was to intervene. How to achieve this? By utilizing the dumpling's supernatural abilities. During his time with the Crane School, Vegeta had diligently studied the dumpling's powers, realizing that such abilities were merely a manifestation of energy manipulation. The specific manifestation could involve using energy to influence objects, causing them to explode directly. The stronger the user, the more pronounced the effect. In fact, Vegeta had begun to grasp this technique during his fishing expedition at the Korin Tower years ago. He placed his right hand behind him, An invisible stream of energy surged towards the lottery box as he commenced his covert operation, ensuring that he and the turtle hermit would draw the same number. Thus, Vegeta's wish was fulfilled, and he was paired with the turtle hermit. The final results of the drawing were announced: Surya versus Yamcha, Yulin versus Krillin, and Vegeta versus the turtle hermit. The sound of gongs resonated. The blonde host, brimming with enthusiasm, shouted into the microphone, "The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially begins. Let us welcome the contestants." Next up was Vegeta versus Jackie Chan. This was the first match, a result of Vegeta's subtle manipulation. The sooner he fought, the sooner he could learn. The audience erupted with cheers. Taisi leaped up to cheer for Vegeta. "Go, Vegeta." Lam-Z cupped her hands around her mouth, also shouting, "Go, Vegeta." Bulma remained sulky but focused her gaze on Vegeta, not overly excited. Surya and Yulin had already concluded that their opponent was merely an old man. As Vegeta stepped onto the stage, the audience instantly recognized him. "Hey, isn't that the kid from earlier?" "It really is. That kid is fierce. He single-handedly took down those sharp blades. I can't believe he's a contestant." While spectators marveled, Vegeta's presence was accompanied by a throng of beautiful women, evoking envy. "I hope that ethereal old man can deal with him." "Deal with me?" They might be disappointed. As Vegeta placed one foot on the stage, the turtle hermit quickly recognized him. "Isn't this the young man who sent me magazines and DVDs? He is here for the World Martial Arts Tournament as well." In the blink of an eye, Vegeta silently appeared behind the turtle hermit, his iron fist poised to strike. In a flash, the turtle hermit, with centuries of battle experience, reacted swiftly despite having a combat power of less than 200. He dodged just in time to evade Vegeta's attack. Vegeta was taken aback by the turtle hermit's performance. Wait, how can the turtle hermit exhibit such agility? Host, the turtle hermit possesses rich combat experience, and his evasion skills are not to be underestimated. The system's words enlightened Vegeta. So that was it. The turtle hermit had accumulated combat experience over hundreds of years, and every muscle in his body had undergone rigorous training. Although the turtle hermit had a lecherous side, he was truly a master of his craft. It dawned on Vegeta that the techniques the turtle hermit could potentially employ might very well be the embryonic form of the ultra instinct that Sun Wukong later mastered under his guidance. Vegeta snorted dismissively. He had not been idle over the years. He too had developed his own evasion techniques. On the arena, Vegeta's attacks became increasingly swift, his speed amplifying in tandem with the intensity of his energy. His fists and feet surged forth like meteors towards Master Roshi. Initially, the old master managed to respond with ease, yet as time elapsed, Vegeta's evasive prowess began to shine through, and Roshi found himself increasingly beleaguered. "Well done, Vegeta." Tice cheered as she witnessed Vegeta's relentless assault, pressing Master Roshi to the edge of the stage. The old master gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his face. This young man was indeed extraordinary, his strength seemingly unfathomable, far surpassing my own. It appears I have grown old after all. Noticing Master Roshi drenched in sweat, Vegeta's lips curled into a smirk. It was time to provoke him. "What's the matter, old man? You seem to be struggling a bit. Why not concede? Otherwise, they might think I'm bullying you." Hearing this, Master Roshi straightened himself and calmly replied, "Youngster, you are indeed formidable, but never underestimate others. Though I may be old, I refuse to admit defeat." Master Roshi slightly bent his hands into claw-like shapes before his chest, a brilliant light erupting from his palms as he crouched. "Let me show you the mightiest technique in the world." Vegeta smiled knowingly. "Here it comes. The universal shockwave." The blinding radiance began to engulf everything in its vicinity. So bright, so dazzling. The audience shielded their eyes. Suddenly, a sharp sneeze rang out from the crowd. Achoo! Gazing at the sun-like brilliance, Lam-Z couldn't help but sneeze, her golden hair shining as she made her entrance. Where am I? Lam-Z glanced around, noticing the throngs of people, familiar faces beside her, and on the stage, none other than Vegeta. "Oh my, isn't that Vegeta? Who is he fighting?" At that moment, Lam-Z shouted, "Vegeta, what are you doing?" On the arena, Vegeta was firmly ensnared by Master Roshi's universal shockwave, the immense voltage coursing through him. The universal shockwave. Finally, it's here. Ding. Universal shockwave detected. Do you wish to comprehend it? Comprehend. It requires 50 comprehension points. Do you wish to continue? 50 points? That's a bargain. Proceed. Ding. Comprehension successful. Universal shockwave acquired. Proficiency 0. Control attribute points increased by 20. Vegeta emitted a groan of anguish. Though it was merely a performance for Master Roshi, His true intention was far more cunning. If he were Master Roshi, he would undoubtedly follow up with a finishing blow. Yet the women in the audience began to grow restless, genuinely concerned. Ding! Detected worry 015. Vegeta, they exclaimed in unison, filled with anxiety. Even the irritated Bulma wore a worried expression, praying for Vegeta's safety. Yulin and Solia were astonished that this seemingly frail old man possessed such a formidable technique. Hey, Vegeta, what on earth are you doing? You weren't this cowardly when you faced me. Lam-Z shouted at Vegeta. It was this outburst that drew attention to the unexpected presence of the blonde woman. Huh, that little brat has finally been subdued. Exactly. I've always found him unpleasant. Old man, just toss him out. Ding. Detected disgust 001. The clamor echoed, precisely the outcome Vegeta desired. Lam-Z was surrounded by jeers directed at Vegeta. Unable to tolerate this, she retorted, "Shut up. One more word, and I'll make you regret it." Out of nowhere, Lam-Z produced a Gatling gun, silencing the audience instantly. Anyone who dared to speak further would surely face her wrath. Vegeta felt a sense of embarrassment. This was an opportune moment to capitalize on, now disrupted by Lam-Z. On the stage, Master Roshi was executing the universal shockwave while Vegeta feigned pain. But, how infuriating. Master Roshi swung his hands vigorously, attempting to hurl Vegeta from the arena. No matter how he exerted control, he could not budge Vegeta an inch. Which was precisely in line with Vegeta's plan to force out Master Roshi's ultimate technique. This brat is indeed tenacious. Very well, then, let you experience this move. Master Roshi swiftly placed his hands at his waist and shouted, "Kamehameha wave." Ding. Kamehameha wave detected. Do you wish to comprehend? Ha. Gotcha. Comprehend. Cost 30 comprehension points. Comprehension successful. Remaining comprehension points 20. The act was concluded. The match was swiftly approaching its end. In the sky, Vegeta broke free from the grasp of the universal shockwave just as Master Roshi's Kamehameha wave was about to strike him. Vegeta crossed his arms and shouted, "Sky Cannon." A yellow beam of light erupted like a voracious beast, swallowing the Kamehameha wave and hurtling towards Master Roshi. Boom. No amount of experience could compensate for the disparity in strength. Master Roshi was blasted from the arena. In an instant, the situation reached an irrevocable conclusion. Vegeta had emerged victorious. A profound silence enveloped the arena, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The host trembled as he announced, "Let us congratulate Vegeta on his victory in this match." Instantly, the 5 girls erupted with excitement. Lam-Z crossed her arms, wiping her nose as she said, "That's right. This is the Vegeta I know." Solia giggled softly, as expected of Vegeta. Yulin mused, "I told you, there's no way he could be that weak." Tice hurriedly took notes. Capturing the moment, Bulma could no longer contain her joy, cheering loudly, "Vegeta. Well done." Ding. Surprise feelings obtained 0.01745. Vegeta turned to face the crowd. Overwhelmed by astonished murmurs, he smiled confidently. "Now it's up to you two, Solia and Yulin." The forthcoming matches would undoubtedly see Solia and Yulin triumph overwhelmingly. When Solia faced Vegeta, she wisely leaped off the stage. Ultimately, Yulin confronted Vegeta. "I know you're strong, but I won't back down like Solia. I've been training diligently." Vegeta looked at Yulin, who had blossomed beautifully in the decades since they last met. "Very well, let us begin. I shall show no mercy." With a burst of energy, Vegeta readied himself for Yulin's assault. Yulin waved her delicate hand, revealing 2 talismans. In an instant, she pressed one onto her thigh, and it emitted a strange glow before merging into her body. Whoosh! Yulin's speed surged dramatically, the talisman enhancing her velocity. With her newfound swiftness, Yulin's fist shot towards Vegeta, conjuring another talisman to integrate into her being. In a heartbeat, her fist was enveloped in crackling lightning. Despite this seemingly overwhelming onslaught, Vegeta remained remarkably composed, quick and powerful. Indeed, however, I am faster and stronger. Vegeta's body swayed slightly, causing Yulin to miss her target entirely. Her speed was so astonishing that she could not control her own movements. At the edge of the arena, Yulin flailed her arms as her body began to tilt dangerously. In an instant, Vegeta appeared silently behind her. "Your talisman technique is commendable, but it seems you have acted a tad too hastily, employing an uncontrollable talisman, have you?" Vegeta articulated Yulin's shortcoming with precision, gently tapping her waist, causing her to topple towards the edge of the arena. Panic surged within Yulin. Oh no, it appears that this fall is unavoidable. Indeed, Vegeta remains as formidable as ever. Suddenly, a robust arm encircled Yulin's waist, halting her descent midair. Before her stood Vegeta's handsome visage. At that moment, a whirlwind of thoughts flooded Yuan's mind. Is this truly Vegeta? Upon closer inspection, at such proximity, it was evident that he had undergone quite a transformation. After a decade apart, he had become so much more handsome. Instantly, Yulan's cheeks flushed. Ding. Detection indicates Yulan's affection level has risen to 85. Humph. This scene made Bulma seethe with frustration. Her jealousy palpable as the system reported her growing discontent. The blonde host immediately began to announce, the match is over. I declare that the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is Vegeta. Chapter 26, The Quest for the Dragon Balls once more. Humph. That insufferable Vegeta. I never imagined he could be such a person. Humph. I shall seek the Dragon Balls once again and wish for my true Prince Charming. In a corner, Bulma was venting her frustration. Over the past few days, she and Briefs had been diligently developing the gravity chamber to help Vegeta grow stronger. Only to discover that his newfound strength was merely to chance upon his old flame at this tournament. The scene flashed through Bulma's mind once more, igniting her anger. And she began to kick the tree furiously. Humph. Damn Vegeta. Damn him. What's wrong, sister? Came the gentle voice of Thais. Bulma immediately stifled her anger, her eyes beginning to swell with tears. Sister, I've made up my mind. We must go search for the Dragon Balls again. Thais, somewhat perplexed, inquired, What's going on? Sister? Why the sudden desire? Bulma's emotions were in disarray, and she collapsed into Thais's embrace, sobbing. On the eaves, Vegeta observed this scene. Host, this is not good. System, what's so dire? To me, searching for the Dragon Balls again is merely an opportunity to solidify my favor. Just then, Bulma's voice rang out again. Yes, sister, we must go. And just the two of us. This time, we absolutely cannot bring Vegeta. If you're unwilling to join, I'll go alone. Vegeta covered his face, on the verge of tears. Thais patted Bulma's back, soothing her. All right, my dear sister, I will accompany you. Thais merely wished to comfort Bulma, hoping that in a few days, her thoughts would change. Humph. Sister, let us return home and prepare right now. This statement took Vegeta by surprise, evidently indicating how deeply he had hurt Bulma. After saying this, Bulma insisted on pulling Thais out. Hey, sister, shouldn't we at least say goodbye to Vegeta's friends? Isn't it a bit rude to leave like this? Bulma sniffled. I'm not going. If anyone's going, it should be you. Thais continued to reassure her. All right, sister, you wait outside for me, and I'll go say a quick goodbye. With that, Thais's figure receded into the distance. At that moment, Vegeta felt a mix of emotions, hesitating whether to comfort Bulma. He glanced at her but ultimately decided against it. Thus, he returned to the group with Yurin and the others. Vegeta, and everyone. As expected, Thais's voice echoed from afar, addressing the group. I'm sorry, everyone. But I must take my leave. Something has come up at home. After saying this, Thais hurried off, leaving the others in a state of confusion. What's with that novelist? No celebration for winning the championship? Lam-Z, with her golden hair, expressed her displeasure at Thais's departing figure. Solia remarked. It seems her sister was quite anxious. I saw her stamping her feet out of worry. Perhaps it truly is an urgent matter. Oh, forget it. Vegeta is the best in the world now. Let us go collect the prize. I heard it's 500,000. I came out just this once. And you must treat me to a good meal, Vegeta. Yurin urged Vegeta, but he appeared distant, seemingly burdened by his thoughts. Hey, Vegeta, can you hear me? What are you thinking about? Yurin moved closer, shouting. Only then did Vegeta snap back to reality. All right, I got it. I'll make sure you eat your fill today. I'm hungry too. After claiming the 500,000 reward, Vegeta took the three of them to a decent restaurant. The appetite of Saiyans is well known, especially with two of them present. Yurin and Lam-Z had finished eating, while Solia and Vegeta continued. Lam-Z, with her golden hair, looked astonished. It was understandable for a man like Vegeta to eat a lot, but Solia, being a girl, was astonishingly keeping pace with him. At the time of settling the bill, what? Exactly 500,000. Lam-Z's eyes nearly popped out. You unscrupulous merchants. Are you trying to cheat us? Watch me not take you down. With that, Lam-Z prepared to raise her weapon. The waiter, trembling, explained, apologies, dear guest, here is your bill. Please have a look. The waiter timidly presented the bill. Yurin took it and compared it carefully, confirming that the amounts were indeed correct. Yurin awkwardly smiled. Lam-Z, their appetites are like this. Our dojo nearly went under because of them. It's fortunate they can hunt for themselves. Lam-Z turned to the two gluttons with rounded bellies, exclaiming, Is this even human? After the meal, the group walked under the setting sun. Solia asked. Yurin, are you going back? Yurin replied, I wish to stay a few more days besides. There is no point in going back since you all want to be there. Returning would merely mean training. A hint of sadness flickered in Yurin's eyes, as the esoteric nature of her training often drew criticism within the dojo. Vegeta noticed this hint of sadness and suggested, why don't you just stay here? Yurin's eyes lit up momentarily. But where would I go if I don't return? Solia interjected, you could come with me to the sacred realm. It's still training. Plus, there are the Grand Kai and Mr. Bubbles to guide you. Both Vegeta and I were taught by them. Really? The Grand Kai? Is he a deity? Yurin's eyes widened in curiosity. Solia began to excitedly explain the Grand Kai. This scene made Lam-Z uneasy. If Yurin also went to the sacred realm, she would be left all alone. What would she do then? Over the years, she had committed numerous robberies and had been wanted until the day she encountered Vegeta, who saved her life. After being humiliated by him, she had devised a plan for revenge, but that failed, and she was saved again, ultimately becoming good friends. You should go to the sacred realm too, Vegeta said, approaching Lam-Z with a smile. His smile was like an oasis in the desert, redeeming her. Me? Can I really? Lam-Z pointed at herself, incredulous. Vegeta nodded affirmatively. You're alone too, right? The blue-haired you is staying with Bulma and the others. But since they have matters to attend to, you can't go there now. Thinking of this made Vegeta's head ache. It seemed he wouldn't be able to enjoy comfortable living for a while, and he would have to go to the sacred realm as well. Noticing Lam-Z's hesitation, Vegeta continued to persuade her, I'm just saying, as a girl, thinking about robbing every day is dangerous. If you get caught, you'll end up in prison. The world out there is tumultuous. It's time to return home. The sacred realm is very safe. After much contemplation, Lam-Z asked, will the Grand Kai allow me to go? I've done many bad things. Vegeta reassured her, the Grand Kai will not blame someone who genuinely wishes to reform. Vegeta's words solidified Lam-Z's resolve. All right then, I'll go with you. As the colorful twilight enveloped the sky, the group soared towards the sacred realm. Chapter 27. The Red Ribbon Legion. Upon persistent persuasion from Vegeta and Solia, the Supreme Deity finally acquiesced to their request, allowing Yulin and Lam-Z to reside in the Divine Hall. Consequently, training commenced for Yulin under the guidance of the Supreme Deity. Solia engaged in her usual sparring sessions with Popo. Meanwhile, Lam-Z, struggling to acclimatize to her surroundings, sneezed and transformed into her blue-haired state, energetically tidying the temple. At the temple's edge, Vegeta stood with arms crossed, his demeanor grave as he gazed down upon the mortal realm, vigilantly observing the movements of his wife, Bulma, and her sister, Thais. His spouse was indeed a source of constant concern. In West City, Bulma was busily organizing her belongings, Dragon Ball radar, universal capsules, aircraft, and vehicles, all meticulously prepared. Sister, I'm ready. Let us go. Bulma exclaimed joyfully to Thais, who had also completed her packing, awaiting Bulma's readiness. The duo made their way to the courtyard, where Bulma activated the Dragon Ball radar, which responded instantaneously. Oh, there is one nearby. Let us start with this one, she exclaimed, promptly tossing a universal capsule, causing an armored vehicle to materialize before them. Thus, their quest for the Dragon Balls began. In a desolate wilderness, Bulma and Thais drove their armored vehicle through the empty gorge. Sister, the radar indicates that the Dragon Ball is just ahead. Bulma pointed towards a small hill. Suddenly, a house came into view, and shortly after, a middle-aged man accompanied by a wolf-headed beast emerged. Following them, a red-haired man with a slick-back hairstyle bellowed at the two figures, "Get to work." The two men nodded submissively, refraining from any protest until the red-haired man departed. At which point they began to grumble, "Damn it. All he does is order us around." Amid their complaints, Bulma and Thais' vehicle halted beside them. The two youthful women stepped out, causing the middle-aged men's eyes to nearly bulge out of their sockets. Bulma swiftly produced the Dragon Ball radar, which emitted a series of beeping alerts. Confirming the presence of a Dragon Ball, she declared, "Oh, we found it. It's right here." Reaching into a crevice, she extracted a lustrous Dragon Ball. Squinting in the sunlight, she examined it. "Wonderful. Sister, it's the 6-star Dragon Ball." Thais hurriedly approached, placing a hand on Bulma's shoulder, whispering, "Shh, sister, there are two men nearby. Let us not attract too much attention." Thais, as the elder sister, had experienced far more than Bulma and understood the need for caution. Just then, they overheard a nearby discussion. "Is that a Dragon Ball? How did they find it so easily?" Thais immediately shifted into a defensive stance. "Oh no, they know about the Dragon Balls too," one of the men remarked. "I just saw her holding an instrument. They must be using that to locate the Dragon Balls. This is a chance for promotion. Grinning maliciously, they approached the women, demanding, "Hand over the Dragon Ball and that device. Not only that, you'll also entertain us." The middle-aged man leered with a grotesque grin. Tais quickly positioned herself in front of Bulma, declaring, "What do you want?" Bulma began to panic. The two women were no match for the two men. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, enveloping the area in smoke. Bulma retrieved a rocket launcher from the universal capsule, aiming it directly at the men. "Sister, step aside. If you come any closer, I will fire." The men scrambled in disarray. "Damn, this girl is feisty." The commotion attracted the attention of the red-haired man from the house. He emerged, instantly spotting the confrontation. The middle-aged man began gesturing frantically at him. Ultimately, the red-haired man noticed the Dragon Ball in Bulma's possession. A wicked smile creeping across his face as he stealthily approached her from behind. "Don't take another step," Bulma threatened. "Sister, let us go." Bulma turned to dash towards the vehicle. However, a formidable figure loomed at her feet, causing her heart to race with foreboding. The glaring red R insignia sent shivers down her spine. Tais recognized the ominous symbol. She had heard of the notorious Red Ribbon Army, infamous for their heinous deeds. "Ah!" Bulma screamed as the red-haired man seized her, causing her rocket launcher to clatter to the ground. Tais reacted swiftly, intending to retrieve the weapon. "Don't move." A gun was pressed against Tais' temple, as the two men seized the opportunity to draw their firearms. Tais froze, a chill creeping down her neck. "It's over." Thankfully, Colonel Barussi is here. The men adopted an obsequious demeanor, starkly contrasting their earlier aggression. "Tie them up." Barussi turned to snatch the Dragon Ball radar and the six-star ball from Bulma. Despite her desperate efforts to protect them, Barussi's brute strength overpowered her, and she watched helplessly as the Dragon Ball was taken from her grasp. Haha. The wolf-headed man produced 2 lengths of rope, advancing toward the sisters. "No. Please." Tais' eyes brimmed with fear, feeling like a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Don't come any closer." Bulma grimaced, straining against Barussi's grip. "Ah!" A scream erupted from Barussi as Bulma bit down hard, leaving a bloody imprint on his arm. "Wretched woman." A resounding slap struck Bulma's face, rendering her unconscious. "Sister!" Tais cried out, yearning to reach Bulma, but the ropes binding her thwarted her intentions. "Take them back. I want to have some fun with them." "Yes. On the aircraft." Tais' eyes were vacant, devoid of life. She never imagined she would find herself in such a predicament. Just an hour prior, she and her sister were laughing together. Now they were captives of these vile men. Tais' mind fleetingly conjured the image of Vegeta. Indeed, how she wished he were there. Chapter 28. Dr. Carissa. With a resounding clang, the aircraft's door swung open, revealing an armored vehicle. Tais and Bulma were swiftly transferred into the confines of the vehicle. A cacophony of fragmented sounds wafted through the air beside Tais. Slowly, Bulma opened her eyes, her vision shrouded in a foggy haze. "Where am I?" The blinding white light and frigid air jolted her into awareness. "Tais," she exclaimed, spotting her sister's pallid face, which prompted tears to well up in her eyes. "Oh, sister, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have sought the Dragon Balls." "Enough, dear sister. What has done is done. Tears will not change our fate." At that moment, a lewd chuckle emanated from the front. "Ah, you're awake? Don't cry just yet. Save those tears for later. I have delightful games planned for you." Tais furrowed her brow, fully aware of the implications of that lascivious laughter. The vehicle came to a halt, and the doors swung open once more. Barussi escorted the two women into a high-tech building. With a metallic clang, a grand door opened, and a striking woman emerged. She bore disheveled brown hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with black-rimmed glasses and oversized earrings, her presence exuding an alluring charm. Her penetrating gaze fell upon Tais and Bulma, her brow furrowing slightly as her fists clenched tightly behind her. This moment lasted barely a second, unnoticed even by Barussi. "Dr. Carissa." "Long time no see," Barussi greeted, his tone flippant. Without uttering a word, Dr. Carissa brushed past him, her eyes reflecting distaste. "Such a vile woman. I shall have my way with you soon enough." Dr. Carissa was an exceptionally intelligent graduate student who had been captured by Barussi during her research endeavors. Taken back to the Red Ribbon Army, just as Barussi intended to impose his unwelcome advances upon her, the army was grappling with a technological dilemma, and her formidable intellect prompted her to step forward. She successfully resolved the issue and ultimately earned the title of doctor within the Red Ribbon Army. "Doctor." Carissa's gaze flickered back to Bulma and Tais. The prominent Capsule Corporation logo momentarily caught her off guard. "Take them to my quarters. I shall return after reporting to the general. The two women were roughly ushered by two henchmen. Dr. Carissa clenched her fists. She had witnessed this scene countless times, each instance dredging up painful memories. Yet she could only stand by, powerless to intervene against the villainy unfolding before her. Her eyes met Taise's, which were brimming with fear, reminiscent of her own helplessness a year prior. Beasts! Dr. Carissa spat. You wretched woman. Just wait. Once I deliver the Dragon Balls to the general, he will surely grant my demands. You shall join in the fun. With the Dragon Balls and radar in hand, Barusi strode confidently into the building. Curse that scoundrel. I shall not allow you to succeed. Dr. Carissa gritted her teeth, immediately following Barusi. This scene did not escape Taise's notice. Thus it transpired, General. Barusi embellished his narrative, fully informing the general. This is the Dragon Radar. And here is a Dragon Ball. The general took the Dragon Ball and radar from Barusi, scrutinizing them carefully. Excellent. Major Barusi, we are one step closer to world domination. What rewards do you desire? Just as Barusi was about to make his requests, Dr. Carissa's voice pierced the air. General, I have vital information to report. The general laid down the Dragon Ball and inquired, what is it, Dr. Carissa? Barusi's brow arched in suspicion. What was this woman up to? General, Major Barusi has brought back two girls. Upon my observation, they are the daughters of the esteemed scientist, Dr. Briefs. The general stroked his beard, casting a glance at Barusi. Is this true? Dr. Carissa immediately activated her computer, searching for Dr. Brief's information. Indeed, here are the images. The elder daughter and the younger daughter. The general could have Barusi bring the two girls for a confirmation. Barusi frowned, seething with rage. That wretched woman. She is thwarting my plans. If what she says is true, my prize will slip away. Major Barusi, bring them here immediately. I must verify. The general's expression shifted into one of intrigue. Dr. Briefs is a genius. It is no wonder his daughters were able to locate the Dragon Balls. A sly smile crept across the general's face. By threatening him with his daughters, we can compel him to assist us. Dr. Carissa wore a triumphant smile, casting a glance at Barusi. General, I have summoned them. They're waiting outside. Barusi was livid, his teeth clenched tightly. That insufferable woman. How dare she interfere with my affairs? Bulma and Taise, eavesdropping outside the door, heard everything clearly. Dr. Carissa approached them quietly. Do not be afraid. I will not allow that scoundrel to prevail. The fear in Taise and Bulma's eyes lessened slightly, surprised that this unfamiliar older sister might save them. The general scrutinized the sisters, confirming their likeness to the provided documents. Excellent. Truly splendid. Dr. Carissa and Major Barusi, you have done exceptionally well. Dr. Carissa continued, General, please entrust these two to me. I have developed a drug that will compel them to obey my commands. They can assist me in recording a video, which will streamline the process. The general beamed with delight. Dr. Carissa, then it is yours to manage. At that moment, Barusi seethed with fury. Damn it, this woman has stolen half my glory. Just wait until I catch my opportunity. Thus, Dr. Carissa led the two women back to her quarters. As Taise began to express her gratitude, Dr. Carissa halted her with a gesture. She produced a pen and wrote, Do not speak freely. There are eavesdroppers. Taise covered her mouth, beginning to gesture. Bulma understood and began to fabricate a story, creating a diversion. No, I refuse to take this drug. Observing Bulma's spirited performance, Dr. Carissa chimed in. Ha! Once you take this drug, you will obediently heed my words. Dr. Carissa was taken aback to discover that Taise could communicate through sign language as well. Thus, they exchanged their respective experiences. Finally, Dr. Carissa gestured. I will let you go, pretend to knock me out, and use my stealth aircraft to escape. Taise responded, What about you? Older sister, want you escape with us? Dr. Carissa replied, You are the daughters of Dr. Briefs, public figures, while I am different, alone and without support. No matter where I flee, they will find me. A flicker of helplessness crossed Dr. Carissa's eyes. Over the past year, she had engaged in morally reprehensible acts to survive, driven by circumstance. Chapter 29. Annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army Halt. Doctor, where do you think you're going? The gatekeeper challenged the trio. Khalees maintained an extraordinary composure. What is it? The drug I use to make people compliant requires moonlight for full catalysis. It's only partially effective now. Are you trying to delay the general's plans? Or perhaps you'd like to experience the drug yourself. Khalees's tone was laced with threat and amusement. The gatekeeper, merely a sentry, couldn't afford to offend those involved in high-level affairs. He cowered and allowed them to pass. Thus, Tights and Bulma followed Kali's stealthily and comically, traversing the frigid air for about half an hour. Moonlight, unlike sunlight, was bone-chilling. Kali's halted. This spot should suffice. Thank you so much, miss. Tights rubbed her hands together. Bulma, exhaling a breath, inquired, May we know your name, miss? Kali's. It's too cold. Hurry onto the aircraft. With a pop, Kali's produced a capsule and an aircraft materialized. Once started, the plane would enter stealth mode, complete with fuel and heating. Tights and Bulma bowed again, expressing their gratitude. Bulma said, Thank you again, Kali's. Kali's earlier words evoked a sense of sympathy in Tights. This beautiful woman was also a pitiable soul. Kali's, I have a friend who's incredibly strong. We'll ask him to rescue you from here when we return. Bulma sneezed. Achoo. She frowned immediately. Sister, are you referring to Vegeta? Humph. Tights chuckled awkwardly. Sis. Putting aside other things, Vegeta is indeed very powerful, and he's also the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Although he is surrounded by many beauties, Kali's murmured, the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament? Then, boom, boom, boom. Before Kali's could finish, the darkness was abruptly illuminated by several artillery shells. The explosions assaulted their eardrums. Kali's bellowed, Get down. One of the shells hurtled toward them, its target being the aircraft behind them. Boom. The plane was utterly destroyed. The powerful shockwave threw the three of them several meters away. Ha ha. A sound of unrestrained, rapacious laughter echoed from a distant pickup truck. In the passenger seat, Barusi was wielding a rocket launcher. Seize them alive. Especially Kali's. I've finally got my chance. Traitors faced the death penalty. Ha ha. Barusi's laughter morphed from avarice to lechery. Ah, my leg. Bulma shrieked, clutching her leg tightly as blood flowed incessantly. It had been injured by shrapnel. Sister, Tights cried out, immediately rushing to Bulma's side and using her clothing to bandage the wound. Kali's gritted her teeth and roared, Damn it. A dozen pickup trucks encircled the trio, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Ha ha. Kali's, I knew something was amiss. I finally got my chance. Today, all three of you will become my playthings. Barusi's voice reverberated through the night, his grating tone tormenting their ears. His lascivious claws reached out toward them. Blood soaked into Tights' clothes, staining them crimson. Bulma's consciousness began to fade. Barusi's unrestrained laughter, Tights' sorrowful cries, and the roar of the pickup trucks gradually receded from her mind. Her breathing grew shallow. Am I going to die? Perhaps it's for the best. Death would end the torment. But a tall figure suddenly surfaced in Bulma's mind. In the throes of death, one remembers the person most dear to their heart. Vegeta's image was now imprinted in her mind, indelible. Farewell, Vegeta. Tears streamed down Bulma's face as her eyes slowly closed. Swoosh. Bulma suddenly felt a warmth on her face, like a flame in the darkness, illuminating the entire world. Her tears ceased, and she felt a surge of warmth in her mouth. Her tongue moved involuntarily, and a series of swallows followed. Her senses were heightened. She opened her eyes to find Vegeta's ardent lips pressed against her pale ones. She knew she was alive. Vegeta had saved her. But she had no idea how. 1 minute prior. Achoo. Vegeta sneezed. My robust body doesn't usually sneeze. Could it be that someone is thinking of me? Vegeta surveyed his surroundings. Everything was white. Bulma and Tights' energies were here, though faint. Boom. Boom. Above, a brilliant flash of light was particularly dazzling, followed by an explosion that reached Vegeta's ears. Ding. Received 1 point of affection. Bulma, Vegeta leaped into the air, gazing toward the source of the explosion. Bulma's energy was growing weaker and weaker. My wife is in danger. Whoosh. A streak of white tore through the night. Thud. Vegeta landed swiftly, so fast that Tights and Kali's didn't even register his arrival. He beheld Bulma's blood-soaked clothes and felt a pang of grief. He produced a Senza bean, crushed it, and placed it in Bulma's mouth. Vegeta. Tights was stunned. She never imagined that Vegeta would appear at this critical moment. In her eyes, Vegeta's back emanated a golden glow, as divine as a deity. Vegeta gently laid Bulma down, his eyes blazing with fury. He uttered a few words. I'm sorry, I'm late. Cover your eyes. What follows will be gruesome. Barusi finally realized that someone else was present, but he failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Where did this punk come from? Trying to be a hero? Vegeta stared at the red-haired man with the slick-back hair, the letters RR emblazoned on his chest. Vegeta said emotionlessly, Oh? The Red Ribbon Army. What's it to ya? RY. Barusi was cut short as he felt a suffocating sensation around his neck, bringing him close to death. Vegeta's mind flashed back to the blood on Bulma's thigh. A murderous intent surged within him. Barusi's body was sent flying, even before the pain subsided. A new wave of agony washed over him. Vegeta's hand, like a blade, severed Barusi's legs. Ah! Barusi screamed in agony. You injured my wife's leg. I won't let you die so easily. I want your limbs. Snap! 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 A series of crisp sounds echoed as Barusi's limbs were severed. Finally, Vegeta fixed his gaze on his third leg. Thwack! Blood spurted everywhere, accompanied by a relentless, agonizing scream. Within seconds, the beast breathed his last. The entire ordeal lasted less than 10 seconds. The Red Ribbon soldiers didn't even have time to react. Monster, don't panic. Fire, swoosh. In an instant, the soldier's head was separated from his body. However, the carnage wrought by Vegeta showed no signs of abating. His peripheral vision caught sight of others. In an instant, only a fleeting second, these minions met the same fate as Barus. Kuriza's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this formidable figure truly the friend spoken of by Tais? This could hardly be described as prowess. It could only be likened to a monstrous force. In less than a minute, these individuals were dispatched to the depths of oblivion. What a staggering display of power. Is this the might of the world's greatest? Charge forth. Upon receiving the intelligence, the Red Ribbon Army swiftly mobilized all its forces to confront Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta's fury remained unabated. How fortuitous! They shall all be annihilated, like a bolt of lightning. Vegeta wove through the ranks of the Red Ribbon soldiers, his ethereal form a blur. Wherever he ventured, heads fell or limbs were severed. Although he possessed the capability to wipe them out en masse, it failed to quell the tempest of rage within him. Only by tearing them asunder could he find solace for his ire. Within mere minutes, the Red Ribbon Army was utterly vanquished. Smoke billowed endlessly, rivers of blood flowed. And the snow-laden ground was stained crimson, littered with lifeless bodies. On this night, the infamous Red Ribbon Army was completely obliterated by Vegeta. Chapter 30, Carissa, the past of Android 21. In the depths of night, a sphere of energy danced in Vegeta's hand, pulsating with warmth as if it were a living entity. The energy orb escaped from his grasp, swiftly followed by a succession of orbs that leapt forth, igniting the corpses that lay before him. Vegeta approached Bulma, who was seated next to Tais. It's over now. You may open your eyes, he urged. Bulma, stunned by the sight before her, regained her senses only to hear Vegeta instruct her to close her eyes once more. After that, she was oblivious to the events unfolding, only hearing the multitude of wails and, faintly, Vegeta's voice mentioning that he had injured her leg and insisted they repay with their limbs. Unable to resist, Bulma glanced at the charred remains, and indeed, the victims had been dismembered. The realization made her cheeks flush. Vegeta had regarded her as the most significant person in his life. As her consciousness faded moments ago, the only image that lingered was that of Vegeta. With a sudden rush, Bulma threw herself into Vegeta's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Vegeta tenderly caressed her hair. Do not weep, they have been dealt with. Yet, Bulma's tears continued to flow unabated. At that moment, Tais also felt her eyes moisten, trembling as she moved closer to Vegeta, ultimately collapsing into his arms. You have finally arrived. Tais was utterly exhausted. During this trying time, she had remained tense and had not eaten anything. Vegeta retrieved a senza bean and held it to Tais' lips. However, Tais, worn out, did not respond. This perplexed Vegeta. Did he need to perform this in front of Bulma? Sensing the unusual situation, Bulma took the senza bean from Vegeta's hand, crushed it, and administered it to Tais. This scene sparked a twinge of envy in Vegeta. When would he receive such care? Revitalized, Tais was filled with renewed vigor. Carissa, perplexed, inquired, What is this miraculous substance? One bean revives the near-dead and invigorates the weary. What an extraordinary item. It was then that Vegeta noticed another presence nearby. Turning around, he was taken aback. The figure before him was familiar. With her long, brown hair cascading down, delicate features, and glasses perched on her prominent nose. Even beneath a lab coat, her alluring figure could not be concealed, exuding an air of sophistication. This was none other than Android 21. Carissa, the past of Android 21? This individual held considerable significance. She was a character featured in the Dragon Ball FighterZ game and mentioned in Dragon Ball Superhero. As the assistant and wife of Dr. Gero, her intellect rivaled that of her husband. To encounter her here, alongside Bulma and Tais, was unexpected. Vegeta scrutinized Carissa closely. Indeed, she lacked the essence of a devoted wife. She likely had yet to meet Dr. Gero. Are you a member of the Red Ribbon Army? Vegeta inquired cautiously. Before Carissa could respond, Saiyan and Bulma stepped protectively in front of Vegeta. Vegeta, Sister Carissa is a good person. If not for her, we might have. They recounted how Carissa had rescued them. Upon hearing this, Vegeta ignited another flame upon the corpse of Borucci, his gaze once more fixed upon Carissa. Now, share your story. Carissa recounted her past in detail. Born into poverty, she had always been passionate about science, aspiring to become a scientist even more formidable than Dr. Briefs. Through hard work, she gained admission to graduate school, but during a scientific expedition, she crossed paths with Borucci, who, captivated by her beauty, abducted her into the Red Ribbon Army. Coincidentally, the army scientists were grappling with a problem, and upon overhearing their discussions, she boldly pointed out the solution. Borucci had no choice but to release her, allowing her to join the scientists. Upon discovering the army's nefarious activities, she had been plotting her escape for a year, and today, she was finally free. Vegeta listened, incredulous. She had only been with the Red Ribbon Army for a year? In Dragon Ball Superhero, she was depicted as Dr. Gero's wife, yet in this timeline, they had yet to meet. Do you know Dr. Gero? Vegeta blurted out. Carissa shook her head, having heard of him, but he was elusive, and they had little interaction. Vegeta stroked his chin. It seemed his assumptions were correct. The timeline was too early, and perhaps they would meet later. Hey, what are you doing, Vegeta? I told you Sister Carissa is a good person. Why are you interrogating her? Saiyan interrupted Vegeta's thoughts. She then turned to Carissa. How about this? Come back to Capsule Corporation with us? Saiyan's sudden suggestion stunned Carissa. How could she refuse such an offer? Capsule Corporation housed the world's finest research department. And there was the genius scientist Dr. Briefs, whom she aspired to surpass. Carissa nodded eagerly. Really? I would love to. Seeing Carissa so enthusiastic, Bulma and Saiyan exchanged smiles. Then it settled. Vegeta, observing the scene, chose not to intervene further, merely smiling faintly. If she joined them, perhaps the future would be more enjoyable, after all. This woman was genuinely remarkable. At that moment, Vegeta felt an itch on his back. He reached around to scratch it, only to have Bulma seize his hand. Turning to face her, he noticed her cheeks flush with color. Thank you for today, but how did you know we were in danger? Vegeta released Bulma's hand, feigning annoyance as he leaned closer to her ear. Some people promised I would be their white knight. Yet they seem to have forgotten their word. Bulma's face turned crimson. She had not anticipated Vegeta would know. However, upon reflection, if not for Vegeta, she might have perished today, and her sister could have suffered the same fate. Slowly, Bulma spoke. I was wrong, Vegeta. Vegeta smirked, taking the initiative and turning the tables on her effectively. So, are you still going to search for the Dragon Balls? Bulma quickly denied it. No, I won't look for them anymore. In the next moment, she drew closer to Vegeta again, her warm breath caressing his ear. You will always be my white knight. With that, she shyly scampered away, her heart racing. Watching Bulma's retreat, Vegeta felt a sense of satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, the group boarded a plane back to West City. Vegeta, however, did not return immediately. He stood atop a mountain. How could he abandon the search for the Dragon Balls? He would not falter midway. If she would not search, then he would. Four-way fist. Impudent boy, this is the Dragon Ball radar. Go and retrieve the remaining ones for me. In a dimly lit basement, an elderly man with an exceedingly sinister expression gazed intently at the events unfolding on the electronic screen. The Red Ribbon Army had been annihilated by the man depicted in the footage. How infuriating. I shall ensure that you pay for your bloodshed. Chapter 31. Journey through the cosmos. On this day, the sky above the West City darkened. The majestic Shenron stood tall in the heavens. Through diligent efforts, Vegeta had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Shenron, grant me the ability to survive in the universe. The Dragon's eyes gleamed as it solemnly declared. Your wish has been granted. Vegeta made this wish because he had resolved to embark on an adventure among the stars. He had already mastered everything Earth had to offer. The lessons learned and those not learned were evenly matched, and Earth could no longer facilitate his growth. His gaze ultimately turned to the vastness of the cosmos. System. Analyze my data. Ding. Battle power. 3 million. S-cell concentration. 30. Why is it only 30? Host. The S-cell concentration is calculated only after battle power reaches 3 million. A pure-blooded Saiyan cannot enhance S-cell concentration without surpassing this threshold. Upon reflection, this made sense. In the original story, Vegeta only transformed into a Super Saiyan during the Android saga. Years spent on Earth had increased his S-cell concentration, and through training, he had elevated his battle power, driven by anger at being unable to catch up to Goku, ultimately achieving the Super Saiyan transformation. Do I still have 2 vials of SL serum? Yes, host. Would you like to use them? If he were to venture into the cosmos, he might encounter formidable foes. The vast universe brimmed with a sense of impending danger as powerful unknown beings posed a significant threat. The condition of reaching a battle power of 3 million had been met, and the transformation into a Super Saiyan was imminent. If he were to face any adversities, it would be prudent to have a trump card. Use it. Ding. S-cell serum successfully used. S-cell concentration increased to 90 in an instant. Vegeta felt an indescribable surge of power coursing through him. It was as though an energy reservoir had been established within him, with an unceasing flow of energy beginning to fill it. Vegeta eagerly observed the changes within his body. This sensation was exhilarating. Just 10 more points were needed to transform into a Super Saiyan. Perhaps all it would take was a moment of anger to trigger his transformation. The best opportunity might well lie within the cosmos. Vegeta was brimming with potential yet lacked a venue to unleash his prowess. The vast universe was the ideal arena for his trials. Moreover, there was something of greater significance that he had to pursue. In the original tale, Vegeta had never had his potential unlocked by the Grand Elder on Namek, so his next destination would be Namek. At this juncture, the mapping function provided by the system proved invaluable. The location of Namek had been firmly etched in Vegeta's mind. Vegeta, what wish did you make? Bulma, resembling a curious little bird, approached him with her hands clasped behind her back. Vegeta smiled faintly, leaving her with but 2 words. Guess. Bulma pouted, furrowing her brow. Humph. If you want tea say, then I want tea press. By the way, my father and Caulifla have completed the research on that spaceship you mentioned last time. I helped too. Bulma squinted one eye, playfully pointing to herself with a sense of lively charm. Vegeta patted Bulma's head, declaring, well done, indeed. You are truly a genius. Just then, Caulifla emerged from the laboratory, producing a universal capsule from beneath her lab coat. With a bang, a colossal spaceship settled into the courtyard, its design identical to the one Vegeta had seen before, a model akin to Frieza's. The ship is ready. Equipped with a gravity system and an automatic navigation system. You only need to input the coordinates of your destination. It seemed that with the brilliant female scientist's involvement, the progress on these advanced technologies by the Briefs family would accelerate significantly. Vegeta was elated. I didn't expect it to be completed so quickly. I appreciate your hard work, the 3 of you. With that, he prepared to board the ship for a first-hand experience. But before he could take a step, Bulma halted him. Are you leaving now? She asked, reluctant to see him go. Vegeta turned to her, inquiring, are you going to miss me? Bulma fell silent, not responding. For she had long known the truth of Vegeta's origins. Now that his strength had returned and he was suddenly asking for a spaceship. Could it be that he intended to return and reclaim what was rightfully his as a prince? 10 seconds later, Bulma finally found her voice. Will you come back? After you become a prince, will you return to us? Ding. Detected Bulma's sense of longing. Vegeta was taken aback. Had she already begun to miss him before he had even departed? He took her hand, bending down to meet her gaze, and said, what are you thinking? I'm not going back to planet Vegeta. Besides, I have come to regard Earth as my home. Return to planet Vegeta? Isn't that planet already destroyed by Frieza? Upon hearing this, Bulma's previously drooping expression instantly brightened with joy. Really? Then what are you going to do this time? Vegeta replied coolly. I am seeking the path to becoming stronger. Bulma pondered, touching her head in confusion. But you are already the strongest in the world. Do you still need to get stronger? Vegeta chuckled softly. Being the strongest on Earth only holds value here. What if one day extraterrestrials invade Earth and take you away? What would I do if I am not powerful enough to confront them? Would I simply watch as they abduct you? Humph. You are the one who would get captured by aliens. Bulma feigned anger, but inwardly she was ecstatic. For the reason behind Vegeta's desire to grow stronger was to protect her in the future. Wait, Vegeta. In the distance, Tai's voice rang out as she hurriedly approached with a camera in hand. She gasped for breath, exclaiming, Vegeta, this is for you. Vegeta took the camera. Puzzled. I want to be going on this cosmic journey. Please take pictures of what the aliens look like for me. I need them for my novel. Oh, and here. Inside is enough food for you to last a year. With that, Tai's handed Vegeta a universal capsule. Vegeta received it with a grateful smile. These 2 sisters each possessed their own unique charm. One, though a bit headstrong, was a genius, while the other was gentle and caring in every detail. Most importantly, both were affluent, and he was more than willing to indulge in their generous offerings. After bidding farewell, Vegeta finally boarded the spaceship. Above the temple, a massive vessel hovered in the air. A sleek, oval spaceship glided past Soraya's gaze. "Come aboard, Soraya." With a knowing smile, Soraya leaped onto the ship. This scene was witnessed by Urin. "Hey, Vegeta, take me with you." As the ship's door closed, Vegeta's voice echoed once more. "There are more important matters for you to attend to on Earth." The significant matter Vegeta mentioned referred to the subsequent events involving the Demon King Piccolo. With Goku absent from Earth, it would fall to Urin to confront what lay ahead. Chapter 32. Unidentified flying object in the vast expanse of the universe. The spacecraft resembled a mere leaf upon the water, diminutive and fragile. Having traversed the atmosphere, the vessel departed from Earth. "Ah, Vegeta, thank you for bringing me along." "What are you thanking me for?" "I promise to help you grow stronger. This journey is precisely for that purpose." Shortly after leaving Earth, Vegeta began to weave grand visions for Solia. "Here, put this on." Vegeta produced a form-fitting battle suit, crafted with the assistance of Karis. Solia accepted the outfit and scrutinized it, her cheeks flushing as she inquired, "Is it appropriate here?" Understanding her question, Vegeta gestured towards the restroom. Moments later, Solia emerged, and Vegeta found himself regretting his decision. The tight design of the suit accentuated every contour of her exquisite form, highlighting what was meant to be flat and what was meant to be pronounced. Would this not distract him from his training? "I'm ready, Vegeta." "Good. Take a moment to familiarize yourself with the environment of this spacecraft." Solia nodded, her eyes wide with wonder as she explored the interior, which dazzled her with its complexity. She began to examine the controls. "What is this?" Before she realized it, her hand had found its way to the control panel. Beep. Initializing gravity system. "Please select gravity multiplier." Vegeta approached her, glancing at the gravity settings. The system's maximum was set to 200 times Earth's gravity, double that of the gravity chamber crafted by Briefs. This intensity might be just right for Vegeta, yet it could prove challenging for Solia, a novice in utilizing the gravity chamber. This is the gravity system. It allows you to adjust the gravity multiplier. Training here will expedite your progress. With that, Vegeta set the gravity multiplier to 20 times. A moment of adjustment passed, and Solia's body began to sag under the weight. It feels a bit heavy. Yet, after a few seconds, she straightened her back and attempted to move, gradually acclimating to the increased gravity. Seeing Solia able to walk freely, Vegeta encouraged her, "Keep it up. Let us see if you can do a few push-ups." "All right." She bent down, her hands pressed against the floor, her S-shaped silhouette presenting itself before Vegeta. 1, 2, 100. "Stop." Vegeta called out, standing tall. "What's wrong, Vegeta?" Vegeta feigned composure, replying, "You've fully adapted to this gravity. Now, we shall attempt a higher multiplier. How about 50 times? Let us give it a try." Beep, beep, beep. Vegeta adjusted the multiplier to 50 times, and in that instant, Solia collapsed to the floor, her body no longer under her control. "Focus your energy and rise, Solia." "Okay." With a surge of determination, Solia's energy began to swell, and finally, her body, once pressed to the ground, began to move. Her arms pushed against the floor, lifting her up. "You can do it, Solia." Vegeta's encouragement resonated, and she ultimately stood. "It's indeed impossible to rise without increasing energy. It's still too much." Vegeta reassured her, "Take your time, you can do this. After all, your battle power is already in the hundreds of thousands. This gravity is no match for you. Once you fully adapt, we can commence sparring." Solia clenched her fists, eager to begin. Just then, an unexpected alarm blared, disrupting their moment. Beep, beep, beep. "Alert, alert. Unidentified flying object detected approaching. Shall we activate stealth mode for observation?" Unidentified flying object? Vegeta approached the control panel, executing commands that revealed the screen. The image began to sharpen, though it soon became obscured by a flurry of pixels. In less than a second, Vegeta recognized the unidentified object. That spherical spacecraft was unmistakable. It was the same type Solia, and he had taken to Earth. Activate stealth mode. Stealth mode engaged. Activation complete. Vegeta's mind raced with possibilities. The spherical ship could only belong to one of two factions, Frieza's army or the Saiyans. To uncover the truth, they had to pursue it. Vegeta began maneuvering the spacecraft, tailing the spherical vessel. As the distance closed, signals began to re-establish, and the true form of the unidentified object slowly came into focus. Vegeta had indeed not misidentified it. "Isn't that the ship we rode to Earth?" Solia exclaimed, astonished. "Could it be our kin?" Vegeta shook his head. "I don't know, but we must follow it and see where it leads." Unbeknownst to Solia, she was unaware that planet Vegeta had been obliterated by Frieza, hence her naive question. Both remained transfixed by the screen, their attention entirely captured. It's accelerating. Have they detected us? Solia pointed at the screen, her voice rising. Vegeta would not allow it to escape, even if it had noticed them. With a swift motion, the spacecraft surged forward, closing in on the spherical vessel. It fled, yet he pursued. Escape was futile. However, Vegeta soon realized that the operator of the spherical ship remained oblivious to their presence. He observed with astonishment as the vessel's speed diminished. The screen then displayed a chilling scene. The spherical ship was heading towards an eerie silence, approaching a decaying planet on the verge of collapse. This lifeless orb seemed poised to dissolve into cosmic dust. The spherical ship descended towards the dying planet at light speed. It has landed. Vegeta, shall we pursue? Curiosity propelled Vegeta forward. Shall we pursue? Absolutely. Chapter 33. Dares and the Spirit Tree Fruit. With a resounding boom, the spherical spacecraft descended upon this lifeless planet. The sheer impact caused the planet to tremble. The hatch of the vessel swung open with a hiss, and the sound of crisp footsteps resonated as a dark-skinned man emerged. This scene was broadcast on the large screen of the elliptical ship. Vegeta paused momentarily, taken aback, before a wicked smile crept across his face. The man before him was someone he recognized all too well. As Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, a familiar image came to mind. The crab-like head, the vintage battle attire, the tail at the waist, and the censer perched at the corner of his eye. This individual was none other than Dares, the exiled evil Saiyan. The object of his interest was intrinsically tied to the Spirit Tree Fruit. Vegeta's emotions surged beyond mere excitement. He could hardly believe he had encountered Dares here. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? If he could vanquish this young man and seize the Spirit Tree Fruit, his power would surely increase. Should we descend as well? Solia's voice broke the silence, prompting Vegeta to initiate the spacecraft's landing. Steam billowed as the vessel touched down flawlessly. Vegeta and Solia exited the ship in succession. This planet. Vegeta abruptly placed a finger over Solia's lips, signaling her to be silent as he raised his ring finger to his mouth. Sure. Do not let him sense us. Keep your energy at its lowest. Solia nodded hastily. Vegeta aimed to track Dares and locate the Spirit Tree Fruit. Stealthily, like thieves in the night, Vegeta and Solia followed closely behind Dares. Haha, it seems to be ripening. Dares' booming laughter prompted Vegeta and Solia to peek forward. A colossal tree soared toward the heavens, its girth astonishing. Vines and roots greedily burrowed into the earth, mercilessly siphoning the planet's vitality. The tree embodied all the life force of the planet, creating a stark contrast with its barren surroundings, rendering the scene even more eerie. Yet, this tree, despite draining all life, exhibited little vitality of its own, casting a chilling atmosphere that made Solia tremble. In her fright, she inadvertently stepped on a decayed branch, which creaked ominously. Who's there? Come out, Dares exclaimed, his demeanor shifting to one of alertness. Never mind. I was just enjoying the show a little longer. But you caught me. A voice laced with amusement emanated from behind a rock, and soon Vegeta, leading Solia, stepped into view. Vegeta crossed his arms, his posture brimming with arrogance as he regarded Dares with disdain. Oh? Dares looked surprised, not expecting to be followed. The sensor over his right eye activated, and the readings dispelled any doubts he had. He then glanced at the waist of Vegeta and Solia. Oh? You are also Saiyans? How curious. I have never seen you before. Your battle power is merely 5? That makes you the lowest of the low among warriors. In response to Dares' mockery, Vegeta felt no anger, instead gazing at him as though he were a mere jester. What is the matter? Have a few Spirit Tree Fruits given you a sense of superiority? Dares smirked, momentarily taken aback before continuing. Well, it seems you lowly warriors are not destined to taste the Spirit Tree Fruit. Consider this a gift from me, just to let you experience its flavor. Vegeta was taken aback. Was this truly something a villain would say? He found Dares to be somewhat different from his preconceived notions. Nevertheless, Vegeta responded with haughty defiance. I do not partake in scraps. What I desire is always within my reach. In an instant, Vegeta's energy surged as he harnessed his power throughout his body. What is happening? You only have a battle power of 5. Dares stammered, his confidence evaporating as tremors coursed through his body, no longer under his control. What's wrong? Can't speak clearly now? I preferred your earlier insolent demeanor. With that, Vegeta continued to amplify his energy. With a sudden explosion, the sensor at Dares' eye detonated. Dares understood the implications. This unfamiliar Scion's strength surpassed his wildest imagination. "Who are you?" Dare shouted as Vegeta leapt into action, readying his fist. "You are not worthy to know. Let my fist convey the message." With a resounding strike, Vegeta's fist landed squarely on Dare's nose. Blood gushed forth as Dare's consciousness began to wane. He struggled to maintain his composure, his Saiyan cells urging him to die with dignity. Dare's attempted to regain his stance and assume a fighting position, but Vegeta's fist showed no mercy. With another powerful blow aimed at his abdomen, Dare's coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, eyes wide yet devoid of life. "All done here. I shall claim your spirit tree fruit. In your own words, as a fellow Saiyan. I am so vastly superior to you that you are a disgrace to our kind. Allow me to erect a tombstone for you in this desolation." Vegeta's words echoed Dare's past remarks to Goku in another life. Dare struggled to lift his head, yet his body betrayed him. With a clang, he turned his head, shaking uncontrollably. "Solia, go harvest those fruits. They are quite delectable. Can we eat those?" Solia hesitated, apprehensive about the unusual tree and its fruit. "Of course. Moreover, consuming them will enhance your strength." Vegeta gestured toward the fallen Dares. "This fellow here gained power from eating those fruits." Solia squinted skeptically. "Strong? But he was defeated by you in just 2 punches. I feel I could take him down myself." Solia's observation held merit, but Vegeta was indeed stronger than Dare's. "If he hadn't consumed the fruits, I could have dispatched him with a single punch. It is only by consuming them that he required 2. Do you understand? Now hurry and gather them." "Understood." With that, Solia sprang into the tree, commencing her harvest. Vegeta, meanwhile, honored his earlier promise and began to dig a grave for Dares. "Fellow Scion, I shall fulfill my promise." Suddenly, leaves rustled violently, and several spirit tree fruits plummeted to the ground. Solia was energetically kicking the spirit tree. "Hey, Vegeta, picking them one by one is too slow. Let us speed it up." Vegeta, left with no choice, concentrated his energy to gather the spirit tree fruits, ultimately placing them all into a capsule. "All right, let us depart." Solia leaped down from the tree, and together they boarded the spacecraft, leaving the desolate planet behind. Half an hour later, the two had flown far away. The newly formed grave began to stir, and a hand broke through the soil. A fruit fell precisely in front of the grave mound. Darius took a bite, gasping for breath. I am saved. How infuriating." With great effort, he rose to his feet and stumbled toward the spherical spacecraft. Chapter 34. Hidden Crisis Aboard the Spaceship. Vegeta and Solia returned triumphantly, laden with spoils. A resounding thud echoed as a cluster of spirit tree fruits tumbled onto the floor, a sight that stirred exhilaration within them. Vegeta counted, discovering a total of 9 fruits. These spirit tree fruits were indeed akin to a game-changing anomaly, allowing one to grow stronger merely by consumption, without the need for training. He picked up one fruit and handed another to Solia. "Solia, take this and eat it." Solia hesitated as she received the fruit. Without a moment's pause, Vegeta consumed his fruit in one swift motion. In the following instant, he felt a sudden halt in his heart, his pupils dilating as he sensed the energy reservoir within him expanding, his muscles momentarily swelling before reverting to their original size. Ding! Battle power increased to 7 million. Has my power doubled? Just from one fruit. Vegeta, your energy has surged again. It seems these fruits truly enhance strength. After expressing her astonishment, Solia took a bite, and within a second, she experienced a similarly remarkable transformation. The exhilarating sensation of increased power overwhelmed her senses, prompting her to exclaim, "Vegeta, I feel stronger too." Vegeta smiled slightly. "I did not deceive you. Though these fruits may appear unappealing, their effects are undeniably potent." Ding! Solia's battle power reaches 1 million. Listening to the system's announcement, Vegeta felt a twinge of confusion. System, why did Solia's power only increase to 1 million after consuming one fruit, while mine doubled? The spirit tree fruit serves as a means of potential development, but it pales in comparison to the old Kai's methods. Its effectiveness varies by individual. Those with superior talent will experience significant gains, while others may see little improvement. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Vegeta picked up another spirit tree fruit and consumed it. However, this time, he felt no discernible change in his body. What is happening, system? The quality of the spirit tree fruits varies. In the movie, Dales consumed a fruit and gained nearly 300,000 in battle power. This high-quality fruit from Earth has yielded only this effect. Additionally, consuming too many at once may render them ineffective. A certain interval is required for their effects to manifest. Dales likely consumed a lesser quality fruit before arriving on Earth. During his battle with Goku, he refrained from further consumption, presumably aware that additional fruits would not enhance his power. Reflecting on the movie's plot, Vegeta acknowledged the truth in the system's words. These spirit tree fruits were not infallible. He glanced at the remaining 6 fruits, deciding to save them for later. Yet, driven by her desire to grow stronger, Solia reached for the remaining fruits once more. Solia, do not consume more. Excessive intake will be ineffective. Solia paused, puzzled. Is that true? But I just tried and felt no change. Perhaps waiting a while before consuming again is necessary. I still have some left. You can try one. Vegeta handed her the half-eaten fruit. This fruit is rare. We can save the others for later. You can have this one. Solia took the fruit, gazing at the bite mark with hesitation. This is bitten by Vegeta. Does this count as an indirect kiss? She dismissed the thought and took a decisive bite. To her dismay, Vegeta had not lied. The fruit yielded no change in her energy. All right, it seems it has no effect. Solia relinquished the spirit tree fruit, disappointment evident. Do not be disheartened, Vegeta consoled her, popping the uneaten fruit into his mouth. There are still opportunities. Solia felt a lump in her throat. Vegeta. But that was the one I had eaten. Chewing casually, Vegeta replied, what of it? It's just a bite. I gave it to you, did I not? I have no qualms about it. Solia fell silent. Having experienced such an occurrence, she felt indifferent. Cheer up. Let us head to Namek. There are means to enhance our strength there. Vegeta's words rekindled Solia's spirit. Namek? What kind of place is that? Vegeta grinned. A wondrous realm. Let us proceed at full speed. The elliptical spaceship soared through the boundless darkness. Meanwhile, not far away, a planet encased in machinery and metal closely pursued the elliptical vessel. A colossal figure cloaked in black observed the acquisition of the spirit tree fruits. Such remarkable artifacts exist in this world. No wonder those savage monkeys have risen over the years. How intriguing. The mysterious figure rose from the throne, commanding, pursue that spaceship. A dinosaur-like being in a white lab coat frantically operated the controls, his expression frozen in shock. What? Your Majesty, the destination they are heading to is your homeland, Namek. Upon hearing this, the mysterious figure was taken aback, leaping to the control panel. A sinister grin spread across his face, revealing sharp fangs. Excellent. A twofold gain. Accelerate. Let us seize the Dragon Balls on Namek. Inside the elliptical spaceship, Vegeta and Solia engaged in vigorous training. To maintain fairness, Vegeta suppressed his energy to match Solia's level. With a swift side kick, Solia aimed for Vegeta's face. Vegeta's reflexes were astonishingly quick. He evaded just as Solia's leg lifted. Missed. Solia unleashed a flurry of chaotic punches and kicks, but Vegeta deftly blocked each of her fierce attacks. Bang. Vegeta transitioned from defense to offense, his fist mere centimeters from Solia's nose. Solia's pupils widened, startled by the suddenness, yet Vegeta lowered his fist. She trembled. Even at the same battle power, I am still no match for Vegeta. Just how formidable is he? All right, Solia, that will suffice for today. It is time to eat. Vegeta retrieved the meal prepared for her by ties, and they began to eat together. Suddenly, a massive shadow darted past the window at an astonishing speed. Vegeta's eyes flickered as he caught sight of it. Someone intends to reach Namek before us. Chapter 35. Shrag on the surface of a verdant planet. A dark spot penetrated its atmosphere, pursued relentlessly by an elliptical spacecraft. You dare to follow? Thought the figure. Once I acquire the Dragon Balls, I shall deal with you. The dinosaur-like creature pointed at the screen, exclaiming excitedly, My lord, we can descend now. With a sweeping gesture, the cloaked figure unleashed a cacophony of mechanical sounds. Thus, the mechanical planet landed upon Namek. Shortly thereafter, numerous small apertures opened across the surface of the mechanical sphere, and a relentless stream of mechanical warriors emerged. Search every inch of Namek. We must locate the Dragon Balls. The mysterious figure unveiled his dark cloak, emanating an aura of malevolence. I never expected to return to my homeland. How nostalgic. Beneath the cloak lay a gnarled and sinister visage, Shrag, the malevolent Namekian. Once I obtain the Dragon Balls and restore my youth, the position of cosmic overlord shall be mine once more. With that, Shrag erupted into a thunderous laugh, his voice resonating throughout Namek. A soldier hastily approached, kneeling before him. My lord, we have found no Dragon Balls. Just then, another soldier arrived, delivering the same disheartening message. The cacophony of failure vexed Shrag immensely. Incompetence. A bunch of worthless fools. At that moment, a lizard-like figure began to report. My lord, this planet appears to be empty. Shrag froze, pondering empty. What has transpired? The eerie silence of Namek was unsettling. No Dragon Balls and no Namekians. Something was amiss. With a surge of determination, Shrag leaped into the air, quickly breaching the cloud cover. Indeed, Namek was too desolate. Sharply scanning the landscape, he finally spotted a small green figure atop a mountain. Ah, a little creature. Shrag descended like a shooting star, fixating on his target. The small green figure began to scurry wildly, as if a frightened prey. As Shrag approached the mountaintop, the true identity of the green figure was revealed, a young Namekian. With a fierce grip, Shrag seized the child, glaring menacingly. At last, I have captured you. The young Namekian squirmed in fear and loathing. Release me, you fiend. With a resounding slap, Shrag silenced the child. Quiet. Hand over the Dragon Balls, and I may spare your life. A gentle breeze brushed past them. But the young Namekian offered no response. Instead, a voice of scorn echoed from a distance. Who will kill whom remains to be seen? Above the clouds, two figures materialized, none other than Vegeta and Solia. Shrag smirked, glancing upward. Oh, even riffraff seek the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, arms crossed, descended slowly before Shrag, locking eyes with him. I am not like some who believe that regaining youth will allow them to dominate. They fail to realize that this vast universe is teeming with formidable beings. In essence, you, Shrag, are merely a frog in a well. Vegeta's tone dripped with derision. Oh, how bold the insignificant one speaks. Killing you will grant me the fruit that enhances power. Shrag's rage simmered as Vegeta revealed a fruit from the Tree of Might. Mocking, for someone like you. Even consuming it would yield no benefit. Shrag's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched tightly. Kill him, he ordered, unleashing a swarm of mechanical soldiers upon Vegeta. Unfazed by the onslaught, Vegeta merely chuckled. Solia, it's time to show you what real combat feels like. Understood, Vegeta. They both charged into the fray. Vegeta effortlessly dispatched a mechanical soldier, striking it with tremendous force, reducing it to scrap in an instant. Watch closely, Shrag, as I demonstrate a barehanded dismemberment. Seizing another soldier, he split it in two with ease, the motion as smooth as drawing a zipper along its seam. This could be your fate as well, Shrag. Vegeta's gaze shifted to Shrag's formidable commanders, who, despite their stature, appeared to him as mere buffoons. You lot differ from the robots. I wonder if you might yield some gold. He darted through the mechanical horde, conjuring a myriad of energy blasts, a signature technique of the Saiyan Prince. Ding. Fear level increased by 0.01. The system's notification sounded like a death knell for Shrag's subordinates. Amidst this grim symphony, Vegeta swiftly eliminated the commanders. Turning around, he observed the battlefield littered with mechanical debris, evidence of Solia's prowess. Well done, Solia. Yay. This is the first time I've enjoyed such a swift victory. Solia beamed. But these foes are far too weak. Fear not, there will be more opportunities. Why not eliminate that one as well? Vegeta gestured toward Shrag. Shrag snorted disdainfully. Tell me, boy, do you not think yourself overly arrogant? You've merely dispatched a throng of useless rabble. I see some skill in you too. Would you consider joining my ranks? At this, Vegeta recalled a certain individual, King Cold, similarly inclined. Did I grant you permission to speak? In an instant, Vegeta vanished, reappearing behind Shrag. With a swift motion, he channeled immense power into his hand, elevating his battle strength to 3 million. Bang! Shrag's eyes widened in terror, flooded with confusion. What just happened? How could he possess such strength? As he regained his composure, he bellowed, You have provoked my wrath. Chapter 36. The Death of Shrag. So what if you are angry? Vegeta's voice resonated once more from behind Shrag, its powerful timbre compelling a response. Vegeta's fist was a mere centimeter away from Shrag's back. In that fleeting moment, Shrag summoned his strength. The black robe enveloping him shattered under the force he emitted, rendering his back as hard as steel. He bore the blow with unwavering resolve. Then, spinning around, Shrag initiated a counterattack, his colossal fist crashing down upon Vegeta's chest. That massive hand mirrored in Vegeta's eyes. No, something was amiss. The creature seemed to be transforming further. Vegeta swiftly raised both hands to shield his chest, yet even so, his body was pushed backward, finally stabilizing before a small hill. Be careful, Vegeta, came Solia's urgent warning, prompting Vegeta to glance upward. A monstrous figure revealed its fangs, glistening saliva dangling grotesquely between its teeth, evoking revulsion. This abominable creature had chosen to enlarge itself. Now enormous, Shrag regained his confidence, his gaze towards Vegeta dripping with contempt. You have forced my hand, little one. I concede I underestimated you. But what do you possess to confront me now? With newfound bravado, Shrag began to unleash a flurry of punches. Vegeta, feeling the surge of energy within him, darted past Shrag's wild strikes. Would I possess to confront you? You fool, have you not realized? Though you have grown in strength, your speed has plummeted. With that, Vegeta danced atop Shrag's flailing fist like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Leveraging the recoil, he propelled himself upward, delivering a solid kick to Shrag's face. Thud. Yet, to the thick-skinned Shrag, this strike was merely a mild irritation. He erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. You think I am unaware? My strength has indeed increased, but so has my body's resilience. Shrag's eyes twitched as Vegeta's fist began to rain down indiscriminately upon his face. Is that so, Shrag? You appear rather confident, Vegeta remarked. Each punch infused with the power of shattered stars, delivering devastating blows that reverberated through the air. Shrag sneered. Are you but a mosquito, merely tickling me? With that, he swung his massive arms to swat Vegeta away. However, his cumbersome state rendered him an easy target for Vegeta to evade. Bang! The sound of impact echoed as Shrag winced, squinting in pain. Wait, this is not right. He opened his eyes to find that the pesky mosquito had sprouted a pair of wings. Upon closer inspection, they were not wings, but rather a new pair of arms that had emerged from Vegeta's back. Indeed, this was the peculiar technique he had mastered at the Crane School, for demon fists. What's wrong, Shrag? Did I just see you close your eyes? Your vaunted defense appears rather lacking. The sounds of fists colliding with flesh intensified as Shrag's form began to tilt backward, forcing him to stagger a few steps. Even those few steps caused the earth to tremble beneath him. Vegeta regained the upper hand, while Solia's clenched fist began to loosen. She was astonished that Vegeta had already mastered the 4 demon fists. Truly, he was remarkable. Clang. At last, that massive, ancient body could withstand no more of the overwhelming force and collapsed to the ground. A mosquito can indeed deliver a lethal bite, let alone a mutated one. In Shrag's eyes flickered a myriad of uncertainties. Everything had transpired far too swiftly. Mere moments ago, he had commanded legions, exuding undeniable authority, yet now he felt utterly powerless. He had grown old. This was precisely why Vegeta dared to taunt Shrag so brazenly. Without the restoration of his youth, Shrag stood no chance against Vegeta. Was it all over? The answer was no. A glimmer sparked in Shrag's eyes, a defiance against the natural decay of age. He recalled a time when he was a formidable cosmic overlord, feared by many. Yet as he aged, new powers emerged, pushing him to the periphery, leaving him to dwindle in obscurity, culminating in this pitiable fate. No, this is not the outcome I desire. Roaring, Shrag summoned the last vestiges of his strength. Dragging his heavy frame, he opened his mouth wide, wildly inhaling the surrounding air, as countless minuscule energy particles began to coalesce within. A vibrant green light swirled in his mouth, growing ever brighter and more blinding. Roar! A beam of green energy erupted from his mouth, seemingly protesting the injustice of fate. Lamenting the bitterness of old age, he sought to break the constraints of nature, yearning to reclaim the vitality of his youth. The colossal green beam surged forward, intent on engulfing all in its path. Vegeta reacted with remarkable speed, darting left and right with ease, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris around him. Shrag was driven to madness, yet even in his frenzy, he could not harm Vegeta in the slightest. Roar! In an instant, the green beam veered sharply, its massive form as agile as flowing water, now targeting Solia. This sudden assault sent the inexperienced Solia into a state of shock. She stood frozen, having never encountered such a spectacle. What to do? Kamehameha wave. A thunderous sound brushed past Solia's ears, and simultaneously, a blue energy beam shot forth from the corner of her eye, slicing through her hair. Her dazed gaze shifted to the imposing figure beside her, Vegeta. Once more, he had come to her rescue. Vegeta. He merely nodded slightly. Stay focused. Solia placed her hands over her heart, condensing energy particles that began to gather. With a serious expression, she exclaimed, Understood. Vegeta. Boom. A yellow shockwave entwined with the Kamehameha wave, colliding fiercely with the green energy column. The air shattered with a mournful howl as the two forces clashed, brilliant arcs of electricity flickering in the moment of contact. Their combined energy ultimately proved superior to the feeble elder. Shrag was consumed by the enhanced Kamehameha wave, marking the definitive end of his era. In his bewildered gaze, a hint of clarity emerged. In that moment, he comprehended that the era of youth had dawned. Chapter 37. The last Namekian. The Kamehameha wave soared into the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Shrag disintegrated into particles. Ding. Defeated the boss. Shrag gained 30 insight points. Vegeta momentarily lost his focus. It seemed the system was indeed correct. Defeating a boss could yield insight points. However, was it not rather meager? System. Is it truly only 30 insight points for vanquishing a boss? The higher the difficulty of the boss, the more insight points are awarded upon defeat. Shrag was rather weak. Receiving 30 insight points is already a boon. The system's logic was irrefutable. Shrag had not even restored his youth, rendering him significantly weaker than in the original narrative. Let us check the remaining insight points. Remaining insight points, 50, with 50 insight points still at his disposal. Vegeta realized that his current skills were nearly mastered. There was no pressing need to squander insight points on acquiring new abilities. Rather, enhancing his evasion attribute was the prudent course of action. He proceeded to convert the insight points into evasion points. Ding. Exchange successful. Evasion points increased by 5. Current evasion points, 15. A conversion rate of 1/10? Vegeta hesitated, his mind racing like 1,000 wild horses. Was this not somewhat absurd? Confounded system. Host. Do not be overly agitated. Mastering the ultimate instinct technique is no simple feat. It requires gradual accumulation. The event had transpired. Further lamentation was futile. What was to be done now was to amass more insight points. I recall you mentioned that emotional points could be exchanged for insight points, did you not? Indeed, host. Current remaining emotional points, 345. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Exchange. Ding. Gain 3 insight points. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. I say, system, if you do not wish to provide, then do not. This 1% exchange rate is rather disheartening, leaving me in vain anticipation. Host. It has been stated that this is a wool-gathering function. If there is wool to be gathered, one should seize whatever little can be obtained. Thus, it is essential to primarily focus on defeating bosses and courting women, as these endeavors yield the greatest insight points. In the outside world, Solia hurriedly approached Vegeta. Vegeta. Having regained his composure, Vegeta noticed the look of self-reproach on Solia's face. He gently patted her head, offering reassurance. Do not be disheartened. There remains ample room for your improvement. This is merely the beginning. Let us seek out the elder. We can yet become stronger. Just then, the sound of falling debris interrupted their conversation. From a shadowy corner, a small Namekian trembled, eyeing the two with apprehension. Vegeta turned to look. Ah! A startled exclamation escaped him, causing the little Namekian to retreat behind a rock, fear evident on his visage. His skin growing even greener as beads of sweat adorned his brow. Vegeta crouched down, forcing a smile. Hello there, little one. Yet, in the eyes of the small Namekian, Vegeta's grin appeared utterly terrifying. He instinctively took several steps back. Observing this, Solia too crouched down, presenting a kind and gentle smile. She beckoned softly, do not fear. Little one, we mean you no harm. Gradually, the Namekian relaxed his guard and whispered, Are you here for the Dragon Balls? We Namekians no longer have any Dragon Balls. At this revelation, Vegeta's smile vanished abruptly. What was happening? No Dragon Balls? What calamity had befallen Namek? The absence of Dragon Balls implied the Elder's demise? Vegeta immediately rose and soared into the skies, scanning the landscape, only to find that not a single village remained on Namek. He closed his eyes, reaching out to sense the surrounding energies. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly chaotic and dense aura assaulted Vegeta's senses, directing his gaze back to the small Namekian. In that fleeting moment, he perceived an amalgamation of countless Namekian souls resonating within the child, and he was struck by the sensation of youth, maturity, and age reflected on the child's countenance. All the Namekians had been assimilated into this one being. Fear not, we are the good ones, come closer. Solia squinted her eyes, her warm smile unwavering, striving to alleviate the child's trepidation. Thud. Vegeta silently descended beside the small Namekian. What transpired on Namek? He inquired with a solemn and grave tone. The child shivered, collapsing onto the ground. In that instant, a surge of spiritual energy infiltrated the child's mind. Tell him, child, I sense no malice. The child paused, then exclaimed, Elder? Elder. The elder's voice fell silent, and the child steadied his emotions, slowly rising to his feet. He gazed into Vegeta's eyes and recounted the tale. Months ago, all Namekians went about their daily lives as usual. An oval spaceship descended upon this land, shattering Namek's tranquility. A multitude of extraterrestrial beings emerged, orderly and refined. They ultimately located the Elder, revealing their true intentions to coerce him into surrendering the Dragon Balls, threatening to annihilate all Namekians otherwise. They achieved their goal. However, they did not honor their promise. All Namekians suffered devastation. The warriors fought valiantly in resistance, yet it was a futile endeavor. The enemy was overwhelmingly powerful. These noble warriors were defeated, and the final line of defense for Namek was obliterated. The child, who had retreated to the mountains to train, was spared. He became the last Namekian. Upon returning to the village, everything had changed. Corpses littered the ground, and even the revered elder could not escape fate. He became the last hope for the Namekians. With his final breaths, the elder made a daring decision to assimilate with the child. In that moment, the fallen Namekians seemed to resonate, choosing to merge their essences with this boy. Vegeta stood rooted in place, his expression somewhat dazed. Such an atrocity could only be attributed to Frieza. He had not anticipated that Frieza would find the Dragon Balls first. What wish would he make? In Dragon Ball Z, his desired wish was for immortality, while in Dragon Ball Super, it was merely to grow 5 centimeters taller. Given the timeline, the former was far more plausible. If that were the case, it could pose significant complications. Extracting insight points from him might prove exceedingly difficult. To confirm whether it was indeed Frieza, Vegeta inquired. The they you mentioned, was one of them named Frieza? The child swayed his head, his memories evidently fragmented, filled with numerous conflicting recollections. After a moment's reflection, the child affirmed, yes. I heard him say that he, Frieza, could finally grow taller. Vegeta smiled knowingly. Indeed, it was Frieza. However, his joy was short-lived. For the Dragon Balls of Namek could grant 3 wishes. Vegeta urgently asked, do you recall what other wishes he made? The child shook his head. I'm sorry, I cannot remember. Chapter 38. Random Quest. Beep. Triggered Random Quest. Revitalized Namek. Reward. 50 insight points. The sudden announcement from the system caught Vegeta off guard. What does it mean to revitalize? The system continued. Separate the Namekians assimilated into this boy and send them back to Namek. Vegeta began to ponder. A random quest must be undertaken, or else he would meet a disastrous fate. The system's demands were not particularly difficult. After separating the other Namekians, the Grand Elder would reappear, and at that time, he could unlock his potential. What a delightful bonus that would be. Separation should be achievable with the Dragon Balls. Can you still create Dragon Balls? The child shook his head, replying, although I possess the soul of the Grand Elder within me, I am a completely new Namekian and therefore do not understand the creation of Dragon Balls. Not knowing how to create Dragon Balls does not imply an inability to do so. Moreover, with the Grand Elder's soul inside him, his potential should be extraordinary. It is indeed exciting to contemplate what kind of Dragon Balls he could produce. It is uncertain whether the Earth's Dragon Balls can handle such a monumental task, as wishes exceeding their capabilities cannot be fulfilled. Thus, there are 2 options. First, use Earth's Dragon Balls to separate them. Second, have the child learn to create Dragon Balls, with the guidance of Earth's deity proving to be the best mentor. Combining these 2 points leads to the conclusion that they must return to Earth. However, Vegeta's purpose for visiting Namek was not solely to seek the Grand Elder's aid in unlocking potential. He also intended to wish for the ability to instantaneously teleport. Given the current circumstances, this wish must be temporarily set aside. Nevertheless, since he has already departed from Earth, he could directly travel to Yardrat to learn. System. What is the time limit for this random quest? Host. If it is not completed within 2 years, you will explode. 2 years to learn instantaneous movement and send this child back to Earth. Vegeta was determined to see it through. The only challenge now was to persuade the child. Do you wish to see your kin again? Vegeta's soul-stirring question caused the child to startle. He lifted his head, inquiring, what do you mean? Vegeta crouched down, explaining, I will separate your kin from within you and restore Namek to the peaceful state it was a few months ago. The child's heart raced with excitement. He clenched his fist and shouted, is that really possible? Yes, but you must go to a place called Earth to save your Namekian brethren. And it will depend on you. There is another Namekian on Earth who can create Dragon Balls. If you can learn under his guidance to create new Dragon Balls, your people will be saved. Soya tapped her head, her face filled with confusion. What does this mean, Vegeta? Vegeta smiled warmly. Do not underestimate this child. His potential is remarkable. Dragon Balls are a creation of our kind, and the deity on Earth is also a Namekian, with many Namekian souls, including the Grand Elder. Within him, the Dragon Balls he creates will undoubtedly possess far greater power than those of Earth. Vegeta pointed at the child, saying, to ensure the salvation of your people. Young one, do your best. Soya then realized, squatting down to examine the young Namekian. Well, you know, this child does bear a resemblance to the deity. Vegeta chuckled softly. Indeed, Soya is endearingly Navi. By the way, little one, what is your name? The young Namekian shook his head, replying, I have fused many different memories and have forgotten my name. Just as Vegeta had suspected, the child's memories were indeed chaotic. Since he was to go to Earth to create Dragon Balls, his experience mirrored that of the young Namekian in the original story, who went to Earth to become the deity. From today onward, you shall be called Dandy. Soya echoed, Dandy? Oh, that name is lovely. You shall be called Dandy. Dandy pointed to himself. Dandy? My name? Vegeta stood up. Let us go, Soya. You will take Dandy back to Earth while I attend to other matters. This sudden announcement left Soya taken aback. What? Are you sending me away? Vegeta, nearly in tears, explained, No, the task ahead of you is tremendously arduous, directly influencing our ability to grow stronger. If we can separate the Grand Elder from within him and unlock our potential, both of us will become more powerful. Vegeta's impassioned speech left Soya with no doubt. Standing tall, her proud figure was accentuated as she declared, I understand. Vegeta, I promise to complete the task. Vegeta was quite satisfied. Then, Soya, if there arises any situation on Earth that Lin cannot handle, it will fall to you. Vegeta still harbored concerns about Lin possibly being unable to contend with King Piccolo. However, should Soya intervene, it should not pose a problem. Soya reaffirmed her commitment to Vegeta. Thus, after Vegeta set the destination for the spaceship, Soya took Dandy and flew towards Earth. Vegeta watched them depart, yet a sense of desolation suddenly washed over him. He seemed to have made a critical error. Now, he had no means of transportation. However, it was not a significant issue. He now possessed the ability to survive in a vacuum. Flying to Yardrat was merely a matter of will. The only drawback was that his speed might be insufficient. But so what? Insufficient speed could be compensated with time. After all, he had the miraculous Senzu Beans, granting him limitless stamina. Without further ado, he took off. With a surge of energy, Vegeta soared into the sky like a rocket, a small black dot emerging from the green planet's surface, moving towards the endless void. As he traversed the vast cosmos, he advanced toward Yardrat. Chapter 39, Planet Adratlat. A sudden sound of footsteps echoed. A shadow descended silently. After nearly half a year of arduous travel, Vegeta finally arrived at Planet Adratlat. During this time, he consumed an unknown number of Senzu Beans and slept in the void of space, a feat only he, Vegeta, could accomplish. What unfolded before Vegeta's eyes was an unfamiliar environment. The planet was rather small and evidently primitive, presenting an image of a world ripe for development. In an instant, dozens of figures appeared directly in front of Vegeta, encircling him. One of the Adratlations stepped forward and questioned him. Intruder? Vegeta raised his hands above his head and replied, Your welcome ceremony is rather extreme. The leader of the Adratlations waved his hand, prompting those surrounding Vegeta to step back. In the next moment, Vegeta swung his arms vigorously, causing the retreating Adratlations to remain vigilant, their eyes fixed on him. Be cautious. The leader of the Adratlations emitted a sharp sound, warning everyone. However, Vegeta's next move was merely to place his hands on his chest, bend slightly, and bow. I am Vegeta, here to learn instantaneous movement. All the Adratlations gasped. The atmosphere rendered excessively tense. They did not anticipate that the man before them was simply bowing to introduce himself. Vegeta lifted his head, observing the scene with a hint of amusement. His feigned display had indeed startled them. Seeing this, the leader of the Adratlations dismissed his concerns, stepping forward to approach Vegeta. Hello, I am Nige, the strongest Adratlation on this planet. Vegeta scrutinized the pink figure before him, noting that his attire differed from that of the others, confirming his status as the strongest. The strongest? Just how strong are you? Nige smiled slightly, placing his left hand behind his back and beckoning with his right hand, indicating for Vegeta to attack him. You wish to learn instantaneous movement? Strike me, and I shall teach you. Vegeta smirked mischievously. In that case, I shall obey your command. He abruptly raised his arm, his iron fist clenched, charging towards Nige. With a sound, Nige vanished from his position, only to reappear behind Vegeta in the blink of an eye. Behind you. The sound of a missed punch resonated as Nige executed instantaneous movement once more. A series of sounds echoed as Vegeta's fist continued to swing, all falling short. Vegeta halted his assault. No, I cannot allow him to lead me by the nose. He closed his eyes. Instantaneous movement requires one to sense the opponent's energy to activate. This fellow had sensed my energy the moment I threw a punch, immediately predicting where I would appear. If that is the case, then I shall conceal my energy. In the next moment, Vegeta sealed off all his energy channels and threw a punch using only his physical strength. With a sound, Nige's high-speed flashing body came to an abrupt halt, his judgment momentarily faltering. Vegeta grinned wickedly. Found you. With a powerful strike, Vegeta successfully hit Nige, who involuntarily staggered backward. A second later, Nige regained his balance. Not bad. It seems your understanding of energy is quite adept. Now, allow me to teach you instantaneous movement. Nige slowly approached Vegeta and said, let us rest for now. It is late. Tomorrow, I will teach you. After flying for over half a year, Vegeta indeed had not rested properly, so he followed Nige. The next day, Vegeta was revitalized. The empty room was devoid of anyone, save for a tattered sketchbook left on the table. Curiosity piqued, Vegeta could not resist flipping through its pages. This sketchbook contained many wondrous techniques. Instantaneous movement, utilizing energy perception to appear before others. As Vegeta meticulously read through the pages, his gaze and finger were inevitably drawn to the final page. Explosive power. The user can double their strength instantly, with no side effects. Wait. No injury King's Fist? System. How many insight points does this require? Ding. Skill. Explosive power requires 100 insight points. 100 insight points. Why don't you go steal them? Host. Such a skill is even more extraordinary than the King's Fist. 100 insight points is quite reasonable. Moreover, host. Your insight points have all been exchanged for evasion points, leaving you with 0 insight points. Regret washed over Vegeta. He had not anticipated such an extraordinary encounter on planet Adratlat. With a clang, the doors swung open, and Nige returned, a dinosaur tail draped over his shoulder. Nige set down the tail and rushed to Vegeta, glancing at the sketchbook in his hands. You're up? Oh, what have you found? What do you wish to learn? Vegeta pointed to the end of the sketchbook. This. Nige frowned slightly. This. I am not too proficient in it. I am more familiar with instantaneous movement. Not too proficient? So you only know a little? Nige nodded affirmatively and dashed out the door. Watch closely, Vegeta. Explosive power. In the next moment, blue light enveloped him, and his muscles began to swell rapidly. Vegeta distinctly sensed Nige's energy double. Ding. Detected explosive power. Incomplete version. Compared to the complete version, the no-injury effect is lost. Vegeta was taken aback. Isn't this akin to the King's Fist? No, he can only double his strength at most. The complete version of explosive power equates to the no-injury version of the King's Fist. Vegeta clenched his fist. If I am to learn, I shall learn the best. I shall master both explosive power and instantaneous movement. Lacking insight points may hinder swift learning, yet who is Vegeta? He had always utilized insight points directly. His innate talent was not lacking. Nige, come, teach me instantaneous movement and explosive power. Nige took on the role of a mentor, beginning to explain the principles of instantaneous movement and explosive power to Vegeta. Instantaneous movement involves maximizing the impact of energy, envisioning a bridge of void in one's mind, supported by energy leading to the desired destination. Explosive power entails instantly channeling the energy stored within to achieve a doubling effect. Vegeta listened with fervor, committing the theory to memory as he began his gradual exploration. Thus began Vegeta's journey of cultivation on planet Adratlat. Chapter 40. The Saiyans strike. Time slips away like grains of sand, cascading in the blink of an eye. Vegeta has been training on planet Yardrat for 3 long years. On Earth, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament has concluded. Dandy has created an enhanced dragon, and with the assistance of the Brief's family, the Namekians have returned to their home planet. Meanwhile, Vegeta has acquired 30 insight points. Tien, Kaiatsu, Master Roshi, and Krillin engage in a fierce battle against the Demon King Piccolo, suffering defeat and plunging Earth into chaos. Just then, 2 vibrant young girls descend from the sky, bringing salvation. A brief period of peace has enveloped Earth. On this day, within the heavenly temple, the Supreme Kai furrows his brow. Beads of sweat unevenly scattered across his forehead. He senses 2 immensely powerful forces approaching Earth, an unprecedented pressure nearly suffocating him. Mr. Popo, they are coming to Earth. I can sense. They are exceedingly malevolent. Mr. Popo gazes skyward, his large, innocent eyes motionless. Supreme Kai, although Vegeta is not on Earth, we still have Saraya. Don't we? A light thud resonates as Saraya leaps onto the rooftop, her expression grave, the 2 sinister yet formidable energies assaulting her senses. This foe seems to transcend the enemies Earth has faced before. Yulin flies beside Saraya. Did you sense it too, Saraya? Saraya slightly parts her tightly pressed lips. Yes. Furthermore, they are incredibly strong, Yulin. I will need your assistance when the time comes. Upon hearing Saraya's words, Yulin's demeanor grows more serious. Even Saraya finds them formidable? Saraya turns her head, her tense expression softening into a smile. Regardless, I will give it my all. After all, I promised Vegeta that I would protect Earth in his absence. Saiya's smile alleviates Yulin's panic. Let us strive together. In the depths of outer space, two spherical spacecraft flash by, swiftly entering Earth's atmosphere. Within the ship, a dense electronic voice resounds. Prepare for landing, Nappa. Hee. This planet called Earth is where that worthless one came from long ago. Hey, Raditz, when we find him, I shall humiliate him thoroughly. I can already envision his face. Flushed with anger. Nappa, how many times must I tell you not to call me by name? Whoosh. The ship accelerates once more, finally piercing through Earth's atmosphere. Officially hovering above the planet. Here they come. Within the heavenly temple, Saiya enters a state of alert, and Yulin clenches her fists. They leap into the air, heading towards a desolate expanse. Meanwhile, Lan Shi, unable to assist, can only silently pray for their safety. In West City, within a laboratory, Bulma, Ties, and Frieza gaze anxiously at the screen as the camera zooms in. The figures of Saiya and Yulin appear on the display. It's Saiya and Yulin. Ties exclaims in surprise. Bulma, observing Saiya's silhouette, feels a sense of reassurance. Nearly 5 years have passed since she last saw Vegeta. She has missed him dearly, even contemplating that he may have returned to planet Vegeta to assume the throne. However, seeing Bulma's childhood friend Saiya still on Earth reassures her that Vegeta has not abandoned her as she feared. Bulma softly utters, "Go for it, Saiya." Saiya had appeared in Bulma's life during Earth's darkest hour, saving all of humanity. Bulma's fondness for Saiya has steadily grown. In the desolate expanse, the two spacecraft crash violently into a deep pit, smoke billowing and dust rising. A farmer, clutching a rifle, shakily approaches the unidentified flying objects. Kazi H. The doors of the spacecraft swing open, and two oddly dressed men emerge. Beep, beep, beep. Raditz's scanner alerts him. Oh, a power level of only 5? Just like that worthless one from years past. Ha. Raditz cruelly mocks the lowly creature before him, while the bald-headed Nappa strides towards the farmer. Do not come any closer. Nappa's imposing figure instills dread in the ordinary man. Hee. Nappa lets out a chilling laugh. Die. Bang bang. 2 gunshots ring out, yet Nappa remains unscathed. WW, what a monster. The farmer collapses to the ground, the stench of fear becoming palpable. Raditz disdainfully declares, "Heh, lowly creatures are so fragile. Kill him, Nappa, before we find that worthless one. Eliminate everyone on this planet." Nappa rubs his hands in anticipation, advancing towards the farmer. I relish these moments. Boom, boom, boom. Several energy blasts strike Nappa's heels, stirring up dust as the farmer seizes the opportunity to flee. Who? Nappa exclaims, bewildered as he scans the surroundings. Tap. 2 women silently appear within their line of sight. Beep, beep, beep. Raditz's scanner jumps wildly. Oh, one with a power level of 1121 and another at 2300? Unexpectedly, these lowly creatures possess a power level akin to that of our Saiyan lower-class warriors. How intriguing. Nappa gazes intently at the newcomers, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. It seems the worthless prince is indeed worthless. He hasn't managed to eliminate all the inhabitants of this planet. Surely, he wouldn't be defeated by these lowly beings, given his power level of only 5. Saiya grits her teeth, her anger palpable. The tails coiling around their waist signify their Saiyan heritage. The worthless one they speak of is undoubtedly Vegeta. Do not speak of him that way. With a swift motion, Saiya leaps into the air, unleashing a surge of hidden power. Her rapid movements catch Nappa off guard. Bang! A single strike sends Nappa flying 10 meters away. Beep, beep, beep. Nappa's scanner goes haywire, his eyes twitching in disbelief. A million power level. In contrast to Nappa's shock, Raditz remains remarkably calm. Interesting, a power level of 1,000,000. It appears she possesses a method to conceal her true strength. In the next moment, Raditz's gaze inadvertently falls upon the peculiar object at Saiya's waist. Raditz's expression shifts from shock to a casual smile. Ah, so she is a Saiyan. The female Saiyan who accompanied that worthless one to Earth back in the day. How fascinating. Whoosh. Raditz swiftly moves, a blur appearing before Nappa. He presents a bizarre object to him. Here, take this and eat it. This peculiar item stirs a deep unrest within Saiya. She recognizes it instantly. The fruit of the tree of might. Chapter 41. The new king of Vegeta. The expression of Nappa, once filled with terror, swiftly morphed, a sinister smile resurfacing upon his face. Grasping the spirit tree fruit, his greedy eyes seemed about to plunge into it. Thank you, Your Highness, he uttered before swallowing the fruit whole, instantly elevating his power to a new tier. Raditz nonchalantly remarked. Heh, only now do you remember to call me Prince? This spirit tree fruit is effective only when consumed once a year. This is yours for the year. Nappa steadied himself, unleashing all the energy within him. That detestable woman. I shall make you pay. He chuckled. Now my combat power is 1,100,000. While yours is merely 1 million. Let us see what you can do against me. Sonya could scarcely believe that these two Saiyans possessed the spirit tree fruit. What could this mean? Moreover, had the bald-headed one just referred to the long-haired individual as Prince? Was he Vegeta's brother? As Sonya pondered, Nappa lunged at her like a ferocious beast. Watch out. Sonya. Yulin cried out, realizing she could no longer participate in a battle of this magnitude. Yet she had promised to assist Sonya. With a swift motion, Yulin sent 2 talismans flying towards Sonya. In an instant, the talismans adhered to Sonya's leg, emblazoned with the character for wind. Yulin extended her hands, infusing the talismans with a mysterious light, exclaiming, Power of the wind. In that moment, the talismans melded into Sonya's legs, enhancing her speed. Reacting quickly, Sonya darted away, causing Nappa to miss his strike. Focus, Sonya. Engage in battle without distraction, Yulin urged. Sonya turned to Yulin and nodded earnestly. It was clear that she could not afford to lose her focus. The bald-headed brute's strength had indeed surged after consuming the spirit tree fruit, and that long-haired fellow appeared even more formidable. Sonya cast a glance towards Raditz, who met her gaze. Heh. I never imagined you would not only spare the inhabitants of this planet, but also befriend them. Truly, a disgrace to our Saiyan lineage. And what of that worthless Vegeta? Why is he not by your side? Has he perished? Raditz spat disdainfully. I cannot fathom why father would send me to this desolate place to search for him. What was he thinking? Bah. Raditz's words left Sonya perplexed, prompting her to cautiously inquire, Are you Vegeta's brother? Raditz furrowed his brow, glancing between Sonya and Nappa before bursting into laughter. Ha ha. Nappa? Has this woman lost her mind? Nappa seemed to resonate with this, joining in the mockery. Ha. Vegeta? Can he even compare? This man here is the great prince of our Saiyan race, Raditz. As for King Vegeta, that complacent fool has long been ousted. Now, the new king of planet Vegeta is the illustrious King Bardock. Nappa's declaration struck at Sonya's nerves. The once strongest low-class warrior had ascended to the throne of planet Vegeta? Yet, Nappa continued unabated. The magnificent King Bardock led his Saiyans to overthrow Frieza's reign. On that fateful day, Frieza hovered above planet Vegeta with thousands of elite soldiers. Foreseeing the impending doom, King Bardock summoned all Saiyan warriors, transforming into great apes, lying in wait on planet Vegeta. Seizing the opportunity when Frieza was unsuspecting, they combined their strength to unleash an unprecedented energy blast, successfully terminating the tyrant's century-long oppression of our Saiyan race. As Nappa's fervor grew, so did his eloquence. Only the great King Bardock is worthy to rule the Saiyans. Soon after, he challenged King Vegeta and ultimately became the new king of our kind. Upon taking the throne, King Bardock diligently trained, innovated reforms, and emphasized unity among the Saiyans. He recalled all exiled Saiyans, one of whom, a lad named Dales, discovered a fruit called the spirit tree fruit. After consuming it, our strength surged exponentially. Consequently, due to Dale's resemblance to King Bardock, the king adopted him as a son, empowering him to lead teams across the universe to cultivate this fruit. The Saiyans of today are unlike those of the past. We are the true rulers of this universe. Upon hearing Nappa's impassioned speech, Sonya was taken aback, though she found some inconsistencies in his narrative. Oh, recalling the exiled Saiyans? Then why have Vegeta and I not been summoned? Your grandstanding sounds noble, yet it mirrors the actions of those cosmic tyrants. Raditz scoffed. Humph. The decision to not summon Vegeta was father's. He claimed the time was not yet ripe. Besides, are we not here to find him? I fail to see what this worthless being is worth worrying about. Were it not for father's command, I would not have come here. Since we are here, let us make it quick. I cannot believe you are mingling with these lowly creatures. It is a disgrace to our Saiyan pride. Yulin and Sonya's nerves tightened once more. I will not allow you to prevail. I promised Vegeta I would protect Earth. Seeing Sonya's resolute stance, Raditz gestured. Nappa, go. Nappa, excited by the command, licked his lips. Woman, I will not hold back. Nappa unleashed his full combat power, resembling a robust shield yet displaying remarkable agility as he leaped towards Sonya. Sonya closed her eyes, standing firm. In an instant, she released all her energy. Over the past 7 years, she had not been idle, and her combat power surged to 2 million. Yulin, Sonya cried, as another talisman adhered to her arm. Yes, Sonya. Power of thunder. In the next moment, Sonya sprang into the air, riding the tempest. With her right fist enveloped in the amplified power of lightning. Crackling with energy, her punch struck Nappa's abdomen with lightning speed. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Nappa's stomach. His eyes bulged, his body contorted in agony as a mixture of blood and bile spilled from his mouth. Nappa's expression turned vacant, his eyes devoid of life. At that moment, self-doubt crept in. No, this cannot be. I cannot lose. Bang. Another fierce punch landed squarely on his face, shattering his delusions. His body, propelled by the wind, crashed into a familiar hill. Crash. The hill crumbled into debris, engulfing Nappa. He was obliterated. Chapter 42 The Return of That Man. A round of applause erupted from behind Solia. She turned around to see Raditz clapping, a thumbs-up raised. His smile grotesque as he remarked, impressive. To defeat Nappa in a single move, you are indeed a formidable woman. Raditz licked his lips, revealing a lewd grin. I like this type. He leaped forward, landing in front of Solia. Woman, you have piqued my interest. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess and conquer you completely. A deafening roar assaulted Solia's eardrums, as an overwhelming wave of energy washed over everything in the vicinity. You shall succumb to my strength, woman. Raditz unleashed his energy, his confidence surging with a broader smile. The pressure was immense. Yulin shielded her eyes but could not open them. Even Solia found herself intimidated by Raditz's overwhelming power. Her body trembling and retreating involuntarily. This man is indeed stronger than I had anticipated. With a whoosh, Raditz vanished without a trace. A sinister chuckle sent chills down Solia's spine. His hand sliced toward her neck. A tremor of danger gripped Solia's heart. She swiftly turned, raising her hand to block. With a resounding bang, the disparity in their strengths became painfully evident as Solia was uncontrollably hurled toward the ground. This man is terrifyingly powerful. I can't be his match like this. Before Solia could gather her thoughts, Raditz's fist whistled past her cheek. Woman, your strength seems commendable. How about becoming my queen? I can offer you more spirit tree fruits to enhance your power. Solia furrowed her brow, gritting her teeth as she shouted, You're delusional. She adjusted her stance and aimed a kick at Raditz's abdomen. However, the gap in their strengths was too vast. Raditz stood immovable. Are you merely tickling me, woman? Since you refuse, I shall beat you into submission. With a series of brutal strikes, Raditz mercilessly pounded Solia. Ah! Her piercing scream echoed in response to the pain that jolted her nerves, forcing her to fight back. Gathering her resolve, Solia concentrated, summoning numerous tiny orbs of light in her palms. Within a second, they merged, doubling in size and launching erratically toward Raditz. Boom! Explosions erupted as Solia broke free and swiftly distanced herself. Solia! Yulin cried out, heartbroken, witnessing the ferocity of the assault. Solia stumbled into view, limping painfully. In an instant, Yulin conjured a talisman, preparing to throw it to Solia. Boom! A laser shot forth, obliterating the talisman into fragments. Emerging from the smoke, Raditz remained unscathed. The tricks of lowly creatures are indeed pathetic. With a swift motion, he appeared before Yulin, an overwhelming aura of dread surrounding him. Yulin swallowed hard, her heart racing, her pupils trembling. Raditz's palm gathered a highly concentrated energy sphere. No. Please, Yulin. Solia screamed hoarsely, her voice resonating across the desolate expanse. Raditz glanced at Solia, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Oh, you seem quite concerned for her. Tears welled in Solia's eyes. Yulin was one of the few closest to her apart from Vegeta. Having trained together since childhood, she had become one of the most significant people in Solia's life. Oh? In that case, I shall spare her, Raditz sneered, tightening his grip around Yulin's neck, a menacing glint in his eyes. Provided you return with me to Vegeta and become my queen. Solia froze, the term queen echoing in her mind, her subconscious screaming that she must not agree. No. Don't. Solia, don't agree to him. Yulin's face turned a shade of purple, her suffering reaching its peak. Seeing Yulin's tormented expression, Solia felt her resolve wavering. If you refuse, I shall kill her. Just say yes, and not only will I spare her, but I will also let this forsaken earth go unharmed. Solia's body tensed momentarily. Spare the earth? I promised Vegeta to protect it. Her clenched fists began to relax. Yet her nerves remained taut. West City. Laboratory. The three women clenched their fists, hearts racing. Ties focused intently on the screen. Solia. Care eyes looked up at the screen, cold sweat dripping from her palms. Bulma's emotions were a tumultuous blend. Vegeta's childhood friend, fiercely protecting everyone on Earth, now bore the weight of it all alone. Bulma recalled the way Solia gazed at Vegeta, mirroring her own feelings. Would Solia acquiesce to such an outrageous demand? At that moment, everyone awaited Solia's response. Memories of training and adventuring alongside Vegeta flooded her mind. He had become an indelible part of her life. In this moment of despair, tears streamed down Solia's face. Perhaps this too is a way to protect the Earth? If only Vegeta were here. But it has been 4 years since I last saw him. Where are you, Vegeta? Yulin shook her head frantically, her tears soaking her hair. She could not help but think of that invincible man. Vegeta, come back. In the Heavenly Palace, Lam-Z learned of the unfolding events through the deity's recount. Her fury transformed her into her golden-haired state. This infuriates me. If Vegeta were here, that scoundrel would have been sent flying. West City, Taiz murmured. If only Vegeta were here. Bulma's tension heightened, interrupted by Taiz's words. Worry etched across her features. Indeed, if only Vegeta were here. Solia's feet moved against her will, approaching Raditz. In that critical moment, a figure appeared before Solia. A powerful, magnetic voice resonated, striking the ears of all present. I have returned. Solia halted, fixated on the newcomer, her eyes lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, I will not go with you. You scoundrel. Her voice rang out, filled with confidence, for that man had returned. Chapter 43. There is indeed a distinction between princes. Planet Yardrat. Nick. It is time to assess the fruits of my training. Vegeta declared, one hand resting on his forehead, poised to employ instant transmission. Nig stood still, a silent smile gracing his lips. Whoosh. Vegeta activated instant transmission, the pale blue orb in his hand growing ever brighter. Behind Nig, an indistinct figure emerged. The pale blue sphere racing towards Nig's back like a runaway stallion. Whoosh, whoosh. True to his reputation as the mightiest Urdration, Nig executed 2 consecutive instant transmissions just as the orb was a mere centimeter away, deftly evading the assault. With his hands clasped behind his back, he hovered in the air, extending a finger from which a ray erupted forth. Ding! A profound sense of longing detected 50 points from Saraya, Yulin, Bulma, Taiz, and Lam-Z. Vegeta's body jolted. The simultaneous yearning from these individuals could only signify one thing. Trouble had befallen Earth. Whoosh! Vegeta unleashed his energy. A tempestuous aura forming a barrier that repelled Nig's attack entirely. Nig, I apologize. I must take my leave. Nig remained ensnared in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Vegeta had nullified all his rays in an instant. A colossal question mark hovering above his head. What is happening? Vegeta's expression grew grave as he placed a hand on his brow and closed his eyes. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Vegeta vanished without a trace. Earth. A gentle breeze swept through Vegeta's bangs. His fingertips remained poised. Whoosh! With another sound, Vegeta reappeared behind Raditz, striking downwards. Humph! Raditz reacted swiftly, raising his right arm defensively against his chest. Yulin struggled in Raditz's grasp. Seeing her flushed face, Vegeta intensified his resolve. At last, Raditz was compelled to release Yulin. Using both arms to defend himself, Raditz's hands began to tremble. Who is this person? His power is overwhelming, with just one hand. He forces me to exert all my strength. How infuriating. Vegeta's gaze remained sharp as he recognized the individual before him, Raditz. Bang! Vegeta's right hand rested upon his left arm, and with a mere flick of strength, he extinguished Raditz's bravado. The once arrogant expression on Raditz's face twisted into horror. His features contorted as the overwhelming force rendered him breathless. Boom! At last, Raditz could no longer withstand the immense pressure, and his body shot upwards like a meteor. Whoosh! In an instant, Vegeta seized Yulin and brought her to Saraya's side. Saraya's eyes brimmed with tenderness as she gazed at Vegeta. Their reunion after 4 years feeling as if no time had passed. He remained as formidable and reassuring as ever. Yulin, are you all right? Vegeta asked, producing a senza bean and offering it to her. Upon consuming the bean, Yulin's flushed face swiftly returned to normal. I'm fine. You've finally returned, Vegeta. If you hadn't come back sooner, Saraya would have been taken to be that scoundrel's wife. Yulin pointed at Raditz, now sprawled on the ground, her heart ablaze with anger. Listening to Yulin's words, Vegeta was filled with confusion. What has transpired? Yulin recounted the events in detail, and upon learning the entire story, Vegeta's fury ignited as he cast a fierce glance at Raditz. How dare you have designs on Saraya? With a flick of his wrist, he conjured 5 energy blasts that hurtled towards Raditz with relentless force. The harrowing scream echoed, Raditz now suffering a fate worse than death. Saraya approached Vegeta, her disheveled hair concealing eyes filled with remorse. Vegeta, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect Earth. Vegeta tenderly caressed Saraya's face. This foolish girl. Nearly sacrificing herself for a promise. He enveloped her in his embrace, stroking her forehead. It's all right. I'm back now. Leave the rest to me. West Capital. Vegeta's return ignited boundless excitement among the crowd. Wonderful. Vegeta. He has returned. Earth and everyone are saved. Saraya need not acquiesce to that scoundrel any longer. Tais could hardly contain her joy, already reveling in the anticipated victory. Karai's adjusted her glasses, a smile blooming anew. Bulma fixated on the screen, where the image of Saraya and Vegeta embracing played out. This time, she felt an unusual tranquility, as if her former jealous self had dissipated. As another woman who loved Vegeta deeply, Saraya had sacrificed much for Earth, even saving Bulma's own life. Had Vegeta not returned in time, that naive girl might have truly consented to that unreasonable demand. Bulma smiled in relief, granting her approval of Saraya. Heavenly Palace. Lan Chi's previously anxious heart found solace. Hey, how long are you two going to keep hugging? Yulin interjected, her tone laced with irritation. Saraya's cheeks flushed as she extricated herself from Vegeta's embrace. Vegeta, that person is still alive. Saraya lowered her gaze. Her hand and head pointed in different directions, indicating Raditz in the distance. Raditz, clutching his abdomen, struggled to rise from the pit. Damn it. A roar of impotent rage revealed his despair. Who are you? Vegeta approached Raditz with steadfast determination, his presence commanding. I am the prince, unaltered in name and nature, Vegeta. Vegeta's voice resonated through Raditz's memory, igniting a rapid mental recollection. This scene felt eerily familiar. On that day in the Saiyan training chamber, a mocked and scorned prince had uttered the exact same words, and Raditz had been among those who derided him. Now, Vegeta had effortlessly vanquished him with a single blow. Raditz's eyes grew hollow. No, I was defeated by a waste of space. Raditz began to roar, the indignation reddening his cheeks. No, I refuse. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. Lowering his head, Raditz retrieved a fruit from the Tree of Might, seemingly pinning all his hopes upon it. Vegeta, stop him. Yulin cried out in a frenzy. Vegeta extended his right hand, signaling calm. Saraya smiled, reassuring Yulin. Do not panic. Yulin, we must trust Vegeta. Vegeta began to speak. The proud prince of the Saiyans? Oh, how interesting. You remind me of my former self. Raditz, considering your current state, you've done remarkably well. After all, in the original story, Raditz was the first to arrive on Earth as a boss character. The timeline has not yet reached Z, and the Saiyans' arrival is unexpected. Upon understanding the intricacies of the situation, all mysteries are unraveled. Goku was not sent to Earth because Bardock led the Saiyans in an ambush against Frieza. To my surprise, Bardock managed to convince Dor to share the fruits of the Tree of Might. Thus, Raditz gained access to superior training resources, freeing him from the fate of being a mere pawn in the original tale. It is indeed true that one person's fortune can elevate the fortunes of many. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. However, there exists a notable disparity even among princes. Chapter 44. I desire your father's throne. Vegeta stood steadfast, gazing at the impotent and furious Raditz. A smirk curled at the corners of Vegeta's lips. The cloak does not suit you, Raditz. How could Raditz, consumed by rage, endure such humiliation? Enough of your nonsense. Die. Raditz bared his teeth, flailing his arms as he unleashed energy blasts, venting his pent-up fury. Countless energy spheres surged forth, crashing towards Vegeta with overwhelming force. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with deafening roars, dust swirling, smoke billowing, and Vegeta was engulfed by the barrage of energy. Raditz grinned greedily. Heh. This is the consequence of crossing me. In the next moment, Raditz's smile faded, his jaw nearly dislocating. So what if I have? Vegeta's voice sliced through the smoke, reaching Raditz's ears with piercing clarity. According to the law of surviving amidst smoke, Vegeta emerged unscathed before Raditz. Doubt began to creep into Raditz's mind. Impossible. How can this waste be so strong now? Whoosh. Vegeta's form sliced through the air like a blade, enveloped in a white aura, piercing through the smoke and closing in on Raditz. What are you thinking? You can't afford to be distracted during a fight. Bam, bam, bam. Vegeta's fist rained down upon Raditz's face without warning, each strike echoing with explosive force. Raditz, utterly defenseless, could do nothing but endure as Vegeta's fist ravaged his body, each blow carrying the potential to keep Raditz down for good. What is wrong, Raditz? Didn't you consume the fruit of the Tree of Might? Is this all the strength you possess? Vegeta seized Raditz by the neck. This is how you treated Dorlin, isn't it? Raditz's trembling hand struggled to grasp Vegeta's arm. Yet it was a futile endeavor. His face began to turn purple from asphyxiation. He felt as if he were in a living hell, wishing only for release. Damn it! If this continues, I will surely be killed. Why has my power not increased significantly after consuming the fruit? Vegeta lifted Raditz and slammed him against the mountainside, rendering him as vulnerable as a grasshopper, his life hanging by a thread. A scouter? You lot still use such outdated technology? Heh, very well. Let me see what level you're at now. Vegeta removed the scouter from Raditz's eye and placed it upon his own. Oh, is this really your level? A combat power of 250,000? Such paltry strength does not befit a prince. Let me tell you, this was my strength 4 years ago. And that was before I even consumed the Tree of Might's fruit. At this moment, Raditz had no mind to listen to Vegeta's taunts. His thoughts were consumed with how to survive. Pain sharpened Raditz's focus. He couldn't help but glance at Vegeta's tail, the Saiyans' Achilles heel. If he could seize it, Vegeta would be at his mercy. Snap! Raditz's feet locked around Vegeta, while his hands lunged toward Vegeta's waist. Got it. Yet, instead of relief, the sensation of suffocation only intensified. Raditz looked up, meeting Vegeta's gaze, his face a blend of mockery and menace, resembling a terrifying specter. Out of options, are we? Resorting to such underhanded tactics? Despairing, are we? I've put considerable effort into overcoming the weakness of the tail. Vegeta's words were sharp and unyielding, each one a dagger. Indeed, Raditz found himself devoid of options. The reckless warrior he once was had vanished. Vegeta lifted Raditz by his tail, tossing him about carelessly as though he were a mere training dummy. Raditz possessed no strength to resist. He was utterly devoid of the energy to even speak. Fear of Vegeta consumed his consciousness. This being was terrifyingly powerful, absurdly so. Vegeta's cruelty left Raditz feeling as though death would be a welcome reprieve. Regret washed over him for coming to Earth, for provoking that female Saiyan. Enough. Let me finish this. Vegeta gathered a radiant energy in his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow to Raditz's battered form, his palm aimed at Raditz's mouth. As death loomed ever closer, Raditz began to thrash about in desperation. His eyes filled with hopelessness. No. Please. I was wrong. Spare me, Vegeta. The raw emotion that emerges when one's life is threatened often reveals the truest essence of their being, and Raditz epitomized this sentiment. Ding. Acquired fear 10. Beep. 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 The scouter emitted an alarm. Vegeta, release him. A strange yet familiar voice echoed. Hearing this, Raditz appeared to glimpse a flicker of hope, collapsing to his knees like a dog. Father. King. Save me. Vegeta delivered a kick to Raditz, then scoffed. Oh? Mr. Bardock? No. Wait. King Bardock? Are you ordering me, the former prince of planet Vegeta? The voice of Bardock continued to resonate from the scouter. Vegeta. I sent Raditz to Earth to retrieve you and bring you back to planet Vegeta. How did it come to this? Vegeta chuckled derisively. Retrieve me? Had I not possessed the strength, it would be me who lay dead, and Raditz, that wretched creature, deserves death. Vegeta cast a knowing glance at Raditz, who trembled in fear, too terrified to utter a word. Bardock's serious voice rang out once more. Vegeta, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. It concerns the future of our Saiyan race. Only you can resolve it. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Heh, I endured humiliation on planet Vegeta, which compelled my departure. You know this well. Now you wish for my assistance? That seems rather unreasonable, does it not? Unlike you, I am no saint, King Bardock. I trust you have a plan. Vegeta felt no emotional attachment to planet Vegeta. His true sentiments lay with Earth. Ding. Random task triggered. Assist Bardock through this crisis and reclaim the throne. Vegeta paused, astonished. Are you jesting with me? I just issued a threat. And now you assign me a task? Vegeta quickly amended his tone. Very well, Bardock. In light of your past fairness towards me, I shall oblige. However, I still intend to kill Raditz. With that, the faint glow in his hand reignited as he advanced menacingly towards Raditz. Raditz, scrambling and trembling, pleaded, No, do not kill me. I will serve you. Ding. Acquired fear 10. Bardock shouted angrily, Vegeta. Do not strike. Vegeta halted, realizing that if he killed Raditz now, Bardock would undoubtedly break down, making the completion of the random task impossible. Fine, for Bardock's sake, I will spare you for now. Raditz collapsed on the ground, appearing as though he had narrowly escaped death, shaken to his core. And Vegeta's voice rang out again, prompting Raditz to sit up straight. You just claimed you would serve me, did you not? Raditz eagerly nodded, asserting, I, Raditz, am willing to endure any hardship for Prince Vegeta. Vegeta smirked with wicked delight. Then tell me, how will you respond to my desire for your father's throne? Chapter 45. I'm going to retrieve what belongs to me. Vegeta's words struck like a thunderclap, intent on stripping away the last remnants of Raditz' dignity. Raditz knelt there, dazed, too frightened to utter a single word. Vegeta chuckled. Ha ha ha, look how scared you are. He patted Raditz on the shoulder, pulling him from the depths of his confusion. Vegeta offered Raditz a Senzu bean. Take it, consume it. Raditz stared at the peculiar object, his mind a whirlwind of emotions, his gaze becoming increasingly erratic. The flickering look in his eyes suggested he was already envisioning the turmoil that would ensue upon ingesting the bean. Noticing Raditz's cowardice, Vegeta shook his head. Hey, when I tell you to eat, just eat. Stop hesitating. It won't kill you. He grasped Raditz's chin and forcefully shoved the Senzu bean into his mouth. Acting like a coward, how can you be my subordinate? Raditz emitted a whimper, ultimately swallowing the Senzu bean. A wondrous sensation surged within him, radiating throughout his body, restoring him to full vitality. Raditz widened his eyes, shaking his palms as he surveyed his surroundings. What is this? He asked incredulously. Vegeta? Vegeta leaped up and tapped Raditz on the head, admonishing him. Call me boss. Show some respect. If you wish to be my subordinate, you must act like one. Raditz rubbed his head and immediately bowed his head in submission. Yes, boss. Vegeta crossed his arms and explained. Senzu beans instantly restore energy. Only my subordinates are allowed to consume them. Raditz gazed at Vegeta's figure, sensing an aura of infinite mystery and pressure emanating from him. Such immense power and the possession of such extraordinary items made Raditz feel an increased sense of awe toward Vegeta. Ding. Awe detected. 1 point from Raditz. Vegeta tossed a Senzu bean. Catch it. Give that waste a bean. He glanced towards Nappa, who lay prostrate. Raditz caught the Senzu bean, not daring to voice any complaints, and approached Nappa. Vegeta then turned to Saraya and Yulin. It's over. Everything is fine now. Ding. Saraya's favorability increased to 95 points. Ding. Yulin's favorability increased to 85 points. Saraya smiled, as if all the burdens she had been carrying dissipated upon Vegeta's return. You rascal. After all these years, you're still as strong as ever. Yulin exclaimed, slapping Vegeta on the shoulder with a smile. Vegeta replied, of course, I've been anything but idle. Buzzing sounds of delicate wings filled the air, subtle yet perceptible to Vegeta. He leaped up, pinching a fly between his fingers, and smiled at it. Bulma, Ties. Long time no see. Did you miss me? Suddenly, the fly began to speak. Bulma's astonished voice chimed in. Huh? How did you know it was us? Vegeta laughed. Perhaps it's the bond of understanding. By the way, Bulma, prepare some food. I've been away for years and am starving. Ties' voice rang out from the other end. Vegeta, you're finally back. I'll go prepare some food with my sister. Vegeta smiled contentedly. Ties was always the most considerate. After speaking, he released the fly and walked back toward Yulin and Saraya. Take my hand. We're going to West City. Saraya and Yulin exchanged puzzled glances but obediently placed their hands in Vegeta's. Whoosh. In an instant, the three vanished without a trace, leaving Raditz in a state of bewilderment. They disappeared? Whoosh. The scene shifted, and the trio appeared unnoticed within the laboratory. Ah. Bulma shrieked, startled by the sudden appearance of the three. Vegeta. Everyone present was astonished. Ties exclaimed, how did you all appear here so suddenly? Callus adjusted her glasses and analyzed. Vegeta must have sensed our energy and used some medium to traverse space. Vegeta gave a thumbs up. Clever. This technique is called instant transmission, but it's a long story. Saraya listened intently to Vegeta's explanation, astonished that he had mastered such an unusual skill. Yulin also gave him a thumbs up, praising him. Bulma's eyes glistened with tears as she hurried to Vegeta, gazing up at him. You're finally back. Her nose tinged with emotion, tears streamed down her face. Come now. Sister, don't cry. I'm back now, so cheer up. Ties wiped Bulma's tears away. I'll go ask the kitchen to prepare some food. Watching Ties, Vegeta suddenly remembered something. He took out a camera and handed it to Ties. Here, Ties, it contains the sights of outer space. It's for you. Ties joyfully accepted the camera, lifting it to inspect, exclaiming, Ah, Vegeta, I can't believe you remembered. Vegeta smiled in response. Of course, I promised. Ding. Ties' favorability increased by 1 point. Saraya observed Bulma closely. A woman's intuition allowed her to sense that Bulma's feelings for Vegeta were anything but ordinary. Bulma noticed Saraya's expression and initiated a conversation. She took Saraya's hand, saying, Saraya, thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, these past few years on Earth. Saraya scratched her head and laughed. Haha, I promised Vegeta I would protect Earth after all. Vegeta looked at the two women with satisfaction, realizing that Bulma's attitude toward Saraya had significantly improved. In the realm of the gods, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman stomped her foot in frustration. Damn Vegeta. Even after returning, he doesn't come to see me. Whoosh. A gentle breeze swept through, and another figure appeared in the divine hall. What are you saying? How could I possibly forget you, Lanchi? Vegeta strode swiftly to Lanchi's side, grasping her hand. Lanchi asked in surprise, How did you get here? Vegeta chuckled, realizing everyone had to ask him the same question, and he had no choice but to explain once more. The grand feast commenced, and Vegeta's combat prowess remained undiminished. The efficiency of Bulma's household robots in preparing meals was truly remarkable. Gulp. Vegeta rubbed his belly and let out a satisfied belch. Ah. It's been so long since I've eaten so well. Earth is simply the best. Now that he was full, it was time to take action. Vegeta turned to Saraya, inquiring, Saraya, I need to return to planet Vegeta. Do you wish to accompany me? At this unexpected news, every woman around Vegeta trembled. In unison, they exclaimed, You're leaving again. Vegeta nodded. Indeed, I'm going to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Chapter 46, Departure to Planet Vegeta upon the Desolate Expanse. A man with a hedgehog-like hairstyle was assisting a bald companion. Raditz fed a sense of being to the barely breathing Nappa. As Nappa suddenly opened his eyes, rejuvenated, he immediately assumed a combat stance, scanning his surroundings. Where is that woman? Am I still alive? Raditz scolded. Fool, the situation is rather complex. We must return to planet Vegeta. Suddenly, a figure appeared, causing Raditz to stagger back a few steps as the fearsome visage of Vegeta entered his sight. With a sardonic smile, Vegeta taunted, What's the matter, Raditz? Planning to run away? And you didn't even invite me to planet Vegeta? Raditz stammered, Vegeta. Nappa, confused, scrutinized the newcomer. Vegeta, that name sounds familiar. He tapped his head. I remember now. You're that worthless prince. At this, Raditz's jaw quivered as he trembled. Fool. What are you saying? Bang. Before he could finish, Vegeta's fist collided with Nappa's abdomen, causing bile mixed with blood to surge from his stomach. Pooh. Shock was etched on Nappa's face as pain roiled in his gut. This is impossible. With a derisive smile, Vegeta retracted his fist. It seemed to have acted on its own accord. Vegeta turned his gaze toward Raditz, who immediately nodded and bowed in fear. Why, Your Highness, Vegeta. Vegeta glanced at Raditz. Your Highness? I wasn't joking when I said I want your father's throne. Raditz stood frozen, as if a sinister claw was gripping his nerves tightly. Nappa lay on the ground, momentarily free of pain. He desires the throne of planet Vegeta. How could this be possible? What nonsense are you spouting? Vegeta, even if you can defeat me with ease now, you will never overcome the great King Bardock. Bang. Another iron fist silenced Nappa. He was sent flying, crashing against the mountainside. Whoosh. With a swift movement, Vegeta wasted no words, intent on teaching Nappa a lesson by beating him into submission. Thud, thud, thud. A flurry of punches rained upon Nappa's body, leaving the burly bald man bruised and battered, with gastric juices, saliva, and blood spewing from his mouth. What I, Vegeta, am determined to achieve must be accomplished. You should consider yourself fortunate to be chastised by the future Saiyan King, Nappa. With that, a brilliant light coalesced in Vegeta's hand, slowly approaching Nappa's chest. Fear and helplessness filled Nappa's eyes. This Vegeta, he is no longer the same. He might truly have surpassed King Bardock. But now, I might be killed by him. Beep. Detected emotions of fear and admiration. Emotional points increased by 0.01 from Nappa. Why, Your Highness Vegeta? Please, do not kill Nappa. Raditz cried out, extending his hand, his tone filled with desperate supplication. Vegeta paused for a moment. Raditz is actually pleading for Nappa? Could it be that the Saiyans have indeed become as united as Nappa claimed over the years? These cold-blooded beings actually care for their kin. However, despite these thoughts, Nappa still needed to be dealt with. Boom. Ignoring Raditz's protests, Vegeta unhesitatingly unleashed his royal combat technique upon Nappa. A violent resonance erupted from Nappa's battle suit. Ah! A scream of utter torment escaped Nappa, who was now enduring a suffering worse than death. Vegeta tossed a senzu bean to Raditz, instructing, Feed this to him. Raditz hastened to Nappa, pulling him back from the clutches of death at the last moment. Vegeta looked down at the two, delivering a few words. From now on, you two are my subordinates. You will obey my commands without question. Among the Saiyans, the strong are revered, and you have witnessed my power. With that, Vegeta strode over to the pair, exuding an aura of authority. Raditz and the newly revived Nappa trembled. What do you want? Your Highness, Vegeta. Vegeta placed his hand on them. I said, call me your Majesty, Vegeta. Whoosh. In an instant, they vanished from their location, reappearing aboard a spaceship. Saraya had been waiting on the ship for quite some time. Upon seeing the terrified Nappa and Raditz, she surmised the nature of Vegeta's actions toward them. Ah. You finally arrived, Vegeta. Vegeta's demeanor shifted in an instant, his fearsome countenance replaced by a smile. Yes, Saraya, let us proceed to planet Vegeta. Saraya glanced out the window, asking, aren't you going to say goodbye to everyone? Vegeta turned to the window, replying, I have already bid farewell, and it won't take long. His gaze shifted back to Raditz. Raditz, go to the control panel and input the coordinates for planet Vegeta. I have forgotten its location after all these years. Raditz, not daring to delay, promptly complied. The spaceship powered up, vanishing from the Earth, heading toward planet Vegeta. Inside the oval spacecraft, Nappa patted Raditz on the shoulder, whispering, Raditz, who do you think is stronger, this bully or Kakarot? Raditz shook his head, responding, I don't know, but he's definitely stronger than I am. Vegeta retrieved a universal capsule filled with a feast prepared by Bulma. The lavish banquet dazzled Nappa and Raditz, who had lived a life of brutality. Their attention wholly captivated by the spectacle. Observing the two's reaction, Saraya smiled kindly, handing each of them a pork knuckle. Saliva flowed freely as they eagerly prepared to accept the offering. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind swept through, and the pork knuckles vanished into Vegeta's hands. This is mine. Here, take these. He tossed each of them a chicken leg, while he savored the pork knuckle, silenced by their indignation. Nappa and Raditz could only gnaw on their chicken legs. Even the chicken legs were irresistible to them. On planet Vegeta, in the training room, a man with a crab-like head was meditating with closed eyes. Suddenly, he shuddered, slowly opening his eyes to reveal an evil grin. Is the person my father spoke of finally returning? Hee. I shall see if he truly possesses the qualifications to save our planet Vegeta, as my father claimed. Chapter 47. The transformed planet Vegeta in the vastness of the universe. The elongated spacecraft has been soaring for an indeterminate duration. Attention, we shall arrive at planet Vegeta in 1 hour. The announcement aboard the ship concluded, ceasing the ongoing assault on Vegeta by Raditz and Nappa, who exchanged glances. Raditz extended his hand, sensing the remarkable changes that had transpired over the past few days. This training has surpassed all my endeavors throughout the years. Nappa too felt the overwhelming power coursing through him. Astonished, he exclaimed, I never imagined I could reach such heights. Their astonishment stemmed from the fact that, during these seemingly tedious days, Vegeta had engaged them in rigorous combat training, relentlessly defeating them before reviving them with the mystical senzu beans, pushing their Saiyan resilience to unprecedented limits. However, their innate talents proved limited. Nappa, in particular, could barely muster a power level of 200,000, falling short of the threshold for Super Saiyan transformation, which stood at 300,000. Raditz, on the other hand, had broken through the barrier of 300,000 and was now on the cusp of becoming a Super Saiyan. Vegeta regarded Raditz, noting that he had achieved the fundamental power level required for Super Saiyan transformation. With an increase in the S-cell concentration within him, he could metamorphose into a Super Saiyan. Yet, the sight of Raditz's hair, which now cascaded down to his waist, bore a resemblance to Super Saiyan 3. One could only wonder what it would look like if he were to achieve that form. Would his hair sweep the ground like a golden broom? Sensing Vegeta's unwavering gaze upon him, Raditz instinctively took a few steps back. The intense training had left him battered, deepening his understanding of Vegeta's terrifying prowess. Even with his newfound strength, he felt utterly dwarfed by Vegeta's might. What is the matter? Do you fear I might devour you? Vegeta gestured dismissively, bemused. Consider this. Your significant enhancement over the past few days is entirely due to my training. It is indeed a privilege for you to serve as my sparring partners. Vegeta's words, though brusque, bore truth. Even Nappa, who was robust in stature, could comprehend. Indeed, thanks to your Majesty Vegeta, it seems every time we consume that miraculous bean, we emerge not only alive but also elevated to new heights. Ding. Detected admiration from Nappa. 001. Hearing Nappa's change in address towards Vegeta, Raditz felt a twinge of displeasure, yet was quickly reminded of Vegeta's formidable strength, instilling a sense of dread within him. Ding. Detected fear from Raditz. 001. Wow. Is this planet Vegeta? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted as Soli appeared out the window, mesmerized by the brilliantly luminous planet. In stark contrast to the previous brownish hue of planet Vegeta, This vibrant sphere now radiated prosperity, its whiteness a testament to the high-tech edifices that adorned its surface. Approaching Solia, Vegeta gazed upon the planet that had nurtured him. The transformation was indeed remarkable. Under Bardock's leadership, this planet had ascended to greatness. No longer the desolate land interspersed with a few advanced structures. "Hey, Raditz." Vegeta beckoned him over with a flick of his finger. Raditz, now compliant, approached with a bow. "I inquire, have the Saiyans assumed control of Frieza's former territories, thus enabling the development of our planet?" Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Raditz's face. "Indeed, Your Majesty. Under my father's leadership, we Saiyans have triumphed, not only seizing Frieza's domains but also vanquishing a tyrant named Slug, claiming his territory as well." As he mentioned Frieza, Vegeta's mind flickered to a critical thought. While Frieza had indeed been slain by Bardock and the Saiyans during their sojourn on Namek 3 years prior, it was revealed by the last Namekian that he might still be alive. This led Vegeta to a singular conclusion. Frieza had likely been resurrected. Considering the 3 wishes granted by the Namekian dragon, the first was to resurrect Frieza, the second to enhance stature. What then could the final wish entail? Moreover, Bardock's recent mention of matters concerning the fate of planet Vegeta hinted at a possible connection to Frieza. Frieza still lives. Vegeta's tone shifted to one of gravity. Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the room. Yet, Nappa's derisive voice broke the stillness. "What nonsense! If he were alive, he would have sought revenge by now. Furthermore, even if he were resurrected, what could he possibly do against us? Our Saiyans are exceedingly powerful, and he possesses merely 530,000 in battle power. Why should we fear him?" Nappa's remarks, while not without merit, warranted further contemplation. Frieza had been resurrected for 3 years. Yet to this day, he had not pursued vengeance against the Saiyans. This was the same individual who could reach Super Saiyan Blue after only 4 months of training. The Saiyans now stood at the pinnacle of their strength, and Frieza's resurrection remained a secret to them. He was likely devising a meticulous plan to annihilate the Saiyans in one fell swoop. All of this was merely Vegeta's conjecture. To ascertain whether the crisis Bardock spoke of truly pertained to Frieza, he would need to meet with Bardock himself. "Your Majesty Vegeta, I believe Nappa's reasoning lacks substance. Even if Frieza were revived, with his paltry battle power of 530,000, what could he possibly threaten us with?" Vegeta cast a glance at Raditz and Nappa. Understanding that ignorance bore no guilt, these two possessed scant knowledge of Frieza. His cunning, treachery, and ruthlessness might have allowed him to be vanquished once, but he would not fall into the same trap again. Should Bardock's impending crisis indeed relate to Frieza, then the random mission assigned by the system would become exceedingly challenging to fulfill. Full speed ahead. Whoosh! The spacecraft soared through the night, piercing the atmosphere of planet Vegeta. A colossal figure loomed over the planet, quickly surrounded by a throng of eager onlookers. Chapter 48. I Shall Be Your King. A chilling wind swept through as the spaceship found itself encircled by the Saiyans. All eyes were fixated on the alien vessel, each individual remaining in a state of heightened vigilance. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Creak! The metallic hatch swung open. Raditz and Nappa emerged in succession from the ship, prompting the anxious Saiyans to exhale in relief. "Ah, it is none other than the Great Prince," exclaimed a junior warrior. "Upon seeing this ship, I feared it belonged to Guldo. What a false alarm! What a false alarm, haha! All hail the Great Prince." The chorus of greetings continuously filled Vegeta's ears. "Well, Raditz seems to have quite the reputation," Vegeta quipped, a wicked smile spreading across his face. This was the perfect moment to assert his dominance. How could he ensure that this crowd would remember him? The best way to make a lasting impression was to instill fear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several energy orbs burst forth from the ship, shattering the grand spectacle. In an instant, smoke swirled and dust filled the air. What is happening? Are there more individuals on the ship? As the murmurs spread, Vegeta stepped out alongside Saraya. "Raditz, you seem to command quite the presence," he remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he instantaneously teleported beside Raditz. With a light tap, he sent Raditz stumbling back 10 meters, his booming voice resonating. "You should be bowing to me." Ding. Earned shock value 10. Vegeta's pupils reflected the astonished faces surrounding him. "How dare you? Who are you to disrespect the Great Prince? How infuriating. Let us attack him together. Wait, he appears to be a Saiyan. He has a tail." The Saiyans began to murmur amongst themselves, debating Vegeta's identity. Raditz leaped into the air, having been psychologically scarred by Vegeta's display of power. He chose to forego resistance and approached his fellow Saiyans, ready to explain. Yet, Vegeta raised a hand, signaling Raditz to remain still. Who am I, you ask? I am the man destined to be your king. Upon hearing this, the Saiyans buzzed with agitation, like ants on a hot stove. How dare this brat speak such arrogance? We shall unite against him. King Bardock saved us from dire straits. How can a nameless wretch like you dare to defile his legacy? As the self-appointed warrior charged at Vegeta, he activated his combat mode. Vegeta merely chuckled, nonchalantly raising a hand to effortlessly incapacitate the assailant. More Saiyans began to attack, but Vegeta's minimal effort rendered them powerless. What is the matter? Is this the current state of the Saiyans? I expected you to be stronger after consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might, but have you forgotten how to fight? Vegeta's words struck at the heart of the Saiyans. He too had partaken of the fruit, however. He knew that long-term reliance on it without rigorous training would hinder true strength. The Saiyans fell silent, their last veil of pride ruthlessly stripped away by Vegeta. At that moment, a mid-level warrior scrutinized Vegeta closely. This individual bears a resemblance to the former King Vegeta. Could he be the exiled waste of years past? Gasps erupted through the crowd. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That worthless one only had a battle power of 5. How could he possibly overpower us so easily? Observing their unwillingness to accept reality, Vegeta felt a smirk tugging at his lips. In an instant, he unleashed his energy, a brilliant white aura surging forth, overwhelming everything around him. With an audacious tone, he proclaimed, I remain true to my name. I am Vegeta. I have returned. His voice reverberated across planet Vegeta. Saraya, standing by the hatch, gazed at Vegeta, murmuring his name, tears streaming down her cheeks. The once derided prince had returned, stronger and prouder than ever. Simultaneously, Vegeta's voice echoed through every corner of the planet. In the training room, Kakarot wore a sly grin. I've finally awaited your return. On a rooftop, Dorith felt his sanity unravel as the familiar voice brought back haunting memories. Is it him? In the royal palace, Bardock was discussing important matters with King Vegeta when the earth-shattering shout interrupted their conversation. Bardock gazed towards the door with a smile. He had returned at last. King Vegeta wore a conflicted expression, his eyes filled with complex emotions, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow, for his past treatment of Vegeta had been harsh. Nappa shielded his eyes, unable to withstand Vegeta's overwhelming aura, perplexed as he turned to Raditz. Raditz, what do you think our leader intends to do? Understanding Vegeta's intentions, Raditz recalled Vegeta's declaration of wanting his father's throne, establishing authority, the Saiyans' revered strength, or perhaps he was declaring war on my father. As Vegeta's energy continued to surge, his battle power reached its zenith. On planet Vegeta, he would dare to claim the second position, for none would challenge his supremacy. Ding. Earned respect 100. Earned all 100. Earned guilt 1. Vegeta flashed a devilish grin, seemingly intent on maintaining his energy output. Observing the incredulous expressions around him, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Very well, it was time to deliver the final declaration. I challenge the king of the Saiyans. Once victorious, I shall be the new monarch of the Saiyans. His voice lingered in the air, shattering the Saiyans' preconceived notions of the once derided prince. I accept your challenge. In an instant, Bardock's figure emerged in the sight of all, as Vegeta and Bardock became the focal point of attention. Chapter 49, Bardock vs. Vegeta. Bardock approached Vegeta with resolute steps, each footfall echoing with determination. Before him stood a young man exuding arrogance, strikingly reminiscent of King Vegeta, stirring ripples of emotion within Bardock. The sheer magnitude of Vegeta's power was astonishing. It appeared that not recalling him to planet Vegeta had indeed been a prudent decision. Perhaps all that had transpired was predestined, and only he could truly liberate our Saiyan kin. Your Majesty, Bardock. He has accepted Vegeta's challenge. The murmurs of the gathered Saiyans ignited excitement. Vegeta is surely doomed now that Bardock himself has stepped in. Nappa and Raditz exchanged bewildered glances. Nappa clenched his fists, bubbling with enthusiasm. I never imagined Bardock would accept the challenge. It's exhilarating. Raditz gazed at Bardock, whispering, Father. The once despondent Saiyans seemed to glimpse the dawn of hope anew, their confidence rekindled by Bardock's presence. As Bardock drew nearer, Vegeta felt his blood surge. After all, Saiyan blood coursed through his veins. Bardock, undeniably the new king of the Saiyans, radiated an aura distinct from any other. Perhaps Nappa was right. Bardock indeed seemed more suited to the throne than King Vegeta himself. In a fleeting moment, another familiar figure materialized before Vegeta's eyes. The unmistakable hairstyle revealed the identity of his father, the former king of the Saiyans. King Vegeta's eyes were heavy with regret, lamenting the way he had treated his son. In an instant, their gazes locked. Vegeta scrutinized his father, noting how, despite the passage of time, he appeared remarkably vibrant, hardly resembling a deposed monarch. Vegeta's gaze shifted back to Bardock, recognizing that, despite assuming the mantle of the new Saiyan King, Bardock had not exiled King Vegeta from planet Vegeta. Bardock came to a halt, a regal aura emanating from him. Vegeta, should you prevail, the title of Saiyan King shall be yours. At this proclamation, the surrounding Saiyans erupted in fervor. Bardock's authority was palpable. It was clear that Vegeta was in for a formidable challenge. With arms crossed, Vegeta regarded Bardock intently. Uttering a few words, "This area is too crowded. Let us relocate to a more secluded space." He soared into the sky, casting his gaze toward a rare open expanse on planet Vegeta and flew in that direction, Bardock following closely behind. With synchronized grace, they landed. A gentle breeze danced through the air, tousling their hair. Bardock removed his cloak, his demeanor serious. "Vegeta, since you have returned to address the troubles of planet Vegeta, let this be the opportunity for me to witness your true strength." Vegeta uncrossed his arms, shifting his weight from foot to foot, signaling that he was readying himself. "Rest assured, Mr. Bardock, I shall not disappoint you." With that, Vegeta's brow furrowed, and he steadied his stance, generating a gust of wind as he lunged toward Bardock. With unflinching resolve, Bardock braced himself for the oncoming assault. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, unleashing a torrent of energy that rippled through the air. The force of their clash reverberated, causing distant hills to tremble. Bardock smiled with satisfaction. "Indeed, my dreams have not deceived me." Vegeta smirked in response. "I am capable of far more than this, Mr. Bardock. Allow me to demonstrate my current prowess." In an instant, Vegeta elevated his energy to unprecedented heights, releasing his right hand to concentrate power in his legs. He propelled himself forward, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Bardock's midsection. Bardock reacted swiftly, raising his arms defensively. Yet the force still sent him hurtling backward. In a flash, Vegeta activated his instant transmission, appearing before Bardock without warning, catching him off guard. Such a peculiar technique. It silently brings one before me. Could it be? "Do not lose your composure, Mr. Bardock." Vegeta's voice sliced through Bardock's thoughts. With precision, Vegeta prepared a chop aimed at Bardock's neck. Bardock, ever the seasoned warrior, intercepted Vegeta's strike with a single hand. "Ah, Vegeta, you are indeed formidable. Yet do not underestimate me." In the next heartbeat, Vegeta's hand morphed from a chop into a fist, delivering a rapid blow to Bardock's chest, propelling him away with unexpected speed. Vegeta, now resolute, chose to press the advantage, darting through the air like a bolt of lightning, honing in on Bardock's position. Channeling the momentum of his attack, Vegeta's fists surged with energy, crashing toward Bardock once more. The sound of fists colliding echoed anew as Bardock regained his composure, unleashing his kingly essence. Waves of energy radiated outward, impacting everything in their vicinity, even affecting the spectators among the distant Saiyans. Is this the power of our king? The lower-ranked warriors found themselves overwhelmed, unable to open their eyes against the might of the force. While only a few mid-tier fighters could shield their eyes to catch glimpses of the battle, Nappa and Raditz stood aghast, having witnessed the fierce confrontation between Bardock and Vegeta. Is Bardock at a disadvantage? Nappa's astonishment reached its peak. He recognized Vegeta's strength, but never imagined it could surpass that of the current Saiyan King. Raditz, however, regained his composure quickly. Having faced Vegeta directly, he understood that Vegeta's power had reached an extraordinary level, far exceeding what he had displayed during their previous encounter. Turning to Saraya, who watched attentively, Raditz observed her calm demeanor, suggesting that Vegeta had yet to reveal his full capabilities. He murmured, "Perhaps our leader is destined to become the Saiyan King after all." Chapter 50, Kakarot. Do you wish to be the king of the Saiyans? You must first overcome me. On this day, the planet Vegeta was aglow with lights. In this open space, the swirling dust, the countless craters, and the shattered hills were all the work of Vegeta and Bardock. Bardock, clutching his left arm, found himself entirely overwhelmed by Vegeta's might. "Well, it seems you indeed have a chance to usurp my title as the king of the Saiyans. However, at this level, you are still woefully inadequate." In an instant, Bardock's aura surged, radiating an overwhelming power that elevated his combat strength to unprecedented heights. Even Vegeta felt a tremor at this display. Yet, what astonished him was not merely Bardock's strength, but the fact that he had learned to control his aura. Clap, clap, clap. Vegeta applauded, genuinely surprised that Mr. Bardock understood the intricacies of aura control. Bardock smiled, recalling a long-ago encounter with a Ydrasian who had imparted such knowledge. That peculiar technique you just employed. Is it not a creation of the Eudracians? Instant transmission, perhaps? Vegeta was taken aback, realizing how much had changed on Vegeta since his departure. Bardock had led a successful ambush against Frieza, ascended to the throne of the Saiyans, and even learned to harness his energy from an encounter with the Eudracian. Fortunately, it was merely a chance meeting, not a deliberate quest to learn from them, so he likely lacked the full mastery of instant transmission and explosive energy. Well then, let us not hold back any longer. Mr. Bardock, unleash your full potential. A Senza bean appeared in Vegeta's hand. Consuming this bean will restore your entire stamina. Vegeta tossed the bean to Bardock, who caught it and swiftly consumed it. In an instant, his pain vanished, his fatigue dissipated, and his dislocated shoulder miraculously returned to normal. Bardock surveyed his revitalized body and remarked, "Though I am uncertain how this occurred, it seems your words ring true. My stamina has indeed returned." In the next moment, Bardock straightened, his body began to bend slightly, and his fists clenched tightly. A tempestuous aura erupted from his back, blossoming into a pure white energy lotus that engulfed everything around. Vegeta watched this grand spectacle, aware that Bardock was finally ready to unleash his full power. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed in the ears of the Saiyans as the upgraded scouter could not withstand Bardock's overwhelming power and shattered. What? I never imagined the king's power would exceed the scouter's threshold. This is incredible. We can no longer hope to keep up with him. The speaker was a high-ranking warrior, a former comrade of Bardock's. On the rooftop, Dallas felt his heart race. This scene was reminiscent of their last encounter with Vegeta when his scouter had exploded, prompting upgrades that increased their limits. Little did he know, during that confrontation, Vegeta had only unleashed less than a fifth of his strength. Now, with the scouter's limit raised to 5 million, its destruction signified that Bardock had surpassed that threshold. As Dallas was reeling from the shock, a figure identical to him but with fairer skin appeared silently beside him. "Oh, Father's power has caused the scouter to explode? I told you not to rely on such outdated devices." The speaker was none other than the second prince of the Saiyans, Kakarot. He wore a disdainful expression, emanating an unsettling aura. Dallas stammered, "Your Highness, the second prince." Kakarot crossed his arms, disregarding Dallas's presence as he fixed his gaze on the distant battlefield. Beep. Bardock's power level detected at 8 million. 8 million? Indeed a commendable level. But, in an instant, Vegeta unleashed his full aura, a torrent of energy that rivaled Bardock's energy lotus. The two formidable auras created waves of power that left the onlookers breathless. Kakarot smirked, "Interesting. It seems Father may face difficulties this time. This opponent appears to have intentionally matched his power." The scene shifted as Vegeta and Bardock ceased their energy surges. An unending flow of energy began replenishing their reserves. Whoosh. In the sky, two figures flickered in and out of sight, their speed so great that they left behind a trail of afterimages. The roar of their clash echoed fiercely. Both warriors evenly matched. The thunderous sound of their fists colliding with flesh resonated throughout the planet Vegeta. This time, even Raditz and Nappa could not discern the action. Boom. Bardock's powerful strike missed, smashing into a mountainside as Vegeta vanished from his line of sight. Bardock quickly adjusted his strategy, using his aura to sense Vegeta's location. Crash! The mountain crumbled into countless fragments, and at that moment, Vegeta reappeared like a bolt of lightning. Seizing Bardock by the elbow, he thrust his right foot against Bardock's knee, executing a fierce throw that sent Bardock crashing towards the ground. However, the seasoned Bardock would not allow such a fate to befall him. As he neared the ground, he quickly gathered energy into a sphere in his right hand. Whoosh! He launched the energy sphere at the ground, using the recoil to stabilize his descent. Yet, he was not finished. The trajectory of the energy sphere in his left hand shifted as his right hand began to glow once more, charging toward Vegeta like a fiery comet. An overwhelming force coalesced around him. "It is time to end this, Vegeta," Bardock bellowed. At that moment, all Saiyans erupted in excitement. "Look, that brilliant energy wave. Listen, this is the herald of the king's victory." Though uncertain of the outcome, they believed their king would deliver a crushing defeat to Vegeta. On the rooftop, Kakarot casually rubbed his nose, remarking calmly, "Ah, it seems Father is showing his age." Dallas was bewildered, observing the situation where Bardock seemed to hold the upper hand. What was the second prince talking about? Suddenly, the cheers fell silent. In the distance, the two brilliant energy spheres froze in the air, their dazzling light fading away. Upon halting their rapid motion, the outcome of the battle became clear. In the sky, Vegeta extended his hands, palms facing Bardock. unleashing currents of electricity that mercilessly restrained Bardock's every move. Every muscle in Bardock's body screamed in agony, every hair stood on end in terror. This was the legendary technique of Master Roshi that Vegeta had surreptitiously learned, the Vanishing Ball. Under the formidable power bestowed by Vegeta, this technique was executed with unparalleled mastery, unleashing its utmost might. Even a warrior as formidable as Bardock found himself powerless. Defeated, Bardock watched as Vegeta ceased the use of the universal thunderclap and approached him, offering a Senzu bean. Despite his defeat, Bardock felt no bitterness. Instead, he wore a smile of contentment and relief. You are incredibly strong, Vegeta. I believe you will undoubtedly save our Saiyan race. Let us proceed. I willingly relinquish the throne of the Saiyan King to you. Notification. Received 1 point of admiration from Bardock. Notification. Received 1 point of admiration from Nappa Raditz. Bardock's magnanimity was anticipated by Vegeta. For a man capable of revitalizing the Saiyan legacy must possess a truly grand spirit. The fact that Bardock did not cast Vegeta out from planet Vegeta speaks volumes of his extraordinary character. The establishment of a new dynasty typically necessitates the execution or exile of the previous monarch. However, Bardock refrained from such actions. Vegeta responded with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Bardock. With that, the two were about to soar into the crowd when a resonant and powerful voice pierced the air, reigniting the still battlefield. Wait. To claim the title of Saiyan King, you must first confront me. Chapter 51. Vegeta versus Kakarot. The silence of the crowd erupted. One of the intermediate warriors pointed towards the ceiling, trembling as he shouted, Look, it's the second prince. The rumored training fanatic. The second prince Kakarot has actually been drawn out by Vegeta. The second prince is even more powerful than the first prince. If King Bardock were to abdicate, this position would undoubtedly belong to him. It seems yet another spectacular battle is about to unfold. Whether it is spectacular or not has nothing to do with you. After all, you cannot see it clearly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Kakarot slowly descended from the rooftop, locking eyes with Vegeta. Vegeta had long sensed a unique energy mingling within the crowd, and to his surprise, it was Son Goku. Vegeta scrutinized the newcomer, that familiar crab-like hair, that familiar height. Everything felt so familiar. Yet, he sensed not a trace of innocence or kindness in his demeanor, but rather an overwhelming aura of malevolence. This figure exuded evil from the very marrow of his being. Indeed, this was the authentic Son Goku, raised on planet Vegeta, untainted by any mishap that might have softened his disposition. Gazing at the newcomer, Vegeta wore a smile devoid of warmth. I've finally been waiting for you. Son Goku, oh no, Kakarot. Their gazes intertwined, igniting sparks, prompting Bardock to intervene. Kakarot, I have decided to pass the throne to Vegeta. You, Kakarot, interrupted Bardock with a dismissive smirk. That is because father was too weak to maintain the position of king of the Saiyans. However, I am stronger than him. And if it comes to claiming the throne of the Saiyans, I can challenge you for it at any time. When Kakarot uttered these words, he never once glanced at Bardock, his focus entirely on Vegeta. Bardock was at a loss for words. His second son had always been one to disregard advice. Kakarot. You, as Bardock spoke, Kakarot turned to face the crowd. Does anyone have any objections? If Vegeta can defeat me, I will allow him to be the king of the Saiyans. With a sudden surge, Kakarot amplified his energy, the powerful pressure igniting excitement among the onlookers. Vegeta's unexpected arrival indeed left this crowd of Saiyans in disbelief. Yes, the second prince has long surpassed King Bardock's strength to become the king of planet Vegeta. He must first defeat him. In no time, more and more began to rally behind Kakarot, creating an uncontrollable atmosphere. Bardock felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. Placing a hand on Bardock's shoulder, Vegeta patted him reassuringly. Uncle Bardock, your son is quite disobedient. I may have to teach him a lesson. Before Bardock could respond, Kakarot glared at Vegeta, shouting, Teach me a lesson? You think you're worthy? In an instant, Kakarot's eyes gleamed with cunning malice and with lightning speed. His hand shot towards Vegeta, aiming for his eyes. Indeed, this was Son Goku with a brain intact, purely evil and utterly ruthless. Even his attacks were exceedingly vicious. Vegeta immediately stepped back, raising his right hand to shield his eyes, forcefully deflecting Kakarot's claw. Yet, before he could regain his composure, Kakarot lunged again. This time for the tail wrapped around Vegeta's waist. This fellow was clearly not adhering to the rules of combat. With a swift motion, Vegeta's tail danced with agility, evading Kakarot's assault, and with a fierce flick, it transformed into a weapon, striking Kakarot back 2 meters. You little brat. always resorting to underhanded tactics. Did your brother Raditz teach you this? At the mention of his name, Raditz stood frozen, a sheepish smile on his face. This? It might be a consequence of my training him years ago. Kakarot retorted with a loud laugh. Seems you've also trained your tail well. You're a worthy opponent. Vegeta, gathering countless energy orbs in his hands, knew that dealing with such a troublesome adversary required unreasonable methods. The prince's battle strategy was ready. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Kakarot, illuminating the scene with bursts of light and constant explosions. According to the law of smoke and no injury, Kakarot swiftly emerged from the haze, energy swirling in his mouth, the bright ripples of energy flickering, poised to unleash a powerful wave. Unreasonable, savage. Kakarot's combat style, unblemished by any hindrance, was exceedingly wild. To counter such wildness, one must employ even wilder tactics. Vegeta placed his hands at his chest, and the swirling particles of energy began to converge in his palms. Ultimate flash, instant transmission. In a blink, Vegeta appeared before Kakarot, his palm aimed directly at Kakarot's mouth. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the clash of two formidable forces intertwined. The immense pressure propelling both warriors backward several meters. Arc flashes and flames erupted in the air. Bang! After 10 seconds of confrontation, the two equally matched energies exploded in the sky, engulfing the heavens in blinding light. The roar was deafening, assaulting the eardrums of the spectators. The second prince could actually hold his own against Vegeta. Just as the second prince had surmised, he had indeed surpassed King Bardock. Listening to the murmurs of the Saiyans, Kakarot merely smirked disdainfully. A stalemate? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Kakarot's gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Vegeta. The probing was over. I am not like those worthless fools who have become complacent, reliant on the fruits of the spirit tree, halting their training. What a bunch of idiots. Now, let me show you my true power. With that, Kakarot unleashed his entire energy, a fierce blaze igniting, amplifying the evil within him. Kakarot's power surged to new heights, his pupils turning a dark crimson. This scene astonished Vegeta. This Kakarot was entirely different from the Son Goku he once knew. The true battle was about to commence. Chapter 52. The fateful duel. The air crackled with arrogance, tousling Vegeta's bangs. Beep. Detection indicates that Kakarot's combat power has surpassed 10 million, reaching 12 million. 12 million? No wonder this fellow is so conceited. Bardock exerted his full strength and only managed 8 million. It seems this brat has indeed surpassed Bardock's prowess, just as he claimed. No matter how one guards against it, Kakarot truly lives up to his title as the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe, the child of destiny. Even without being sent to Earth, he has developed to such an extent on planet Vegeta. However, it is merely 12 million. Even so, Vegeta remains utterly unperturbed. The onlookers, however, are electrified, cheering as if invigorated by an unseen force. Vegeta chuckles softly. Very well, let it come. Planting his feet firmly, he positions his fists at his back and chest, fully prepared. The perennial second place is still reserved for you, Son Goku. Kakarot's lips twitch slightly, revealing a sinister grin. Enough with the chit-chat. I'll bring you down in an instant. With that, Kakarot unleashes his fury, rushing at Vegeta like a sharpened blade. His relentless punches drive deep into Vegeta's form, yet how could Vegeta allow him to succeed? With a thunderous roar, Vegeta elevates his combat power to its zenith. This is the culmination of years of training, reaching a staggering 10 million. He staunchly withstands Kakarot's onslaught, despite being 2 million behind. He shows no signs of yielding. Crack, crack. The sky is streaked with light as their fists collide, sending sparks flying, each blow capable of shattering mountains. Suddenly, they both create distance, instinctively coalescing shimmering energy in their hands. Vegeta rises above, with Kakarot below. The prince's combat style manifests, an onslaught as fierce as a tempest raining down. Let the storm rage even more fiercely. Kakarot snorts, intensifying the glow in his hands as energy orbs blaze like fireflies. Surging toward Vegeta. Boom. Bang. Kaboom. The relentless barrage ignites a series of deafening explosions, shockwaves sweeping through the crowd, forcing them to retreat a dozen meters. Amidst the swirling smoke, Kakarot opts for a preemptive strike. He swiftly senses Vegeta's aura, darting behind him in a flash. Aha! With a hammer-like fist, Kakarot channels the power of thunder, aiming for the crown of Vegeta's head. His ferocious assault is met with Vegeta's disdainful smile as he seemingly vanishes from sight. Gone. Kakarot, momentarily bewildered, feels an icy chill creeping up his spine. Bang! Vegeta's hand slices toward Kakarot's neck, but Kakarot reacts just in time, channeling his entire strength to block the lethal strike. Sparks fly from their locked gazes, neither willing to relent. Kakarot grits his teeth, remarking, "You've got some skill." But is that all? Without uttering a word, Vegeta knows that against such arrogance, actions speak louder than words. Universal shockwave. With a fierce shout, Vegeta thrusts his other hand toward Kakarot, unleashing a torrent of energy equivalent to billions of volts. On the sidelines, Bardock furrows his brow. He recognizes this move all too well, the very technique that led to his defeat. Ag. Searing pain erupts across Kakarot's body as he becomes the focal point of everyone's attention. Vegeta snickers, transforming his left hand into a fist, swinging forcefully toward Kakarot's face. Thud. A crisp sound resonates, sending a tremor through the crowd. The second prince has moved. Indeed, he is worthy of the title. He surpasses even King Bardock. Kakarot grits his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he desperately blocks Vegeta's punch. Hey, I am far stronger than my father. Aha. In an instant, Kakarot's power surges dramatically, the yellow energy dissipating as he breaks free of Vegeta's grasp. Beep. Kakarot has broken through again, combat power reaching 15 million. Die? Kakarot's fists hurtle toward Vegeta, empowered and relentless, forcing Vegeta to absorb several blows before he is finally driven toward the ground. Boom. Vegeta crashes like a falling star, creating a crater 100 meters wide upon impact. This scene elicits a roar from Nappa, now a loyal subordinate to Vegeta. Boss. The sight ignites the Saiyans' bloodlust. Incredible! Truly the second prince. Bardock wears a proud smile, astonished at the immense strength his second son has achieved. Raditz, however, remains composed. His gaze locked onto Solia. With a slight arch of her brow, Solia signals to Raditz that the battle is far from over. Ha! Vegeta, if this is the extent of your power, then you are unworthy to save planet Vegeta. It is over. Allow me to send you off. Kakarot's voice reverberates across planet Vegeta, filled with fervor. Stop. Kakarot. A heartfelt cry emerges from King Vegeta himself. He kneels before Bardock. Your Majesty, please. Allow the second prince to spare Vegeta. This is for the future of our Saiyan race. At these words, Bardock becomes restless, swiftly flying to confront Kakarot. Stop, Kakarot. You've already won. Do not deliver a fatal blow. Kakarot's palm gathers a concentrated energy orb, ready to unleash it upon Vegeta. Yet, a hand intercepts him. Kakarot frowns, glaring fiercely. Oh, father, are you truly pleading for this arrogant fool? Bardock responds, enough. For the future of our Saiyan race, you cannot do this. Kakarot chuckles before erupting in rage. Heh, father, just for that unrealistic prophetic dream? Am I not strong enough? Must I rely on this fool to protect planet Vegeta? Look, he's already down. With that, Kakarot maximizes his aura, the pressure of 15 million combat power sending Bardock flying. Ignoring Bardock's pleas, he hurtles down. The compact energy sphere in his palm, racing toward Vegeta. It is over. Vegeta, I am the strongest Saiyan. Swoosh. A deep sound reverberates from the ground, spreading outward. The strongest Saiyan? You think you deserve that title? Chapter 53. Becoming the king of the Saiyans, Vegeta rose once more from the pit. Encircled by a vibrant azure aura, unperturbed, he retrieved a Senza bean and consumed it, unleashing a mighty roar. Explosive power. Beep. Explosive power activated. Battle strength doubled. Current battle strength is 20 million. In that instant, all eyes were once again drawn to Vegeta, the center of attention. Soraya's previously arched brow relaxed into a smile. King Vegeta, witnessing the spectacle of his son glowing with blue energy, could hardly believe his eyes. Nappa couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, I knew it. Our leader can do it. Raditz, recovering from his shock, pondered if perhaps his father had not erred in his judgment after all. Bardock scrutinized Vegeta, his earlier concerns dissipating as he sensed that Vegeta's energy now surpassed that of Kakarot. Yet, blinded by fury, Kakarot seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Charging recklessly at Vegeta, a condensed energy sphere continued to form, diminishing in size yet intensifying in potency. Die. The energy sphere surged towards Vegeta like a living entity. With determination, Vegeta sprang forth, legs coiling with strength, ready to meet Kakarot's full-force onslaught. Bang! The energy sphere collided with the palm of Vegeta, yet it did not detonate. Instead, Vegeta grasped it firmly, sliding several meters before a wisp of azure smoke wafted from his hand. In that moment, he subdued the rebellious energy sphere. Vegeta smirked. Kakarot. The strongest Saiyan is I. The position of eternal second shall remain yours. In an instant, his azure aura reignited as Vegeta infused his energy into the sphere, transforming into a blur that swiftly appeared before Kakarot. Here is your creation. I return it with enhancements. Kakarot trembled slightly, arms crossed defensively over his chest, realizing too late that his opponent's power had escalated. The energy sphere shattered through his defenses, charging towards his chest. The overwhelming force proved insurmountable, and a thunderous explosion erupted from Kakarot, engulfing him in its wake. In the sky, a magnificent explosion lit up the heavens above planet Vegeta, dazzling and breathtaking. This fated confrontation had come to an end. Vegeta had achieved his ambition, leaving Kakarot behind to claim the title of the strongest Saiyan. Kakarot's body slowly descended, with Bardock catching him in his arms. Kneeling before Vegeta, he implored, "Your Majesty, I willingly relinquish the throne of the Saiyan King to you. Please, show mercy to my reckless son." Vegeta had never intended to eliminate the savage lunatic, rather than extinguishing his life. It seemed more fitting to let him languish in Vegeta's shadow, eternally second. With a slight opening of his mouth, Vegeta replied, "Rise, I shall not kill him." He then produced a Senzu bean and handed it to Bardock. Recognizing it, Bardock placed it in Kakarot's mouth, urging him to chew. 10 seconds later, Kakarot regained his vitality, breaking free from Bardock's embrace, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Vegeta. He surveyed his body, sensing a newfound power surging within him. Clearly, this Saiyan had been passively refreshed. Vegeta, I feel my strength returning." As he spoke, Kakarot's pupil shifted to a dark crimson. Beep. Kakarot's battle strength detected at 20 million. Vegeta chuckled. "Oh, it seems you wish to engage me once more?" With a sudden surge, explosive energy activated again, catapulting Vegeta's battle strength to 30 million. "Your prideful might is but a mere trifle to me. To be frank, that was not even my full strength." At these words, Kakarot's spirit plummeted, his confidence shattered by Vegeta's merciless taunt. Without uttering a word, he turned and fled towards the training room. Bardock reached out to stop him, but Vegeta intervened. "Let him go." Watching Kakarot's retreating figure reminded him of the eternally second place, the original Vegeta. "I hereby declare, Vegeta is our new king of the Saiyans." Bardock's resounding voice echoed across planet Vegeta, announcing his abdication. He removed his cape and draped it over Vegeta. In that moment, Vegeta stood with arms crossed, surveying the scene with pride. All the Saiyans knelt, a thunderous and synchronized chorus of reverence filling the air. Vegeta had conquered all through his might. The strength of this new king commanded the allegiance of every Saiyan. Beep. Acquired 100 points of admiration from all Saiyans. Beep. Detected completion of random task progress at 50%. Reward: 1 vial of S-cell reagent. Vegeta paused momentarily, realizing he now possessed a 90% concentration of S-cells. With a single dose of this reagent, he could transform into a Super Saiyan. Would the host like to use it? Hesitation was an affront to respect. Use. Beep. Use complete. Current S-cell concentration at 100%. Saraya gazed at Vegeta, her heart brimming with emotions, words insufficient to convey her excitement. This journey had been arduous, yet Vegeta had finally rightfully become the object of admiration for all Saiyans. Vegeta soared to Saraya's side, assisting her to her feet. "No need to kneel. We are comrades, and I am unaccustomed to it." Saraya nodded and quickly rose. "Congratulations, Vegeta 3. You are to become the Supreme King." A voice of praise from a fellow Saiyan caught Vegeta's attention. His gaze fell upon a familiar figure in the distance, King Vegeta. Noticing Vegeta's scrutiny, King Vegeta instinctively lowered his head. The old man held little emotional significance for Vegeta. However, witnessing King Vegeta plead for Bardock's mercy during Vegeta's moment of weakness was perplexing. "Forget it, it matters not. I shall treat him as a stranger and overlook his past transgressions." At that moment, Bardock approached Vegeta. "Your Majesty, I have important matters to report." Chapter 54, Bardock's prophetic dream. On this day, Bardock relinquished his throne, leaving behind the position of the Saiyan Kings, which he had held for 18 years, and finally returned it to Vegeta. Gazing at the multitude kneeling in reverence before him, Vegeta felt a wave of emotion. Would such a scene have transpired had he not diligently trained to grow stronger? "Your Majesty, I have significant matters to report," Bardock declared, his expression grave as he approached Vegeta with determined strides. He gestured for Vegeta to follow him to a more secluded area for discussion. Vegeta nodded, and the two ascended swiftly to the pinnacle of the highest tower. "Speak, Bardock. Is it about your vision regarding the salvation of planet Vegeta?" Vegeta could discern from Bardock's demeanor that he genuinely wished for the prosperity of the Saiyan race. The throne held little value for him, as he would gladly step aside for one stronger and more capable of leading the Saiyans to a brighter future. The biting cold wind furrowed Bardock's brow, his countenance reflecting grave seriousness. Your Majesty, my premonitions have been strong. 18 years ago, after you departed, Bardock recounted his forewarning of Frieza's plan to annihilate the Saiyan race, which had enabled him to lead a surprise attack against Frieza in his Grade 8 form. I have heard all this from Nappa. Just tell me about the current situation. I trust your instincts, Vegeta urged. Encouraged by Vegeta's faith in his foresight, Bardock continued. I had a dream. In this dream, planet Vegeta was a sea of blood, strewn with corpses, and all warriors lay defeated. Neither I nor Kakarot could thwart this formidable foe, and ultimately, planet Vegeta succumbed to destruction. Upon hearing Bardock's account, Vegeta remained composed. Did you discern the appearance of this individual? Bardock replied. I could not see him clearly, but he possessed a robust tail. A robust tail. That narrows it down, likely Frieza. Was it golden? Vegeta's unease grew. This was the information he most desired. Bardock shook his head, elaborating. From the silhouette, he appeared tall, but the tail was not golden. Vegeta exhaled in relief. It seemed this was not the golden Frieza. Could it be cooler? Bardock pondered, the name echoing in his mind. Vegeta reminded him. When we disembarked from the spacecraft, I overheard a Saiyan mention thinking it was Cooler's ship, indicating this person has already encountered those in Cooler's ranks. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from sight, only to reappear atop the tower, now holding the individual who had made that remark. The person, bewildered, struggled to maintain his balance. Bardock, your Majesty. Oh no, King Vegeta? Sweat beads accumulated on his forehead. Vegeta set him down and promptly inquired, have you encountered anyone from Cooler's faction? At this, the individual grew hesitant, horrific images flooding his mind. He stammered, just a few days ago, my team and I. He recounted how he and his comrades had clashed with Cooler's forces, easily overcoming them before departing the planet to report back to planet Vegeta, leaving his teammates behind. Suddenly, a massive ship loomed above his comrades, and a chilling visage materialized before them. The individual coldly remarked, Oh, Saiyans? How interesting that you managed to eliminate my brilliant brother. However, I, Cooler, am not so careless. Prepare to perish. In an instant, all Saiyans on that planet were annihilated by Cooler's strike. Listening intently, Vegeta stroked his chin. Deep in thought, Cooler's combat prowess indeed surpassed Frieza's third form, far exceeding 150 million, while the strongest among the Saiyans, Kakarot, barely reached 15 million in his peak state. Without transforming into Super Saiyans, they stood little chance against Cooler, and even in Grade 8 form, they would falter. Thus, Bardock's dream's protagonist was likely Cooler. After much contemplation, Bardock had an epiphany. Cooler. Oh, I remember now. He activated a small device on his arm, conjuring Cooler's projection into the air. Bardock exclaimed, this visage, this physique, this must be the one I saw in my dream. Vegeta smirked with a newfound confidence. His previous worries seemed unfounded. Now equipped with the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, Cooler posed little threat to him. Yet, he understood the necessity of thorough preparation, for Frieza had yet to reveal himself, and the brothers were equally treacherous, each more cunning than the last. But how does Bardock possess information on Cooler? Could there have been prior dealings? Bardock, how do you possess knowledge of Cooler? Vegeta pressed. Bardock explained, years ago, when Paragus took Broly to train in the southern galaxy, they encountered Cooler's army and conducted some investigation into him. Vegeta's body stiffened. Broly? That tempestuous warrior was not exiled, but rather taken for training. Had Bardock known the extent of his power, he likely would not have permitted him to handle this crisis. Then why did you choose me to save planet Vegeta? Vegeta queried. Bardock chuckled softly. Do you recall our conversation that day outside the training room? Vegeta, lost in reminiscence, nodded. Yes, you mentioned that the version of me in your dream did not appear so despondent. Bardock smirked, continuing. That was because I envisioned your future self, the legendary Super Saiyan among our race. To ensure success, it was imperative for you to be involved in this event. If it is you, young prince, then you shall undoubtedly save our Saiyan people. Vegeta smiled resolutely. Had it not been for the random task issued by the system, he might never have set foot on planet Vegeta. The deadline for completing the task was 2 years. Failure to do so would lead to his demise. Given the circumstances, he resolved to tackle Bardock's dilemma with determination. Standing tall, Vegeta proclaimed to all Saiyans, I, Vegeta, the new generation of Saiyan King, shall lead all Saiyans through this crisis. Chapter 55, The New Regime of Vegeta, The Dust Settles. All Saiyans have acknowledged the undeniable fact that Vegeta has ascended to the throne. His voice resonates throughout every corner of planet Vegeta. Difficulties? What kind of difficulties is His Majesty referring to? Why is he suddenly speaking of such matters? In an instant, murmurs of speculation and skepticism surged. What crisis is the leader alluding to? Nappa, not one to be easily deceived, pondered over the meticulous efforts Bardock made to send him and Raditz to Earth to retrieve Vegeta. There must be a significant reason behind it. Yet, as a mere executor, he remained oblivious to Bardock's true intentions. He yearned for Raditz to provide him with an answer. Just as Raditz was about to respond, Vegeta's voice thundered once more. Silence. Enough of this chatter. Vegeta glanced at Bardock, realizing that the Saiyans' reaction stemmed from their utter ignorance of the situation. Bardock explained that he refrained from disclosing the truth to avoid inciting panic. Vegeta comprehended Bardock's rationale. When a nation has long basked in comfort, the notion of impending annihilation is simply intolerable. However, the current Saiyan King is Vegeta. He possesses his own strategies. Everyone is familiar with Bardock's precognitive abilities, right? He has foreseen a dreadful crisis. Vegeta recounted Bardock's dream verbatim. As anticipated, the Saiyans erupted into chaos, akin to ants on a hot pan. What? Cooler? We are all doomed. No, I refuse to perish. A thunderous roar illuminated the night sky of planet Vegeta, followed by Vegeta's resounding voice. Quiet. Our fate rests in our own hands. As long as I am here, I will lead everyone to vanquish this cooler. With Vegeta's current prowess, having transformed into a Super Saiyan with a battle power of 10 million, he now boasts a staggering 500 million. Bolstered by the mystical sins of beings, defeating Cooler should be a trivial task. Yet, Vegeta's true concern lies not with Cooler. Rather, it is with the ever-elusive Frieza. Even without knowledge of his return, one must prepare meticulously for unforeseen threats. This terrifying prodigy can attain Super Blue level in merely 4 months of training. Vegeta's words flowed like a refreshing spring in the desert, soothing the agitated Saiyans. Yes, we have His Majesty Vegeta with us. His strength is evident to all. We shall not perish. Ding. Admiration detected 100. Vegeta's assertions initially served as a reassuring bomb, and he had already braced himself for the worst. His vigilance was directed towards Frieza, the Golden Frieza. To confront Golden Frieza, one must wield divine-level power. The most accessible form of divine power is, of course, the Super Saiyan God. It takes 6 righteous Saiyans to forge a single Super Saiyan God. Frieza's genocidal ambitions have faltered. Planet Vegeta is not lacking in Saiyans. The only dilemma now is to identify 6 exceptionally virtuous Saiyans. Once this issue is resolved, Planet Vegeta will possess divine combat prowess. At that point, even if Golden Frieza were to attack, we would not need to panic. This is the fundamental purpose of Vegeta's proclamation to all Saiyans. Everyone is ordered to comply. From this day forward, I shall implement a new regime. The authority of a king instilled awe in all Saiyans. First, no Saiyan shall invade other planets. No more participation in acts of aggression. Tame your bloodthirsty nature. Upon hearing this, dissent arose, with an elderly Saiyan questioning, Your Majesty, this seems rather unwise. Where will our income come from? Vegeta descended from the tower, approaching the elder. A valid inquiry. Henceforth, we Saiyans shall become guardians of the universe. Wherever there is oppression, wherever there is exploitation, there shall we be. However, hiring our services will require appropriate compensation. Planet Vegeta has developed remarkably. With technological advancements placing it at the forefront of the universe, we can sustain ourselves without invading other planets. Our primary focus will be on those oppressed by the tyrannical Frieza. Vegeta's reasoning held another crucial significance. Despite the Saiyans' rapid enhancement in strength over the years, no Super Saiyan has emerged. This indicates that the innate S cells within the Saiyans are alarmingly deficient, rendering even Bardock and Kakarot, with battle powers of 300,000, incapable of transforming into Super Saiyans. It is during times of peace that the concentration of S cells within Saiyans will surge, yet currently, there appears to be not a single Saiyan capable of transformation. At that moment, Bardock approached Vegeta, reporting, Your Majesty, the tyrant Frieza, along with King Cold, has been vanquished. King Cold has also been defeated. This news is astonishing. Bardock elucidated. After we eliminated Frieza, King Cold sought to recruit us. And under the guise of agreement, I executed a similar ambush on him. Vegeta felt somewhat speechless. Given King Cold's character, meeting the same fate as Frieza seemed entirely plausible. Wait, Frieza and King Cold have been vanquished, and Slug has also been dealt with. This implies that the greatest villains in the universe are, in fact, Saiyans. Vegeta was at a loss for words, grateful that there remained a target, cooler. Second, aside from daily training, all must undergo education. Education? What kind of education? All Saiyans wore bewildered expressions, glancing at one another in confusion. At the dawn of humanity, one is inherently good. The brutal nature of Saiyans is a product of their upbringing, stemming from a lack of proper education. Vegeta continued to proclaim, 9 years of compulsory education. I will establish a fast-track program for 9 years of mandatory education. You shall focus on moral philosophy. In the future, I will appoint those who excel to teach and spread knowledge. After 18 years of development, planet Vegeta boasts a population of several thousand. Making it impossible for Vegeta to teach alone, additional instructors are essential. The aim is to instill a mindset of justice within the Saiyans, reforming them through his previous life's pedagogical methods. Vegeta's gaze swept across the crowd, searching for those whose countenance did not exude malevolence, seeking potential candidates for educators. However, each one radiated an aura of wickedness. Ultimately, Vegeta's attention settled on 3 individuals, Sorlia, Bardock, and the last one, his yet-to-be-met brother, Tobol, with himself included. There were now 4 Saiyans suspected of possessing a sense of justice. My policies are thus: everyone is dismissed. Go and train. Prepare for class this evening. Furthermore, all planets we have occupied must be returned to their rightful owners. Those that have been sold shall be reclaimed and returned to the indigenous peoples. We must spread the message that we Saiyans are champions of justice across the globe. Vegeta's impassioned speech was met with a sea of puzzled expressions among the Saiyans. All utterly bewildered, even Nappa was left questioning. Raditz, what do you think the leader intends to accomplish? Raditz replied, I do not know. But there must be a reason behind His Majesty's decision. We shall follow suit. Leading by example, the former King Bardock proclaimed with fervor, I am willing to brave any peril for the policies decreed by His Majesty. In the distance, King Vegeta echoed his sentiment, affirming, I too am willing. Their declarations filled Vegeta with immense satisfaction. I am willing, shouted Saraya with conviction. Soon after, the youthful voice of Tobol chimed in. I too wish to contribute to my brother's cause. A sphere of energy shimmered in the sky, and Vegeta, with a sly smile, hurled it towards a distant, desolate mountain. Boom! The sound of the explosion resonated, leveling the mountain, reducing it to mere vapor. I shall ask once more, can you all achieve this? This blow jolted the thoughts of all Saiyans, and in unison, they nodded eagerly, responding to Vegeta, we can. Chapter 56. The consort Vegeta, elevated above all, now finds himself in a position of power, relishing the sight of the Saiyans bowing before him. Bardock. Suddenly, a melodious female voice echoed from afar. Everyone turned to gaze, and Vegeta instantly recognized her. She was Bardock's wife, Kakarot's mother, Jine. Jine swiftly approached Bardock, who was about to explain the current circumstances. But she spoke first. I am already aware. With that, she turned and knelt on one knee, clasping her fists in a gesture of respect. I pay my respects to your majesty, the king. Vegeta scrutinized Jine, sensing her pure and innocent aura, which added another candidate to the divine plan. It meant that as long as another person with a just heart emerged, there was potential to create a super Saiyan god. That evening, Vegeta stood before a large assembly, imparting his reformed philosophy on moral education to all the Saiyans. They listened intently, except for one, Kakarot, who had been vanquished. He sat alone atop a high mountain, troubled by the incessant calls for reform that echoed in his ears, aggravating him further. How infuriating! What nonsense! He exclaimed. Just then, Jine approached him gracefully, settling by his side. Kakarot, aren't you going to attend the lecture? She inquired with a smile. Kakarot turned away, scoffing. Such courses are unnecessary. We Saiyans disdain such trivialities. Jine chuckled softly and continued, You're still the same, Kakarot. I've heard from His Majesty Vegeta that changing the nature of us Saiyans will make it easier to become the legendary Super Saiyan. Kakarot froze, the words resonating within him. Super Saiyan. Is it that ancient legend? At that moment, a brilliant light erupted from the gathering of Saiyans in the distance, dazzling and overwhelming. The world around them dimmed, freezing all on planet Vegeta. Vegeta transformed for the first time into a Super Saiyan. Kakarot stood in shock, his gaze drifting toward the sky where he beheld Vegeta, his golden hair and radiant golden aura. In the next moment, Vegeta coolly declared, This is a Super Saiyan. If you can enhance the concentration of your S cells, you too can transform. The method to increase your S cell concentration is simply to follow my policies. Kakarot's heart was a tempest of emotions. How dastardly. This guy had hidden his strength during our duel. Has he already attained the level of a Super Saiyan? Is this why my father insisted he would save Planet Vegeta? Crushed by the weight of realization, his fists clenched and trembled. I refuse to become a Super Saiyan through such means. I, Kakarot, will not heed his words. With a swift motion, Kakarot vanished from Giant's view, watching her son depart. Giant sighed. Oh, that child. Yet, Vegeta observed this scene with a sense of satisfaction, having successfully outpaced Kakarot in achieving the Super Saiyan transformation. His Majesty Vegeta is truly remarkable. He shattered the Saiyan legend at such a young age. An elder began to extol. Soon, more voices joined in praise. Their attitudes markedly shifted. Indeed, this world revered the strong, a principle that was vividly illustrated among the Saiyans. One Saiyan, draping an arm over Vegeta's shoulder, remarked, "You are indeed fortunate, Your Majesty, to have reached such heights at a young age." Vegeta felt somewhat awkward, responding with a smile, as it appeared he did not wish to acknowledge this individual's presence. However, according to the customs of the Saiyan kings, one must marry before ascending to the throne. I have a daughter, of similar age to Your Majesty. What do you think? Vegeta felt a flush of embarrassment. Was there such a rule? Ding. Necessary condition for becoming the Saiyan king detected. Consort. If not completed within 2 days, the previous reward will be revoked. Revoked. Again with the revocation. Is this compelling him to take a consort? Before Vegeta could respond, an explosion erupted behind them. A Saiyan of similar age to Vegeta bellowed, "You old fool. So that was your intent." Indeed. Another elder echoed. Then he approached Vegeta, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, my daughter just turned 18. What do you think?" In response, a higher-ranking warrior interjected, "Hey, you old man. If you fathered a daughter late in life, her potential must be mediocre. To bear a prodigy for the royal bloodline, you must choose my daughter." Ding. Admiration detected. 10 points. "I say, host, you truly are a hot commodity," the system chimed in. "Of course. For I am the strongest Saiyan of the present." Before he could finish, the system's alert sounded again. Ding. Jealousy detected. 100 from Solia. Huh. Vegeta jolted, turning to glance at Solia. There she stood, biting her lip, her eyes vacant, hands clenching her chest in distress. Coincidentally, Jine noticed this scene. Observant. She had already sensed this unfamiliar female Saiyan, perceiving Solia's unwavering trust in Vegeta. Furthermore, this girl seemed to possess considerable strength, even surpassing some elite warriors, though still falling short compared to Jine. As someone who had experienced similar feelings, Jine recognized the look in Solia's eyes mirrored how she once gazed at Bardock. With a gentle landing, Jine approached Solia. "Hello, I am Jine, Bardock's wife." Only then did Solia notice someone behind her, her attention previously fixed on Vegeta. "You." "Hello, I am Solia." Jine smiled, rapidly recalling the name. Solia, such a familiar name. "Are you the daughter of Saro and Lilia?" The two mentioned were her comrades from battles long past, Solia's parents. Solia was utterly astonished, realizing Jine knew her parents' names. "Yes. May I ask who you are?" Jine's expression faltered as she recalled the events of that day. Solia's parents had perished during a mission while covering Jine's retreat. Overwhelmed with guilt, Jine had searched for years for Solia, only to find no trace. "I am eternally grateful to your parents, Solia. Without them, perhaps I would not be here today." Solia replied calmly, "That was my parents' choice. After leaving Planet Vegeta, I grew up healthy and have made many good friends on Earth. There is no need for you to worry about me and Jine." With that, Solia offered a kind smile, seemingly reassuring Jine not to blame herself. Gnei inwardly sighed, reflecting on how considerate this girl was. "Then allow me to assist you a little. You are fond of Vegeta, aren't you?" Chapter 57. Solia, may I become your princess? Jine's words pierced through Solia's fervent heart. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, akin to a kettle boiling over. I, Solia stammered, struggling to articulate her feelings. In the next moment, Jine swiftly appeared before Solia, gently grasping her hand and placing her palm against her own body. Suddenly, Jine's form plummeted like a falling aircraft. With remarkable speed, she launched an energy sphere towards her abdomen, the force propelling her into the crowd engrossed in discussions. Boom. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Jine. What is happening? Bardock rushed forward to assess Jine's condition, but just as he took his first step, Jine shot him a glance. "No need to come over. I'm fine." Understanding her intent, Bardock remained steadfast, awaiting Jine's next move. As the crowd's attention fixated on Jine, she felt a surge of determination. What an opportunity! How powerful! I have never encountered such a formidable woman. Giant's praise for Solia astonished the onlooking Saiyans, who realized that the girl accompanying Vegeta on this journey possessed extraordinary strength. With a sudden burst of energy, Giant charged towards the bewildered Solia. Giant-senpai, what are you doing? Giant's fist brushed past Solia's ear as she whispered urgently, don't ask, just attack me. Why? As Solia hesitated, Giant unleashed another punch aimed directly at Solia's delicate face. If you don't make a move, I'll smash your beautiful face. Let us see if Vegeta will still pay you any heed then. This declaration struck a nerve within Solia. Although Giant was a friend of her parents, she could no longer tolerate such unprovoked aggression. Absolutely not. I want to allow that to happen. Huh. Solia unleashed her full power, delivering a fierce blow to Giant's abdomen. Giant chose not to defend herself, instead wearing a satisfied smile as she endured the pain, falling once more into the crowd. Boom. Giant struggled to rise, finding the impact manageable, but she needed to play her part convincingly. Uffed. She spat out a mouthful of bile. The Saiyans watched in shock. Giant, Bardock's wife, represented the pinnacle of female Saiyan strength, and yet she was being so brutally bested by the woman above. Your Majesty, may I have another of those miraculous beans? Bardock implored, his expression one of sheer terror and concern. Vegeta, perplexed, noted that while Solia was powerful, she still fell short compared to Giant. Bardock's behavior was equally baffling. What were they playing at? A performance? Amusing. Vegeta played along, producing a Senza bean and handing it to Giant. After consuming it, Giant regained her strength. In the sky above, Solia was filled with guilt. She had not anticipated that her strike would so severely injure Giant. She hurriedly descended to Giant's side, preparing to apologize, but Giant stopped her. You are strong, even stronger than I am. I believe the position of princess should belong to Solia. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room, no one daring to speak. A moment later, fervent discussions erupted. This seems rather inappropriate. Indeed, how can this be allowed? My daughter. Bardock cleared his throat, exuding the residual authority of the former king. I concur. In that moment, Vegeta comprehended the situation. This couple was working in perfect harmony, orchestrating this for Solia's benefit. However, observing Solia's dazed expression, he suspected she was unaware of their intentions. Vegeta scrutinized Solia, whose eyes flickered with anxiety. Solia's heart began to race. Princess? Vegeta's princess. Is it me? But I heard from Lam-Z about Bulma and Vegeta's relationship. Solia's gaze darted, avoiding direct contact with Vegeta. In an instant, Giant's hands rested on Solia's shoulders. If you like him, say it aloud. You are the daughter of Lilith. Giant smiled, her eyes communicating encouragement to Solia. Solia's memories began to resurface, recalling everything that transpired between her and Vegeta. This man, 2 years her senior, always appeared when she needed help most. Unbeknownst to her, their relationship had begun to shift. Solia realized that Vegeta had become an indispensable part of her life. She recognized her feelings had blossomed into love, transcending mere friendship. Solia, you have matured. It is time for you to make your own choices. Awakening from her reverie, Solia's gaze solidified with resolve. And Giant, I understand. Giant released Solia's shoulders, smiling warmly. Go now, child. Gathering her courage, Solia strode towards Vegeta, tiptoeing to whisper in his ear, I, like you, Vegeta. May I become your princess? Ding. Detection of Solia's affection reaching 100%. With her head bowed, Solia resembled a child who had erred, filled with worry and fear, uncertain if her relationship with Vegeta had reached this stage. Biting her lip, she awaited Vegeta's response, her anxiousness palpable, her flushed cheeks nearly brimming with tears. A sudden warmth graced Solia's face. Vegeta was gently caressing her cheek, lifting her chin. Their eyes intertwined in that moment. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how innocent this girl once was. She had never shied away from any task he assigned her. Vegeta leaned in, pressing his lips to Solia's forehead, delivering his answer. In a soft whisper by her ear, he said, Of course, my silly girl. The two embraced tightly. And at that moment, even the air transformed into a hue of romantic pink. Giant beamed with joy, exclaiming, His Majesty Vegeta officially names Solia as his princess. Let us all extend our blessings to the king and his princess. In an instant, the previous advocates for their daughters fell silent, their schemes crumbling before them. Reluctantly, they joined Giant in her cheers. On that day, the entire Vegeta star rejoiced in celebration. Chapter 58. The expedition against cooler nightfall enveloped planet Vegeta, yet it sparkled brightly, immersed in a sea of luminescence. At the edge of a tranquil cliff, a pair of lovers sat contentedly together. Vegeta embraced Saraya, both reminiscing about the past, from his birth to their adventures on Earth. However, when the topic of Bulma arose, Saraya grew flustered and her speech became disjointed. Vegeta, what about you and Bulma? Vegeta sighed inwardly, realizing that the truth was unavoidable. Bound by this system, he had no choice but to indulge in romantic entanglements to continually grow stronger. He spoke candidly. Yes, Bulma, much like you, has affections for me. Saraya murmured softly. It seems Lanchi did not deceive me. She then asked, will Bulma be heartbroken upon learning of our relationship? Her concern took Vegeta by surprise. Saraya had always been sensitive to the feelings of others. He replied, if she were to feel hurt, it is likely. Furrowing her brow, Saraya pulled away from his embrace, anxiously gazing at him. What shall we do? Reflecting on the events that transpired on Earth during his absence, Vegeta recognized Bulma's possessive nature. Yet, during the years he had been away, Saraya had diligently safeguarded the planet, even saving Bulma's life during the recent Saiyan attack. He noted a shift in Bulma's demeanor towards Saraya. Perhaps she had come to accept her? After careful contemplation, Vegeta revealed a mischievous smile and made a bold proposal. Then let both of you be my queens. Saraya, in disbelief, covered her mouth, but after 2 brief seconds, she regained her composure. You are the king of the Saiyans. Having multiple queens does not trouble me, but Bulma. Vegeta reassured her with unwavering conviction. Rest assured. If it is you, Bulma will undoubtedly accept. They continued their lively conversation. An hour later, Saraya yawned. I'm feeling a bit tired, Vegeta. Vegeta's eyes sparkled as he asked, does my beloved wish to spend a romantic night with me? Having lived on Earth for over a decade, Saraya understood the implication of his words, though she would not reveal how she knew, merely citing her television viewing. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully pushed Vegeta away. It is still too early. Our Saiyan crisis remains unresolved. Shall we wait until this peril has passed? Vegeta felt a pang of disappointment. Saraya truly was a compassionate soul, even in such moments, prioritizing the safety of their race. As the new king of the Saiyans, he conceded, very well. We shall act once the crisis is resolved. Saraya nodded and soared towards the palace of Korin, who currently treated her like a cherished daughter. Beep. Detection of Saraya's intimacy reaching 100%. Shall they become sworn partners? Yes. Beep. Sworn partnership established successfully. Current number of partners. 2. Reward. 100 wisdom points. Reward. 1 Super Saiyan experience card. The system's announcement ceased, leaving Vegeta somewhat speechless. Hey? System. Why was there no upgrade this time? And why are the rewards so meager? This Super Saiyan experience card seems rather lackluster. The system responded in a teasing tone. Host. The number of partners required for an upgrade is not fixed. The next level requires 1 more partner. As for the Super Saiyan experience card, while you can transform into a Super Saiyan, others cannot. You may grant it to another, enabling them to forcibly transcend into a Super Saiyan. Forcibly transcend. With no conditions? It could be used by others. This prospect began to seem more appealing, though Vegeta had yet to decide who would receive it. As his thoughts wandered, fatigue enveloped him, and he decided to rest. Time drifted like a fleeting bubble, and in the blink of an eye, Vegeta had presided over planet Vegeta for a month. During this period, the Saiyans transformed from cosmic tyrants into intergalactic guardians. The underworld factions reformed, dramatically altering the universe, even catching the attention of the Galactic Patrol. Vegeta awaited the arrival of the impending crisis, but a month had passed without Cooler making his appearance on planet Vegeta. Saraya had promised that once the crisis was resolved, she would fulfill Vegeta's desires, a matter that weighed heavily on his mind. Your Majesty, we have gathered intelligence regarding Cooler, reported a one-eyed Saiyan. Vegeta rose from his throne, his cape billowing behind him. What is the situation? The one-eyed Saiyan replied, Your Majesty. Cooler has reclaimed the planets he once occupied, seemingly intent on restoring the former glory of the Ice Demon. Restore glory? Has he consulted with me, Vegeta? It seemed that Cooler's arrival on planet Vegeta was still a distant prospect, yet Vegeta could not wait, as he had an agreement with Saraya. His voice grew fervent. Notify all, those who wish to witness history, prepare yourselves and follow me into battle. The one-eyed Saiyan stood dumbfounded, questioning, Your Majesty. Do you mean? Vegeta smiled confidently. Since Cooler refuses to seek me out, I shall go to him. Above planet Vegeta, a multitude of spherical spaceships filled the atmosphere. At their center, an oval-shaped vessel led the fleet towards the planet where Cooler resided. A voice from a spherical ship boomed. Remember, His Majesty decreed that we must liberate the planets occupied by Cooler. This mission is a righteous endeavor to eradicate the influence of the ice demon. A resounding chorus of agreement echoed throughout the fleet. Yes. On the oval vessel, Vegeta gazed ahead with pride. Beside him, Bardock expressed his concerns, Your Majesty. Is this truly wise? Vegeta, brimming with self-assurance, replied without hesitation, Rest assured, all will be well. Saraya joined them, eager to witness this historic moment as a queen. Do not worry, Uncle Bardock. You can trust Vegeta unconditionally. Vegeta smiled with satisfaction. My queen understands. After we resolve this crisis, do not forget your promise to me. Saraya momentarily froze, her porcelain complexion flushing a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple. Realizing that Vegeta's expedition was for her sake, she affirmed, Yes, I will. In the vast cosmos, countless lights advanced in an orderly fashion towards a colossal planet. Chapter 59. Gula pretends to be dead in the vastness of the universe. There lay a snow-covered planet. Inside the headquarters of the Gula Legion, a creature with a dinosaur head and a humanoid body spoke, Great King Gula. We detect an overwhelming number of life forms with battle powers exceeding 1 million approaching us. This being previously part of Frieza's army, had defected to Gula's side following the demise of Frieza and King Cold. The dinosaur creature, having been sheltered from the wider world during its time with Frieza, was astounded. After all, Frieza himself possessed a mere 530,000 battle power. The sheer force of the impending enemy, each boasting over 1 million in battle power, instilled a profound sense of dread. Gula rose, his expression remaining inscrutable. Oh, how intriguing. Let us magnify the view. As the dinosaur creature adjusted the lens, a tremor ran through its body, compelling it to stagger back in fear, collapsing to the ground upon catching sight of a man with a crab-like head. The Saiyans. The memories of the past flooded back. The image of this crab-headed figure leading the Saiyans to slay King Cold and Frieza, a haunting recollection that gnawed at its nerves. Gula flicked his tail, casually remarking, Heh, the Saiyans have come to seek me out instead. It is utterly shameful that Frieza and my foolish father fell to these wild monkeys. It seems the honor of the frozen demon must be restored by me, Gula. At that moment, a striking figure appeared on the screen. Vegeta slowly raised his middle finger, filling the entire display. Gula's eye twitched violently, his lips curling in fury as he shouted, Damn wild monkeys. Today, I shall see you all perish. With a resounding crash, a gaping hole appeared in the palace ceiling, revealing Gula's formidable silhouette as he soared into the sky. His eyes, wide with rage, fixated on the Saiyan fleet. He raised his arm, confronting the arrogant assailants who instilled fear in all others on the planet. Between his fingers, an energy sphere began to coalesce, doubling in size within a mere second. Below him, a throng gathered, murmuring in awe, The king is furious. Goodness, the king is truly powerful. His battle power is skyrocketing. Boom. Thousands of detectors exploded simultaneously. The purple energy sphere radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the snow-clad planet in a violet veil. In the outer atmosphere, all Saiyans trembled in fear. Is this Gula? Frieza had only 530,000 battle power. Gula. How could he possibly exceed a few million? This is inconceivable. Gula's might shattered the Saiyans' previous understanding, which had been anchored in Frieza's 530,000 battle power. At this moment, Gula's form mirrored Frieza's third transformation, and based on Vegeta's estimation, he now possessed at least 200 million in battle power. Die, wild monkeys. Gula roared as the massive, radiant purple energy sphere burst forth from his grasp like a wild stallion. Panic ensued among the Saiyans. Even Bardock felt a sense of dread, acutely aware that his strength was not on par with Gula's. Even in his grade 8 form, he could not contend with his adversary. In Bardock's moment of despair, Vegeta's decisive action caused a weight to lift from his heart. With a flourish, Vegeta waved his hand, his cape billowing in the air, and before it could touch the ground, he had vanished. In an instant, Vegeta's imposing form materialized before all. One man holds the pass, none shall pass. A radiant golden light emanated from Vegeta's back, illuminating the purple glow around him, casting a commanding golden beam into the desolate night. With a resounding explosion, the golden aura enveloped Vegeta entirely. He pressed his hands firmly against the colossal purple sphere. Ah! Vegeta roared, and under his immense effort, the purple energy sphere began to move in reverse. The spectacle captivated the Saiyans, murmuring in astonishment, Your Majesty, is he attempting to push the energy sphere back? A Super Saiyan, indeed, our king has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Nappa, gazing at the valiant Vegeta, smiled knowingly. I knew the boss would find a way. Inside the oval spaceship, Bardock nodded in satisfaction. It appears I did not misjudge him. Solia looked up at the resplendent Vegeta, sensing a favorable outcome. This crisis for the Saiyans would indeed be resolved, and she would fulfill her promise. Is the energy sphere stagnant? What is happening? Could it be that even the king cannot contend with Gula? Foolish child, what nonsense are you spouting? The king is invincible. At that instant, all voices fell silent. With a whoosh, Vegeta and the purple energy sphere vanished in an instant. Not gone. No, not at all. Gula, I return your gift to you. Intact. The voice of Vegeta echoed across the frozen planet, freezing time and space in that moment. The aura of death bore down on all members of the Gula Legion, rendering them breathless, as if a vice gripped their throats. A shout rang out, "It's over. The King's energy sphere has been returned by this monster." At this proclamation, chaos erupted among the inhabitants of the planet, akin to ants on a hot stove. In Gula's eyes, Vegeta appeared as a harbinger of doom. The energy sphere resembling a noose ready to claim his life. With a swift movement, Vegeta closed the distance, merely 3 strides away from Gula. He hurled the energy sphere towards Gula. A heart-wrenching roar filled with terror and confusion erupted. Gula extended his hands, desperately attempting to fend off the energy sphere. Yet his body was uncontrollably propelled toward the ground. The defiance that had once gleamed in his eyes was now replaced by fear. Damn it! The cries echoed. A lamentation from Gula. Ultimately, the energy sphere forced Gula to the earth, his form dwarfed by its might. Ripples of energy radiated outward, bloodshot eyes reflecting his agony as he grimaced in pain. The ground beneath him formed a crater, 100 meters wide, with Gula being inexorably pushed down. This cannot continue. I must unlock my next transformation. Vegeta hovered above, pride swelling within him as he reveled in Gula's predicament. A voice dripping with contempt resonated from the sky. Enough, Gula. Cease your charade of death. If you cannot withstand this, it is truly a mockery of your title as the Emperor of the Universe. Chapter 60. Gula utterly suppressed. Glory to his majesty. Long live the king. At that moment, above the frozen star, the Saiyans' cheers reverberated through the heavens. Vegeta's taunts had indeed elicited a response from Gula. Silence. A furious roar erupted from the depths, instantly stirring up dust and sending the surrounding earth flying. Several 100-meter-high stone pillars rose from the ground. Purple energy orbs ascended slowly, and what came into view was a completely transformed Gula. His mouth was concealed by a mask, but his eyes remained venomous. His body had inflated, his muscles becoming more defined, and several indescribable broken horns sprouted from his head. This farce should conclude. Saiyan monkeys. I did not anticipate such treachery, launching a sneak attack while I was unprepared. Now I comprehend how my foolish brother and father met their demise at your hands. It appears you possess some cunning. However, all who behold this form shall meet their end. Vegeta stood aloft, picking at his nose and ears. Treachery? You were quick to accuse. Were you not the first to strike? I merely returned the favor. Enough idle chatter. Now that you have broken free, I shall simply dispatch you. Gula smirked cunningly, and without warning, his body shot forth like a bolt of lightning, assaulting Vegeta with incredible speed. Decisive and lethal, admirable. As am I, Vegeta roared. Vegeta erupted with energy, his relaxed body instantly tensing as he channeled power into his muscles. Bang! Their heads collided, shockwaves rippling through the air. They locked eyes, each filled with defiance. To think such a one exists among these wild monkeys. No wonder my foolish brother and father fell to you. Fool. I am not responsible for the demise of your wretched brother and father. Bang. Their fists collided, the explosive force shaking the air. The aftershocks causing the surrounding snow mountains to tremble, the savage power tearing through the landscape. While Gula was formidable in this state, Vegeta's base combat power already exceeded 10 million, making him no less powerful than Gula. Whoosh. The full power of the Super Saiyan was unleashed, instantly blasting Gula away. Gula's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Impossible. Observing Gula's astonished expression, Vegeta sneered. What is it, Gula? Does the universe's emperor feel fear? Whoosh. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta appeared before Gula. Vegeta's palm glowed brightly as his arm arced towards Gula's abdomen, catching him completely off guard. Boom. Gula was sent sprawling, flying hundreds of meters before crashing into the frozen lake. Gula struggled to his feet, the blood he coughed staining his mask crimson. Damn it! That move again! He used the same trick to suddenly appear. In a fleeting moment, Gula's heart tightened, a chill running down his spine as a provocative voice echoed in his ear. Lost in thought? Care to share? Vegeta's sardonic smile was unnerving. Aya! A harrowing scream spread from the lake across the entire planet as Vegeta's merciless hand tore at Gula's mask. Trying to look cool with a mask, are we? Let's see what you're hiding. Arg. Aya. Pitiful cries rang out as Gula's eyes became bloodshot, his face contorted in agony. In his eyes, Vegeta was a living demon. Oh dear, this mask is proving rather difficult to remove, Vegeta quipped flippantly. Then, his eyes flashed with murderous intent, causing Gula to tremble. Vegeta smirked. In the next instant, he seized Gula's face and dragged him across the icy surface, Gula utterly helpless. Across the vast frozen lake, a kilometer-long scar appeared, an indelible wound upon the land. The screams continued, Gula's face grinding against the ice, filled with despair, helplessness, and the inability to resist. He tried to escape, but there was no escape. Gula's army was in disarray, their faith shattered as they witnessed their once invincible emperor being toyed with. Worry about yourselves. Suddenly, the Gula base was surrounded by Saiyans. The owner of the rough voice was Nappa. You vile space pirates, the righteous Saiyans will eradicate you. Nappa, having been restrained for a month, leered at the cowering aliens. Righteous. The henchmen were shocked. How could such a word come from a Saiyant's mouth? Times had changed. The Saiyans were now a legitimate warrior race. With Frieza and King Cole dead, they had become infamous bullies in the universe. They were so feared that even dogs would be slapped if they crossed their path. What righteousness could they speak of? What? Don't believe us? We are the army of justice. Die. At Nappa's command, the Saiyan warriors awakened their primal savage power and began a wholesale slaughter, leaving rivers of blood and sparing none of the wicked. Boom. A mangled figure crashed from the sky into the center of the base, and it was Gula. His face was a bloody mess. His mask still stubbornly clinging to his face. Well, I thought it was a mask, but it turns out that's just your mouth. Vegeta sighed in resignation. Vegeta surveyed the surroundings. Within 100 miles, the ground was littered with corpses, none alive. Well done, Nappa, and all the other warriors. Nappa grinned, rubbing his bald head. Heh, it's great to follow you, boss. Thank you, Your Majesty, for allowing us to enjoy this slaughter. The other Saiyans chimed in eagerly. Vegeta shook his head. Realizing that he would not be able to curb the Saiyans' bloodlust anytime soon, he turned to the battered Gula and slowly approached him, his footsteps echoing in Gula's ears, causing him to retreat towards his mangled throne. Clang! His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with terror. No, don't kill me. Gula's hands moved backward, and suddenly, he felt something. He turned his head. In that instant, he seemed to see a glimmer of hope. It was the fruit of the spirit tree. Indeed, the fruits of the spirit tree were precisely those that he had extracted from the corpses of the Saiyans he had vanquished on his journey back from the southern galaxy to the frozen heart. After thorough analysis by his subordinates, he learned that consuming this fruit could significantly enhance one's power. At that time, he regarded such a method of gaining strength with disdain, believing himself already sufficiently formidable. However, as time passed, he came to realize that there are always greater heights to attain, and the spirit tree fruit appeared as a lifeline. Grasping the spirit tree fruit tightly, Gula flashed a sinister smile. The agony you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid 100-fold. With a crunch, he devoured the spirit tree fruit, and immediately, his body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Chapter 61. Frieza's Demise Impossible. A Tree of Might Fruit. Astonishment rippled through the Saiyan ranks as Cooler regained his strength. How did Cooler acquire a Tree of Might Fruit? What is happening? A palpable apprehension settled over the Saiyans. Nappa, Vegeta's most trusted lieutenant, roared, "Silence! What does it matter if he consumed it? His Majesty is here. As long as His Majesty stands, victory is assured." Vegeta, however, remained unfazed by Cooler's resurgence. He stood tall, arms crossed, a bastion of composure before his warriors. His Majesty displays no trepidation. A wave of renewed vigor washed over the Saiyans. Excellent. It signifies that His Majesty has yet to unleash his full power. On the elliptical spaceship, Bardock wore a serene smile, observing the unfolding events on the frozen planet. Even with Cooler's transformation, Vegeta remained unperturbed, a testament to his growth. Indeed, I can no longer keep pace with the younger generation. Perhaps it is time for me to relinquish my throne. Soria, her hands clasped to her chest, beamed with happiness, finding solace in Vegeta's unwavering presence. With a subtle curl of his lip, Vegeta scoffed. Cooler, must a galactic emperor resort to such means to attain power? How pathetic. Having consumed the fruit of the Tree of Might, Cooler's physique had undergone a dramatic transformation. His already formidable musculature had become even more pronounced, radiating raw power. Cooler cackled, his voice laced with malice. What's wrong? Beginning to feel fear? Even I never imagined I could become this powerful. An overwhelming aura erupted from Cooler, sweeping away his dilapidated throne and hurtling it toward Vegeta. Thud. Vegeta effortlessly caught the throne with a single hand, his eyes narrowed. Fear? Which of your eyes perceives fear in me? I possess myriad methods to extinguish your existence. Ding. Cooler's power level detected at 1,000,000,000,000. Vegeta smirked. A mere billion? How disappointing. In truth, Cooler, you have disillusioned me. I had hoped that with your potential, consuming the fruit of the tree of might would yield a more substantial increase in power. But this is all. Crack. In a swift motion, Vegeta crushed Cooler's throne into dust, scattering it before Cooler's eyes. You shall meet the same fate as this throne, reduced to nothingness. As he spoke, Vegeta deactivated his Super Saiyan transformation, eliciting confusion among the Saiyans. What is His Majesty doing? Silence. Do not question His Majesty's strategies. Ha 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 ha. What's wrong? Have you already begun to surrender? I shall show no mercy. Cooler's mocking laughter echoed across the battlefield, oblivious to the fate that awaited him. Vegeta ignored Cooler's taunts, instead issuing a command to his Saiyan warriors. Everyone, retreat 10 miles. I shall demonstrate a different method of teaching this boy his place. The Saiyans swiftly retreated. A confident smile played on Vegeta's lips as he tossed a gleaming orb into the air. As it ascended, Vegeta's body began to undergo a radical transformation. Fangs sharpened, claws extended, and his body swelled in size. He had initiated his great ape transformation. Simultaneously, the Saiyans 10 miles away also succumbed to the influence of the artificial moon, transforming into great apes. However, Vegeta's transformation was unique. His body was enveloped in a vibrant, cerulean aura. Vegeta roared, maximum power. Ding. Host's power level increased by 100x. Current power level, 1,200,000,000. There is more than one way to deal with Cooler. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, I can still eradicate him. The Great Ape transformation amplified his power tenfold, and maximum power multiplied it by another 10, granting Vegeta a 100-fold increase in strength, surpassing Cooler's power level once more. Roar. A deafening roar reverberated across the battlefield, unleashing a sonic wave that battered Cooler. He braced himself, struggling to withstand the immense pressure. Humph. Merely transforming into a wild monkey. The drawback of increased size is diminished speed. Cooler sneered, launching himself toward Vegeta. Whoosh. A colossal figure materialized behind Cooler. You are correct, Cooler, but that statement does not apply to me. Instantaneously teleporting to Cooler's rear, Vegeta had completely circumvented the great ape's inherent clumsiness. Crunch. In that instant, Cooler felt as though his body was no longer his own. Two enormous hands seized him, his bones creaking under the immense pressure. Arg. Damn you. Cooler unleashed a blinding, violet aura, channeling his energy to the surface of his body in an attempt to burn Vegeta's hands. However, Vegeta's defenses were impenetrable in his great ape state. His thick hide barely registered Cooler's efforts as anything more than a tickle. Vegeta seized Cooler by the tail, bringing his massive face close to Cooler's. What are you going to do? Vegeta grinned, baring his fangs. I'm going to give you a little taste of heaven. Wham, wham, wham. A display of raw, unadulterated violence unfolded. Vegeta, gripping Cooler by the tail, mercilessly slammed him against the ground. The speed and force were devastating. Acidic fluids and blood splattered everywhere as Cooler was brutally pummeled. Damn you, this maniac. I can't allow him to continue this. I am Cooler, Emperor Cooler. Cooler made a desperate decision. A swirling disk of energy formed in his hand, and he swung it toward his own tail. Snip. With a grimace, Cooler severed his tail, enduring the agony as he launched a counterattack. He redirected the violet energy disk toward Vegeta. Boom. A sudden energy beam erupted from Vegeta's mouth, sending Cooler hurtling back hundreds of feet. Before Cooler could recover, Vegeta's massive foot descended upon him. Cooler was forced to leap and dodge, the once proud emperor reduced to a pathetic figure, scurrying like a cornered animal. Where is the power you so boastfully flaunted, Cooler? Roar. Vegeta teleported once more, his colossal foot hurtling toward Cooler from above. Damn you. This is too much. I'll end you. In a split second, a purple sphere of destruction materialized above Cooler's head. His eyes darted toward the artificial moon. I will not allow the tragedy Frieza unleashed to be repeated. That object. That is the key. Destroy it, and this wild monkey will revert to his true form. Cooler soared into the sky, the sphere of destruction now hundreds of meters in diameter. Aoarg. Huh. Cooler hurled the sphere of destruction. Everyone anticipated that Cooler would target Vegeta, but an unexpected turn of events occurred. The sphere of destruction changed course, its new target the artificial moon. In an instant, the artificial moon was consumed. However, the sphere of destruction did not stop there. Its ultimate target was the elliptical spaceship in outer space, the vessel carrying Vegeta's most cherished possession, Saiya. Cooler had crossed the line. He was now a dead man. Go to hell. In an instant, Vegeta had transformed back into his humanoid form. Within this brief moment, it was evident that Gula had once again gathered a planet-destroying bomb in his hand, even larger than the last. Vegeta retrieved a Senzu bean. The transformation into a great ape form consumed considerable energy, and after consuming the bean, he was fully rejuvenated. With a swift motion, the Super Saiyan state was reignited. His hands outstretched in a claw-like stance at his waist, the pale blue radiance shimmering brilliantly. In an instant, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement. The Kamehameha wave surged forth with explosive force. At that moment, a colossal pillar of blue energy surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, propelling Gula's body into the very energy sphere he had created. You have made the most foolish choice, Gula. I warned you that I possess numerous ways to eliminate you. You were foolish enough to shatter my artificial moon and cross my boundaries. This will undoubtedly hasten your demise. Boom. The Kamehameha wave pierced through both planet-destroying bombs, achieving a twofold victory as they collided and ascended into the clouds, ultimately erupting with a cataclysmic explosion. Gula was no more. Chapter 62, The Turn of Events. We have triumphed. Gula has been vanquished by His Majesty. I knew our leader would prevail. The joyous cheers of the Saiyans echoed across the frozen heart as they bore witness to history in this moment. Under the leadership of Vegeta, the crisis on planet Vegeta has been successfully averted. Clang. The oval-shaped spacecraft descended to the ground. Saiyan, with a light-hearted gait, rushed to Vegeta's side, closely followed by Bardock. Saiyan embraced Vegeta wholeheartedly. Wonderful. We have won. Vegeta stroked her hair and held her tightly, exhaling softly near her ear. The atmosphere took on a light-hearted tone, causing Saiyan to shiver and her cheeks to flush. A playful pout emerged. Vegeta smirked. Indeed, the crisis has been resolved. But what about that promise you made to me earlier? Saiyan's blush deepened, spreading to the nape of her neck, making her all the more enchanting. Sensing the shift in mood, Bardock and the other Saiyans tactfully turned away, engaging in hushed whispers. It seems the princess and His Majesty are discussing something rather significant. Nappa admonished. Silence. Do not gossip about His Majesty. Ahem. Bardock cleared his throat, and the other Saiyans fell silent instantly. So, were you frightened a moment ago? Saiyan shyly replied, Not really, because you were there. Before she could finish her sentence, Vegeta tightened his embrace around her. Another wave of crimson crept onto Saiyan's face. Her sparkling eyes blinked rapidly as she took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure. Whoosh. In an instant, Vegeta whisked Saiyan away to a glacier. His hands began to wander, his gaze fixated on Saiyan's waist, captivated by her perfect curves, particularly her peach-like posterior. Slap. Vegeta's hand found its way to Saiyan's backside, delivering a playful smack. What are you doing, Vegeta? Saiyan was taken aback by his sudden action. Vegeta explained. A generous rear is good for breeding. Let us make some little ones tonight. Saiyan trembled. What? Make little ones? Tonight. Just then, Bardock's voice interrupted their sweet exchange. Your Majesty, there's trouble. Bardock's voice grew increasingly urgent. Annoyed by the interruption, Vegeta shouted. What is going on? What happened? Whoosh. Vegeta and Saiyan appeared before Bardock and the other Saiyans in an instant. Saiyan released her hold on Vegeta. Bardock's brows furrowed deeply, and the nearby Saiyans displayed anxious expressions. Seeing this, Vegeta inquired, What is it? Planet Vegeta is under attack. 10 minutes prior, Vegeta was engaged in a fierce battle with Gula. However, planet Vegeta was facing a dire crisis. As the saying goes, dark clouds loom ominously, and a rain of lasers and beams descended from the sky. They ruthlessly obliterated the facilities of planet Vegeta. The source of these lasers was a fleet of ships hovering above the planet. Kill them all. These Saiyans have stolen the wealth that rightfully belongs to us. We cannot let them escape. The speaker was a cosmic being with white fur and a hint of red in his skin. Beside him was a small brown creature, Jisoo. We cannot let that Taguma look down on us. The white-haired Jisoo stated, After years of enduring hardship, our Jinyu force has grown stronger. We will certainly achieve more military honors than Taguma and his lot. A burly man with a red-crested hairstyle chimed in. And that's all thanks to Lord Frieza's special training over the years. Bart agreed. Indeed. After Lord Frieza's resurrection, he observed that the Saiyans have changed and trained us, making us significantly stronger now. Boom. A powerful energy wave struck the ground beneath the four. A Saiyan with long hair down to his waist appeared before them. Who are you? How dare you ambush Planet Vegeta? The four immediately wore confident smiles, the atmosphere shifting dramatically as they prepared to display their theatrical flair. Since you inquired sincerely, I shall graciously enlighten you. We are the elite team under Lord Frieza, the Ginyu Force. With that, the four broke into their flamboyant and comical entrance dance. The white-haired Jisoo quipped, indeed, without Captain Ginyu, our entrance lacks a bit of flair. As Raditz observed their nonsensical antics, his eyes twitched. What a bunch of fools. How dare they attempt to ambush Planet Vegeta? Raditz's scouter activated. Jisoo's battle power, 300,000. Bart, 250,000. Riku, 270,000. Good. Battle power 200,000. After assessing the strength of the four before him, Raditz wore a triumphant smile. What a joke. They dare to ambush Planet Vegeta. Listen carefully. My battle power is 500,000. Whoosh. Raditz unleashed his full power, overwhelming the four before him. Bang. In an instant, Bart was sent flying, closely followed by Raditz's afterimage appearing behind Jisoo. Bang. A flying kick sent the white-haired Jisoo crashing into Riku, leveling them both. Die. Raditz gathered a purple energy wave in his hand, launching it towards the three, attempting to obliterate them. Move, good. Startled, Good heard Jisoo's shout and reacted instantly. All right, I got it. Activating his powers, as Raditz unleashed the purple energy wave, time froze. Good swiftly moved the other three from their original spots and dashed behind Raditz, positioning him in front of the energy wave. He muttered fiercely to himself, "Humph. Let us see how it feels to be killed by your own attack." Ha. Good's voice echoed triumphantly in the frozen space, lost in his own euphoria. Tap. A crisp footstep echoed. A towering figure landed behind Good. What are you laughing about? You seem quite pleased. Good's laughter abruptly ceased as he turned in panic. A face filled with arrogance and pure malevolence met his gaze. Who are you? How can you move? In the face of such a vast disparity in power, any special ability was rendered futile. Bang. Kakarot delivered a punch that sent Good flying, then swiftly moved Raditz out of the path of the energy wave. Boom. Kakarot gathered an immense surge of energy in his palm and hurled it at the four. In the air, the energy swirled for a moment, gathering the four together. Snap. Kakarot snapped his fingers. Boom. Instantly, the five behind him were reduced to ashes. Kakarot strolled away nonchalantly, leaving Raditz in a state of disbelief. It seems my brother still needs to grow stronger. Just as Raditz was about to speak, he was interrupted by Kakarot. Go assist that fellow named Darius. He is currently surrounded. Chapter 63, Kakarot vs. Taguma. Taguma, also known as Tagma, is often referred to as the sparring partner of April. As the name suggests, it implies the role of a training companion for the month of April. After 4 months of rigorous training with Frieza, he rejuvenated his prowess and reassembled the Frieza Force to reign supreme once more. His performance in Dragon Ball Super is nothing short of astonishing. After just 4 months of practice, he managed to overpower Piccolo with a single move. Regardless of the official power level, Taguma's ability to best Piccolo indicates that his combat strength is formidable, estimated to be in the tens of millions. Even if Piccolo has weakened. Within the dense forest, Taguma relentlessly unleashed energy blasts towards the ground, laughing maniacally. Ahahaha. Run. Let's see how far you can escape. Dares traversed the chaotic landscape, where devastation followed in his wake, primarily due to Taguma's relentless pursuit from above. Damn it. This wretch has taken a peculiar interest in me among so many. Suddenly, Taguma obstructed Dare's path, mockingly taunting, "Oh, what's this? Why stop running? This cat-and-mouse game must come to an end." Haha, you were the one who plotted against Lord Frieza, weren't you? Taguma scrutinized Dares with a twisted grin, his fingers forming a mocking gesture beneath his chin. Indeed, this crab-headed fool is unmistakable. I shall take your head and present it to Lord Frieza. He will surely be pleased. Haha, the mere thought excites me. Fuming, Dares glared at his opponent, cursing internally, madman. It seems he confuses me with Bardock. Why must I resemble that fool so closely? Just then, Taguma's laughter ceased abruptly. Without warning, Dares found himself ensnared by Taguma's vice-like grip around his neck. His vision blurred, the world fading to shades of blue and purple, as the suffocating sensation threatened to drag him into the abyss of death. Your head shall be severed. Suddenly, a searing laser descended from the heavens, revealing a towering silhouette in the night. "Hey, idiot, you've mistaken your target." Kakarot emerged nonchalantly from the shadows, prompting Taguma to take note of his presence. Taguma, eyeing Kakarot and then dares, widen his gaze in disbelief. "You were the one who conspired against Lord Frieza, weren't you?" Kakarot offered a sardonic smile, coldly retorting, "If you say so, then that must be the truth." Taguma, unwilling to tolerate anyone's arrogance, hurled dares towards Kakarot, conjuring an energy sphere that pursued its target. In an instant, Kakarot erupted with energy, his eyes turning a dark crimson as a malevolent force enveloped him. With a decisive strike, he batted the energy blast away, obliterating the foliage behind him, leaving only wisps of smoke. "Handle those minions. I'll take care of this one," Kakarot declared, his eyes glinting with mischief. Raditz caught Dares as he fell, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right?" Dares gasped for breath, clearly in distress. Raditz glanced towards Jine, who was currently dispatching the henchman with zeal. "Once you recover, join me." "Well, it seems you possess some skill. No wonder you once bested the complacent Frieza." However, times have changed. Before Taguma could finish, a shadowy figure appeared before him. Boom! A powerful punch landed squarely on his face. Taguma stared incredulously into Kakarot's eyes, receiving only an exasperated enough. In response, instantly, Taguma's expression darkened, a fierce glare directed at Kakarot's smug visage. Taguma roared, channeling his fury into his legs and launching himself forward. A second later, both were propelled backward by the force of their respective attacks, spinning through the air before landing on their feet to stabilize themselves. With a mocking grin, Taguma raised his head slightly. "Die." He lunged at Kakarot like a rabid dog, his slender limbs concealing tremendous power. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, the sound of their fists colliding echoing throughout the forest, branches snapping and leaves rustling in their wake. "You wretched beast. Die." Kakarot raged, retaliating against Taguma's strikes with deft precision. The clash between two madmen unfolded, with Kakarot growing increasingly emboldened, his mind haunted by memories of his defeat against Vegeta. "Die, Vegeta." In that moment, Kakarot envisioned Taguma as Vegeta, his palms gathering a dark red energy sphere at his chest. Boom! He hurled it at Taguma's chest, but in the next instant, Taguma shouted, enveloped in a white aura, and effortlessly grasped the energy blast in his hand. "You're the first to compel me to reveal my true strength. Now, die." Taguma extended his right hand. Fingers splayed as he aimed at Kakarot. Prepared for the counter, Kakarot assumed a stance to deflect. Taguma flashed a sinister smile. "Just kidding. Haha." In a heartbeat, he moved with blinding speed, appearing directly in front of Kakarot. With a gaping maw and bared fangs, he unleashed a chilling grin. "Not my hand. It's my mouth." The saliva-drenched cavern of his mouth opened wide, and in a frenzied act, he seized Kakarot's head. Kakarot's mind raced. This hideous creature? When did he get so close? How did I not notice? Desperately, he struggled to break free, but it was too late. Taguma had him firmly in his grasp. Kakarot unleashed a surge of energy, yet it was futile. Within Taguma's maw, a torrent of green energy engulfed Kakarot's face in a brutal display. The scene grew increasingly savage, culminating in Kakarot succumbing to Taguma, his body collapsing to the ground in defeat. I've done it. I've taken him down. Lord Frieza will reward me handsomely." Taguma's triumphant laughter reverberated across planet Vegeta, capturing the attention of all Saiyans. Jine and Raditz stood frozen in shock. Jine, in disbelief, could hardly fathom that her proud son had fallen. With a heart-wrenching scream, she declared, "This shall not go unpunished." Concentrating, she formed a radiant sphere of energy in her palm. "Warriors, heed my command. We shall surround and eliminate that wretch in the forest." A man-made moon began to rise slowly into the sky. A piercing laser shot forth from the distance, obliterating the artificial moon. The Frieza force would not commit the same folly twice. With the destruction of the artificial moon, the Saiyans were left utterly defenseless, plunging the entire planet Vegeta into a state of dread. Their sole hope lay in awaiting the return of Vegeta. Only this course of action could suffice to alleviate the impending crisis. It was at this moment that they comprehended the gradual onset of the peril foretold in Bardock's prophetic dream. Chapter 64. The unique transformation of Kakarot, dark golden Super Saiyan on the frozen star. Bardock wore a troubled expression, having received news of the attack on planet Vegeta. "Your Majesty, we must return at once. Planet Vegeta is in grave danger." Bardock's anxiety was palpable, mirrored by the worried faces of the other Saiyans. Solia grasped Vegeta's hand tightly, her voice laced with concern. "Aunt Jine is also on planet Vegeta. After a month of close companionship, Jine had come to regard Solia as her own, fostering a deep bond between them. With high expectations resting upon him, Vegeta commanded loudly, "Everyone, form a circle." Hand in hand. At his words, the Saiyans sprang into action. Just then, a dark army blotted out the sky above. Ho ho ho. Long time no see, Saiyan monkeys. The familiar derisive laughter echoed across the expanse, leaving all Saiyans, including Vegeta, in stunned silence. In that instant, Vegeta realized why there had been no notification of mission completion after killing Gula. Indeed, what one fears most often comes to pass. Is that? Frieza? How can this be? We thought we had killed him. What are we afraid of? We Saiyans are all stronger than him now. Why should we fear? Whispers of doubt circulated, yet Bardock's authoritative voice cut through. Everyone, continue as His Majesty instructed. Bardock had discerned that Frieza was not the same as before. Quickly. Do not waste time. Form a circle. Vegeta felt a surge of panic. This was the first time he felt such disarray. Seeing Vegeta's composure shatter, the Saiyans hastily formed a circle, hands clasped tightly. In that moment, Vegeta's singular thought was to escape. Frieza, observing from above, narrowed his eyes. Having witnessed the entire incident of Gula's demise from his hidden vantage point, having learned from past mistakes, he understood the importance of caution. He quickly deduced that the Saiyan who defeated Gula possessed a peculiar ability to appear instantaneously before his foes. Trying to flee? In an instant, as the teleportation activated, several beams of laser fire rained down, targeting the hand that Vegeta held Solia's. In a flash, Vegeta and the Saiyans reappeared on planet Vegeta. At that moment, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Your Majesty, you have returned. However, Vegeta could find no joy in their reunion, for his left hand felt achingly empty. His wife was gone. Without hesitation, Vegeta activated teleportation once more, desperate to retrieve Solia. Yet, when he found her again, she was ensnared by Frieza's grasp, his sinister laughter echoing ominously. Ho ho, it seems this woman is indeed significant to you, Frieza mocked, mimicking Vegeta's earlier threats to Gula. Gula, you have crossed my line. This will hasten your demise. Frieza feigned sorrow, wiping an imaginary tear from his eye. Oh, how touching. Such resolve. Almost instantaneously, Frieza's demeanor shifted to one of malice. But I am not my foolish brother. Today, you shall all perish. Solia struggled in Frieza's grip, her voice rising in desperation. Do not worry about me. Vegeta, return and handle the troubles on planet Vegeta. Faced with Frieza's unsettling visage, Vegeta's mind raced. This treacherous Frieza, holding Solia captive, posed a dilemma. If he teleported, Frieza would also be transported. Returning to planet Vegeta meant certain death for Solia, while not returning left the planet vulnerable to attack. What a cunning and deceitful cosmic tyrant. However, there is always a solution. Regaining his composure, Vegeta shouted to Solia, I will never abandon you, Solia. You are my princess. Ding. Detected emotional value of 1,000 points from Solia. In the next instant, Vegeta bellowed, multiplication technique. Come forth, doppelganger. Everyone gasped as a perfect replica of Vegeta materialized. The doppelganger absent-mindedly picked his nose and remarked, What's up, my dear original? You thought of me in such a dire moment? With no time for banter, Vegeta handed him a large handful of Sinza beans, instructing, Take these and resolve the situation on planet Vegeta. I will hold the fort here. The doppelganger accepted the beans, grumbling, Fine, let me help you this time. Consider it a favor, you brat. With a fierce glare at Frieza, the doppelganger vanished in an instant. The scene shifted. The doppelganger reappeared on planet Vegeta. The Saiyans were filled with enthusiasm. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The king has returned. Where is the princess? The doppelganger, bewildered, asked, What princess? That brat actually took a wife? When did this happen? Bardock, after a moment of silence, scrutinized the doppelganger and ultimately concluded that this individual was certainly not Vegeta. The doppelganger felt perplexed, wondering why his memories did not align with that of the original. Had he deliberately blocked certain memories? Here, take these Sinza beans and distribute them. Just then, the figure of Taguma re-emerged in the sky. I didn't expect to find another group of fools. Today, Taguma will ensure you find no rest in death. This planet Vegeta shall be your grave. The doppelganger frowned, disdain evident in his expression. If you lack culture, refrain from using complex phrases. If you're dead, how can a planet be a grave? Truly amusing. Allow me to send you to your end. With a flourish, a golden aura erupted from the doppelganger, a confident smile spreading across his face. Let me show you the fruits of my rigorous training. Super Vegeta. Jine, having taken the Senzu beans. Quickly located Kakarot amidst the chaos of Taguma's battle with Vegeta and pressed a bean into his mouth. Kakarot opened his eyes. "You're awake, Kakarot?" Jine inquired with concern. Yet, Kakarot paid her no heed. Jine, accustomed to Kakarot's aloofness, said nothing more, merely helping him to his feet. The moment he stood, he was struck dumb. Before him unfolded the fierce clash between the doppelganger and Taguma, and he instantly comprehended the situation. "Did you feed me Vegeta's beans again?" he shouted at Jine, his voice booming with fury. Jine, startled by Kakarot's sudden outburst, nodded in affirmation. With a resounding crash, Kakarot's fist struck the ground, creating a massive crater around him. His fists clenched tightly. Damn it all. His gaze turned skyward, fixated on the dazzling golden light radiating from Vegeta's doppelganger, igniting a fire within him. He reflected upon his past, born a lowly warrior with a power level of only 2, subjected to ridicule. Fortunately, his father, the king, had not cast him to a distant planet. He was unwilling to accept his weakness as Bardock's son. From the moment he gained consciousness, he vowed to train and grow stronger. He advanced step by step, grounded and resolute. Ultimately, he earned the recognition of all Saiyans and garnered praise from his father. It was this acknowledgement that fueled his determination to train even harder, aspiring to lead the Saiyans to the pinnacle of the world. However, at some point, his father began to frequently mention a certain individual named Vegeta, a stranger who transformed into his haunting specter. His father even expressed a willingness to abdicate the throne in favor of him, claiming that he could usher the Saiyans into a glorious era. Kakarot, cradling his head in despair, unleashed a roar of frustration. The memories of being severely wounded by Vegeta flooded his mind. "No, I refuse to accept this. I am the strongest Saiyan." Suddenly, an immense aura erupted around him. Jine was pushed back a few steps by this overwhelming energy, anxiously inquiring, Kakarot, what has happened to you?" The images in Kakarot's mind shifted abruptly, revealing the moment he was gravely injured by Taguma. Kakarot's eyes blazed with fury as he witnessed Vegeta hovering effortlessly above him. "No, I will not yield." With a surge of dark golden energy enveloping him, Kakarot found himself surrounded. A vortex materialized above his head, with lightning cascading from its center, crackling as it struck his body. His hair stood on end, transforming into a dark golden hue, distinct from the classic Super Saiyan form, while his pupils morphed into a deep crimson. His chest and cheek bore markings reminiscent of bloodstains, signifying Kakarot's unique transformation, a metamorphosis not derived from S cells, but rather the dark golden Super Saiyan. Chapter 65. Let us depart together. With a rustling sound, the fallen leaves danced in the wind, and in this renewed state, Kakarot regained his confidence, his pupils reflecting the scene of Taguma's defeat. Above, Vegeta's doppelganger mercilessly tormented Taguma. Kakarot touched his nose and coldly chuckled. "Only I can save Planet Vegeta." "Vegeta, stand aside." With a swift leap, Kakarot pressed his hands tightly against his back, his body darting forward like a shuttle, his energy blast ready at his palms. "Kakarot, now is not the time for infighting." Jine, well acquainted with Kakarot, understood that his fierce spirit would undoubtedly incite a righteous fury. Kakarot dismissed her concern with an irritated remark, "Enough with the noise." "I know." Suddenly, a shadow of dark gold blocked the doppelganger's path. "Vegeta, step back. This ugly creature is mine to deal with, and once I finish, I shall defeat you as well." Kakarot glanced at Taguma, who was gasping and holding his abdomen, a murderous intent brewing within him. The doppelganger, witnessing Kakarot's new demeanor, helplessly shrugged, offering a wry smile. "Fine, I had hoped for more fun, but I shall leave it to you. I have other matters to attend to." In an instant, the doppelganger vanished, leaving only Kakarot and Taguma on the battlefield. Kakarot's smile was sinister. As he addressed the grotesque figure before him, "Let us settle the score for the harm you have inflicted upon me." Taguma, stripped of his earlier madness, bore a twisted expression, his teeth clenched, fear flickering in his eyes. With a sudden burst, a laser shot toward Taguma, severing his right elbow joint. "Ah!" Taguma screamed in agony, only to be met with Kakarot's relentless onslaught. Like a madman, Kakarot mercilessly fired laser blasts at Taguma, the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. "Laughing now? Why the silence?" On the snowy plains, Frieza's infant carriage gleamed brilliantly. "So, you are the king of Planet Vegeta now? Huh. I never imagined that during my absence of over a decade, you Saiyans would accelerate your development and usurp my labor to become cosmic overlords." Vegeta had no time to indulge in Frieza's ramblings. His focus remained on Solia, seeking an opportunity to flee with her. My foolish brother still sees you as the old you, but I, Frieza, have been observing you for quite some time. You shall all perish this time." Having learned from the ambush he suffered over a decade ago, Frieza had grown exceedingly cautious. Through Frieza's self-revelation, Vegeta sensed that Frieza had likely reached his golden stage. The situation had escalated to this point. If battle was inevitable, then let it commence. With a roar, the Super Saiyan transformation ignited once more, enveloping him in a cerulean aura. Explosive. Tenfold. Frieza smirked slyly, gesturing to his army behind him, onward. Instantly, the dark mass of Frieza's forces surged toward Vegeta, among whom he recognized two familiar faces, Jinyu and the Red Bull. Yet, in his eyes, they were nothing more than mere fodder. The true threat lay with Jinyu, whose skills were notoriously formidable, akin to a seasoned veteran. Laughter echoed as the drunken soldiers incessantly mocked Vegeta. "Target the strong one first." Activating his shield, Vegeta exploded with rage, declaring, "Trash belongs in the garbage." In an instant, the sheer force of Vegeta's aura sent the rabble flying, leaving only the trained Jinyu and the Red Bull standing. With a swift teleportation, he grounded himself, launching a powerful punch. Bang! Bright crimson blood gushed from the Red Bull's abdomen, the speed so rapid that he had no time to react. Falling lifelessly in terror a second later, Vegeta smirked, casting a keen gaze toward Jinyu. The King of Hell smiles. Life and death are unpredictable. While Frieza may prove a challenge, your kind can be easily vanquished. Jinyu sensed the impending doom, turning to Frieza for help. "Frieza, my lord, save me." Yet, Frieza ignored Jinyu, merely enjoying the spectacle. Jinyu had no choice but to flee, darting toward the frozen stone forest. "It seems your boss has no intention of helping you." Jinyu. Vegeta pursued Jinyu, soon realizing a shocking truth. Jinyu was headed directly toward the ailing Cooler. A smirk crept across Vegeta's lips. Jinyu had been scheming all along. Just as Jinyu neared Cooler, intent on body swapping, Jinyu began fantasizing about the look of betrayal on Vegeta's face. In a flash, Vegeta activated his teleportation once more, amplifying his shield's intensity. He first shattered Jinyu's illusions, extending his fingers toward Cooler. A fierce blaze erupted, incinerating Cooler's body to ashes. Ding! Cooler slain. Reward of 100 insight points. Current insight points, 300. Then, he raised both hands to his chest, bellowing, ultimate explosion attack. With the enhancement of his extraordinary combat prowess, Jinyu was reduced to dust. He then turned his gaze to Frieza's surrounding minions, their once brazen bravado extinguished in an instant, all retreating behind Frieza. Impressive. Indeed. The current king of the Saiyans is formidable. Frieza extended his thumb in praise toward Vegeta. However, in the next moment, Frieza's demeanor shifted dramatically, his voice spiraling into madness. "If this is all your power, then there is nothing to fear." Instantly, Frieza radiated a brilliant light, completing his transformation into his third form in mere seconds. Yet, in a striking contrast, his stature matched that of Cooler. Vegeta realized that the figure from Bardock's vision had indeed been Frieza. His previous concerns were far from unfounded. In his third form, Frieza's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized Vegeta. During his fierce battle with Cooler, Vegeta had not unleashed his full potential. Now, facing Frieza, he had shown little improvement. Frieza understood that Vegeta's strength had reached its zenith. "Well then, I now comprehend your entire capability. You are unworthy to be my opponent. This woman, I can dispose of without hesitation." Frieza's expression twisted into a cruel grin as he taunted Vegeta. "As for you, you shall perish alongside her." Frieza seized Solia, the red laser crackling ominously. Solia groaned in distress, tears glistening in her eyes. "Vegeta, you must teleport away." Frieza, with a deranged laugh, drew the red laser perilously close to Solia's face, mocking, what a tragic pair. I, Frieza, relish such hair-raising scenes. Yet, even in such dire straits, Vegeta remained remarkably composed, revealing no trace of panic. He calmly uttered a few words. "Solia, let us depart together." Ding! Miraculous power detected, descending upon the host. Vegeta felt a gentle tremor in his heart. It seemed he had succeeded. A profound smile graced his lips as he addressed Frieza. "Farewell, Frieza." In an instant, a mysterious white light enveloped Vegeta and Solia, and under the embrace of this radiance, they vanished from their original spot. All that remained was Frieza, who wore a bewildered expression. Frieza clenched his motionless hand, realizing Solia was no longer by his side. "Damn it! Assemble all forces to attack planet Vegeta. Find that wild monkey. I shall tear them to shreds." Chapter 66. The Development of Potential and Vegeta's Deification Plan. In the skies above Namek, Porunga stood resolutely amidst the darkness. "Your wish has been granted," so I shall take my leave. With that, Porunga transformed into a streak of lightning, ultimately merging into the 7 Dragon Balls. Very well, Mr. Vegeta, your wish has been fulfilled. I sincerely apologize. As the separation of the Grand Elder and the others from my being has resulted in a diminishment of Porunga's powers. Consequently, this wish consumed all 3 of your granted wishes, and I regret to inform you that your additional wish cannot be granted. Dondi expressed his profound regret, his head bowed. Vegeta's doppelganger waved his hand dismissively, responding with impatience, "Oh, forget it. If it can't be done, it can't be done." As soon as Vegeta's words left his lips, a series of familiar faces suddenly appeared around him. All the Saiyans ensnared by Frieza's army were teleported to Namek. Bardock, Jine, Raditz, Kakarot, Nappa, each Saiyan bore a look of utter bewilderment. What is happening? How did we end up here? Weren't we on planet Vegeta? Kakarot exclaimed, hoisting a battered corpse, that of Tagoma, in his arms. He gazed skyward, nostrils flaring. He's coming. No sooner had he spoken than both Vegeta and Saraya materialized before everyone. 2 kings. How can there be 2 kings? The crowd gasped in astonishment, faces filled with confusion. The doppelganger snorted derisively before striding up to Vegeta. You owe me a favor this time, kid. How will you repay me? Vegeta placed a hand on his doppelganger's shoulder, presenting a benevolent smile. Ah, splendid. My doppelganger has indeed lived up to my expectations. Vegeta conveyed his grand plan to the doppelganger, instructing him to utilize the Dragon Balls on Namek to wish for the relocation of all Saiyans besieged by Frieza's forces. Cut that out. If it weren't for your demise, I would have perished too. I wouldn't be at your beck and call, the doppelganger retorted. Vegeta, suppressing an urge to deliver a punch for such insolence, recognized that this time he had genuinely accomplished something. Fine, you've always wanted to break free from my control, haven't you? You even wished to utilize the remaining 2 wishes of the Eternal Dragon for your freedom. The doppelganger roared in frustration. Damn it. I can't believe you managed to steal my thoughts. Go on, from this moment forth, you are free, Vegeta uttered nonchalantly, leaving the doppelganger in a state of astonished disbelief. Did I hear you correctly? Vegeta nodded, reiterating, once we part ways, I shall grant you your freedom. As long as you remain alive, what you do is your own affair. Consider this your reward. In an instant, the doppelganger soared into the sky, vanishing from sight, leaving only the exclamation, I am finally free. The long-suppressed frustration of being commandeered by Vegeta was released at that moment. Vegeta gazed skyward, a smile gracing his features. I hope you grow stronger. He then turned to Dondi. Dondi, is the Grand Elder present? Dondi, having revived Porunga using the knowledge acquired from the Earth's Guardian, had successfully separated the Namekians within him. Namek was once again teeming with vitality. The astute Dondi quickly comprehended the situation, realizing that Vegeta was indeed the true savior of Namek. The Grand Elder is inside. Please, follow me, Mr. Vegeta. Vegeta followed Dondi into the Grand Elder's chamber, where the immense, sacred form of the Grand Elder came into view. It is good to see you again, benefactor, the Grand Elder's deep voice resonated. Grand Elder, I come seeking your assistance. The Grand Elder smiled knowingly, as if he had already discerned Vegeta's intentions. Come forth, benefactor, I shall unlock your potential. True to his reputation, the Grand Elder wasted no time. His aged hands rested upon Vegeta's head, and a peculiar sensation enveloped him, one moment discomforting, the next invigorating. Minutes later, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. Ding. Host-based combat power detected at 100 million. 100 million, though seemingly impressive, it paled in comparison to the resurrected Frieza, rendering it woefully inadequate. This modest enhancement in combat prowess was merely a drop in the ocean. Benefactor, shall I also unlock the potential of the other Saiyans? This may allow you to overcome this crisis, the Grand Elder suggested. Vegeta, however, was lost in thought, still preoccupied with the earlier topic. If that is the case, we must initiate the deification plan. Vegeta nodded vigorously. Let it be so. He suddenly raised his head, noticing Bardock undergoing potential unlocking. The Grand Elder's expression was grave as he muttered, Next, please. Your malevolent heart remains intact. My potential unlocking technique can only guide the powers of the virtuous. Vegeta paused, alarmed. Oh no, Bardock lacks a righteous heart. Reflecting on the years under Bardock's command, the Saiyans, though united, had maintained a notorious reputation, their self-serving nature revealing their underlying malevolence. It seemed the implementation of this policy had been too swift. Fostering a sense of justice would require time. However, time was a luxury they could not afford. Vegeta placed his hopes on Saraya. Next, Saraya. Vegeta swiftly pushed Saraya before the Grand Elder's hand. Saraya mirrored Vegeta's earlier response. It worked. Saraya possesses a righteous heart. Vegeta's gaze swept over the other Saiyans, but to his dismay, none exhibited a righteous heart. Kakarot was a given, innately malevolent. Even the most promising, Jine, met a similar fate. It seemed Planet Vegeta indeed bred nefarious individuals. Every Saiyan harbored wicked thoughts. In this dire moment, the prospect of securing 6 virtuous Saiyans appeared bleak. Would the deification plan come to an abrupt end? How could they possibly defeat Frieza? Without the power of the Super Saiyan God, even a mere encounter with Frieza was out of the question. Only after unlocking their potential, coupled with the power of the Super Saiyan God, could they hope for even a glimmer of success. 6 were needed, aside from Vegeta and Saraya, for remained elusive. Just then, the Grand Elder sighed, fatigue creeping in from such a monumental task. Vegeta turned around, realizing that the final individual would be none other than his brother, Tabula. With Tabula included, they still required 3 more. What to do? A piercing beam of light shot through Vegeta's mind, illuminating his thoughts. Seizing Saraya's hand, he swiftly dashed to Tabula, placing his hand upon his shoulder. We must go to the Guardian's Temple. Chapter 67, Would You Bear My Child? On Earth. Within the Heavenly Palace, 3 figures materialized. Vegeta abruptly released the hands of the other 2. Where is this place? Tabur asked. Confusion etched upon his face as he took in his surroundings for the first time. Vegeta, what is the purpose of the Heavenly Palace? Vegeta merely replied, I will explain later. I have matters to attend to. With a swift motion, he activated instant transmission. In West City, within Bulma's chamber, Vegeta suddenly appeared beside her. Who? She exclaimed. It's me, Bulma. Vegeta, how did you return? Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. In the next moment, Vegeta lifted her into his embrace, pinning her against the bookshelf, gazing deeply into her eyes. The atmosphere became charged with intensity, causing Bulma's heart to race. What was Vegeta planning? Could it be? What's wrong, Vegeta? His gaze wavered, his head drooping as he stammered. It's difficult to articulate. Noticing his distress, Bulma furrowed her brow, a few creases forming on her fair, radiant face as she asked with concern, What is it? Vegeta turned his face aside, lowering his head even further. Observing his unusual demeanor, Bulma gently cupped his face, urgency in her voice. Please, tell me. Vegeta. He turned to her, recounting the invasion of planet Vegeta by Frieza in detail. Bulma grasped the implication. Only the power of the Super Saiyan God could stand a chance against Frieza? Vegeta's expression hardened as he nodded vigorously. Indeed, but as for righteous Saiyans, currently, there are only my brother and Solia. Bulma pondered aloud. We need 6 righteous Saiyans. We're still 3 short. What shall we do? Vegeta placed his hands tenderly on her shoulders, their gazes locking in an intimate moment. Bulma. This crisis has truly caught me off guard. It came too suddenly. Frieza is far too powerful, and I currently cannot triumph. If I fail, all Saiyans will perish. We must rely on the power of the Super Saiyan God to have a fighting chance. Every word from Vegeta was heartfelt. And Bulma sensed the gravity of this unprecedented crisis. I hope you can assist me. Bulma stood stunned, incredulous. Vegeta had always been the one to solve problems. Now he was seeking her help. How can I help? To nurture a wife is a lifelong endeavor. A wife is needed in times of urgency. Vegeta blurted out. Would you bear my child? At that moment, time seemed to freeze, even the air grew still. This was Vegeta's plan. By having a child with Bulma, they would inevitably conceive Trunks, a pure-hearted Saiyan. Bulma's mind raced with a whirlwind of thoughts. The situation was overwhelmingly sudden. She stood there, her heart pounding loudly enough for Vegeta to hear. What should she do? If she declined, Vegeta would face death at the hands of Frieza. Yet she truly had feelings for him. She would not allow such a fate to befall him. Vegeta awaited her response. With a shy whisper, Bulma finally said, I am willing. A knowing smile spread across Vegeta's face. His objective had been achieved. However, bearing a child also required time. With planet Vegeta in imminent peril, was there enough time? As expected of Bulma, she had pinpointed the crux of the issue, yet Vegeta was well aware of this. In the time chamber of the Heavenly Palace, one day outside equated to an entire year within. Bulma instantly comprehended Vegeta's implication. She was to enter the time chamber. However, even so, they still needed 2 more righteous Saiyans. Just then, a noise outside interrupted their conversation. Ding. Detecting worry level 10 from Tais. Tais entered, her face a portrait of concern, clearly having overheard their entire exchange. She stood there, blushing as she looked at Vegeta. Years of experiences flooded her mind. Had it not been for Vegeta, She might have perished at the hands of the Red Ribbon Army or suffered unspeakable torment. Their encounter had been nothing short of magical. Through her time with Vegeta, she had gradually recognized her special feelings for him, akin to those of her sister. Taiz made a bold decision, her face turning crimson as she stuttered, I also wish to do something for Vegeta. Ding. Taiz's affection level has reached 100. Should a bond be formed? The situation was unexpected. Vegeta had not anticipated Taiz's appearance at such a moment. What perfect timing. Yes. Ding. Number of bonds. 2. System upgrading. Upgrade complete. New function unlocked. Skill fusion. Skill fusion. Combine 2 skills into one for immediate use, with no cooldown, and the power multiplied. Vegeta nodded slightly, highly satisfied. This function was like adding wings to a tiger. Now, his signature move, the ultimate Kamehameha, could also be wielded by him. Big sister. Bulma was taken aback, caught between surprise and inevitability. Over the years, she had sensed Taiz's feelings for Vegeta. Taiz's gaze was somewhat bewildered, persistently avoiding Bulma's eyes. To her astonishment, Bulma approached Taiz with a smile, saying, Sister, let us do something for Vegeta together. On the surface, Vegeta remained composed, yet internally he was elated. A double joy, no. A triple joy awaited him. There was still Solia at the Heavenly Palace. Suddenly, a sultry voice resonated in Vegeta's mind. Ding. Host is indeed fortunate. Double the happiness. Vegeta paused momentarily before realizing. Wait, are you female, system? Yes, indeed. After the upgrade, I regained my original voice. Future upgrades will even allow me to take human form. Now, I shan't disturb you further, dear host. Cherish the moment. What are you saying? I am merely taking this course of action to fulfill your mission. Vegeta shrugged. Feigning helplessness, the system's voice fell silent as Vegeta turned his attention back to the two sisters. Bulma's face was flushed with color. Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle. He understood all too well who wasn't a novice in such matters. Gently, Vegeta took both of their delicate hands, replying, yes. At that moment, Vegeta's hands began to wander. Wait. Bulma halted him. Vegeta looked at her, puzzled. Bulma appeared bashful. Taiz, too, seemed to relent under Bulma's courage. All right. Chapter 68. The Deification Project. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into Bulma's room. Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, rising to observe the peacefully slumbering Bulma and Taiz. A trace of contentment was evident at the corners of their mouths. His gaze drifted downward, inadvertently drawn to Taiz's ample bosom, igniting a familiar heat within him. Taiz let out a playful whine. Vegeta's tail rose once more. Taiz quietly opened her eyes, catching the sound of rustling. Vegeta. Here we go again. Vegeta placed a finger gently against his lips and whispered, Bulma is still asleep, we mustn't wake her. Taiz promptly covered her mouth and nodded vigorously. Another round of tumult followed. Vegeta, satisfied, released Taiz's hand, contemplating that this time they would surely succeed. A languid voice emerged as Bulma awoke, blinking her eyes open. Ugh, sister, Vegeta, you're awake? She queried, noticing Taiz's flushed face. Hey, sister, why is your face so red? Are you unwell? Taiz hurriedly touched her hot cheeks. Stammering, I suppose so. Vegeta tossed a senzu bean to Taiz, saying, eat this. It will restore your health immediately. He then offered one to Bulma, here. There's enough for both of you. Once you finish, let us tidy up and head to the sacred shrine. Prepare a year's worth of supplies, prenatal items, and entertainment for our stay in the hyperbolic time chamber. Oh, and remember that the gravity inside is 10 times that of the outside. So bring my gravity chamber and set it to negative. Bulma and Taiz nodded in agreement. Will you accompany us inside? Bulma inquired. Vegeta shook his head. Regret evident in his tone. I've already been in once. The opportunity is used up. One can only access the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days in a lifetime. And only 2 individuals can enter at once. Bulma looked somewhat disappointed. It's fine, sister. I've read countless novels and know how to take care of people. I'm quite adept at it, Taiz reassured, patting Bulma's head, emphasizing her role as the elder sister. Bulma's drooping expression brightened anew. All right then, let us go prepare. At the sacred shrine, the previously desolate atmosphere was shattered. What? Solia, you've become Vegeta's queen. The blonde-haired Lanchi was utterly astonished. A similar reaction was mirrored on Yulin's face. Indeed, sister-in-law is the mightiest female scion of our world. Even Aunt Jine cannot compare. Tabor explained earnestly, while a faint, concealed smile appeared on Yulin and Lanchi's faces. Solia shyly scratched her head. Whoosh, Vegeta, Taiz. And Bulma appeared hand in hand before the group. You finally returned. Vegeta, Solia's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly flustered, after the Frieza incident. Vegeta had become her pillar of strength. Vegeta nodded, aware that time was of the essence, and turned directly to Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo, prepare the hyperbolic time chamber. I need to utilize it immediately. Mr. Popo paused, his enchanting eyes reflecting wisdom. But haven't you already been inside? Vegeta shook his head and glanced at Bulma and Tais. This time, it's for them. Mr. Popo, albeit puzzled, refrained from questioning further and led the three toward the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. It might be a bit dull inside. Have you packed everything necessary? Vegeta cautioned once more. Tais patted her chest confidently, stating, Don't worry. We're bringing a whole house inside the universal capsule. Plus, with me, the novelist. My sister will never be bored. Vegeta smiled. With you there, I can trust Bulma. Now, let us head inside. Bulma pouted. What are you saying? I can take care of myself just fine. The two turned to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, while onlookers watched their departing figures. Wait a moment, counting our two children. There are only 5 righteous-hearted Saiyans? Tais murmured softly. Bulma turned back to glance at Vegeta, who was waving with a broad smile. In that instant, her gaze shifted back to Solia. Bulma smiled with newfound understanding. Perhaps there's one more, her. Vegeta, what are you sending Tais and Bulma into the hyperbolic time chamber for? Solia questioned, perplexed. To defeat Frieza, he replied. This statement left everyone in a state of confusion. Brother, but their battle power is hardly significant. They might even be weaker than I am. Tabor scratched his head, finally voicing his thoughts. Indeed, junior brother. Allowing them to enter is less beneficial than letting me in the hyperbolic time chamber, Yulin added, bewildered. Lachi exclaimed, they're delicate young ladies. You expect them to defeat someone even I can't? Honestly, I would be better suited to go in. Though Lachi and Yulin's arguments held merit, Solia believed Vegeta had his reasons. She awaited his explanation. Letting them in is part of the deification project. After I become the king of Saiyans, I have often dreamed. Vegeta began narrating the legend of the Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this, Solia pondered aloud, 6 righteous-hearted Saiyans, but Tais and Bulma are Earthlings, outside the chamber. One day is equivalent to 1 year inside, and the next moment, Yulin's heart trembled with realization, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Vegeta. Could it be? Clearly, Yulin had grasped the truth. Recalling her earlier words, her cheeks flushed suddenly. Yulin, why is your face so red? It's not even hot today, Lachi teased, poking her cheek. Nothing. Yulin retorted, her face flushed as she retreated to a corner, stomping her foot in embarrassment. The thought of her earlier statement left her feeling utterly mortified. Bulma and Tais were entering the hyperbolic time chamber for prenatal care. So, when I just said I also wanted to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, I see now. My brother intends for the sisters-in-law to bear him children. To gather 6 righteous-hearted Saiyans. Tabor's eyes lit up with realization, bluntly voicing his thoughts. What? You want Bulma and Tais to bear your children? Monster. I'll shoot you. Lachi sprang to her feet, producing a Gatling gun from seemingly nowhere, ready to execute Vegeta. Realizing his error, Tabor quickly intervened, attempting to calm her down. Please, let us remain calm. With Tabor's frantic efforts, Lachi finally composed herself. She turned away, crossing her arms and muttering, as if I can't have children. However, her words caught Tabor's attention. What a shocking revelation. He stared wide-eyed at Vegeta, then at Lachi, and finally at the blushing Yulin and the newly titled queen, Solia. This is no sacred shrine. It's clearly my brother's harem. Perhaps these 6 righteous-hearted Saiyans can be easily gathered from among the sisters-in-law here, without needing my assistance. Beep. Detected admiration 10 from Tabor. Chapter 69, The God-Making Plan. So, was Tabor's guess correct? Solia awaited Vegeta's response with anticipation. At this juncture, Vegeta had little left to conceal. He gazed into Solia's eyes and affirmed, yes. Solia paused for a fleeting moment, then sighed and replied, all right, it's nothing. In Solia's view, Bulma was the first to confess her feelings to Vegeta, and her only regret was not being the very first to do so. Suddenly, Solia felt herself enveloped in a tight embrace. Shyly, she inquired, what are you doing, Vegeta? Vegeta wrapped his arms around Solia's waist, draping her hands over his neck, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry. Do you remember the promise you made to me, Solia? Solia blinked in surprise. I do, she replied softly. Vegeta smiled. The righteous Saiyan is still one short. If you could bear my child, then we would be complete. Mr. Bobo, please prepare a room for us. Bobo blinked his large, expressive eyes and replied, Of course. Please follow me. Vegeta carried Solia as they followed Bobo. The door swung open with a clang. Mr. Bobo, you may step outside now. Bobo, understanding the situation, exited and closed the door behind him. Vegeta gently set Solia down. Vegeta, Vegeta tenderly grasped Solia's hand, gazing into her eyes. Their eyes locked, and Solia's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, as if a mere touch would bring forth tears. Having learned from Bulma and Tai's experiences, Vegeta had become quite adept. He slowly moved his hand to Solia's back, loosening her garments, and her unique fragrance enveloped him. The ethereal curve before him ignited a fervor within Vegeta. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly charged as Vegeta was poised to fulfill his intentions. Shall we begin, Solia? Solia lowered her head, closed her eyes, and murmured a vague yes. Outside the room, the golden-haired Lanchi stealthily leaned against the door, eavesdropping on the sounds of heavy breathing emanating from within. The rhythmic clapping sounds echoed, causing Lanchi's face to redden. She was reminded of her first encounter with Vegeta, recalling the bestial actions he had taken, which had produced similar sounds. Is Vegeta spanking Solia? Yulin quickly pulled Lanchi aside, saying, in a sense, you are correct. But, never mind, let us not disturb them. We can wait until they are finished. 2 hours later, Vegeta emerged from the room, invigorated, supporting a limping Solia. Humph, I knew it. You must have spanked Solia. Look, you've made her limp. Lanchi declared indignantly, pointing a finger at Vegeta in defense of Solia. Solia blushed slightly and replied, Lanchi, I'm fine. Though Solia insisted she was okay, it was her first experience, and Vegeta understood. As Bulma and Tai's had reacted similarly, Vegeta produced a Senzu bean and fed it to Solia, restoring her normal gait. He brushed Solia's hair gently and said, Solia, once Bulma and Tai's are done, it will be your turn in the hyperbolic time chamber. Solia nodded earnestly, okay, I understand. I'm sorry, but I cannot accompany you into the chamber, as I have already been inside once. At this, Solia seemed unperturbed, but Yulin silently scolded Vegeta. What was he thinking? Solia was going in to nurture their child, and her husband was not by her side. What kind of situation was that? Someone had to be there to take care of Solia. Yulin volunteered, in that case, I will accompany Solia into the chamber. Solia stared at Yulin in disbelief. Noticing her reaction, Yulin asked, What wrong, Solia? Is Yulin also going to have a child with Vegeta? Yulin was taken aback, unable to fathom Solia's peculiar line of thinking. Her cheeks flushed, and she waved her hands defensively, denying, No, that's not it. I simply want to take care of you. Vegeta felt exasperated. Such questions were indeed something his foolish wife could ask. All right, you can accompany Solia inside. Here are provisions for a year, an extra-large version, he said, producing a capsule. Yulin accepted the capsule, ready for the sisters to emerge. Later that evening, a crisp sound of the door opening resonated from the hyperbolic time chamber. 2 women with slightly rounded bellies stepped out. Vegeta, we're out. Vegeta instantly teleported to Bulma and Tai's. His joy was palpable. Why are you out so soon? Bulma chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, it was just too lonely in there. So we couldn't help but come out. Tai's added, I suspect that as our bellies grow, the babies will develop consciousness. So it shouldn't interfere with the Super Saiyan God ritual. Tai's, being a novelist, considered many factors, which aligned with the lore of Dragon Ball Super, as Biddy had also conducted the ritual while pregnant. Indeed, Tai's is correct, Vegeta acknowledged. Behind him, Yulin and Solia's footsteps approached. Well then, Vegeta, Tai's, Bulma. I and Solia shall head in now. It seems we won't need to stay long. Bulma and Tai's exchanged puzzled looks, both wearing large question marks above their heads. Yulin is going in too? What is the reasoning behind that? They were surprised. While it was expected for Solia to enter, what was Yulin's involvement? Well, you may proceed. Vegeta smiled as he guided them into the hyperbolic time chamber. Turning around, he was met with Bulma and Tai's piercing glares. Now, tell us, what is the deal with Yulin? Bulma demanded, hands on her hips, while Tai's pouted, both in unison interrogating Vegeta. You misunderstand. Yulin is simply there to take care of Solia. Humph. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. We'll know the truth once Yulin and Solia come out. Yes. We can see if Yulin's belly is slightly rounded too. The sisters clearly harbored a crisis of trust towards Vegeta. Vegeta chose not to argue further. He had nothing to hide, and he truly hadn't done anything with Yulin. Chapter 70. The Super Saiyan God nightfall enveloped the usually tranquil temple, now abuzz with life. Bulma and Tai's exchanged glances, each cradling their slightly rounded bellies. Sister, do you think our children will be boys or girls? Tai's asked, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I hope they are strong boys like Vegeta. The sisters turned their joyous gazes towards Vegeta, showering him with radiant smiles. He placed a hand on each of their waists, drawing them closer. Turning to Bulma, he remarked, I too hope for a boy. Bulma beamed with happiness. So, what name do you intend to give our child? A name? Of course, it will be Trunks. Vegeta declared. If it's a boy, we'll name him after a Saiyan, Trunks. If it's a girl, she shall be called Bra. A name fitting for a human. Bulma softly echoed, Trunks, Bra? She looked up at Vegeta, her face glowing with satisfaction. Then it settled. Sister, what about you? Have you thought of a name? Taiz inquired. She glanced at Vegeta. Perhaps you should decide. With Taiz's words in mind, Vegeta pondered deeply, while Taiz's eyes sparkled with anticipation. After a minute of contemplation, Vegeta spoke, the boy shall be named Osar, and the girl, Navanless. This choice stemmed from Taiz's profession as a novelist. As the names playfully echoed the words author and novelist. Before Taiz could respond, Lanchi chimed in, that sounds delightful. Who would have guessed that beneath that rugged exterior? You possess such creativity? Taiz murmured, Osar, Navanless. They both sound like Saiyan names, but since they are from Vegeta, I shall defer to your choice. Suddenly, a crisp sound of a door opening drew their attention towards the room of spirit and time. Two figures emerged, shimmering in and out of sight. We are back, Yulin said, carefully supporting Solia, who gently cradled her belly as they approached the group. Taiz and Bulma exchanged glances, their expressions confirming that Vegeta had indeed spoken the truth. Solia, caressing her belly, gazed at Vegeta with joy. We are back, Vegeta. As a Saiyan, Solia found it easier to adapt to the room of spirit and time than the other two sisters. Vegeta's face radiated pure happiness as he looked at the three women carrying his lineage, a thrill coursing through him. He now had more lives to protect, motivating him to train even harder. All right, Tabor, come join us. Let's form a circle, hand in hand. Upon hearing this, Tabor quickly moved to join the group, following Vegeta's instructions. Soon, the five formed a circle. Vegeta continued, now close your eyes. With that, they all shut their eyes. Focus on the righteous power within you. Gradually channel it into me. They nodded in agreement. After 10 seconds, golden light began to emanate from Solia and Tabor. This Saiyan energy, inherent to their kind, began to flow towards Vegeta. A warm, flowing energy surged into Vegeta's energy pool, gradually filling it. He could sense the righteous hearts of Solia and her unborn child, intertwining with his own. Suddenly, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy pool expanding as more energy inundated it. This spectacle left Yulin and Lanchi astounded, particularly Lanchi, who had never witnessed a Super Saiyan before. Is Vegeta also a dual personality? However, Bulma and Taiz remained unchanged, as ordinary humans found it somewhat challenging to perceive the latent energy within them. Vegeta, I feel like I can't sense the power within me. Bulma confessed. Neither can I, Taiz added, both revealing their concern, and they opened their eyes. Vegeta patiently reassured them, do not rush, take your time. Though you are ordinary, the children you carry are not. I believe in you, and I trust our children. At his words, Bulma and Taiz nodded in unison. Attempting once more, Bulma furrowed her brow, silently urging, child, can you hear me? Your father needs your help. In that moment, a golden glow enveloped Bulma. And simultaneously, Taiz experienced the same phenomenon. Wonderful! We did it! They exclaimed in unison. Now, channel your energy into me. As Vegeta's command concluded, a steady stream of Saiyan energy began to flow from their backs toward him. The sensation was exquisite, akin to basking in sunlight, purifying his entire being. Golden energy particles stirred, floating in the air, as the energy surged into Vegeta's core. Above them, golden energy particles began to coalesce, forming layers of golden mist that spiraled around them. After a minute, these golden clouds began to disperse, revealing a vortex above Vegeta's head. The golden particles surrounded the group, and suddenly, an unprecedented energy surged into Vegeta. Red auras began to manifest around him, his hair enveloped in crimson mist, followed by his eyebrows and pupils. Vegeta's muscles tightened, his physique becoming more defined. This transformation thrilled Solia immensely as she sensed Vegeta's essence weakening, nearly fading away. Is Vegeta's essence diminishing? Yulin gasped, staring in disbelief at Vegeta. He extended his hands, carefully absorbing the divine power, and in the perception of others, his presence vanished entirely. This was the Super Saiyan God Vegeta. Brother's hair has turned red. He seems slimmer. Tabor could hardly grasp the marvel unfolding before him. Vegeta was a transformed being. Vegeta smiled with satisfaction, having successfully attained the Super Saiyan God with the assistance of his beloved wives. This newfound, unfamiliar power rekindled the fiery spirit within his heart. Chapter 71. The Frieza Force strikes. Namek the leader has been gone for so long. Where could he have gone? Nappa clenched his fists. A look of anxiety etched upon his face. Raditz gazed up at the sky, a foreboding sense gnawing at his heart. I have faith in His Majesty. Perhaps he will return shortly, Bardock stated, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze beyond the clouds, an overwhelming pressure weighing down upon him. Suddenly, the inevitable had arrived. In the sky above, a swarm of spherical spaceships began to reveal themselves, among which an oval-shaped vessel flickered into view. It was none other than Frieza's army. A chilling laughter echoed from the heavens, a familiar scene that sent shivers down the spines of the Namekians present. Years prior, their planet had suffered under the torment of these fiends. Hatred welled within them, gritting their teeth as they glared at the Frieza forces above. Inside the oval spaceship, Sorbet wore a look of terror. Lord Frieza, both Sasami and Dagoma. Frieza's lips curled into a sinister smile as he coolly remarked, Lord Sorbet, do not panic. Isn't it true that Captain Ginyu has perished as well? This merely signifies that they lack sufficient strength. The remaining matters shall be handled personally by me. Cold sweat dripped from Sorbet's brow. Although he was aware of Frieza's rigorous training, uncertainty lingered in his heart, particularly after witnessing a Saiyan mad and mercilessly torment Dagoma. Frieza surveyed the Namekians and Saiyans below with contempt, knocking on his head in feigned surprise. Oh, is this Namek? The very place where you resurrected my planet? Were not its inhabitants obliterated by us? Sorbet quickly grasped the situation. And why are these Saiyans entangled with them? Frieza's understanding dawned. So that's it. These cunning little monkeys must have used those wish orbs to transport them here. Sorbet displayed a sly grin. That lunatic brought Tagoma's corpse, allowing us to pinpoint their location through Tagoma's scouter. Truly foolish. Ho, what a delightful surprise. I shall not spare this band of Saiyans. Frieza commanded, Sorbet, relay the order. Annihilate this Namek with no survivors. Kill them all. With Frieza's decree, the rabble of his forces erupted in fervor, their adrenaline surging at the command, igniting a wild enthusiasm throughout the Frieza army. On the ground, Bardock stood ready, prepared for combat. Since His Majesty is absent, I shall lead the Saiyans. All Saiyans, prepare for battle. Yet, before Bardock could complete his command, a dark golden light erupted from the earth, soaring into the sky, capturing everyone's attention. This is Kakarot. How powerful. In an instant, Kakarot transformed into his dark golden Super Saiyan form, rocketing upwards with an unstoppable force, single-handedly taking to the skies. This rabble is no match for me, Kakarot scoffed, his disdain for them evident, akin to regarding mere ants. In the next moment, a cunning smile graced Kakarot's lips. With a snap of his fingers, a brilliant light radiated from his hand, dazzling as fireworks. Boom. Instantly, flames erupted from his palm as he swung his arm, the fire splitting in two, dancing upon his hands. Allow me to send you to hell. Kakarot moved like a blade, nimbly weaving through the Frieza forces. Where he passed, dark golden light blazed, leaving behind a series of fleeting afterimages, painting a magnificent scene. No, Lord Frieza, save us. In mere moments, the sky was filled with wails of despair as scorched bodies plummeted like rain. Some reduced to ashes, swept away by the wind. Meanwhile, Kakarot, like an elegant dancer, reveled in the symphony of death. The sky over Namek turned blue once more as Kakarot, in his dark golden form, obliterated the scattered foes. How powerful! In less than a minute, he had vanquished the entirety of Frieza's forces. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the Saiyans and Namekians below. Chi-Chi and Bardock exchanged proud glances, marveling at how their son had grown so formidable. In the heavens, Kakarot regarded the charred bodies he had incinerated with disdain. The flames between his hands roared with insatiable hunger, glowing even brighter. Standing tall against the sky, he fixed his piercing gaze upon the immense oval spaceship. He sensed an incredibly powerful presence within. With a swift surge of energy, Kakarot launched himself toward the spaceship, becoming the focal point of all attention. Kakarot is going up. Wonderful. It seems that even in His Majesty's absence, Kakarot can defeat Frieza. No. Bardock screamed in horror. He understood that the resurrected Frieza had once caused even Vegeta to flee. Kakarot, even in his dark golden form, would surely not match Frieza's power. Boom. An energy wave erupted from the oval spaceship, radiating outward. This was Frieza's handiwork. With a mere display of his fury, he silenced the Saiyans, leaving them in stunned disbelief. Kakarot was hurled 100 meters away by the overwhelming pressure, his body flailing until he regained his stability after several moments. This individual is incredibly strong. Ho ho. Saiyans, we meet again. Frieza's eerie laughter echoed once more, casting a shadow over Namek. His familiar silhouette emerged from the spaceship, now in his third form. Today, I shall return to you the pain you have inflicted upon me tenfold. In an instant, Frieza's expression darkened with malicious intent. Without warning, he vanished from sight. Bang! A thunderous crash resonated as Kakarot was sent hurtling like a falling star into the crowd. Boom! Eventually, he landed beside Bardock. Kakarot. Bardock rushed to his side. Concern etched on his face. In that moment, Frieza's memories flooded back. Oh, it is you. You were the one who led the Saiyans in that ambush against me. Humph. This one who resembles you must be your son. Let us send you both to your demise. Frieza's facial muscles quivered with rage, contorting grotesquely. Whoosh! A red laser shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Bardock and Kakarot's chests, intending to strike both down. No! Chi-Chi's eyes welled with tears as she cried out, her heart-wrenching scream reverberating through the air. Raditz stood in shock, unable to believe that his powerful father and brother were in such peril. Chapter 72, Timely Arrival. Oh ho ho. Come die for me. Frieza's maniacal screams filled the air of planet Namek, casting a shadow over the entire planet. A crimson laser traversed the distance, aimed directly at the father and son duo. Whoosh! Blood splattered as Frieza's laser sent shivers through everyone present, piercing through Bardock and Kakarot's chests in an instant. Gush! A torrent of dark blood erupted from their mouths. Kakarot's ascended form dissipated immediately, his hair reverting to black, and the crimson stains on his face faded away. The abruptness of the moment left both father and son with vacant expressions, shock etched upon their faces. Kakarot. Father. This scene rendered all Saiyans speechless. These two were the most formidable warriors aside from Vegeta, yet they were effortlessly defeated by Frieza in a single strike. Bardock. Kakarot. Chilled to madness, Jine shrieked. Her face twisted in rage as she glared at Frieza. Frieza, I will kill you. Jine unleashed her fury, preparing to leap forward, but was restrained by Raditz. Mother. Calm down. Let go of me, Raditz. We must go and kill him together. Raditz exerted all his strength to hold Jine back, speaking calmly. Mother. With our current power, going would be tantamount to suicide. He then cast a glance at Bardock and Kakarot, whose bodies were soaked in blood. Bardock, with the last vestiges of his strength, shook his head and uttered, Don't. Go. In the skies above. Frieza's domineering laughter echoed once more as he mockingly declared, Oh ho ho. Saiyan monkeys. I won't let you perish so easily. I intend to torment you mercilessly until you wish for death. As he spoke, Frieza suddenly spread his arms, his pupils narrowing slightly, exuding an aura of boundless malevolence. Prepare to receive my baptism. With that, Frieza emanated an extraordinarily blinding light, his body slightly bent, coiling with energy as a crimson laser prepared to unleash from his abdomen. Subsequently, a chaotic barrage of red beams rained down upon the earth. In an instant, the sound of explosions reverberated continuously. Damn it! Everyone, brace yourselves. Raditz became the last pillar of support for the Saiyans. Protect the Grand Elder. The Namekians began to mobilize as well. In this moment of peril, the ground formed a sturdy protective barrier, yet Frieza's lasers pelted down like a torrential downpour, relentlessly battering against the shield. All fought desperately to withstand the onslaught. Gazing at the trembling surface of the shield, they could feel it swaying violently, uncertain of when it would finally give way. Perhaps the breach would occur in the next heartbeat. A crack has appeared. Someone shouted, and panic began to spread through the crowd. Stay calm. Keep pushing. Suddenly, an ominous sound echoed, signaling the first successful breach of the protective barrier by the laser storm. The next moment, an overwhelming torrent of lasers followed. Reflecting in the terrified eyes of all, a sense of oppression and helplessness surged into their hearts with the oncoming tide of crimson. Is this the end? The sound of lasers striking the shield once again heightened everyone's nerves. Above, a majestic red figure loomed before all the Saiyans. Vegeta raised a hand, and a massive shield manifested above him. The sound of explosions erupted violently from the barrier. Your Majesty, it is His Majesty. Once again, the Saiyans were rescued from the brink by Vegeta. Raditz exhaled in relief, the heavy weight in his heart finally lifting. The boss has truly returned. Nappa's taut nerves relaxed at this moment. Whoosh! Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing beside Kakarot and Bardock. Seeing the two barely clinging to life, Vegeta unhesitatingly placed a senzu bean into their mouths. The nearly lifeless pair suddenly regained their vitality, rising to their feet once more. Your Majesty. Bardock gazed at Vegeta, whose body radiated a dazzling red aura, yet he could sense no trace of energy. Kakarot's face was etched with disbelief, which quickly morphed into fury. He had not anticipated that Vegeta had ascended to new heights. Moreover, this time, he appeared unable to discern the true extent of Vegeta's power. Vegeta nodded slightly before turning his gaze toward Frieza in the sky. He planned to take the initiative, intending to subdue Frieza with a single strike. A highly condensed energy sphere coalesced in his palm as he executed an instantaneous movement, closing the distance to Frieza in an instant. Vegeta's expression was cold and merciless as he hurled the energy sphere toward Frieza's detestable visage. Frieza reacted swiftly. Suddenly realizing that a red wild monkey had appeared before him, his heart jolting in shock. This wild monkey seems to possess power that exceeds my current form. Frieza raised his hands to shield his face, desperately trying to fend off the attack. Having learned from the previous encounter, I shall not be so careless this time. Let me show you the results of my special training. The energy sphere briefly flickered against Frieza's arm before vanishing in an instant. Boom. Waves of golden energy surged through the air, igniting a series of explosive sounds. Vegeta was also swept away by this irresistible heat wave. Oh ho ho. Saiyan monkeys, you should be grateful to witness my ultimate form. In an instant, the heavens rumbled with thunder and lightning. Frieza seemed to command the very forces of nature, manipulating the skies of planet Namek. He bent his body like a bow. And under his command, golden light began to envelop his entire being. The transformation began with his thighs, turning from pale to a brilliant gold, his quadriceps becoming more robust and defined. Following this, a layer of golden energy, symbolizing strength, enveloped his tail. Next, his upper body was encased in the same golden hue. His entire form expanded, the only constant being his cunning gaze, now infused with even more arrogance. Oh ho ho, it's you, the runaway Saiyan King. With his transformation complete, Frieza taunted Vegeta mockingly. Heh, Frieza, I still prefer the version of you that resembled a dwarf. It was rather endearing. Vegeta's words struck a nerve deep within Frieza, revealing the facade of the once elegant emperor. Die for me. Vegeta smiled faintly, fists clenched, fully prepared for the impending battle. Chapter 73, Super Saiyan God vs. Golden Frieza. Die, will you? Oh, what troubles you, Frieza? Are you haunted by your regrettable past? With a thunderous collision, two formidable forces clashed, their foreheads pressed together, Frieza's eyes bloodshot with disdain for Vegeta. A sardonic smile graced Vegeta's lips, his expression dripping with mockery. As Frieza howled, their fingers interlocked, gripping each other's hands with fervor. At that moment, the contest of strength manifested in their grasp. Crimson and golden auras blooming in the air as their powers reached a stalemate. You wild monkey, you shall pay for your transgressions. Frieza's sinister grin widened as his muscles tensed, his face twitching as he elevated his power to unprecedented heights. Vegeta's brow furrowed slightly. This Frieza seemed intimately familiar with his golden form, a stark contrast to the one resurrected in Dragon Ball Super. Vegeta discerned the extraordinary mastery Frieza had over his own body. In merely a second, he had amplified his strength, shattering the balance of their confrontation. With a swift motion, Frieza's massive tail lashed out, striking Vegeta's back with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. Utilizing his physical advantage, Frieza relentlessly whipped Vegeta's back. Wild monkey. Blame your tail for not being as grand as mine. Vegeta gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Even in his Super Saiyan God state, he was no match for Frieza. Yet, he was not one to resign easily. Universal Destruction Palm. In an instant, an inexplicable force ensnared Frieza's tail. Frieza's body trembled, and seizing the opportunity, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick to Frieza's abdomen, creating some distance between them. Subsequently, the energy of the Universal Destruction Palm surged through Frieza's entire being, shackling every single one of his cells. Damn it, I can't move. Vegeta then cast his gaze upon the gathered Saiyans below. Everyone, heed my command. Create an artificial moon immediately. Transform into great apes and concentrate your energy waves toward Frieza. Quickly, at Vegeta's rallying cry. Bardock was the first to transform into a great ape. In that moment, colossal beasts emerged from the earth, roaring with fury. With each great ape's mouth, powerful energy waves coalesced, gathering relentlessly, all aimed at Frieza. This scene, reminiscent of the past, unfolded once more. All energy waves converged, forming an even greater force. Damn it. Impossible. No, I will not let this scenario replay. Frieza's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his body convulsing violently. a result of painful memories resurfacing. I will break through. Suddenly, the world around them began to warp. The air vibrating as a colossal golden beam shot skyward from Frieza's body. In that moment, Frieza broke free from Vegeta's hold. The first thing he did was to shatter Vegeta's plan. Frieza conjured a blazing energy sphere in his hand, launching it toward the massed energy wave of the Saiyans. Boom! A fierce shockwave engulfed everything around, obliterating mountains and causing the sea levels to rise, all occurring simultaneously. Yet, the energy sphere did not cease its advance. It continued its insatiable journey, devouring the combined attack of the Saiyans before plunging towards the ground. The luminous glow illuminated the surface of Namek. Kamehameha! With a powerful shout, a blue dragon surged from Vegeta's hands, soaring towards the massive orb. Ultimately, the Kamehameha wave vanished into the horizon with the energy sphere. However, this was merely a brief interlude. Frieza's intentions were far from over. In moments, Frieza stood before Vegeta, his prepared fists swirling menacingly beside Vegeta's ear. The wind from his strikes howled as he focused intently on every movement Vegeta made. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, he could not land a blow on Vegeta. Vegeta understood that his evasion attributes were at play. In his Super Saiyan God state, coupled with this evasion ability, he could withstand even Golden Frieza. Frieza's expression soured, filled with confusion. Damn it! This wild monkey, I can sense that his power pales in comparison to mine, yet why can't I hit him? Then let us try another tactic. With a wicked smile, Frieza's gaze shifted to the Saiyans behind Vegeta. I do not believe you won't expose a weakness. Suddenly, Frieza halted his punches, transforming his fists into palms, pointing downward toward the earth. In the next instant, countless raindrops of energy coalesced in his palm, cascading towards the ground. Seemingly intent on obliterating everything. Let us begin with this rabble. Haha. Frieza cackled maniacally, but just as he was about to unleash his attack, a blinding light erupted around him. The laser rain from his palm began to coalesce, his movement slowing significantly. From behind Frieza, Vegeta loomed like a celestial deity. Gazing down upon him, his fingers formed a triangle, aimed directly at Frieza, and with a mighty shout, he unleashed new energy cannon. Once more, a devastating energy cannon enveloped Frieza, an extraordinary ability unleashed by Vegeta. In an instant, the torrential energy rain became soft and ultimately dissipated into the air. Everyone, prepare once more. Follow my command. 3, 2, 1. Boom. On the ground, an even greater wave of energy surged forth towards Frieza. In that moment, the eyes of every Saiyan and Namekian were wide with awe, for this was indeed a moment of historical significance. Would the cosmic tyrant Frieza ultimately meet his defeat on Namek? Chapter 74. The Emergence of the Fusion Technique. Has Frieza perished? At this moment, all Saiyans united as one, launching a final assault on Frieza under Vegeta's leadership. Frieza lay motionless, akin to a fish on a chopping block. How infuriating. His resonant voice echoed his deep-seated resentment. I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, the genius of the Ice Demon. I will not allow this to happen again. Suddenly, Frieza began to convulse violently, his grotesque visage glaring at the sky, teetering on the brink of madness. This king shall not be bound by such trivialities. Aha! In that fleeting second, the wind shifted and Frieza's form surged upwards. His immaculate body erupted with cataclysmic power. A series of golden radiances burst forth from Frieza, sending the Saiyans hurtling back once more. How dare you, a bunch of wretches, desecrate this king? With that, Frieza's eyes widened in fury as he fixed his gaze upon Vegeta. You foul monkey, I shall see you dead. In the blink of an eye, Frieza broke free from the Kamehameha's grip and charged at Vegeta once again. Vegeta, in his current state, felt exceedingly weak. Controlling Golden Frieza was an arduous task. Fortunately, he was in Super Saiyan God form. Had he been in Super Saiyan form, he would have likely collapsed. System. Received. Host. Zing. Suddenly, a bean fell into Vegeta's mouth. His energy was fully restored. Frieza, I shall see just how long you can endure. Vegeta smirked wickedly, recharging his Kamehameha, directing it once more towards Frieza. Boom. Frieza was once again rendered stationary. However, after just a second of being held, Frieza shattered Vegeta's constraints, bearing a fierce glare as he charged forward once more. In the face of overwhelming power, all ingenious techniques are rendered meaningless. Haha. No matter how peculiar your skills are, I, Frieza, shall break free through sheer brute force. Frieza's maniacal laughter echoed in the minds of all, resonating throughout every corner of Namek. Vegeta, too, was taken aback, not expecting Golden Frieza to be this formidable. Indeed, the disparity between Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan God was staggering. Nevertheless, Vegeta still had cards to play. Is that so? Frieza. Vegeta scoffed derisively, then bellowed. Fusion technique. Universal shockwave. New Kamehameha. In an instant, Frieza's arrogant visage was frozen in place, an inescapable force binding him tightly. Frieza was once more ensnared. Damn it. Break free. Frieza exerted all his strength to escape, but this time, Vegeta's fusion technique was far too sudden and powerful. Frieza struggled within the prison Vegeta had constructed, writhing like a maggot. Zing zing zing. Countless energy blasts hurtled towards Frieza. Although Frieza's body was constrained, his aura remained undiminished, effortlessly neutralizing the Saiyans' attacks. This dimensional monstrosity was simply beyond the capabilities of these Saiyans to handle. Wretches, even if you bind me, you cannot defeat me. Frieza had evidently discovered the flaw. Though Vegeta could immobilize him, he could not strike him down. However, was it truly as he believed? Vegeta smirked disdainfully. Do you really think I can only restrict your movements, Frieza? A smug expression adorned Vegeta's face. The fusion technique allows for the merging of two skills, creating an even more potent ability, yielding a result greater than the sum of its parts. With this, Vegeta could make Frieza wish for death. Fusion technique. Kamehameha. New Kamehameha. A colossal blue beam erupted from the triangular tips of Vegeta's fingers as he stood above Frieza like a deity. This was the punishment he decreed upon Frieza. Boom. The ghastly screams erupted as the fusion technique struck Frieza's body. Excellent. My lord. Truly, you're my lord. Such brilliance. In this moment, the tense nerves of the Saiyans temporarily eased. Nevertheless, Golden Frieza was indeed resilient. Even after such an onslaught, he quickly regained his footing. System, give me a Senzu Bean. Vegeta commanded the system once more, and a Senzu Bean fell into his mouth. Onward. Fusion technique. Gallic gun. New Kamehameha. Super explosive wave. New Kamehameha. Ultimate flash. Universal shockwave. A dazzling display of fireworks unfolded upon Frieza's form as heart-wrenching cries echoed. The once indomitable emperor of the universe was subjected to inhuman torment. Vegeta understood clearly that as long as he drew breath, he could utilize the Senzu Beans infinitely, employing fusion techniques to torment Frieza to death. Blood gushed from Frieza's mouth, his heart heavy with indignation. The mighty emperor of the universe found himself in such a wretched state, his once arrogant countenance now obscured, leaving only hatred and helplessness directed at Vegeta. He had believed himself fully prepared, yet unexpectedly, a new Saiyan king emerged from within their ranks. Frieza began to feel regret, lamenting his hasty actions without fully understanding the situation of planet Vegeta. His heart brimmed with resentment. He did not wish to share the same fate as his foolish brother. Vegeta's prison not only confined his body but also restricted his nerves. He could not accept defeat so easily, being rendered powerless, for he had yet to unleash his full strength. He regretted not confronting Vegeta with all his might from the outset. Frieza channeled all the power he could muster into his limbs, preparing for a final, desperate confrontation. Fortunately, it seemed he had succeeded. He felt the numbness in his limbs dissipate as he regained control. Elation washed over him as he began to gather energy for a planet-destroying blast, readying to deliver a fatal blow to Vegeta. However, alas, it was too late. He could only break free from Vegeta's grasp as Vegeta had just withdrawn the Kamehameha and Universal Shockwave. The ultimate Kamehameha wave. The blue beam enveloped in a layer of spiraling yellow light pierced through Frieza's chest. Frieza fell lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 75. The Immortal Frieza Upon the Desolate Earth. A gentle breeze swept away the remnants of charred remains. In the sky, Frieza's nearly lifeless body plummeted downwards, head first, inexorably embedding itself into the ground, leaving behind a vast crater that seemed to proclaim the conclusion of the battle. Vegeta consumed yet another Senzu Bean, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration, at long last. Everything had come to an end. My lord has triumphed. We have emerged victorious. The jubilant cries of the Saiyans reverberated in Vegeta's ears, and he reveled in the moment. The past few days had been a torturous strain, yet the comfort of his wives had alleviated his turmoil. He gazed at Frieza's distant corpse, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The once formidable Golden Frieza, who could only be matched in his transformed state, had been soundly defeated by him. A flicker of accomplishment ignited within him. He closed his eyes, anticipating the system's announcement. However, to his astonishment, the familiar voice of the system did not resonate. Suddenly, an all-too-familiar energy surged into his mind, awakening his senses and tautening every muscle in his body. Vegeta opened his eyes, peering into the distance. Simultaneously, the cheers of all the Saiyans abruptly ceased. Everyone held their breath. To their disbelief, Frieza's body rose unscathed from the crater. Ah, wild monkeys, you truly surprise me. Frieza's sinister laughter echoed once more. Frieza, what is happening? Goku's eyes widened in panic. He had never anticipated that even Vegeta had failed to slay Frieza. What manner of being was this creature? The other Saiyans were equally dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the sight before them, having witnessed Frieza's apparent demise. Bardock's face was a mask of confusion. How is this possible? I distinctly sensed his energy had faded away. It cannot be. Not just the others, but even Vegeta himself was astounded. At this moment, he could only connect this scene with past conjectures. Years ago, when the Frieza Force resurrected Frieza, they used one of their wishes. The Namekian Dragon Balls could grant 2 wishes. One was used by Frieza to increase his height, and the other, perhaps as Vegeta surmised, was for eternal life. Only such an explanation could account for Frieza's continued existence. Frieza elegantly approached the gathered Saiyans. You wretched monkeys, surprised, are you? Hehe. I am now immortal. Upon these words, the Saiyans erupted into chaos. Vegeta's mind raced with this revelation of immortality. This extraordinary trait reminded him of Zamasu from the original tale. Various methods to combat immortality flashed through Vegeta's mind. The first, the erasure by Zeno, yet this was far too extreme, and finding Zeno was unfeasible, thus impractical. The second, direct destruction via God of Destruction's powers, but that was also unviable. The third, temporarily suppressing the immortality, employing the Mafuba to seal him. Before Vegeta could finish his thoughts, he saw Frieza raise both hands high. Foolish Saiyans, let us perish together with this planet. No, that posture signifies the planet destroyer. Vegeta felt a palpable change in Frieza's energy. It had escalated tremendously since just moments ago. The planet destroyer in this state would likely be beyond his capacity to thwart. Everyone on this planet, quickly, hold hands. This familiar scene prompted understanding among the Saiyans. Hurry. Join hands. The Namekians too. Bardock rallied everyone, and soon they were all linked together. With a resounding thud, the frenzied Frieza amplified the power of the planet destroyer by nearly 1,000-fold. He feared not his own obliteration, for he possessed immortality, 20-fold explosive, fusion technique, ultimate Kamehameha. Vegeta desperately resisted, yet the planet destroyer was overwhelmingly potent, akin to a monstrous beast that swiftly consumed the ultimate Kamehameha. Vegeta's brow furrowed. One thought consumed him: escape. In an instant, he teleported beside Bardock, placing a hand on his shoulder. As the planet destroyer made contact with the Earth, they vanished from the planet. Boom. The violet planet destroyer penetrated deep into Namek's core, while Frieza hovered above, savoring the magnificent fireworks. Oh, it seems they have fled. Heh, no matter. I shall find you. Frieza's form was engulfed by the stellar explosion, his eyes unblinking. On Earth, the sacred place. At that moment, the once small sacred place teemed with life. Ah, why are there suddenly so many people? Urin exclaimed, startled into the air. Vegeta, how did you return? Soria, Bulma, and Tai's chorused. Brother, and everyone. Tabor gazed at the familiar faces that had unexpectedly gathered on Earth, astonished. Lord Kami. Donnie rushed to Kami's side, brimming with joy. Elder, it was Lord Kami who taught me how to create Dragon Balls. The Namekian began reminiscing. Meanwhile, the Saiyans were in disarray. My lord, it seems Frieza possesses immortality. Bardock furrowed his brow tightly. Vegeta clenched his fists, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. I have a method to subdue him, but it will not eliminate him. All eyes turned to Vegeta's face. The Mafuba, back in the day. Vegeta fabricated a tale of encountering Master Roshi, who had explained the story of sealing techniques. Yurin tapped her head. I believe I have heard of the Mafuba. It's recorded in my talisman book. This revelation was a delightful surprise for Vegeta. Master Roshi and the Crane Hermit were both disciples of Master Mateto. And the Mafuba was indeed a talisman technique. Who would have thought that the talisman technique Vegeta had given Yurin and the Crane School contained this skill? Vegeta was overwhelmed with excitement as he hurried to Yurin. Yurin, do you still have that book? Chapter 76, Demon Seal Wave. The Demon Seal Wave stands as one of the most formidable techniques within the Dragon Ball universe. A miraculous skill devised by the legendary Master Mateto to seal the great demon King Piccolo. In Dragon Ball Super, future Trunks nearly employed this very technique to seal the immortal Zamasu. It is, in every sense, a method by which a mere human can contend against divine beings. Vegeta, filled with anticipation, turned his gaze towards Yurin. Instantly, she became the center of attention, hastily retreating to her room to prepare. Before long, Yurin emerged with an ancient tome of talismans, which was disappointingly covered in a thick layer of cobwebs. Vegeta was taken aback. not expecting Urine to have neglected the preservation of such an important book. I've already mastered what I could from it. The rest, I couldn't grasp, so I just tucked it away under my bed, Urine admitted sheepishly, scratching her head. Though it's a bit worn, it should still be usable. Vegeta took the book of talismans from her and flipped to the page detailing the demon seal wave. Beep. Demon seal wave detected. Would you like to learn it? Vegeta's heart soared with joy. Having a system was indeed advantageous. Learn. Beep. Spending 50 insight points to learn the demon seal wave immediately. Spend. Beep. Learning in progress. Learning completed. Vegeta slowly closed his eyes as the methods of the demon seal wave flooded his mind. With newfound confidence, he opened his eyes and addressed Urine. I have another task for you. What is it? She inquired. Please draw the seal for the demon seal wave, Vegeta requested. For he had no expertise in such matters and knew it was best left to the skilled Urine. Urine patted her impressive chest, assuring him, leave it to me. Thus, Vegeta returned to his own chamber, his eyes falling upon the pungent chamber pot on the floor. Have Frieza, I've found you a cozy new residence. You shall spend the rest of your days here. He smirked, excitement bubbling at the thought of Frieza being trapped within that pot. Exiting his room, Vegeta found Urine already at work on the drawings. Hey, Urine, make a few extra copies. I fear we may struggle to seal that stubborn fiend. Do you truly believe this technique is as miraculous as you say, Your Majesty? One of the Saiyans questioned. Is that even a question? When has His Majesty ever misled us? Another replied confidently. With His Majesty here, there is no need for concern. Amidst their lively chatter, only one among them sought to verify the claim through action. Hey, Vegeta, is this technique really that powerful? Kakarot approached skeptically. That guy is incredibly strong. Yet you think this technique can seal him? He pointed at the chamber pot in Vegeta's hand. Vegeta chuckled. What? Don't believe me? Care to test it out? Kakarot's expression shifted, unable to tolerate Vegeta's arrogant demeanor. Fine, let us give it a try. With a dismissive gesture, Vegeta replied, all right, if that is the case. Let us start with you. I'll fetch something cleaner. I wouldn't dare harm my own. With that, Vegeta summoned Mr. Popo to bring a water jug and placed it before him. I want to affix the seal, or you'll be stuck inside. Suddenly, Vegeta channeled his energy with remarkable speed. In an instant, Kakarot felt an overwhelming force pulling at him. In a flash, Kakarot transformed into his Super Saiyan form, attempting to resist the inexplicable force. Despite Vegeta still being in his base form, the strength he wielded was enough to firmly control Kakarot. This power. It's terrifying. Kakarot's mind raced in confusion. Vegeta raised both hands, enveloping himself and Kakarot in a radiant green light that isolated them from the surroundings. Demon Seal Wave. He bellowed. With a swift downward motion, Kakarot's body contorted in response. A scream of pure disbelief erupted from him as Vegeta forcibly directed him toward the water jug. As the green light dissipated, Kakarot vanished without a trace. A collective shudder ran through everyone present. This was the true power of the Demon Seal Wave. Suddenly, a laser pierced the jug, and Kakarot reappeared, gasping for breath, still shaken by the experience. This technique? Kakarot stared in astonishment at the Tome of Talismans. Waves of realization crashing over him. This planet possesses such a fearsome technique. Darn it. Perhaps this is the chasm that separates me from Vegeta. Nappa and Raditz exchanged incredulous glances. Even Kakarot found himself ensnared. The sheer terror of such a technique was undeniable. Amidst the shock, Urine's bright voice pierced the tension. Done. She approached Vegeta, presenting him with the drawn seals. Vegeta counted them. 3 copies, sufficient. Now, everyone, it is time to witness a momentous occasion. Frieza. I shall ensure he suffers a fate worse than death. On a prosperous planet, Frieza lounged upon his throne. Upon hearing your return, I was the first to respond. A one-eyed toad-like creature fawned over Frieza. Frieza raised his wine glass and elegantly replied, splendid. Follow me, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury. My purpose here is twofold. First, to recruit more soldiers, and second, to locate those Saiyans. The toad-like creature thumped his chest proudly. Fear not, Frieza. I shall handle this. I've long detested those Saiyans. They've thwarted my plans time and again. Now that you've returned, we must deal with those wild monkeys. We Vanders are exceptional at tracking. Frankly, enough. Silence and attend to your duties. Frieza interrupted, his patience wearing thin. The creature fell silent, covering its mouth. Yes, Frieza. Suddenly, alarms blared. Warning. Intruder detected. Warning. Intruder detected. Intruder level, SSS. Frieza rose from his seat, gazing at the screen. The image displayed none other than Vegeta's figure. How audacious. I never expected you would come to me. Vegeta's voice boomed from the screen. Frieza, come forth and meet your demise. Chapter 77. The ceiling of the immortal Frieza upon the castle summit. A live figure shattered the ceiling. In an instant, the castle collapsed, reduced to mere fragments. The previously present toad-like creature was swiftly buried beneath the rubble. Frieza harbored no compassion for his subordinates. After all, as a formidable demon of the cosmos, a mere gesture from him could compel the universe's tyrants to obey him, to endure any hardship without hesitation. He could demand as much as he desired. If he so wished, reconstructing the Frieza force would pose no challenge. Ah, Vegeta, I never anticipated your arrival, Frieza remarked with a cold gaze, revealing a hint of disdain. Oh, you even know my name. It seems you have some knowledge of me. However, I do not accept illegitimate fans. Enough with the pleasantries. Today, you shall not leave this planet. Not leave. Vegeta possessed the miraculous ability of instantaneous movement. Unless bound by a concern for someone, escape would be effortless. Yet, he harbored no intention of fleeing, for he had come to ensure Frieza experienced a fate worse than death. The one who deserves to die is you, Frieza. With a swift motion, Vegeta placed a vessel upon the ground, directing its opening towards Frieza. Aha! Vegeta unleashed a mysterious power, channeling it entirely into Frieza's being. In that moment, a green barrier enveloped the surroundings, creating an eerie atmosphere. Even Frieza halted his movements, captivated by the spectacle. What is this? Suddenly, Vegeta raised his hands, and invisible forces seized Frieza's body tightly. Damn it! Frieza's countenance began to contort. The calm facade shattered as madness surged forth. Blood-red hues seeped into his eyes, filled with doubt and terror. Accursed wild monkey! How dare you employ such despicable tactics? I, Frieza, shall not be intimidated by such trivialities. With a brilliant flash, Frieza's form began to shimmer with radiant light. Golden brilliance erupted from his fearsome visage. Golden Frieza re-emerged. Humph! Frieza, you shall remain trapped within that vessel for eternity. Vegeta pressed down with renewed vigor. Frieza's distorted features mirrored the tremors coursing through his entire form. No. Impossible. The vessel? You wretched fool. I, Frieza, shall not allow this. The energy surged, colliding with the green barrier, threatening to shatter this peculiar space. Indeed, Frieza proved himself worthy of his reputation. In an instant, the Super Saiyan God transformation reignited, mending the nearly fractured green barrier. Enter the vessel, Frieza. Golden Frieza ignited once more, resembling a frenzied beast, his inner energy pool expanding uncontrollably. How could the mighty cosmic monarch Frieza submit so easily? Boom. The onslaught of heat surged forth, Frieza's power reaching unprecedented heights. Vegeta sensed that even the Super Saiyan God could not withstand such pressure for long. Yet, he was no ordinary Super Saiyan God. With a 20-fold explosive surge, Vegeta regained control over Frieza. However, Frieza's strength seemed unyielding, his energy continuously rising. Despicable Saiyan! You dare to defile me. In that moment, an enraged Frieza unleashed all his might, engulfing the green and gold, his light eclipsing the ceiling wave. His contorted body gradually returned to normal, his fierce countenance softening. Ants are merely ants, seeking shortcuts. Frieza began to exude an air of nonchalance, taking a step forward. Vegeta chuckled softly. You may be rejoicing too soon, Frieza? Vegeta recognized that Frieza was utterly drained, merely a shadow of his former self, having exhausted too much energy. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained unyielding, his energy seemingly infinite. One could even call him a perpetual motion machine. System. Provide me with divine beans. Fusion skill. Universal shock palm. Ceiling wave. As these words escaped his lips, Frieza's gaze trembled. He had not anticipated that Vegeta still retained energy. Meanwhile, Frieza had squandered too much strength. This bizarre maneuver was indeed extraordinary. Enter. Vegeta bellowed, his voice resonating with authority, enveloping the mysterious space in a green vortex. The golden radiance faded, revealing the return of green. Frieza's essence seemed to be drawn forth, his body fragile as parchment. The irresistible force finally pulled Frieza towards the vessel. No. Stop. Please. With a muffled groan, Frieza was ultimately confined within the vessel. Vegeta swiftly detected Frieza's last remnants of energy, instantaneously moving beside the vessel. He hastily produced 3 talismans. Release me, you fool. Frieza's furious voice rocked the vessel. Curse it. What is this odor? The sounds of retching echoed from within. As Frieza found himself in a hellish torment, pummeling the vessel's walls, Vegeta promptly sealed the vessel. How does it feel, Frieza? This was crafted just for you. He affixed the 3 talismans, ensuring triple security. You shall remain inside for all eternity. Spare yourself the effort. At last, the vessel stilled, and Vegeta surmised that Frieza had likely succumbed to the noxious odor within. A satisfied smile crept upon his face. Beep. Mission completed, successfully detected. Reward, 200 insight points. Current insight points, 300. Sealing golden Frieza rewarded 200 points. One could only imagine the bounty for his demise. Exchange for evade points. Beep. Exchange successful. Current evade points, 45. Check emotion points. Beep. Current emotion points, 3,000. Exchange for evade points. Beep. Exchange successful. Evade points, 75. Excellent. Now at 75 points. It appears I must find a few more troublesome foes to eliminate, or perhaps woo a couple more beauties, and this ultimate technique shall be mine. Chapter 78. Looking to the future, Vegeta gazed thoughtfully at the chamber pot in his hands. Its odor was indeed quite overpowering. Although it had tormented Frieza, it had also inadvertently disgusted him. Well, I might as well place you into the universal capsule, Frieza. At that moment, a furious roar echoed from within the pot, clearly triggered by Vegeta's words. Accursed monkey, you would be better off killing me. Frieza's visage had turned a sickly shade of green, his essence nearly merging with the noxious stench that pervaded the chamber pot. Killing you is currently beyond my capabilities, Frieza. After all, who compelled you to wish for immortality? I certainly did not. Vegeta's tone dripped with sarcasm as he shrugged helplessly. If only he could eliminate Frieza, how many experience points would he gain? He could then invest directly in evasion and achieve mastery over Ultra Instinct. However, the most straightforward method to vanquish an immortal being was to employ the destruction technique exclusive to the gods of destruction. Thus far, Vegeta had yet to encounter any divine beings. Beerus was likely still slumbering, and Vegeta had now ascended to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan God. With further training, perhaps he could compel Beerus to utilize his destruction technique during their eventual meeting. At that point, he could witness it firsthand and perhaps learn a thing or two. Therefore, his immediate goal was to amass as many experience points as possible. A gentle breeze swept through. At the Divine Temple, Vegeta reappeared before the gathered crowd. Your Majesty, it is the king. One of the Saiyans exclaimed with glee. What is that in his Majesty's hands? Splendid. He has succeeded. In an instant, the temple erupted in joyous uproar as the unprecedented crisis faced by the Saiyans was resolved. Ding. Admiration detected 100. From all Saiyans, ding. Happiness gained 30. From all the women, in this moment, Vegeta reveled in the accolades. Initially, he had little regard for the lives of these Saiyans. He merely sought to complete the task set forth by the system. However, after spending time with them, he realized that despite their lingering repugnant traits, they exhibited absolute obedience towards him. After all, the Saiyans revered strength above all else, and Vegeta now stood at the zenith of their power. As he surveyed the Saiyans, a novel plan began to form in his mind. System, what do you suppose Beerus's reaction will be upon witnessing a multitude of Super Saiyan gods on planet Vegeta? Oh ho ho. Host, do you intend to instill a sense of justice in them all? That does sound rather appealing. Vegeta felt a twinge of embarrassment upon realizing the system had adopted Frieza's cackle. Not allowing himself to be lost in the chorus of praises, he swiftly interrupted the jubilant Saiyans. Everyone, as the king of the Saiyans, I do not wish to stand alone in glory. If a greater crisis were to arise in my absence, how would you resolve it? Therefore, from this day forth, I shall rigorously oversee the training of all Saiyans. Let us truly become a warrior race. With that proclamation, Vegeta suddenly transformed into his Super Saiyan state. This is called Super Saiyan. I can achieve it. And so can you. First and foremost, your battle power must exceed 3 million. Furthermore, you must maintain a heart of justice and enhance the concentration of your S cells. As for how to do so, adhere to the policies I previously established. At this juncture, Kakarot turned away in disdain. A heart of justice? I, Kakarot, shall not be so self-righteous. What Super Saiyan? I will forge my own path. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Kakarot. Oh, right. If you lack Kakarot's unique brand of malevolence, then do as I say and cultivate a heart of justice. All the Saiyans listened intently to Vegeta's impassioned speech. His words resonated like an imperial edict, and none dared to miss a single syllable. You have also witnessed the Grand Elder's abilities. Possessing a heart of justice allows him to enhance your potential. I trust that all of you will rise to new heights. Bardock gazed longingly at the Grand Elder from Namek, secretly resolving to purge the last vestiges of darkness from his heart. Raditz nodded slightly. Since he could not attain the level of malevolence exhibited by Kakarot, he would heed the king's words and abandon evil. Oh, and there is one more matter to announce. Vegeta's voice grew solemn, and the assembled Saiyans straightened with renewed order. The queen and her companions. Vegeta wrapped an arm around the waist of the two sisters, gently caressing their bellies as he earnestly introduced them to the Saiyans. Saiya and Bulma nestled against Vegeta, their cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. For the crowd was indeed overwhelming. Without these two, I would not have been able to defeat Frieza today. So, you have no objections, do you? Objections? How could any Saiyan dare voice dissent? The elders who had previously contested the position of queen now revered Vegeta's prowess and no longer spoke out. Long live his majesty. It appears that Vegeta has finally regained his revered status. Korin crossed her arms, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Indeed, when Vegeta recounted his tales from planet Vegeta, I felt such pity for him. Lanchi had reverted to her blue hair, her face alight with joy. Having said that, Korin placed a Dragon Ball on the ground and called out to Vegeta, Vegeta. The Dragon Ball you asked me to find is here. Please grant your wish. Since planet Vegeta had been destroyed by Frieza, they could only use Earth's Dragon Balls to restore it. Vegeta hurried to the Dragon Ball. Come forth, Shenron. The mighty form of the Earth Dragon appeared above the Divine Temple. State your wish. Lord Kaioshin. Shenron broke into a cold sweat. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Kaioshin, the Kaioshin smiled and looked at Vegeta. Yes, Shenron, please fulfill his wish. Shenron trembled. All right. I understand. It seemed that as the creator of Shenron, the Kaioshin's presence exerted considerable pressure on him. Restore planet Vegeta, which was destroyed by Frieza. With that, Shenron closed his eyes and murmured, your wish has been granted. Vegeta sensed the lingering energy of planet Vegeta. It was evident that it had been restored. As for the Namekians present, he had a plan to temporarily house them on planet Vegeta until the Earth Dragon Balls could restore Namek. The women were equally intrigued by planet Vegeta and expressed a desire to visit. Thus, Vegeta transported everyone instantaneously to planet Vegeta. Chapter 79, Super Saiyan 4 time flows swiftly. And in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Under the leadership of Vegeta, the Saiyans have assumed the role of cosmic guardians. The connection between planet Vegeta and Earth is profound. For instance, Vegeta has commissioned Dr. Briefs to construct a multitude of gravity chambers for the Saiyans' use. Additionally, Vegeta ardently supports intermarriage between Saiyans and Earthlings. During this period, Bardock has transformed into a Super Saiyan, becoming the fastest to reach this pinnacle among the Saiyans. Meanwhile, Raditz and his companions have yet to achieve a complete concentration of S-cells, although most have surpassed the threshold of 300,000 battle power. In the second year of this time frame, Saraya gave birth to Loader, a boy with pure Saiyan blood. Bulma and Vegeta welcomed their son, Trunks. Saiya and Vegeta's union resulted in a daughter, whom Vegeta named Navlis. On this day, within a gravity training chamber on planet Vegeta, golden light erupted, causing the air to tremble, rendering everything around it dim. On a nearby mountain, Kakarot stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the shimmering training chamber in the distance. A slight tremor passed through his lips, and his brow furrowed once more. He could not misinterpret this sensation, even upon attaining the heights of Super Saiyan God. Vegeta had not abandoned the evolutionary path of the Saiyans. Observing the swirling vortex ahead, interspersed with errant arcs of electricity, Kakarot realized that Vegeta had unleashed all of his power. It became clear that over the years, he had achieved the level of Super Saiyan 2. How infuriating. When did this happen? Kakarot clenched his teeth. He had believed he could overpower Vegeta on the Saiyans' evolutionary path, though he himself was a mutated Super Saiyan. Surpassing typical Super Saiyans, he was still considerably stronger than Bardock in similar circumstances. Likewise, through his own training, he had transformed into Dark Golden Super Saiyan 2. He had thought he could surpass Vegeta in this regard, yet he was astonished to discover that Vegeta had also reached Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, the aura emanating from Vegeta was even more formidable than his own. When did this transpire? Kakarot was consumed by frustration and decided to fly over for a closer look. Look, it's the king. It appears he is about to break through. Outside the training chamber, a throng had gathered. Everyone trembled at Vegeta's overwhelming power, feeling an immense pressure. At this moment, Vegeta had brought his Super Saiyan 2 strength to its zenith, and it continued to escalate. The full power state of Super Saiyan 2 had been achieved. Kakarot's pupils widened in disbelief. How could Vegeta surpass him by such a margin? Was he truly a monster? Look, the king is emerging. Kakarot's gaze fixed intently upon Vegeta, who was enveloped in arcs of electricity. Yet, Vegeta seemed undeterred, continuing his actions. What is the king planning? Where is he going? The other Saiyans followed Vegeta with rapt attention as he soared toward an open area. Vegeta surveyed his surroundings. Yes, this will do. Satisfied with the expansive space, Vegeta began to conjure an artificial moon with one hand, brighter than any he had created before, 10,000 times more luminous. Kakarot was bewildered. What could this signify? The energy amplification from a Super Saiyan far exceeded that of the Great Ape transformation. He had long since dismissed such a transformation as unnecessary. Moreover, the speed during Great Ape transformation diminished significantly. What was Vegeta contemplating? The other Saiyans shared his confusion. This is bad. An artificial moon. Everyone, close your eyes and quickly move to an open area. Instantly, the Saiyans started toward a location devoid of structures. Meanwhile, Vegeta completed his Great Ape transformation, gazing thoughtfully at the artificial moon in the sky. Now that I have perfected Super Saiyan 2, the transformation to Super Saiyan 3 is laborious and ultimately unrewarding. Though it appears impressive and possesses decent power, its shortcomings are too pronounced. It lacks endurance and is prone to faltering. In Dragon Ball GT, Vegeta had leaped straight from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 4. To achieve Super Saiyan 4, one must solidify the Super Saiyan 2 state to its utmost limit before transforming into a golden great ape and subsequently evolving into a humanoid great ape, thus becoming Super Saiyan 4. In that case, system, activate the Super Saiyan experience card. Ding. Usage in progress. Completed. Roar. A golden radiance enveloped the area as Vegeta's great ape form began to absorb the invincible storm. Golden light shimmered upon the earth. In that moment, Kakarot understood. It turned out that great ape transformation could also lead to Super Saiyan transformation. Over the years, Vegeta had consumed numerous fruits from the Tree of Might, stabilizing his mental strength, thus retaining his sanity even in his golden great ape form. However, the ferocity of the golden great ape made it challenging to control. Vegeta quickly recalibrated his thoughts, focusing on past experiences. He would not be conquered by the side effects of the golden great ape transformation. I am the master of this body. Begone. Within Vegeta's mindscape, he transformed into the state of Super Saiyan God, and with a single punch, he vanquished the golden great ape. With a roar, the golden light began to fade, and he once again became the focus of the Saiyans. The king seems to be undergoing a transformation. Look, the great ape transformation is receding. As the brilliance dissipated, a layer of white light enveloped Vegeta, ultimately revealing a brand new visage. A monkey shrouded in red fur, with black eyes and two prominent locks of hair cascading beside his neck, appeared strikingly handsome. The crimson rings around his eyes framed a piercing gaze, and the angular features of his face exuded a sense of infinite security. This was the humanoid great ape, Super Saiyan 4. No, it should be described as a human form with a primal exterior. This power, it surpassed even that of Super Saiyan God. This was the innate strength of the Saiyans. If he continued to cultivate, he might attain power rivaling that of the Super Saiyan Blue. After all, the Saiyans are boundless. Chapter 80. The World Martial Arts Tournament, 2 years later Earth. West City. Trunks. Oh dear. How did you get up there again? Non-Lise. Please come down. Perched high in a tree, little Non-Lise wore a woebegone expression. Honestly, he climbs up but can't get back down, Bulma muttered, scolding Trunks. Ties was fraught with anxiety as Non-Lise had been led up there by Trunks, and this had become a recurring incident. Whoosh. In a flash, a tender hand rested upon the shoulders of Trunks and Non-Lise. The two youngsters shuddered slightly, ceasing their whimpers, and turned their heads in unison, their faces breaking into radiant smiles. Hee. With a gentle tug, Lothar lifted them both, and with a push of his feet, the trio leaped from the tree, landing safely on the ground. Bulma sighed, drawing Trunks into her embrace. Oh, Trunks, I've told you. Bulma was about to launch into a reprimand when Solia, who had hurried over, intervened. Bulma, they're just children, and our Saiyan children tend to be rather mischievous. Bulma glanced at the impish Trunks in her arms, then at the solemnly composed Lothar on the ground. Oh, really? She responded, somewhat helplessly. Immediately, Trunks wriggled free from Bulma's embrace and began to tease Lothar. However, Lothar, with arms crossed, turned his back, haughtily ignoring him. Trunks then resorted to ruffling Non-Lise's hair, causing her to burst into tears once more. Trunks. Bulma scolded again, and Trunks finally ceased his antics. Swoosh. In an instant, Vegeta materialized before them. Trunks' mischievous expression vanished at once. What's wrong? Has Trunks been naughty again? Vegeta inquired gently, observing Bulma's exasperated demeanor. Vegeta crouched down, drew closer to Trunks, and patted his head. Trunks, your control over your ki isn't quite there yet. Don't start running before you've mastered the basics. Vegeta had not yet initiated rigorous training for these 3-4-year-olds, as he believed childhood was paramount. Play as you should, and don't burden yourselves with too much pressure. As he spoke, Vegeta lightly patted Lothar, signaling him to listen attentively as well. When I'm away, you must protect your mother and sister. Especially you, Trunks. A sister is to be cherished, not constantly teased. Trunks and Lothar immediately stood at attention, resolute. Yes, father. The two children chorused. Vegeta smiled approvingly. That's right. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. You're all here. The newcomer was Yulin. Yulin landed gracefully, halting before the group, and exclaimed excitedly. The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. Several years had elapsed, and the World Martial Arts Tournament had returned once more. However, Vegeta's mind was no longer occupied with such matters. His combat prowess had reached a point where he was virtually invincible on Earth, having ascended to a godlike realm. The World Martial Arts Tournament held little significance for him. What is it, Yulin? Are you planning to participate in this World Martial Arts Tournament? Solia inquired with a curious expression. Yulin crossed her arms, pouting, and lamented, Alas, I'm not one of you monsters, each possessing formidable combat strength, rendering the World Martial Arts Tournament uninteresting. I am merely an ordinary earthling, so of course, I must partake in this World Martial Arts Tournament. It seems you and Vegeta won't be participating, so I, too, wish to become the earthling champion. Vegeta chuckled, saying, Yulin, that's quite all right. After so many years of training at the Lookout, you must have surpassed the Crane School disciples by a considerable margin. This is indeed an excellent opportunity to assess the fruits of your training. In that case, Solia and I shall abstain from participating this time, Tais exclaimed, jumping up and down with excitement. The World Martial Arts Tournament. I can gather more material. Sister, husband, and Solia. Let's all go and cheer for Yulin. Solia and Bulma nodded in agreement. At that moment, Vegeta's attention was drawn to the three children behind him. Trunks, leading Lothar and Non-Lise, was stealthily departing the scene. Vegeta smiled faintly, already surmising Trunks' intentions. In a secluded corner, Lothar and Non-Lise were being urged along by Trunks. What is it, Trunks? Lothar inquired, maintaining his stern, older brother demeanor. Oh, Lothar, can't you lighten up a bit? You were only born an hour before Non-Lise and me. Trunks retorted. Did you hear what father and the others were saying about the World Martial Arts Tournament? Lothar's stern expression softened instantly, his gaze turning toward Trunks with curiosity. Simultaneously, Non-Lise grasped the situation, asking, Trunks, are you suggesting? Trunks, with hands on his hips, declared proudly, I've already gathered some information. The champion gets to be the world's greatest. The two children's eyes widened in astonishment. The world's greatest? Trunks continued, a smug smile on his face. That's right. If the three of us participate together, we'll all be the world's greatest. By defeating those adults, we'll be number one. Lothar's pure Saiyan competitive spirit was fully ignited. Then how do we register? We're still children. They probably won't allow us to compete, will they? Trunks chuckled slyly. Follow me. At the World Martial Arts Tournament venue, a luxurious jet landed swiftly. Yulin, Bulma, Solia, and Tais emerged from the aircraft. Phew. Tais sighed. This place hasn't changed a bit. The ladies exchanged glances, then gazed at the familiar surroundings, their hearts filled with emotion. The girls who had once come here to cheer for Vegeta, with the exception of Launch, had, for three of them, become Vegeta's wives. Vegeta finally leaped from the plane, calling out to Yulin, Go on, future world's greatest. Go register. Yulin quipped self-deprecatingly, the Earthling world's greatest, perhaps. I can't possibly compete with you guys. With that, the group accompanied Yulin to the registration desk. Concurrently, a figure clad in peculiar attire and wearing a cloak stealthily followed Vegeta and his companions into the venue. Chapter 81. Kiki's unexpected arrival. The drawing results are now announced. With a shout from the Taoist priest, the results were revealed amidst a throng of eager onlookers gathered before the notice board. Vegeta cast a glance at the board and, upon focusing on the lower right corner, spotted a mysterious figure cloaked in black named Tenor. To his astonishment, he recognized his opponent, none other than the formidable King Piccolo II. As Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, he discerned the trio of children conspiring and adorning Tenor. Given the naming convention, he surmised that Trunks must be the mastermind behind it. Non-Lise, mirroring the temperament of Ties, would undoubtedly follow Trunks' lead. As for Loader, despite his usual haughty demeanor, he would become more fervent when it came to matters of personal interest, even surpassing Trunks' enthusiasm. At that moment, a pair of eyes filled with malice turned towards Vegeta, a gaze unmistakably belonging to King Piccolo II, who bore the complete memories of his predecessor. He was intently fixated on Solia and Yulin, clearly aiming to vanquish them. "Vegeta, brother." A voice broke through Vegeta's thoughts, compelling him to turn towards its source. A stunningly graceful woman with an alluring figure waved at him. For a moment, Vegeta struggled to recognize her. Noticing his confusion, the beautiful woman dashed to his side, entwining her arm with his and placing his hand on her enticing bosom. "I've waited so long for you." Vegeta was not the only one taken aback. The women behind him were equally astonished. Bulma nudged him, prompting a startled cough from Vegeta as he grappled with his response. "Pardon me, may I inquire who you are?" The woman's brow furrowed slightly, and her cherry-red lips pouted. "Humph. As expected, Brother Vegeta has forgotten Kiki. But I can't blame you. After all, you're surrounded by so many beautiful elder sisters." Vegeta was stunned. "This is Kiki. How does she differ so drastically from the Kiki I remember?" He recalled the Kiki from the original tale, clad in a traditional qipao when she first encountered the 18-year-old Goku. Yet, the Kiki before him was dressed in a punk-inspired jumpsuit. The purple vest did little to conceal her voluptuous figure, accentuating her toned physique. Vegeta pondered the reasons for such a transformation. After extinguishing the inferno at the Bull Demon King's castle, the treasures had been preserved. Thus, Kiki must have led a life of comfort, allowing her passion for cosplay to flourish due to newfound resources. This new appearance shattered Vegeta's established image of her. "Kiki, what brings you to the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Vegeta finally chose to engage her. Kiki's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. "I've been searching for you for ages, Brother Vegeta. Over the years, I inquired about your whereabouts, but it was as if you had vanished. I figured that as a seeker of martial prowess, you would certainly attend the tournament, so I've come to every event in hopes of finding you. Fortune favors the persistent, and I have finally found you." Upon hearing Kiki's words, the women exchanged glances of disbelief, particularly Yulin, who raised her hands in exasperation. "Well, there's another one ensnared by Vegeta's charm." Kiki regarded the beautiful women around Vegeta, noting two unfamiliar faces among them. She internally mused, just as father said. Brother Vegeta is surrounded by stunning beauties, and it seems they all harbor feelings for him. I shall heed father's advice once more. As the Bull Demon King's daughter, the boy I choose must be mine. "Hello, Kiki. I'm Yulin, a friend of Vegeta's," Yulin said warmly, extending her hand in greeting. Kiki glanced at Yulin, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. "Wait, isn't she my opponent?" She glanced at the notice board once more, confirming that Yulin was indeed her adversary. In that moment, her instincts sharpened, warning her that this seemingly kind older sister also harbored feelings for Vegeta. "Humph. If that's the case, let us see what I, Kiki, am made of." Though her thoughts were fierce, she maintained a polite demeanor. "Hello, elder sister. Next, Bulma." The primary contender began her introduction with a radiant smile. "I'm Bulma. We met back at Fire Mountain." Kiki nodded with a smile, but Bulma's next revelation forced a strained smile from her. "I'm Vegeta's first wife. And this is Ties. She's my sister and Vegeta's second wife." Bulma then pointed to Solia. "And she's Vegeta's third wife." Bulma playfully squeezed Yulin's shoulder and grinned at Kiki. "This one might be the fourth wife." "Hey, Bulma." Yulin gently extricated herself from Bulma's grip, blushing. What a proclamation of status from the first wife. Observing this scene, Vegeta felt a surge of joy, realizing Bulma had come to terms with their situation over the years. Kiki's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. She had realized that in just a few years, Vegeta had become a husband to multiple women. However, she quickly reconciled with this fact. "It seems I arrived too late. But Brother Vegeta, I want to let you go easily. You have several wives now. So surely you wouldn't mind another. Since I cannot be the first, second, or third wife, I shall contend with this elder sister named Yulin for the position of fourth wife." Kiki courteously greeted the group before ultimately fixing her gaze on Yulin. She stealthily approached, biting her lip in determination, and whispered into Yulin's ear, "Yulin, elder sister." Yulin, puzzled, replied, "What is it?" After much contemplation, Kiki finally spoke. "If I win against you, may I become the fourth wife?" Chapter 82. My ambition to be the fourth. Yulin involuntarily retreated a few steps, perplexed by the girl's intentions. What enchantment had Vegeta cast upon these beauties? Kiki was openly offering herself to him, desiring to be his fourth wife, while Vegeta possessed undeniable charm. Was he truly so irresistible? Yurin glanced at Vegeta with incredulity. Vegeta merely nodded, returning her gaze with a subtle smile. Indeed, he exuded a unique allure. A sense that his presence could resolve any predicament. What is it, Sister Yurin? Are you hesitant to accept? Kiki interrupted Yurin's thoughts. I've been diligently training, you know. Yurin, snapping back to reality, stammered. Oh, well, the truth is. Before Yurin could finish, Kiki seized her hand, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Then it settled. Sister Yurin. Yurin spread her hands in resignation, finding herself unable to resist the whimsical girl before her. Very well. We shall meet on the arena shortly. In a secluded corner, Turna murmured to herself. Did that woman recognize our father? I overheard her expressing a desire to become his fourth wife. Trunks grew vigilant. Lothar, ever the stoic, remained unfazed, his attention fixed on the competitors, particularly Piccolo. Navinalis, however, was ecstatic. Wonderful. I won't be the youngest anymore. I might even have younger siblings. She pranced about with glee. Suddenly, Turna swayed, drawing attention to their group. Be still, little sister. We mustn't be discovered. The three siblings simultaneously suppressed their auras, wary of being discovered by their parents. Trunks especially dreaded Bulma's reaction to his clandestine outings with the siblings. How peculiar, his attire, Solia muttered, glancing at Turna's group. Yurin patted Solia's shoulder, sighing. I am bewildered by you, Saiyans. It appears that Yurin had clearly discerned the children's ruse. Vegeta shook his head at Yurin, then gestured for silence. Yurin, understanding, sighed. Very well. Contestants, please proceed to the arena. The announcer's booming voice echoed. The participants began to enter the arena. After several mundane matches between ordinary earthlings, Vegeta was on the verge of slumber. Next, we have Yurin and Kiki. Vegeta's eyes fluttered open, his attention peaked. Huzzah! It's finally Yurin and Kiki's turn. Tais, despite being a mother of a 4-year-old, retained her youthful enthusiasm. Vegeta nodded slightly. Recognizing the connection he shared with both women, even though their abilities were inconsequential to him. On the platform, the announcer instantly recognized Yurin. This woman defeated the great demon King Piccolo, the announcer thought. The announcer looked at the platform again. Several familiar faces assaulted his senses. This is the champion of the most exciting world martial arts tournament. And the person next to him seems like the other person who defeated the great demon King Piccolo. Absolutely. It looks like this girl named Kiki is in trouble. I declare the match is on. The sound of gongs and drums reverberated as Kiki braced herself. Kiki smirked. Sister Yurin, I am determined to be the fourth. With a light step, Kiki unleashed a burst of energy, propelling herself toward Yurin. Impressive vigor. However, I am not to be underestimated. With a flick of her wrist, a mystical aura enveloped Yurin's fair legs. Whoosh. Yurin, with incredible agility, evaded Kiki's punch. Stop evading, Kiki exclaimed, intensifying her assault, but Yurin's superior experience allowed her to effortlessly dodge each attack. Are you truly trying to defeat me in this manner, Sister Kiki? Yurin inquired, deflecting blows while observing Kiki's unwavering resolve. Of course, I, Kiki, am fiercely devoted. I shall love only one person in my life. Another powerful blow was sent towards Yurin. Yurin sighed, responding playfully, then you may be disappointed, Sister Kiki, for I am undeniably stronger. Yurin's hands, previously clasped behind her back, were now free. Transitioning from defense to offense, Kiki struggled to withstand Yurin's relentless onslaught, forced to retreat toward the edge of the arena. Yurin is too strong. It seems I was too hasty. The women beside Vegeta are not simple. If so, use this move. Kiki flipped backwards to quickly increase the distance and put her hands on her waist. Yurin was shocked. This posture. Could it be? Kamehameha. To everyone's surprise, the young girl knew the unique skill of the contemporary martial arts master Kame Sennin. What is the origin of this girl? A concentrated beam of energy erupted from Kiki's hands, hurtling toward Yurin. Yurin, evade. Tais cried out. Even Bulma was concerned. Yurin smiled confidently. A small Kamehameha is not as strong as Vegeta's. Yurin increased her speed, evading the blast with ease, leaving only an afterimage in the eyes of the onlookers. Yurin swiftly appeared beside Kiki. Kiki's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you get behind me? I apologize, dear Sister Kiki, but your wish shall not be fulfilled. With a gentle nudge, Yurin propelled the exhausted Kiki out of the arena. The host announced, I declare, Yurin is the victor. Chapter 83, The Mysterious Girl Versus. Tenor Yulin approached Chi-Chi, extending her hand with a benevolent smile. Get up, Chi-Chi, you are already quite strong. Chi-Chi grasped Yulin's hand and stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes. It seems I can only be the fifth now. Yulin's mind was a whirlwind. What on earth was that supposed to mean? Chi-Chi's thought process was rather peculiar, as if she had automatically assumed Yulin was the fourth wife of Vegeta. Next up in the arena were the competitors, Vegeta and Tenor. The golden-haired host's voice rang out once more, and the audience erupted in cheers, momentarily forgetting the thrilling battle that had just concluded. Piccolo stood on stage, preparing to remove his cape when, suddenly, the cloaked figure of Tenor appeared silently before him. Piccolo felt a surge of anxiety. When had she arrived? Heh, you're finished now. Trunks' mischievous voice echoed, and before Piccolo could react, the small fist collided with his face. Such incredible speed. Without a moment's notice, Piccolo watched as this bizarre individual, with a waist like a centipede, extended her tiny arm and sent him flying. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Piccolo roared in frustration, his gaze turning fierce as he glared at Yulin. You will pay for this. He swiftly conjured a dazzling purple energy ball, directing it toward Yulin. Watch out. Yulin. In the sky, a blue energy wave instantly neutralized Piccolo's deadly attack. Appearing behind Piccolo was a mysterious girl with a ponytail, golden short hair, clad in a military-style outfit, and a sword strapped to her back. With a swift motion, she drew her sword, swiftly subduing Piccolo and vanishing into the crowd, only to reappear in the blink of an eye. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 2 seconds. Who on earth is this person? Tenor became alert, realizing someone had outpaced him in subduing this villain. Unforgivable. Tenor watched intently, captivated along with his siblings by the enigmatic woman. Suddenly, the mysterious girl glanced towards the arena, locking eyes with Tenor. However, in the next moment, her gaze diverted toward the stands. How dare she disregard us? Trunks' face flushed with anger. Lodal, sister, we must make her pay for this. Lodal remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Yes, I will follow your lead, Brother Trunks. Naomi clenched her small fist in affirmation. Meanwhile, the mysterious girl feigned an accidental glance at Vegeta, who noticed her gaze. Vegeta smiled at the girl, causing her to turn away, her eyes momentarily lost in thought before she quickly concealed her expression. Vegeta, do you know this girl? Taisi asked, puzzled by Vegeta's familiarity with the stranger. Vegeta shook his head. I don't know, but she feels oddly familiar. It seems she just saved Yulin. Bulma crossed her arms, smirking. Sister, it appears he is hiding many things from us. Taisi gazed thoughtfully at the mysterious girl's retreating figure, murmuring, familiar feeling. As the matches progressed, the moment Tenor had been eagerly awaiting finally arrived. The mysterious girl was set to face Tenor. Next, we have Tenor facing off against Na. Their names both contained the character Na, who would prove to be the mightier fighter. Both had demonstrated remarkable strength, especially Na, who had subdued the rampaging Vegeta with ease. The incessant chatter of the golden-haired host annoyed Trunks, who complained, what nonsense. We took down that green-faced one with a single punch. Yet he makes a grand show of her. With that, both competitors took to the stage. All right, everyone. It's time, Trunks declared. Clearly, the three little ones sensed the formidable presence of this mysterious woman. They began to unleash their energy, the black cloak billowing without a breeze. Tenor shouted fiercely, lunging towards Na. Na remained utterly unfazed, her eyes tightly shut. An overwhelming aura surged around her, forming a protective barrier. Tenor's fist was instantly deflected, sending him staggering unsteadily. Quick! Steady me! Don't let it slip! Trunks urged the others. This person is truly powerful. Lodal, usually reticent, spoke up. Suddenly, he released Na Winley's foot and turned to Trunks. You go below. I'll switch places with you. Trunks, surprised by Lodal's seriousness, smiled in anticipation and willingly exchanged positions. Once ready, Lodal propelled himself at incredible speed above Na, delivering a fierce blow aimed at her head. Bang! Though he struck true, the mysterious girl was simply too powerful. Not even flinching. Lodal's prowess, though slightly superior to Trunks's, was still insufficient against this enigmatic woman. All right, it's over, she intoned solemnly, elevating her energy once more. This time, the three young fighters were not as fortunate, being expelled from the stage. Unbelievable. I didn't expect there to be such experts on Earth aside from a Saiyans. Trunks chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his head. Lodal bowed his head in shame, though his spirit quickly reignited. That only means we must grow stronger. Na Winley speculated. Do you think it's possible that older sister is also a Saiyan? What nonsense. That's impossible. I've seen Saiyan faces on Vegeta's planet. and this lady's attire bears no resemblance to a Saiyans. Trunks vehemently denied her claim. Hearing Trunks's words, Na Wenli lowered her head, dismissing the unrealistic notion, though she could not fathom why she had entertained such an idea moments before. Chapter 84. The Mysterious Man as Night Fell. The day's competition came to a temporary halt. In a restaurant, Vegeta and his companions indulged as usual, ordering an extravagant array of dishes, with Vegeta generously opting for double portions, as he was accompanied by two affluent women. At this moment, he was heartily devouring meat, a sight that sparked envy in the three youngsters. Trunks, your saliva is dripping, Navlis exclaimed disdainfully, casting a glance at Trunks, whose stomach was audibly rumbling in response. Well, we've already lost, we might as well head home, Navlis murmured softly, patting her own belly while her thoughts lingered on the delectable food at her father's table nearby. Although Vegeta had discerned that tenor was merely a guise for his three children, he chose not to reveal this and continued to enjoy his meal. We can't go home. I must see what that woman is truly capable of, Trunks exclaimed, filled with determination and unwilling to concede defeat. Just then, an earth-shaking growl erupted from Loader's stomach, causing him to collapse in defeat. Hunger had rendered Tenor equally listless. At that moment, a gentle and charming face suddenly appeared before the trio. It was the mysterious woman from earlier, now with a completely different demeanor. She crouched down, holding a platter of beef, and poked the weakened Tenor. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat some? Trunks stared in bewilderment at the woman, who seemed a stark contrast to her daytime persona. What was happening? Why was she being so kind? Could it be that the meat was poisoned? No, I can't eat that. Before Trunks could refuse, Loader, on the brink of starvation, sprang to life. Thank you, he exclaimed, reaching out to take the beef and quickly dividing it into 3 portions, first offering some to Navlis, then tossing a piece to Trunks before devouring his share. The mysterious woman continued to bring forth a bountiful feast, placing it beside Tenor, her face radiating happiness. Afterward, she departed, glancing back several times with a wistful look, as if this moment were a rarity for her. Vegeta observed her retreating figure, somewhat perplexed. What are you looking at? She's already gone. Bulma interrupted Vegeta's musings, prompting him to resume gnawing on his pork knuckle. On the edge of a cliff, the golden-haired mysterious woman sat under the moonlight, gazing into the distance, tears welling in her eyes, though they were not tears of sorrow. Everyone is still alive. Everyone is still alive. A radiant smile adorned her face. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the woods behind her, interrupting her quiet contemplation. Who's there? She called out cautiously, peering into the dense foliage. Sensing an unfamiliar presence, she gripped her sword, ready for confrontation. As she parted the underbrush, a scene that would astonish her for a century unfolded before her eyes. A shell-like machine was gently descending. It was none other than the most extraordinary device in the Dragon Balls. The time machine. Boldly emblazoned across it were the letters HOPE. The machine's hatch opened, and a mysterious man stepped out. Clatter. The sword slipped from her grasp, and she stood in stunned silence, her hand covering her mouth. The crisp sound caught the man's attention, his eyes narrowing in alarm. To his surprise, he had been discovered upon his arrival. The moonlight glinted off the blade, casting reflections onto the man's face. That sword. How familiar. Yet, his primary concern was to ensure this woman did not see his face. I must leave. In an instant, the time machine was stowed away in a capsule, and the mysterious man vanished without a trace. Beneath the luminous moon, the woman found herself alone, her gaze trembling as tears began to swell. Did I truly not see incorrectly? What has transpired here? With that, the mysterious woman took to the skies, pursuing the enigmatic man. In the darkened sky, 2 white energy trails spiraled. The mysterious man sensed that the woman who had discovered him was now in hot pursuit. Damn it. I didn't expect to encounter trouble so soon. He closed his eyes, focusing on the woman's energy several hundred meters behind him, confirming that her presence was entirely unfamiliar. As a time traveler, it was paramount to remain inconspicuous. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would be spotted so swiftly? Moreover, her strength appeared formidable and her interest piqued. Glancing back, he noted the woman relentlessly pursuing him. Boom. A powerful explosion erupted as an energy blast narrowly missed, detonating against the mountainside. Wait. The woman cried out, her voice sharp yet trembling, revealing her sincerity. I mean no harm. In the restaurant, Vegeta savored the last bites of his meal, patting his belly in satisfaction as he picked at his teeth. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion captured everyone's attention. What just happened? Is there an earthquake? Or has a volcano erupted? Panic surged through the establishment. Vegeta was drawn to the sound of the explosion. Recognizing its significance as a foreign energy surged in the sky, mingling with the familiar presence of the golden-haired woman. Something was about to unfold. You all stay here. Do not move. I will investigate the situation. Vegeta instructed the women, then vanished in a flash. The three youngsters, now full, noticed Vegeta's sudden absence. Dad? It seems he has left. Trunks exclaimed, alert, while the others nodded in agreement, displaying serious expressions. They too sensed that the kind woman who had brought them food was now entangled in an ordeal. Let us go. The scene shifted as Vegeta instantaneously appeared atop a small hill. What he witnessed next would astonish him for a decade to come. The mysterious girl shouted at the enigmatic man, Brother? Is that you? And the mysterious man was none other than Future Trunks. Chapter 85. The girl from the future. In the desolate night, cold winds howled. However, this unexpected conversation rendered the night anything but silent. Date was filled with confusion. His eyes wide as he gazed at the unfamiliar girl before him. Did she just call me what? Brother. But I do not have a sister. Are you my sister? Date tentatively inquired of the strange girl. The girl was overwhelmed with excitement. Yes, I am Lam-Z. Upon hearing this, Date remained unresponsive. His expression still one of bewilderment. In contrast, Vegeta, who was eavesdropping from the shadows, was utterly astonished. He finally understood why an indescribable feeling had suddenly emerged within him. This girl was none other than Lam-Z from the future. Her golden hair and enchanting visage bore a striking resemblance to Tai Si. I apologize. But I believe you may have mistaken me for someone else, Date vehemently denied. As a time traveler, in his world, there was no one resembling Lam-Z, rendering her claims utterly preposterous to him. A glimmer of hope flickered into Na's eyes as her excited heart began to settle. She had witnessed this man using a time machine to traverse into her timeline. She realized that this Date might not be the brother she knew. He could be from an entirely different future. I am sorry, it was my mistake. In my world, you are my brother. With that, Dana retrieved a long sword from her back, gripping the hilt tightly as her eyes began to blur with tears. This long sword. It belonged to my brother. In my world, you are already gone. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, his pupils constricting as a shiver coursed through him. Dana recounted her tale. In her world, two exceedingly malevolent androids had emerged, wielding absolute power, wreaking havoc upon Earth. Their audacity stemmed from the fact that the future Vegeta had succumbed to a viral heart disease. It was not just Vegeta who met such a fate. Another, Solia, suffered the same demise. After Vegeta's death, upon learning of Earth's plight, the remaining Saiyans rushed to aid. Yet, the android's strength was insurmountable. Even Goku fell to defeat. The Saiyans, resolved to protect Earth, fought valiantly, viewing it as their ancestral homeland, but their efforts proved futile. Bloodshed, death, and fear permeated the atmosphere of Earth. Ultimately, only 4 Saiyans remained: Bardock, Trunks, Loader, and Lam-Z. Bardock placed the last shred of hope upon Vegeta's 3 children, believing that the offspring of the gifted Saiyan King would inherit his exceptional bloodline and, given time, could vanquish the evil androids. However, on that fateful day, the terrifying figures of the androids appeared before Lam-Z. She witnessed Bardock being slain by these demons. Prior to this, Bardock had advised them that if Earth became uninhabitable, they should flee to planet Vegeta. Thanks to Bardock's delay, Bulma, Tai Si, Lam-Z, Trunks, and Loader managed to escape Earth. Yet, their reprieve was short-lived. For the accursed androids discovered the location of planet Vegeta. On that day, planet Vegeta was shrouded in darkness. Lam-Z faintly recalled her elder brother Loader's fervent declarations. Sister, I am the prince of planet Vegeta. I must bear this responsibility as the son of Vegeta. Don't come out just yet, and remember to stay silent. Take care of Aunt Bulma and Aunt Tai Si. Nearby, Trunks removed the long sword from his back, casually offering it to Lam-Z. I have bullied you all these years and never gifted you anything. Consider this my offering. Lam-Z reached out, attempting to stop her brothers, but their resolve was unyielding. They simultaneously uttered, Father said that when he is not around, we must protect our sister. With that, they charged forth, smiling in the face of the approaching demons. However, once they departed, they never returned. On that day, Lam-Z wept inconsolably, her cries echoing through the air. Under the sacrifice of her 2 brothers, the androids were led to believe that the remnants of the Saiyans had been entirely eradicated. After hearing Lam-Z's tale, Trunks felt a pang in his heart and slowly approached her. He placed his hand on her shoulder and gently embraced her. Sister. Those words were like an oasis in the desert, instantly nourishing Lam-Z's soul. The unfolding tragedy allowed Trunks to empathize deeply. In truth, my experiences are quite similar to yours. Trunks began to share the narrative of his own timeline with Non-Lisi, a timeline where Goku was the pillar of strength. At that moment, Non-Lisi understood why Trunks did not recognize her. In his timeline, Vegeta had only married Bulma, and Taisi had never wed him. What is your purpose for coming to this world? A poignant question pierced through, striking at the heart of the matter. Trunks resolutely replied, to change the future. Non-Lisi's lips curled into a slight smile. Her suspicions had proven correct. You and I are of one mind. Yet, just then, a deep voice shattered their dream. The history of parallel timelines cannot be altered by changing the history of other parallel timelines. Vegeta emerged from the rubble, leaving both Trunks and Non-Lisi in astonishment. Realizing he had been privy to their conversation all along. No longer concealing their thoughts, they exclaimed in unison, "Father!" Vegeta, with his hands clasped behind his back, continued to elucidate. As you can see, in Trunks' world, your existence is non-existent. It is evident that he has traversed the wrong history. Consider this. If one of two unrelated timelines undergoes a change, can the other possibly alter as well? Trunks, enlightened, exclaimed, as expected of Father. You have pinpointed the crux of the issue. Then, Father, what must we do? What to do? First, we must ensure that I, Vegeta, survive. Only I possess the strength to combat the androids, yet the future me falls victim to a viral heart disease. This was peculiar. For not only did Vegeta succumb to this ailment, but so did Solia. Pondering the reason behind this, Vegeta soon discovered the answer. He realized that he was not the only one who had consumed the super divine water. Solia had partaken as well. This was likely the root cause. In the original narrative, Goku had also consumed the super divine water. Although others, including Master Roshi, had also drunk it, he did not suffer from heart disease. Regardless of whether it was Vegeta, Solia, or Goku from the original, they all shared a common trait. They were Saiyans. The super divine water was indeed the fundamental cause of the Saiyan viral heart disease. Did you bring any antidote for the viral heart disease? Vegeta asked directly. As a time traveler ought to be forthright. Chapter 86. Vegeta's decision. After Vegeta's elucidation, the two individuals from the future became enlightened. Non-Lisi's mind raced with thoughts. The brother before her hailed from an alternate dimension, while her own timeline appeared to be the true future evolved from this very reality. In other words, the timeline inhabited by Non-Lisi was the primary universe. And this particular timeline would be transformed into an intervened parallel dimension due to her presence. Upon hearing Vegeta's direct inquiry, Trunks promptly produced the special medicine and handed it to him. Similarly, Non-Lisi retrieved 2 pills from her pocket. She advised Father, "It is imperative to take this medicine tonight, for in my timeline, you tragically succumbed to a heart ailment during the World Martial Arts Tournament." As Non-Lisi spoke, her head drooped in sorrow. Just by observing the expression of his future daughter, Vegeta could sense the profound despair that enveloped her world. In her future, she had become the last warrior. Those who perished from illness could not be revived by the Dragon Balls, a limitation that applied solely to Earth's Dragon Balls. Gently, Vegeta extended his arms, enveloping Non-Lisi in a warm embrace, resting her head against his chest. Father, at that moment, Non-Lisi could no longer hold back her tears, her exquisite face quickly marred by sorrow. This poignant scene brought tears to Trunks' eyes as well. How could a man, a warrior, weep so easily? Yet, before him stood not only Non-Lisi's father, but his own as well. Seeing this, Vegeta drew Trunks into his embrace, providing him with the warmest of comforts. This tender tableau lingered for 5 minutes. Vegeta was the first to break the silence, gently lifting Trunks' head from his chest. Enough, a man should not cry so easily. Trunks wiped away his tears, managing a smile. Yes, I understand, Father. Simultaneously, Non-Lisi released herself from Vegeta's hold. Father, if what you say is true and the matters of our 3 timelines are unrelated, what shall we do? What to do? There is no need for excessive words. We shall take action. Vegeta replied with a confident smile. I am grateful for your presence here to deliver the special medicine. Thus, I cannot disregard the matters of your timelines. Vegeta began to analyze earnestly. In Trunks' timeline, the Namekian Dragon Balls could revive the deceased, provided that the future Namek still existed. Likewise, Non-Lisi's timeline also had access to the Namekian Dragon Balls, contingent upon the survival of Namek. Is the Namek of your timeline still intact? Vegeta asked without hesitation. Non-Lisi's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed Vegeta already knew the answer. She responded, Father, are you hoping to use the Namekian Dragon Balls to resurrect your future self? I have contemplated this as well. But those two monstrous androids have destroyed Namek, and they even slaughtered all the Namekians. Despair and helplessness consume Na Wenli-C's heart. Meanwhile, Trunks from the future added, Mother considered this option, but in our timeline, the devastation wrought by the two androids has left us with a severe energy shortage. We cannot spare any fuel to seek out Namek. Vegeta sighed. The conditions in both future timelines were dire. In contrast, Na Wenli-C had learned that the Namekians were all but extinct. The Namek of Trunks' timeline might still exist. However, the pressing issue remained, how to assist them in overcoming their troubles. I have made my decision, Vegeta stated calmly. Yet his words captured the full attention and anticipation of both individuals. I will venture into your timeline to help you confront the androids. The revelation stunned both of them. Father, is that true? Na Wenli-C exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Vegeta nodded. Yes, but first, I must ascertain the strength of the androids in your timeline. Are they on par with my power? With that, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 state. The brilliant arcs of energy nearly blinding Trunks. Is this the power of my father? Trunks was awestruck. This strength was unlike anything he had ever witnessed, far more formidable than his own Super Saiyan form. Observing Trunks' astonishment, Vegeta was further convinced that Trunks' timeline indeed mirrored the original narrative. Yet, Na Wenli-C remained troubled. Father, if their strength is merely at this level, they may not be able to stand against the androids in my timeline. In an instant, Na Wenli-C transformed into her own Super Saiyan 2 state, leaving Trunks speechless. So my sister is this strong. The aura emanating from Na Wenli-C was overwhelmingly powerful, nearly eclipsing Vegeta's own. Father, my two older brothers were more powerful than I. Yet they were both slain by the androids. Na Wenli-C clenched her fists tightly. The memories of their deaths assailing her mind as if they had occurred just yesterday. They had reached the realm of Super Saiyan 3. The formidable strength of the androids in Na Wenli-C's timeline could very well be attributed to Vegeta himself. It was likely that Dr. Gero had collected combat data from future Vegeta to create androids capable of defeating him. This implied that the androids of the future might possess strength rivaling that of a Super Saiyan god. These were no mere androids. They were akin to artificial deities. Even more terrifying was the possibility that they had also gathered combat data from Golden Frieza. It had become evident that the androids in Na Wenli-C's timeline could overpower Super Saiyan 3. However, Super Saiyan 3 had a considerable flaw. It lacked endurance. Meanwhile, the androids were akin to perpetual motion machines. It was conceivable that the future brothers had been worn down to their demise. Even if the androids may be formidable, what of it? I have not been idle all these years. It is high time I took action, Vegeta declared. Na Wenli-C, my dear daughter. Has your mother ever mentioned the concept of a Super Saiyan god? With that, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan god state. An inexplicable force surged forth, overwhelming the minds of both Na Wenli-C and Trunks. This power was imperceptible. It felt as though the very essence of energy had vanished. Trunks was enlightened today. There was hope for his future. Na Wenli-C smiled, realizing that if Vegeta was unafraid of the androids in their timeline acquiring his current combat data, thus becoming even more formidable, it indicated that this transformation was likely not his ultimate trump card. Her timeline, too, held the promise of salvation. Chapter 87. Departure to the future Trunks timeline. I declare, the competition begins today. With a resounding and impassioned cheer from the golden-haired host, the arena was once again alive with thrilling battles. As expected, after Tenor was defeated by future Navirus, Yulin effortlessly advanced through her opponents, facing no obstacles whatsoever. Observing this scene, future Navirus couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, a meaningful grin lingering on her lips. What is that big sister smiling about? Little Navirus inquired, puzzled. Glancing at Little Trunks. Little Trunks scoffed, who knows? Maybe she thinks these fighters are all weaklings. At that moment, Vegeta approached Big Navirus. Aren't you going to reveal your true identity to everyone? Big Navirus nodded. It's not the right time yet, father. Vegeta shook his head in resignation. Suit yourself. Bang. A sound of someone hitting the ground echoed, and the host began a 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 1. I declare, Yulin is the victor. Next up is the final match. Yulin against Navirus. Big Navirus waved her hand, signaling Vegeta that she was heading to the arena. Go on. But remember to show some restraint, Vegeta advised. From a distance, Bulma and Tais exchanged skeptical glances towards the two. Solia slowly approached Vegeta. It seems Bulma might have misunderstood. Vegeta sighed. What can I do? That girl refuses to reveal her true identity. If Bulma knew she was the future Navirus, she would be overjoyed. Clearly, Solia was already aware of Navira's true identity, as Vegeta had shared the details of the special medication with her due to her own need for it. This child truly understands. He mused, but then frowned. Alas, her future. As she spoke, Solia's expression turned somber. Vegeta reassured her, "Don't worry, I will take care of her troubles today. Let's focus on the match." Yulin and Big Navirus stood on the final stage. Big Navirus gazed at the youthful and graceful Yulin, reflecting inwardly on her beauty as this face, long preserved in her memory, was now before her once more. She suddenly turned to Tenor beside her. "Had I not interfered with this timeline's history, perhaps the champions would have been me and my brothers." Feeling the intensity of Big Navirus' gaze, Little Trunks felt quite displeased. While Little Navirus experienced a peculiar sensation, Big Navirus squinted slightly, her benevolent smile melting away Little Navirus' confusion. Little Navirus stood frozen, thinking, This big sister feels so familiar. Big Navirus' gaze returned to Yulin. "Since I'm here, let me fulfill Yulin's long-held wish. You often complain about Saiyans being battle maniacs, claiming to be the strongest. Now, let that title be yours." With a swift motion, Yulin prepared for battle. Her powerful fist struck Navirus with unwavering resolve. A barely audible sound echoed as it landed on Navirus' face. Clearly, what appeared to be a mighty punch was merely a tickle to her. Unmoved as a mountain, Navirus stood firm against Yulin's full-force blow, which yielded nothing but her steadfast presence. The atmosphere shifted, thickening with tension. Yulin recognized that the individual before her, who could easily subdue even those three little ones, was beyond her capabilities. She had anticipated this outcome and accepted it. However, acceptance did not equate to surrender. Bang! Another fierce strike. Yet this punch was a cataclysmic blow. It was a strike that made Yulin question her own strength. Boom! In an instant, Big Navirus' body was sent spinning out of the arena as Yulin's fist connected with her face, her form uncontrollably flailing towards the outside. The atmosphere surged with excitement, cheers erupting. One hit. Yulin defeated Navirus with a single blow. Truly a combination of beauty and strength. Indeed. However, this Navirus is quite remarkable. The audience buzzed with chatter. I declare, Yulin is the champion of this martial arts tournament. The sudden turn of events caught even the golden-haired host off guard. He had expected an exhilarating battle, only to witness a swift resolution. After all, both were seed competitors, having defeated numerous strong opponents, yet Yulin emerged superior in the end. In the stands, oblivious, Bulma and Tais cheered wildly for Yulin. Vegeta wore a knowing smile, murmuring, "This child." Solia pretended to be unaware, joining in the cheers for Yulin, while the three little ones appeared thoroughly embarrassed. Trunks was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to his chest. Aunt Yulin is so strong? How is that possible? Trunks was well aware of Yulin's capabilities, recognizing her as the most powerful human on Earth, yet even so, she couldn't possibly rival Navirus, who could easily subdue them. The only reasonable explanation was that she had held back. On stage, Yulin was surrounded by admirers, relishing the victory, albeit shrouded in ambiguity. "Congratulations, Yulin. The title of the strongest is yours." Vegeta beamed a sincere smile, giving her a thumbs up. Vegeta, that girl is your friend, right? I must have one because she let me, didn't I?" Vegeta remained silent, merely smiling faintly. Even the most discerning I could see through Big Navirus' poor acting. After the award ceremony, Vegeta found Big Navirus. "Here's the plan. I will first assist Trunks with his issues. You stay here in this timeline. I will return soon." He glanced at the crowd, who were clearly intrigued by her identity. "Perhaps you should just reveal it?" With that, Vegeta instantaneously vanished from sight. In the depths of the forest, Trunks awaited for a long time. "Let's go." "All right, father." Chapter 88. Is this the end? The dilapidated buildings stood as grim reminders of a world in decay, while the biting cold wind carried an overwhelming sense of desolation. The sky, though vividly blue, offered no warmth from the sun. This was the future inhabited by Trunks. On the barren earth, the stench of decaying corpses permeated the air. Even the rats scurrying by seemed to scorn it, hastily retreating into the sewers. In the ruined basement of Capsule Corporation, a middle-aged woman with blue hair clad in a white lab coat frantically flipped through her notes, though her face bore the marks of time. The lush blue locks concealed a visage still imbued with charm. This woman was Bulma from a dystopian future. Trunks must have returned to the past. She wondered how things were now. A look of concern etched her features as her gaze wandered to a particular page in her notebook. Its title boldly inscribed, The Grandmother Paradox. The theory suggested that a person could return to the past and kill their grandmother. resulting in two divergent timelines, one where the individual existed and another where they did not. Bulma's expression grew grave. If this hypothesis were accurate, even if Trunks returned to the past to prevent Goku's demise and Goku ultimately triumphed over the androids in their current timeline would not vanish. All she could do was pray that this theory was wrong. Above the ruins of Capsule Corporation, the time machine suddenly materialized. Trunks, accompanied by Vegeta, arrived in the future timeline, a stark contrast to Vegeta's own. The remnants of buildings lay scattered, and the occasional waft of rotting flesh filled the air. Vegeta could not ascertain whether the stench came from animal or human remains. This future was the epitome of apocalypse. With the emergence of androids leading to the devastation of human civilization, a drastic decline in population, and the pervasive threats of hunger, cold, and disease. Devoid of the Z-Fighters' protection, humanity scuttled like ants, humiliated beneath the shadow of the androids. "Father, this is the timeline I inhabit," Trunks said, his worry dissipating as he beheld Vegeta's imposing figure. Vegeta nodded slightly. "I understand. Now, release your energy fully to draw those two androids toward us." Trunks vigorously nodded. At that moment, an unusual sound echoed through the ruins. The concealed hatch of the basement swung open. "Trunks, is that you? How did you return so quickly?" Bulma exclaimed, emerging in haste from the hatch. "I gave the special medicine to Goku." Her words were abruptly cut off as her gaze fell upon the familiar figure standing beside Trunks. Her pupils trembled in disbelief, and tears welled up in her eyes. She struggled to steady her shaking hands, pinching her own face. "It's real. This is not a dream. Be Vegeta?" With a soft thud, Vegeta landed before Bulma. Overwhelmed with shock, Bulma quickly composed herself, turning away to tidy her disheveled appearance. Time had left its mark on her, and her relentless research had aged her beyond her years, while Vegeta stood before her, still strikingly handsome. She wondered if it was her rapid aging that made her seem shorter than him. Suddenly, she turned back, realization dawning upon her, and forced a smile. "You must be the Vegeta from the past." Vegeta replied, "In a sense, yes, but not entirely. In my timeline, I was indeed with you." But just as Vegeta was about to elaborate, Trunks interjected with an awkward chuckle. Mom, he is my dad, but it seems I've crossed into a parallel world." "So this dad is somewhat different." Haha. Trunks had heard of the future from Navlis, and it was the future that closely aligned with Vegeta's timeline. Knowing his mother's temperament, he anticipated she would not take kindly to Vegeta's polygamous nature, hence his timely interruption. Bulma pondered, "A parallel timeline?" Vegeta affirmed, "Indeed. In my timeline." He then recounted the events that transpired in his world. Initially, Trunks expected Bulma to be upset, yet she remained remarkably calm. "So that's how it is. It seems that theory has indeed been validated. As a scientist, there is no greater joy than witnessing a theory confirmed. That's wonderful. Me and my sister from your timeline are married to you. They must be very happy, right?" Bulma smiled warmly. At that moment, two figures that sent chills down Trunks' spine appeared in the sky. "Dad, they're coming!" Trunks shouted in fury. Vegeta glanced upward to see, indeed, two malevolent eyes fixated upon them. "Trunks, I've finally found you again," Android 17 mocked, looking at Trunks as one might regard an ant. Vegeta positioned himself protectively in front of Trunks and Bulma, instructing, "Trunks, safeguard your mother. I will handle this." Trunks nodded vigorously, retreating with Bulma 100 meters back. The blonde-haired android teased, "Oh, a new face? You think you can handle this?" Android 18 suddenly froze, exclaiming, "Vegeta? Aren't you supposed to be dead?" Meanwhile, Android 17 was equally astonished to see a figure who had supposedly perished years ago. Vegeta smiled knowingly. "I'm delighted you remember me." But in the blink of an eye, a blur appeared before them, hands emanating a faint glow. Within a mere second, that weak flame ignited into an overwhelming blaze. Fear, astonishment, helplessness, and despair enveloped the two androids. "Go to hell." With that, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan, the android's lackluster power evident as they crumbled before him. He even entertained the audacious thought that he could defeat them without transforming, yet for safety's sake, he opted for a decisive strike. Everything felt surreal. The two notorious androids vanished in an instant. Trunks and Bulma were left utterly astonished. The formidable foes that Trunks had toiled to confront crumbled before Vegeta in mere moments. Was that truly the end? Chapter 89. The incident occurs suddenly. The nightmare of the future timeline has come to an end. Bulma pinched her cheek once more. Finally certain that this was not a dream. Everything was indeed real. The Vegeta before her was extraordinary. Her initial concerns had proven unfounded. This Vegeta was even more formidable than the Goku she had known in the past, providing a greater sense of security. A towering figure stood before the mother and son. The trouble had been resolved. It was only then that Bulma regained her composure. Trunks, the remaining matters are now in your hands. Trunks, somewhat puzzled, replied. Is there still something to do? Father, are the androids not yet defeated? Vegeta, standing tall at 6 feet, ruffled Trunks' hair, who was slightly shorter at 5 feet 7. I meant the subsequent matters. I've dealt with this trouble for you, but do not forget to cultivate your strength. I cannot predict how this timeline will unfold in the future. He continued, there exists a place called the Hyperbolic Time Chamber in the Sacred World, where Mr. Popo resides. He can teach you many things. Ultimately, it will be your responsibility to uphold the banner of your timeline. I can assist you in the short term, but I cannot support you indefinitely. Vegeta handed Trunks a senza bean. For Bulma, this was a familiar topic. Senza beans. So many. Bulma's curiosity about Vegeta's recent experiences deepened. Yes, rebuilding our home, Earth, will depend on you all. Once resources are adequate, you can travel to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls, resurrect Piccolo, and subsequently bring everyone back with the Dragon Balls of Earth. All right, I have given my instructions. It is time for me to depart. Trunks, please escort me back. Trunks produced a universal capsule and retrieved the time machine once more. Father, I will strive to become stronger. Vegeta had already leaped into the time machine, with Trunks following closely behind. Wait, Bulma called out to them. Vegeta raised his head slightly. What is it? Bulma hesitated momentarily. Noticing Bulma's reluctance, Vegeta inquired, oh, do you wish to accompany us to witness the past? One could only wonder how Bulma from Vegeta's timeline would react upon discovering that her counterpart in the future had constructed a time machine. Their encounter would surely spark extensive conversation. No, I mean, thank you. After all, we are from different timelines. It would inevitably be a bit awkward. Vegeta smiled slightly, teasingly responding, thank you for what? We are merely a couple. Bulma was about to retort when the time machine suddenly activated, vanishing into the sky. Bulma gazed up at the heavens, a smile gracing her lips. It had been a long time since she had experienced such playful banter. Oh well, let it be. Just then, a brilliant flash of light streaked across the sky. Bulma was taken aback. What is happening? Is someone else using a time machine? In the modern timeline, the time machine reappeared. At that very moment, Vegeta's brow furrowed. Something is amiss. He urgently instructed Trunks to land the time machine. Vegeta immediately leaped out of the cabin. What is it, father? Vegeta scanned the distance. That is the aura of Darnavonless. It is alarmingly faint. Something has gone awry. In the city, a portly man and a group of slender old men were wreaking havoc. Suddenly, 3 figures converged in the sky. Darnavonless, Yulin, and Soya. Darnavonless looked incredulous. What? These are androids? I cannot sense their energy. The 2 individuals in question were Dr. Gero and his creation, Android 3 Fat. Dr. Gero smirked wickedly. Yulin, Soya, and another unknown. Humph, it matters not. I shall eliminate you first, then seek out Vegeta? In an instant, the portly figure vanished, appearing behind Darnavonless with astonishing speed. Caught off guard, Darnavonless was suddenly embraced tightly. What is he doing? Be careful, Darnavonless. Yulin and Soya had already recognized Darnavonless's identity. Inside the laboratory, Tai Yi's face was a portrait of panic. Her future daughter was clearly at a disadvantage. The portly figure revealed a cunning smile, directing a suction cup in his palm toward Darnavonless. Haha, your energy is now mine. A wave of weakness surged through Darnavonless, her energy draining painfully. Let her go, Soya exclaimed, darting toward Darnavonless, only to be obstructed by Dr. Gero. Did I permit you to pass? The atmosphere grew tense. In the laboratory, Callus gazed thoughtfully at the 2 androids on the screen. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. Dr. Gero? You recognize this monster? Tai inquired urgently. Callus began frantically pressing buttons on the console, analyzing the situation, and ultimately revealing a satisfied smile. He has transformed himself into an android. I never imagined he would resort to such a decision for revenge against the Red Ribbon Army. Do not worry. Darnavonless's strength far surpasses theirs. As she spoke, the screen erupted in golden light, illuminating the entire laboratory. The Super Saiyan 2 transformation activated instantly. A torrent of power surged into the portly android. His initially greedy expression morphed into one of terror. No, I don't want this. Doctor, save me. With a tremendous explosion, the power of Super Saiyan 2 obliterated him into ashes. Darnavonless's gaze was piercing as she scanned the ground for Dr. Gero. But he had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Vegeta and Trunks reappeared. Are you all right? Vegeta asked with concern, offering her a sense of being. I am fine, father. However, it seems this android is quite different from the ones in my timeline. He appears significantly weaker. From this statement, Vegeta deduced that they had not encountered androids 17 and 18, but rather Dr. Gero himself. Well, as long as you are unharmed, do not concern yourself with him. He will soon meet his end. It is only fitting that Dr. Gero ultimately falls at the hands of Android 17. Chapter 90. What to do? Of course, it is to carry you back to the Temple of the Gods. The city center lay in disarray, filled with wrecked automobiles, obstructing the streets to the point of complete blockage. In a high-end women's clothing boutique, a striking couple stood in stark contrast to the chaos surrounding them. A blonde woman was selecting garments, holding a red dress against her chest, only to find it did not suit her taste. The clothes here are rather unsuitable. She sighed, clearly displeased. Suddenly, her gaze turned icy. It's all that old man's and that fat man's fault. They destroyed all the boutiques around here. Her fists clenched tightly. Beside her, the man, known as number 17, coldly replied, There's no helping it. We can only blame ourselves for not killing the old man sooner. Oh, no. We should blame him for not releasing us earlier. As he surveyed the surrounding wreckage, a ripple of thought crossed his mind. His gaze fell upon a small dog trapped beneath a crushed car. He crouched down before the frightened animal, which barked incessantly at him. With a gentle lift of his hand, he raised the vehicle, revealing a kind smile. Come on, little dog. Hello. Is anyone there? Number 18 called out tentatively toward the counter, but received no response. The salespeople and owner had long vanished, victims of the attack by Dr. Gero and the fat man. She placed all the clothes onto the car. All right, let's go, she said, glancing back at number 17, who was amusing the little dog, then looking into the distance. The road was completely blocked. It seemed they were trapped. Number 17 stood up, placed the dog on the car, and said to number 18, It's simple. Just get on. Thus, number 18 and the dog sat on the car as number 17 effortlessly lifted it, soaring off into the distance. Dr. Gero is dead. Do we still need to follow his orders? Number 18 asked, applying lipstick while looking into a mirror. Number 17 scoffed, Orders? Huh. Does he even have the right to give us orders? I'm merely intrigued by this individual named Vegeta. To be honest, I too wish to see if he is as formidable as the data suggests. On a small mountain, a tall figure stood, observing every action and word of the duo. Behind Vegeta were Trunks and Android 18, both astonished. They never anticipated these two androids would display such a side. In their world, they were notorious villains. Perhaps their ferocity stemmed from losing their targets in a future timeline, or maybe there was still a trace of benevolence within them. Yet, before they could regain their composure, Vegeta shot toward the distant jeep. You two are no match for them. Stay put. I will handle the rest. Trunks understood deeply that he could not even defeat the androids from his own timeline, let alone those from this one. Android 18 obediently followed Vegeta's instructions. In a flash, a shadow appeared before the jeep, causing it to break suddenly, and the dog's barking erupted. Who goes there? Number 17 tensed, his mind racing. Suddenly, a keyword triggered a surge of emotions within him. Vegeta. It's Vegeta. I will kill you, haha. Number 17's demeanor darkened, filled with hatred for Vegeta. Simultaneously, number 18's clear gaze turned sharp. She looked at Vegeta with the intensity of a predator, wishing to devour him whole. Die. As he spoke, number 17's hand transformed into a claw, lunging toward Vegeta. Bang. Vegeta's fist surged toward number 17's arm, momentarily ensnaring it. A test. Number 17 recognized Vegeta's intention. It was merely a probe. Ah, you won't underestimate me. In an instant, number 17's energy began to surge dramatically. Vegeta smirked confidently, as if everything was under his control. With a brilliant flash of golden light, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta's fist moved toward the gap between the two. Indeed, he sensed that number 17 possessed power rivaling his own Super Saiyan 2 state, a strength reminiscent of Vegeta's first transformation on Earth years ago. When he had yet to fully adapt to this power, he was certain that Dr. Gero must have employed some means to ascertain Vegeta's strength revealed on Earth. Yet, that was merely years ago. Times had changed. The current Vegeta was not the same. Throughout his years of governance on Vegeta Star, he had not faltered in his training. But was that all? Number 17. Vegeta chuckled mockingly. It seems your data is indeed flawed. Tenfold explosive. In an instant, Vegeta's aura intensified. Veins bulging on his arms as arcs of energy flickered defiantly, seemingly taunting number 17. The latter's gaze trembled. Vegeta's display was in stark contrast to what was recorded in his database. What on earth was happening? As a time traveler, Vegeta was aware of the existence of androids, so he had diligently trained on Vegeta Star over the years. He often returned to indulge his wives, yet kept his power suppressed, which led to the outdated data in Dr. Gero's database. Number 17 let out a horrifying scream. His palm was on the verge of being crushed by Vegeta's force. Finally, unable to withstand it any longer, he chose to concede, stepping back. He knew full well that if this continued, he would become yet another lifeless puppet. Watching the gasping number 17, number 18 felt a flicker of fear. If number 17's combat power surpassed hers, then she too would be nothing more than a lamb led to slaughter. What are you going to do? A handsome face loomed before number 18, their eyes locking. Vegeta was astonished to find that this number 18 possessed eyes entirely different from her future counterpart, who was purely evil. This one before him, with her innocent and fearful expression, bore a different visage. Her wide, expressive eyes radiated an alluring charm. Like a naive young girl, beneath her tousled blonde hair lay a delicate, fair face. Her porcelain skin framed a petite mouth, and her astonished gaze emanated boundless allure. Vegeta advanced, ultimately cornering number 18 against the wall. She realized she had nowhere left to escape. With both hands forcefully pressed against the mountain wall and legs tightly drawn together, her body suddenly softened, revealing the exquisite curves of her form. Fragile and helpless. Indeed, she was the most beautiful woman in the Dragon Ball universe. Vegeta, who had never believed in love at first sight, found himself captivated this time. However, unbeknownst to him, all instances of love at first sight are merely sparked by physical allure. Unlike Android 17, Vegeta's teasing gaze momentarily shifted to one of seriousness. In that instant, his eyes held a blend of dominance, deep affection, and earnestness. After all, Android 18 was still a woman. A faint blush adorned her cheeks. How infuriating. What on earth are you doing? What am I doing? Naturally, I am carrying you back to the Heavenly Temple. Chapter 91. Divine Assistance from Vegeta. I simply wish to carry you back to the Sacred Temple. With these few straightforward words, Vegeta prompted a rapid contemplation within Android 18. The Sacred Temple, ostensibly a dignified residence of the deities, had, over the years, become a frequent destination for Vegeta and his close companions, some of whom had even taken up residence there. Android 18's mind raced as she quickly accessed information from her internal database, revealing the true nature of the Sacred Temple. This was certainly no divine sanctuary. It was unequivocally Vegeta's harem. The mere thought caused Android 18's cheeks to flush crimson. Meanwhile, her injured brother, Android 17, was also absorbing information regarding the Sacred Temple. Damn it. So that's why he didn't come looking for us. He came here for my sister. He seethed. I heard you're planning to kill me as well? Vegeta leaned in closer to Android 18, his large face mere inches from hers. Startled, she instinctively shifted back a fraction. Ah, yes, you possess a rather unique fragrance. Is it perfume? He inhaled deeply, an amused glint in his eye. Get away, pervert. Android 18 glared fiercely at Vegeta. He chuckled lightly. Very well, I shall take my leave. After all, a fruit that is forced to ripen is seldom sweet. Confusion washed over Android 18. What was happening? Was he truly acquiescing? Had he changed his mind about taking her back to the Sacred Temple? She touched her face, wondering if there was something on it that had swayed his resolve. At that moment, Vegeta silently counted down. 3, 2, 1, here it comes. Suddenly, a green figure materialized before Android 17. In an instant, the tail of this green figure began to creak ominously, presenting a shocking scene that jolted Android 18's senses. Indeed, the owner of this grotesque tail was none other than Cell. The hideous appendage had already engulfed Android 17, whose anguished cries echoed within Cell's grasp. 17. Android 18, still very much human, felt the weight of despair as she witnessed her only family being devoured by a monster. Vegeta turned around, fixating his gaze on Cell with a bemused expression. Well, who would have thought you could consume so voraciously? This Cell was the very same who had traversed from Trunks' timeline. Vegeta had sensed something amiss when he and Trunks visited the future, but he was taken aback by Cell's reluctance to engage in battle at that time. Moreover, Vegeta had already discerned that Cell had attained his perfect form. With a sinister chuckle, Cell remarked, "Ah, Vegeta, what a surprise to encounter you here. It appears this timeline is truly yours. However, I regret to inform you that whenever I travel to a new timeline, I am compelled to eliminate a certain Vegeta." Vegeta scoffed, "Spare me your bravado. You witnessed me obliterate the 17 and 18 from that timeline, did you not?" Why did you not eliminate me then? Cell retracted his tail, clearly having grown stronger from consuming Android 17. Indeed, at that time, I was no match for you. Which is why I could not seize the 17 and 18 from your grasp. But that was then, Cell retorted, observing Cell's form. Vegeta was certain that he had reached his perfect state. However, the tail was peculiarly intact, still capable of absorption. Vegeta pondered Cell's words and suddenly realized, I see. Each time you absorb a 17 or 18, you grow stronger, do you not? Though your form remains unchanged, your power increases. Bravo. Cell clapped his hands, a wicked grin spreading across his face. You are correct, but alas, there is no prize for your intellect. In my timeline, after my birth, I discovered that my 17 and 18 had been annihilated by Trunks using a remote. Thus, I dispatched Trunks and commandeered a time machine to traverse timelines in search of these two specimens. As I journeyed through various parallel timelines, I absorbed numerous 17s and 18s. Uncovering a secret, upon achieving my perfect form, my tail did not degenerate. It remained insatiably greedy. Vegeta interrupted Cell's monologue. Oh, so you crossed over to Trunks' timeline, intending to absorb more, and fortuitously encountered me. Is that it? It seems your confidence is rather lacking. Afraid to confront me directly, you prefer to lurk and observe. Cell huffed disdainfully, and what of it? I have absorbed several 17s and 18s from various timelines. You, Vegeta, stand no chance against me. With that, his avaricious gaze fell once again upon Android 18. Hearing the exchange between Cell and Vegeta sent shivers down Android 18's spine. She began to flee desperately, but Cell, like a demon, closed in on her. Did I grant you permission to escape? A thunderous voice erupted as Vegeta transformed once more into his full-powered Super Saiyan 2 state. Gazing upon the formidable Vegeta, Android 18 felt an overwhelming sense of security. Lazuli. Vegeta called out her true name, leaving her momentarily stunned. I will rescue your brother, and then you shall return with me to the sacred temple. What say you? Android 18 halted her flight. A look of confusion plastered across her face. After 10 seconds of contemplation, she ultimately relented. I agree. Android 18, being astute, recognized that it was only through Vegeta that she stood a chance against Cell. Moreover, his recent act of protection had instilled in her a sense of trustworthiness. Then it is settled. We shall proceed as such. Vegeta felt a swell of pride. He had not only enticed Cell to come seeking his demise, but had also gained an unexpected ally in the process. Now, let me witness the prowess you so boastfully flaunt, you wretched insect. Chapter 92. Overwhelming power. Vegeta gazed intently at Cell. The figure before him exuded an air of supreme confidence, a stark contrast to the Cell he was familiar with. Vegeta had anticipated this transformation. Following his intervention and the obliteration of the Red Ribbon Army, the whereabouts of Dr. Gero remained unknown. From Kale's recounting, he surmised that Dr. Gero was likely still somewhere crafting androids. This formidable adversary, Cell, was certain to grow stronger. The Dragon Ball universe had undergone significant upheaval. From Bardock's assault on Frieza to Frieza's resurrection and subsequent transformation into Golden Frieza. Consequently, Vegeta had no choice but to employ his divine powers to subdue Frieza. Thus, the Cell before him, capable of infinitely absorbing power, was undeniably different. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, I have delightful news for you. After absorbing Android 17, my power has reached unprecedented heights. With this proclamation, Vegeta's certainty solidified. This being was indeed from another timeline, Cell, endowed with limitless potential for growth. He lacked the cells of Golden Frieza, likely originating from a mutated timeline. Quite intriguing. However, he was now facing Vegeta. With a cold smile, Vegeta mused, strong? How strong? His tone dripped with sarcasm, clearly dismissing Cell as prowess. Cell, arms crossed, suddenly extended a thumb toward his chin and confidently declared, I will crush you with overwhelming power. In an instant, Cell unleashed his full energy, his aura radiating with an intensity that soared 3 feet high. After a brief moment, this energy coalesced into raw power, propelling his body toward Vegeta with relentless force. His fist clenched tightly, ready to strike. A resounding crash echoed, yet it was not the sound of a blow connecting. In that fleeting second, Vegeta released a divine aura, his hair glowing red, muscles finely sculpted, and physique exuding an otherworldly presence. The Super Saiyan God had once again descended upon Earth. The earlier collision had sent Cell flying 100 meters away, his body sprawling helplessly on the ground. This spectacle left everyone present in utter shock. Android 18 stood frozen, astonished that the target of Dr. Gero's deadly orders was so extraordinarily powerful. Though she couldn't sense his energy, The overwhelming pressure was unmistakable. She glanced at the disheveled Cell in the distance, her heart finally at ease. Cell wouldn't absorb her, and her brother was safe. On the mountaintop, Nephrylus and Trunks stared in disbelief. Trunks, in particular, grasped just how feeble his timeline's androids were. He realized that beyond Super Saiyan 2, there existed yet another transformation. His father had merely used a fraction of his strength to annihilate them. Nephrylus's expression was complex. In her timeline, she was aware of the legend of the Super Saiyan God, but it was merely a tale from the past, heard secondhand from Bardock. Now, witnessing the Super Saiyan God firsthand, a tinge of regret flickered in her eyes. She sighed inwardly, wishing her father were present. What is this? Cell stared in disbelief at the transformed Vegeta, his heart racing with shock. In that moment of confusion, Vegeta's devilish grin pierced through Cell's thoughts. What happened to your confidence? Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through Cell's abdomen. The rapid-fire punches unleashed a cacophony of explosive sounds, echoing like thunder. As Cell found himself utterly defenseless against Vegeta's relentless assault. This was the true might of the Super Saiyan God. High above, Cell's body was sent flying like a rag doll by a crimson beam of energy, his green blood raining down from the sky. Spit out Android 17. After all, he is my brother-in-law. A devastating blow, infused with crushing force, landed squarely on Cell's stomach. Cell's expression twisted in agony, his anger boiling over. Yet he dared not voice it. Bloodshot eyes threatened to burst from their sockets as his wings trembled in fear of Vegeta's overwhelming strength. Finally, Cell could endure no more. A vile, viscous liquid erupted from his mouth, mixed with blood. The retching continued unabated until Android 17's form emerged, expelled forcefully from Cell's throat. Now that my brother-in-law is out, you have no reason to continue existing, Vegeta declared, a death sentence pronounced upon Cell. No, this cannot be. I have grown stronger. Why? Cell's impotent fury only elicited a bemused response from Vegeta. Why did all these villains possess such melodramatic tendencies? Save your breath for the afterlife, Vegeta retorted, placing his hands at his waist as a surge of energy coalesced around him. Clearly, he was preparing a signature attack. Against Cell, it was only fitting to employ a technique synonymous with the Sun family, the Kamehameha. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant blue energy wave erupted from Vegeta's hands. Hurtling towards Cell, the sky bore witness to a stunning display as the blue beam pierced through Cell's form. Ah, his wails marked the end of his existence. A final cry reverberating in the air. As the radiant explosion subsided, Android 18 rushed to Android 17's side, helping him to his feet before scanning the area. Deciding it was time to depart, a sound of footsteps broke the silence. What is this? Are you planning to flee? Before 18 could react, Vegeta appeared before her in the blink of an eye. You promised me a place to rest in the lookout, remember? Chapter 93. Another cell? Android 18 bit her lip tightly, her body trembling slightly. How could she not be afraid? The person before her was terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, just moments ago, Android 17 had vowed to kill him. Now, her greatest concern was that Vegeta would annihilate them all. What are you afraid of? I won't harm you, Vegeta reassured her. I noticed your and your brother's actions. You don't harbor any malice in your hearts. I, Vegeta, only strike against those who threaten those I protect. Clearly, you two are not such individuals. As he comforted Android 18, Vegeta produced a Senza bean and offered it to her. This is a Senza bean. I trust you are familiar with its properties. Android 18's database word to life, instantly informing her of the bean's effects. She looked up at Vegeta, whose gaze did not seem deceitful. Will you accept it? This is a rare act of kindness from an enemy. She pondered. Well, I can't kill him anyway. He won't kill me. Ultimately, she accepted the Senza bean and placed it in Android 17's mouth. Even as an android, he too could reach a limit of physical endurance after all that chaos with Cell. Android 17 opened his eyes to find a large face staring down at him. Huh? He immediately became alert, recognizing Vegeta. You're awake? Little brother. Little brother. Android 17 glanced at Android 18, wondering if she had already agreed to him. Humph. Razily, shall we return to the Supreme Kai's realm? Vegeta asked, his tone unabashedly persistent. Suddenly, a strange noise erupted, drawing the attention of all three to the sky. Countless tiny fragments began to reassemble, and before long, a green arm emerged. In the next moment, the arm, torso, legs, and feet all reformed. Eventually, that sinister face reappeared in their line of sight. Aha, Vegeta, thank you for showing me the path to strength. Cell's voice rang out again, now more arrogant than ever. It was evident that the Piccolo cells within him were at work, aiding his recovery. Furthermore, the Saiyan cells allowed him to experience their formidable resilience. His power had surged to an entirely new dimension. Prepare to die. In an instant, Cell teleported in front of Vegeta, launching a highly concentrated energy blast at him. Get out of the way. To their shock, the resurrected Cell had mastered instant transmission. Vegeta braced himself against the energy blast as Android 18 stood directly behind him. Quick move. Vegeta shouted, his voice strained. Android 18 hesitated, realizing in that moment that Vegeta was genuinely concerned for her. Android 17 swiftly scooped up Android 18, and they fled the battlefield. Meanwhile, Cell's wicked smile widened as the concentrated energy blast drew closer to Vegeta. His greedy gaze shifted back to Android 18 and Android 17. In a flash, having sensed Android 17's lingering energy, Cell teleported before them again. His tail extended toward their heads, this time attempting to devour both of them. A sinister cackle escaped Cell's lips. Just as they were about to be absorbed once more, Android 17 bellowed, "Brother-in-law, save me." In an instant, a massive red silhouette appeared like a savior, blocking Cell's tail. "Cell, you have touched my forbidden scale." A sword of light suddenly materialized in Vegeta's hand, its sharp brilliance reflecting Cell's face before swiftly aiming at his tail. Crack! Cell's tail fell to the ground in an instant. Explosive. 10 times. With a flurry of strikes, Cell's body was swiftly dismembered, blood splattering everywhere. Then, Vegeta transformed the sword back into fingers, quickly forming a series of seals. He directed his palm toward the remnants of Cell. Boom. Everything dissolved into nothingness. The overwhelming force obliterated Cell. All of this transpired so rapidly that neither Android 17 nor Android 18 had fully processed what had occurred. Android 17 could hardly believe that as soon as he called out Vegeta's name, Vegeta had once again dispatched Cell. Vegeta turned to Android 17. "What did you just call me? Little brother? Say it again." With a nonchalant demeanor, he exhibited no sense of urgency. At that moment, Android 18 regained her composure, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Even her brother seemed to have begun acknowledging Vegeta. Could it be that this request was unavoidable? With her head bowed, Android 18 contemplated, "Vegeta is indeed powerful. He has saved me twice. If not for him, my brother and I." Notification. Detected Android 18's affection level has reached 90. Indeed, the hero saving the damsel in distress proved to be an effective strategy. Cell had unwittingly become Vegeta's unwitting accomplice. "Well then, beautiful Razali, would you care to accompany me back to the Supreme Kai's realm?" Android 18 lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Vegeta. I want to kill you." Vegeta. In the distance, Cell miraculously restored himself yet again, charging toward Vegeta. "Damn it, are you ever done?" "Cell, I truly underestimated your regenerative capabilities, but this time I will not grant you another chance." Vegeta, now furious, unleashed his tenfold explosive strength once more. Ultimate Kamehameha Wave. Boom. A familiar scene unfolded as a golden spiral of electric arcs enveloped the blue Kamehameha Wave, sending Cell soaring into the sky. Vegeta was certain at this time Cell would be finished for good. However, at that precise moment, another green figure appeared in the sky. He licked his lips, one hand shielding Cell from view, and began channeling energy into Cell's body. To everyone's astonishment, the ultimate Kamehameha Wave stabilized at that instant. 10 seconds later, it vanished entirely. What in the world was happening? That was the ultimate Kamehameha Wave. Cell gasped for breath. Without assistance, he would have surely perished. Turning to discover his benefactor, time seemed to freeze as he beheld another being who looked exactly like him. He was another Cell. In that moment, everyone stood in shock. This new Cell had managed to nullify the ultimate Kamehameha Wave. What unfathomable power was this? Chapter 94. The Cell Slayer. Cell turned in shock, his eyes wide as he beheld another version of himself. Is this truly me? This power, even if I were to perish 100 times, I could hardly aspire to match it. What manner of formidable existence is this? Just moments ago, did he save me? It appears his intentions may align with my own. Cell's delight blossomed as an exuberant smile graced his face. Vegeta. The heavens do not forsake me. Cell, increasingly overwhelmed by his own hubris, seemed to forget that another version of himself stood nearby. His petty triumph was vividly illustrated in his demeanor. Yet, Vegeta regarded him with utter disdain, merely uttering a few words. A dog relying on the might of others? Vegeta's focus was entirely on the other Cell, whose aura radiated an extraordinary presence, contrasting starkly with the former. A dog relying on the might of others? Soon enough, you shall comprehend our prowess. Is that not so, my other self? As he spoke, Cell turned to extend his hand in greeting to the other Cell. Snap! A dramatic spectacle unfolded immediately. The other Cell smirked wickedly, his tail piercing through the body of the former. Indeed, you are correct. It is time for Vegeta to experience our might. However, it is I who shall accomplish this. In an instant, Cell gazed at the other Cell, confusion etched upon his features. Why? Are we not allies? Ultimately, filled with bewilderment, he transformed into a mere green hide, consumed as sustenance. This shocking scene sent tremors through the hearts of all present. A monster. Now, that is a true monster. At this moment, only one Cell remained on the battlefield. He cast a scornful glance at the discarded hide on the ground and spat. Ha! Trash, unworthy to stand alongside me in battle. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed from a distance as Vegeta commended the spectacle. Well done. A splendid display of self-destruction, truly captivating. Vegeta's tone was laced with a hint of mockery. Cell, disdainful of Vegeta, clapped his hands in agreement, chuckling. Ha! Vegeta, you are indeed as the records depict. However, I have already slain more than one Vegeta. Vegeta cracked his neck, fingers intertwined, flipping his palms. Oh, so, you came solely to kill me? Cell replied with a mocking tone. You overestimate your significance, Vegeta. I am not like those Cells, mere instruments of Dr. Gero's revenge. From the moment I was born, I uncovered a staggering secret. Vegeta furrowed his brow, intrigued. Then speak it forth. I fear you may soon lack the opportunity. Cell chuckled lightly. It matters little to divulge. For soon you shall be naught but a corpse. In my future, Earth has been claimed by androids 17 and 18. They are the masters of this world. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they are merely my sustenance. Dr. Gero's supercomputer has tirelessly operated for me, delving into the cosmic events beyond, granting me immense power from birth. I absorbed them, achieving my perfect form. The Saiyans of that timeline were all slain, leaving me with nowhere to unleash my prowess. Thus, I exterminated the last female Saiyan and discovered the existence of time machines. I began traversing time, marveling at the revelation that Dr. Gero's supercomputer had endowed my form with a remarkable attribute. I can consume androids to augment my strength. The mightier the android, the stronger I become. And the most formidable android in existence is none other than myself. Thus, I traverse time to devour other versions of Cell. For this purpose, I have adopted a brand new name. That is, the Cell Slayer. Vegeta's mind raced, grappling with the implications. This Cell Slayer hails from a timeline further along than that of the future inhabited by Navelies. In other words, this Cell possesses the genes of Golden Frieza. At this moment, the situation had become decidedly precarious. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, aware that an intense battle loomed on the horizon. Chapter 95, Golden Shadow in the Sky. A green figure swiftly shifted and vanished, leaving only remnants of its presence. Sharu's cunning eyes transformed, and his powerful fist was poised to strike at Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta evaded Sharu's assault as though guided by instinct. He created some distance, adjusting his stance. Ah, you are marginally stronger than that previous insect. Therefore, I shall unleash 20 times the power. In an instant, the state of Super Saiyan God was activated once more, augmenting Vegeta's strength exponentially. This formidable power caused Sharu to tremble, albeit briefly. Indeed, the version of you from my universe has perished. Seeing you today, it is evident that your reputation is well-deserved. You surpass any Vegeta I have encountered. This acknowledgement from a formidable opponent was significant. The next moment, Sharu's eyes narrowed intensely, emanating an indescribable sense of oppression, causing those watching to hold their breath. Let me demonstrate my strength. As the words left his lips, a tempest brewed. The earth quaked violently as Sharu's roar reverberated through the atmosphere. Ah, every muscle in his body quivered, enveloped in a new power. In an instant, he was draped in golden light, transforming into Golden Sharu. His lineage was not that of the Saiyans, but of the Frost Demons. Suddenly, Golden Sharu surged forward like a colossal serpent, racing toward Vegeta with blinding speed. This time, even Vegeta was unable to evade the onslaught of Golden Sharu. They clashed in the heavens, sparks flying with each encounter. With a resounding impact, Sharu's right fist broke through Vegeta's defenses, landing squarely on his face. You are nothing special, Vegeta. In this form, you too shall meet your end like the other versions of you across the multiverse. With a swift motion, Sharu unleashed an energy wave from his left hand, sending Vegeta crashing to the ground, creating a crater 100 meters wide. Undeniably, Golden Sharu was a force to be reckoned with. Then let us give it our all, Vegeta declared. What is the matter? Where has that defiant gaze gone, Vegeta? In a flash, Sheru's divine form appeared before Vegeta, contempt etched upon his face, with a pulsating beam of energy aimed at Vegeta's head. Humph, Vegeta sneered. Ah. With a mighty roar, golden light erupted, the immense energy forcing Sheru to retreat. Transform? We Saiyans excel at that. With a fiery mane and a wild demeanor. The magnificent Super Saiyan 4 emerged. In an instant, the power that shattered thunder erupted from Sheru's form. Yet, even this was met with Sheru's unwavering resilience. His durable exoskeleton absorbed all of Vegeta's might. You cannot prevail, Vegeta. Sheru grinned mockingly. Vegeta shook his head. Is that so? Then how about now? In the next moment, the two long strands of hair draping over Vegeta's neck radiated a crimson glow. He combined the power of Super Saiyan God with that of Super Saiyan 4, shattering all limitations. The bloodline of Super Saiyan 4 ascended. The full power state of Super Saiyan 4 was unleashed. This signified that the strength of Super Saiyan 4 had reached its pinnacle. A state unique to Gogeta in the original Dragon Ball GT. Vegeta, all on his own, had achieved this remarkable level. With lightning speed, he unleashed a barrage of strikes that left Sheru powerless to retaliate. I preferred your defiant demeanor, Sheru. Vegeta's gaze sharpened, a testament to years of meticulous training. Golden Sheru? Mere trifles. To me, you were no different from the worthless insect you vanquished. Sheru's eyes were tightly shut, his emotions a tangled mess. This guy, how infuriating. I never expected this version of Vegeta to be so different. Sheru's expression mirrored that of someone who had just struck a steel wall, sweat pouring down his back. Die, Sheru. With a colossal explosion, Vegeta unleashed his Big Bang attack at point-blank range. In a blinding flash, Golden Sheru ultimately succumbed to Vegeta, engulfed by the radiant explosion. Chapter 96, The Ultimate Freedom of Intent. Boom. The sky erupted in a cacophony of sound. Before the eyes of many, Cell was reduced to mere fragments. In the distance, Trunks and Lam-Z were profoundly shaken. They could hardly fathom that their father had attained such extraordinary power. Beyond Super Saiyan 3, there existed further transformations. Lam-Z, only aware of Super Saiyan 3, was astonished to learn that Vegeta had developed a new form, Super Saiyan 4. Trunks was taken aback. Having thought that Super Saiyan God was already astonishing, only to discover that there was something even more remarkable. Gazing at Vegeta's silhouette, Android 17 found himself at a loss for words. Could this be the end for Cell? Android 18, fixated on Vegeta's robust figure, inadvertently allowed a smile of relief to grace her face. Haha, that familiar villainous laughter echoed once more. Vegeta paused momentarily, as he had anticipated. Cell was indeed like an indestructible cockroach. This grotesque amalgamation was proving to be a significant nuisance. Cell's laughter abruptly ceased, giving way to a frenzied demeanor. Thanks to you, Vegeta, I have never suffered such injuries before. After absorbing that last cell, my power seems to have reached a new pinnacle. Revived, I have unlocked a new form. Purple and golden lightning intertwined, enveloping Cell's entire being, as a torrent of energy surged forth from him. A roar erupted, and Cell's physique began to transform once again. The golden hue faded, replaced by a skin of purplish gold. I will pummel you until you can scarcely find your teeth, Vegeta. In an instant, the blinding light dissipated, and Cell appeared right before Vegeta. Fist after fist rained down upon Vegeta's body with tremendous force. Such power was overwhelming. Even Super Saiyan 4 stood defenseless against it. Boom. In the distance, Vegeta was sent crashing into the mountains where Trunks and Lam-Z stood. Not good. Get out of the way. Trunks and Lam-Z took flight simultaneously. In an instant, the mountain was transformed into countless fragments. Father, they cried in unison. Cell cast a glance at them. Oh, how intriguing. So that's how it is, Lam-Z. Thank you, Lam-Z. If it weren't for the time machine you provided, I might not have reached this level. Lam-Z stood frozen in place, pondering Cell's words. Guilt washing over her. Was it truly her fault that things had come to this? In that moment, Lam-Z realized that by utilizing the time machine, parallel universes were created, each harboring multiple versions of Cell, some of which possessed distinct characteristics. It was evident that the Cell before her was the most outrageous of them all. Watching Vegeta endure a relentless barrage of blows, tears streamed down Navalis's cheeks. Father! This cry jolted Vegeta into a state of acute awareness. Suddenly, he closed his eyes. In that moment, his body instinctively evaded Cell's onslaught. Once or twice could be deemed coincidence, but what followed was undeniably intentional. Vegeta's form swayed with the wind, and unbeknownst to him, he had shed the state of Super Saiyan 4. White energy particles danced around his body. Vegeta comprehended that his physique was beginning to resist. For too long, he had relied excessively on the system, using comprehension points to enhance his strength, oblivious to the fact that he was, by nature, a genius. Vegeta was undoubtedly among the most gifted of the Saiyans. In the original narrative, Goku was responsible for developing new forms, while Vegeta perfected the same form to its utmost potential. For Vegeta, the system was merely an embellishment. He could assimilate explosive techniques through personal learning, compensating for the final 20 evasion points as well. At this moment, Vegeta sensed his body brimming with divine energy. His form was instinctively dodging Cell's attacks. A crisp sound emanated from Vegeta's fingertips. He opened his eyes. Chapter 97. Who told you that I only know how to evade? Everyone was rendered speechless, the atmosphere heavy with silence. Vegeta exuded a refreshing aura, his shimmering white particles of energy announcing his attainment of the Ultra Instinct state. His brows quivered slightly, and his eyes flew open. With a swift motion, waves of energy rippled through the air. At that moment, it seemed as though space itself trembled. The air was filled with Cell's bewildered roars, his amethyst-hued form staggering backward. Indeed, the Ultra Instinct was as formidable as rumored. Even the residual force from his transformation sent the purple and gold Cell hurtling 100 meters away. In an instant, those floating energy particles transformed into a flowing white state. Surging into Vegeta's body, the Ultra Instinct Omen state was shattered. What he comprehended was not the black-haired form, but rather the silver-haired state, the very form Goku had assumed during his fierce battle with Jiren at the Tournament of Power. The game is over, Vegeta stated coldly, his gaze icy, as if pronouncing Cell's demise. He beckoned with his hand, a slight smirk curling his lips, disdainfully inviting Cell to attack. Cell, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Humph. Merely a show of bravado. I will not be intimidated. It's just a change in hairstyle. Even if you keep dyeing it, you will never be my match." With a slight bow, Cell launched himself like an arrow, his fists raining down with a fierce intensity. The air was filled with a whistling sound as purple and silver arcs of electricity intertwined above, illuminating the sky even in daylight. "Is this another new form of my father's?" Trunks questioned, perplexed, glancing at Navlis. Despite being from the future of Vegeta's timeline, Navlis had only heard tales of Super Saiyan 4. She had never witnessed this silver-haired transformation. Navlis nodded. Indeed, it must be a transformation beyond Super Saiyan 4, but I still do not sense my father's aura. I cannot feel it either, but it is evident that my father has grown stronger. Why? Why can't I land a hit? You evasive turtle. Cell shouted in frustration, his eyes bloodshot. No matter how fiercely he struck, Vegeta effortlessly evaded his attacks. Vegeta's body moved with a fluidity akin to a finely tuned machine, instinctively dodging Cell's blows without the need for conscious thought. In a fit of rage, Cell suddenly amassed his energy, his form bending slightly as a brilliant light emanated from his abdomen. "Let us see how you evade this." In an instant, a multitude of energy spheres erupted from him, cascading toward Vegeta like a torrential downpour. Swoosh! Swoosh! Vegeta's body adeptly filtered through the onslaught of energy blasts. Though he remained unscathed, the surrounding area was ravaged by explosions, leaving deep craters in the ground, each one a grim spectacle, measuring over 100 meters in diameter. "Watch out! Get away, Android 18! 17 shouted, sprinting to shield her. An energy sphere struck him squarely, revealing his inadequacy to withstand the force. Though Android 18 was saved, 17 bore the brunt of the attack. Yet, a barrage of energy spheres surged once more toward Android 18. Quick! Dodge! Android 18 wished to evade, but time had run out. Thud! A towering white figure descended, appearing before Android 18 like a deity. Her fearful gaze quickly dissipated as Vegeta, with a mere flick of his finger, halted the countless energy blasts in midair. With a disdainful huff, Vegeta commanded the suspended energy orbs to converge, forming a colossal energy sphere. "Cell, let me show you the taste of being defeated by your own energy blasts." As he spoke, one hand guided the floating energy sphere while the other rested on his chest. Fusion technique. Gallic gun. The Gallic gun surged forth, propelling the energy sphere, merging them together in midair. "Curse you!" Cell cursed vehemently, attempting to flee, but in the next moment, an overwhelming force collided with his abdomen, leaving him stunned and without an ounce of resistance. "Who told you that I only know how to evade?" Vegeta's cold gaze bore into Cell's bewildered eyes as he seized Cell by the tail, hurling him into the upgraded Gallic gun. Boom! The brilliant fireworks ignited once more, blossoming against the azure sky. Chapter 98. Another immortal being? The sound of explosions reverberated endlessly. Vegeta's expression remained as cold as ever. A true man never glances back at the chaos he leaves behind. As he gazed upon the swirling smoke and fireworks, a heavy silence descended upon the onlookers. Number 18 exhaled in relief, her heart quivering at the sight of Vegeta's striking silhouette. Have I really been saved 3 times by the one I intended to kill? An electronic I-word passed, carrying the cheers of the crowd. Indeed, as long as Vegeta is here, all shall be well. Bulma and Tai's exchanged triumphant high-fives. Arriving at the same conclusion, Solia smiled faintly, in agreement. See, I told you, as long as Vegeta is on Earth, we need not lift a finger. Yurin crossed her arms, exuding an air of certainty. Just as everyone began to relax, believing the ordeal was over, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky, followed by a chilling laugh. Ah, what an unexpected delight. The voice of Cell echoed ominously. Vegeta turned around, confirming his suspicions. With a smirk, he remarked, an immortal being. Is it Cell? Cell's voice rose in pitch. Hell, what's wrong? Are you afraid? I never anticipated that Frieza's cells within me would prove so resilient. I, Cell, am the true master of this world. With immortality combined with your Saiyan's near-death revival, I can grow infinitely stronger. Cell's arrogance soared, but Vegeta remained unfazed. How casually he speaks of immortality. Yet, given Cell's Frieza cells, it's not surprising. After Frieza wished for immortality, his cells underwent a transformation. Thus, Cell is indeed immortal. But rather than shock, Vegeta felt a surge of excitement. Immortal, you say? Yurin, do you comprehend my intention? Vegeta shouted towards the electronic eye, prompting an immediate response from Yurin. I understand. Vegeta, how many do you need? Vegeta cast a glance at the excessively arrogant Cell, recognizing that this creature possessed certain advantages. Perhaps even 3 talismans would be insufficient. Draw me 5 talismans. Also, find any trash can nearby. I am about to commence my garbage collection. Yurin patted her chest confidently. Leave it to me. Vegeta's piercing gaze returned to Cell. This overconfident fool has likely forgotten his own surname. Immortality? I have already dealt with one. Vegeta felt assured. For in his ultimate state, controlling Cell would be child's play. Before sealing you away, let me ensure you experience true suffering. In an instant, Vegeta's eyes shifted, and he activated his instant transmission. A white figure suddenly appeared before Cell. Though immortal, the inexplicable pressure caused Cell to tremble. What he feared most soon came to pass. Vegeta seized Cell by the tail and hurled him violently to the ground. With another instant transmission, a thunderous strike landed silently upon Cell's abdomen. A horrific scream echoed in Vegeta's ears. Cell, immortality entails not only eternal life but also eternal suffering. As he spoke, Vegeta twisted Cell's head with one hand, dragging his entire body towards the earth. Blood splattered, leaving a scar thousands of meters long upon the ground, reminiscent of the earth's wounds. Cell's head was forced into the dirt, his face intimately acquainted with the ground. Let go of me, Cell yelled, desperation lacing his voice. Vegeta, with a bemused smile, replied. What is the matter? Where's that bravado gone? I can almost hear your voice quivering, Cell. In a moment of clarity, Cell felt the intense burning sensation begin to fade. He struggled to lift his head, and as he desired, Vegeta released him. However, a sound akin to a blade being drawn echoed in his ears, followed by a sharp clang. A gleaming sword of light radiated in endless luminescence. With a swift motion, it pierced through Cell's chest. Fear, helplessness, and weakness enveloped him. Immortality might offer benefits, yet it also subjected Cell to boundless agony. Vegeta swung the sword, dismembering Cell's body mercilessly. Cell's wails filled the air, as Vegeta resembled a living harbinger of death. Hurry and recover. Why aren't you healing? Aren't you supposed to be immortal? Vegeta's voice dripped with mockery, while Cell could only cede in silence, enduring the relentless onslaught. Regret began to blossom within him for his so-called immortality. Chapter 99. I wish to bestow upon you a gift, Vegeta, resembling a merciless machine of slaughter, struck with precision, each blow targeting the vital points of Cell. Observing Vegeta's back, number 17 felt a chill of apprehension wash over him. This lunatic. While he reflected, he couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't foolishly engaged Vegeta in combat. Otherwise, the outcome would have been all too predictable. Naomi, Trunks. Pay heed. Mercy towards our foes is cruelty towards ourselves. There is no need for compassion with such a wretch. I trust you can uphold this. Both had endured the apocalypse. Thus they fully resonated with Vegeta's words. Father, I understand. Indeed, I comprehend as well. A lively female voice echoed from the electronic eye. Vegeta, I have everything ready on my end. Vegeta smirked, twirling his wrist to sheath his energy sword. He cast a glance at Cell's recovering form, a cold smile gracing his lips. Cell, let us allow you a moment longer in your futile endeavors. He placed his finger upon his brow and, with a swift motion, vanished. In West City, within the laboratory, all gazes were fixated on the screen displaying Vegeta. Suddenly, his silhouette materialized before them. Here you go, Vegeta. He seized the talisman that Lin had prepared, along with a trash bin. All right. With a blink, Vegeta disappeared. It appeared that Cell, much like Frieza, would endure an eternity in confinement. Gazing at the screen, Carly contemplated. Cell, is it? Dr. Gero's ultimate creation is nothing extraordinary. She turned and walked toward a hidden chamber. On the battlefield, Cell had fully restored himself. To his astonishment, Vegeta was no longer present. Damn it, this monster is terrifyingly strong. The best strategy is to retreat. At that moment, Cell's sole thought was to escape. Just as he prepared to rise, Vegeta's cold visage reappeared before him. Thinking of fleeing? The energy sword reemerged in Vegeta's hand, its radiant glow causing Cell to shudder once more. With swift strokes, Cell's form was cleaved into several pieces. Thinking of running? I am quite experienced in dealing with immortal beings. Vegeta tossed the trash bin onto the ground. Green suits you well, Cell? Fear filled Cell's eyes. He perceived Vegeta as more demonic than any fiend. What is this monster planning? Spirit binding wave. Vegeta pointed both hands at Cell, a formidable force ensnaring him. In an instant, Cell's expression morphed through myriad emotions. For Vegeta, sealing Cell was a task as effortless as breathing. Enter now, Cell. Your remaining days shall be spent here. Ultimately, Cell was imprisoned within the trash bin. Vegeta affixed all the talismans drawn by Lin onto the bin. Thus, it all came to an end. In West City, Naomi and Trunks found themselves surrounded by several individuals. Ties gently stroked Naomi's hair. Fear not. Upon returning to the future, your father will surely resolve any troubles. Ties felt a tinge of reluctance, for this was her future daughter. Meanwhile, Trunks engaged in cheerful conversation with Bulma. Indeed, it is no surprise that I, in the future, could create something as remarkable as a time machine. In a patch of grass, young Trunks nudged little Naomi. So that's how it is. That person is the future you. Little Naomi peered into the conversation, murmuring, I never imagined I would look like that in the future. Lothar patted young Trunks on the shoulder. Trunks, it seems we perished in the future. Young Trunks replied, Indeed, but we shall not allow such a fate to befall us in this timeline. We must train diligently to protect everyone around us. With determination, young Trunks cast a resolute glance at little Naomi. Is that so? How splendid. A serious voice resonated from behind the trio. Father. Large hands lifted the three from the grass and brought them before the crowd. Naomi, matters of the future should be entrusted to you. Tai's face darkened, questioning, Vegeta? Is that wise? Vegeta set the three children down, pointing playfully at the older Trunks and Naomi. I wish to present you with a gift. Chapter 100, The Ubiquitous Super Saiyan God. Gifts. Both Deet and Dainawin were taken aback. Father? What do you mean? Vegeta, crossing his arms, spoke with earnest gravity. While I am indeed your father, we do not exist in the same timeline. Should your world face danger in the future, must I always come to your aid? I would be more than willing to assist, but what if the enemy proves too formidable, leaving you without even a chance to use the time machine? Vegeta's words struck a chord with everyone present, a haunting inquiry from the depths of his soul. Dainawin and D-Trunks bowed their heads, resembling wilted vegetables. Vegeta stepped forward, placing his hands on their shoulders. Thus, I present you with gifts to enhance your own powers. Upon hearing this, the two were astonished. What kind of gift, father? Before them, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan God. This is it. He then called out to the three youngsters behind him, Trunks, Dainawin, and Lodal, come here. The trio hesitated, but eventually lined up, their eyes filled with confusion. Hand in hand, along with D-Trunks and Dainawin, they followed suit, channeling all their energy into Dainawin. The ritual of becoming a Super Saiyan God was reignited. Vegeta's divine plan was once again set in motion. The kind-hearted Dainawin found herself enveloped in a divine aura. Gradually, her hair shifted from golden to crimson. Indeed, another Super Saiyan God had been born. Dainawin sensed this newfound power. It was evidently stronger than her brother Lodal's Super Saiyan 3. Her world's androids would be no match. Continue. Next is D-Trunks. Vegeta distributed a Senza bean to each of them, reviving everyone to full health. Soon, an aura of the Super Saiyan God radiated from D-Trunks as well. His blue hair transformed into red. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. With this, Your timelines can be resolved by your own abilities. Little Trunks gazed longingly at Vegeta. So, Dad, what about us? Can we also become Super Saiyan gods? Dad. Little Dainowen also looked on expectantly. Even Lodal's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Vegeta sighed. There was no choice but to allow them to transform. You may transform, but never forget our Saiyan evolution path. This Super Saiyan God transformation is a shortcut. Our Saiyan evolution is achieved through rigorous training. If your inherent strength is insufficient, becoming a Super Saiyan God would render you ineffectual. Throughout this journey, Vegeta had noticed that the enhancement from the Super Saiyan God was somewhat inferior to that of the Super Saiyan 4, though not by a significant margin. The Super Saiyan 4 is a path of Saiyan evolution. One cannot transform into it without sufficient strength. Thus, while a Saiyan may achieve the Super Saiyan God form, it does not guarantee the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. We can do it, right? Dainowen and Lodal. Trunks reaffirmed. Yes. The other two children nodded vigorously in agreement. We can too. Trunks and Dainowen simultaneously expressed their affirmation. At that moment, Solia raised her hand. Vegeta, can I also? Solia remained the same determined Solia as in years past, her desire for strength unchanged. Vegeta smiled and replied, of course you can. Solia had long wished to become a Super Saiyan God, but the urgency of past circumstances had held her back from voicing her wish. Now, with the opportunity presenting itself once more, she was eager to seize it. Thus, the skies of West City were enveloped in layers of shimmering gold and red. Little Trunks, Little Dainowen, Lodal, and Solia all successfully attained the state of Super Saiyan God. Ultimately, under Vegeta's guidance, the sacred transformation of Super Saiyan God had become commonplace. Trunks and Dainowen, having gained their new powers, returned to their respective timelines, and everything here returned to its ordinary state once more. Chapter 101, System Upgrade at the Temple of the Gods. Vegeta ignited a cigarette. Lying beside him were Chi-Chi, Launch, and Urine. Reflecting on the tumultuous events of the previous night, Vegeta found himself still yearning for more. The following 500 words are omitted. Clang. The door slammed shut as Vegeta, cigarette in mouth, gazed into the distance. Under a large tree planted by Urine, a stunning beauty with golden short hair caught the eye. Exuding an irresistible charm, the sunlight illuminated her exquisite face, revealing her breathtaking beauty in full splendor. Android 18's captivating eyes involuntarily turned towards Vegeta. A hint of distraction lingered in her gaze, complemented by elegantly arched brows above a slightly pert nose and subtly pouting lips. Clearly, her expression betrayed dissatisfaction. As Vegeta's footsteps drew nearer, Android 18 turned away, haughtily exclaiming, "Humph, beast, keep your distance." She had heard the commotion from the previous night, which left her feeling somewhat disgruntled. Vegeta swiftly wrapped his arm around Android 18's, inquiring, "What's wrong? Did you hear something? Are you jealous?" He then pulled her into his embrace. "Rogue, let go of me," she protested, to which Vegeta chuckled, "My dear lady, it seems I have done nothing to warrant such an accusation. If that is the case, I must engage in some rogue-like behavior to live up to your title." Upon hearing this, a flush crept onto Android 18's cheeks, her voice softening, "And no, don't. Go away." Vegeta gazed deeply into her captivating eyes, feigning disappointment. "Really not at all?" Android 18 nodded slightly, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, her luscious red lips tantalizingly inviting. However, as she uttered, "But," Vegeta felt a spark of hope. "Although you saved me, I won't let you have your way," she retorted, biting her lips as her hands flailed in a fluster. Vegeta smiled knowingly. "Then, if I saved you, what do you intend to offer in return?" "What to offer?" Android 18 was momentarily at a loss, but she remembered her promise to visit the Temple of the Gods. Could it truly be this straightforward? Just as her thoughts drifted, Vegeta's kiss enveloped her lips, catching her entirely off guard. Android 18 froze, her cheeks flushed, breathless. Whoosh. The instant transmission activated once more as Vegeta sensed the lingering energy in the room, reigniting an exhilarating battle. Ding. Detected Android 18's affection level has reached 100. Urine, Chi-Chi, Launch, affection level has reached 100. Earned 400 insight points. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. With his current mastery of the ultimate technique, the next step was to convert the insight points into evasion points. Ding. Remaining insight points, 500. Converting, current evasion points, 60. Vegeta felt quite satisfied. These evasion points would prove invaluable. No matter how swift the enemy, Vegeta would be able to keep pace and deliver a decisive strike. Ding. Conditions for system upgrade met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Ecstatic, Vegeta could not afford to hesitate. Every moment of indecision disrespected the system. Each upgrade promised new features. What might this one entail? Upgrade. Ding. Upgrading system. After about a minute, a melodious female voice resounded. System upgrade complete. Subsequently, a celestial beauty appeared within Vegeta's consciousness. Her skin was as pale as frost, her eyes sparkling with allure. And beneath her enchanting visage lay a pair of proudly prominent curves. As one's gaze continued downwards, the delicate white silk accentuated the graceful curves of her long legs. P.S. Brothers, it was quite challenging. I revised those 500 words repeatedly, yet it still wasn't approved. Brothers, let your imaginations run wild. Chapter 102. Activating the time-space travel function. Indeed, the system has proven to be trustworthy. The humanoid manifestation of the system is undeniably captivating. Its ethereal radiance imparts an aura of sanctity and inviolability, reminiscent of an angel. Ding. System upgrade complete. New function acquired. Time-space travel. The host can traverse to other parallel timelines through the system. The ability to traverse time and space? Vegeta is overwhelmed with joy. This implies he can venture into other parallel dimensions to showcase his prowess. Most importantly, defeating bosses will yield insight points. A wicked smile spreads across Vegeta's face. System. Will defeating bosses from other parallel timelines also grant insight points? Certainly. The host has previously experimented in the Great Special Timeline, where eliminating 2 androids also resulted in insight points. As expected, Vegeta's predictions hold true. This means he can obliterate bosses in other timelines to amass insight points. Currently, the technique of Ultra Instinct that the host has acquired is merely in its preliminary stage. Given your extraordinary talent, you may continue to comprehend and refine it independently. You may also utilize a substantial number of insight points to further upgrade. Thus, achieving a state of perpetual Ultra Instinct is not beyond reach. A state of constant Ultra Instinct. This is a feat achievable only by angels. If he could enhance his evasion capabilities even further, then the angel's Ultra Instinct may not be invincible. As the king of the Saiyans, how could he remain stagnant? The future holds many formidable adversaries. Moreover, this timeline diverges significantly from the original narrative. What transpires in the future remains uncertain. What Vegeta must do is to grow stronger without limits, preparing for what lies ahead. This splendid day has been earned under the protection of his formidable hands. Traversing time and space to vanquish bosses equates to a steady source of insight points. According to the current timeline, in a few years, the menace of Majin Buu will emerge, followed by the arrival of the god of destruction, Beerus, that notorious powerhouse who ascends effortlessly. He is eager to discover what level of strength is required to defeat him. With the system at his disposal, the world is his to command. Vegeta is confident he is the mightiest version of himself across all parallel timelines. From Cell's words, he learned of numerous Vegetas that were slain, yet they all met their match in him. This demonstrates he is indeed the strongest Vegeta. In the days to come, Vegeta will immerse himself wholeheartedly in raiding other parallel timelines. Consequently, he will be absent from his beloved companions for an extended period. Thus, he once more lifts Android 18 into his arms. A Saiyan and a synthetic being, they seem to comprehend each other's thoughts simultaneously. One possesses boundless strength, the other endless stamina. They are truly a match made in heaven. On this day, Bulma, Tais, Saraya, Yulin, Chi-Chi, Lanchi, and Android 18 have all been summoned to the sacred realm by Vegeta. I have an important announcement. To safeguard our future, I have decided to undertake a significant endeavor. Vegeta reveals his intention to embark on a journey to all present. Although there is reluctance among them, his noble demeanor leaves them no room to object. In truth, I had anticipated this day would come. Tais remarks as she produces a universal capsule from behind her. This is something Bulma and I prepared together. It is filled with provisions. Simultaneously, Chi-Chi and Yulin also present their universal capsules. Brother Vegeta, these are homemade by Chi-Chi. Well, I learned a thing or two from Chi-Chi as well. Vegeta gratefully accepts the universal capsules and stows them away. Saraya, Lanchi, and Bulma cast glances filled with reluctance, while Android 18 appears indifferent. Very well, my dear wives, do not concern yourselves with me. With that, Vegeta turns to face the 3 youngsters. You 3 must train diligently. Mr. Bobo, I entrust my children to your care. Bobo winks. Rest assured, I understand. While you're away, we will guard the Earth with the shield, Trunks declares confidently, patting his chest. Yes, Navanris echoes, mimicking Trunks' self-assured stance. Father believes in us. Lothar strides directly to Bobo, bowing deeply. Please train me, Mr. Bobo. Lothar responds to Vegeta's words with action. Saraya, should anything happen on Earth, seek out Bardock and the others. Vegeta knows a 7-year lull is imminent. Given that this timeline has diverged significantly from the original story, while the expected bosses will still appear, there may also be unforeseen threats. Therefore, leaving behind a few high-end warriors on Earth is imperative, with Saraya being the best external support from Planet Vegeta. Saraya nods vigorously. I understand. Finally, Vegeta kisses each of the 7 women in turn. Open the portal to time and space. System. Above the sky, a portal materializes, and without hesitation, Vegeta steps through. Chapter 103. 7 years, West City, the most opulent secondary school in the world. On the basketball court, an exhilarating match unfolds. Go, go. From the stands, Naveless cheers with fervor. Indeed, time has flown by. 7 years have passed. The 3 youngsters are now in junior high. On the court, Trunks and Lothar dominate the game. Are you kidding me? How can these 2 shorties jump so high? Due to their Saiyan physiology, they still appear childlike before the age of 18. These 3 are Saiyan hybrids, inheriting half of the Saiyan genes. Consequently, they seem shorter than their Earthling peers. I can't defend against these 2 brats, exclaimed a human child. Already 6 feet tall despite being a freshman, he was bewildered by their offensive prowess. This jumping ability. Are you kidding me? He stood there dumbfounded, utterly perplexed. Another 3-pointer. Trunks scores. Is Lothar going again? Magnificent. Another 3-pointer. The 2 dominated the game, their small frames displaying remarkable power. Everyone was captivated by them. After the game, Naveless handed water bottles to her 2 brothers. Amazing. Trunks. Lothar. Trunks flashed a smile, making a peace sign. Heh. It was a piece of cake. Lothar finished his water, his expression still serious. Time to return to training. Hold on tight. Lothar placed his hand on his forehead, the signature pose for instant transmission. Lothar was indeed a prodigy in training. Having only witnessed Vegeta use instant transmission, he learned it through self-exploration and actually mastered it. Trunks sighed. Ugh, more beatings. The training Lothar mentioned was actually sparring with Trunks. As the eldest, Lothar always played the role of a reliable older brother. After Vegeta left Earth, he always remembered Vegeta's teachings and trained diligently. He never abandoned the Saiyan path of evolution. Now, through his own efforts, he had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 and even a Super Saiyan 3. In contrast, Naveless could only transform into a Super Saiyan, and Trunks could only reach the Super Saiyan 2 stage. Yay, let's train together. Naveless was full of enthusiasm, though she usually trained alone in the gravity chamber because her brothers didn't want to hurt her. Whoosh. The 3 appeared atop a desolate mountain. Trunks sighed. Hey, Lothar. How about we spar without transforming? Lothar nodded slightly. Whatever. Trunks took a stance, smiling confidently. Without transforming, there's no way Lothar can beat me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 2 simultaneously unleashed tremendous auras, the overwhelming energy soaring into the sky. At Cammy's lookout, Android 18, Solia, and Yiren shuddered slightly. Indeed, the younger generation surpassed the old. The auras they emitted were already beyond their reach. Android 18 knew that this was just their normal state. If they transformed, she wouldn't stand a chance. With a shout, the 2 brothers clashed. The sounds of fists whizzing through the air and explosions followed one after another. The land was left in ruins and devastation. Whoosh. Instant transmission activated. Lothar gained the upper hand, using an over-the-shoulder throw to hurl Trunks toward a distant hill. Boom. The hill couldn't withstand the impact and crumbled into dust. As expected of my big brother, he's still so strong. Trunks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. But I haven't been slacking off either. Trunks was enveloped in a blue aura. Ki burst. Hearing this, Naveless was stunned. She didn't expect her brothers to be so powerful. Mastering both their father's instant transmission and Ki burst separately. Bang. Trunks shot toward the dumbfounded Lothar like a sharp blade. Big brother, you seem distracted. Lothar never expected Trunks to have mastered Ki burst. Although Lothar was slightly stronger in their base forms, Trunks' power doubled after using Ki burst. Boom. The iron fist slammed into Lothar's face. This time, he knew he had lost. Chapter 104. The arrogant Jebbet. Suddenly, Lothar's body retreated uncontrollably, pulling back 1,000 meters. However, he quickly regained his composure and forced his body to stabilize. Yet again, Trunks' fist appeared before him. Hey, big brother. I've been training hard too. A powerful punch surged towards Lothar's abdomen. Whoosh. The instant transmission was activated, and Lothar narrowly evaded the blow. Bang. A knife-hand strike aimed at Trunks' head was swiftly blocked. Brother, constant evasion doesn't quite suit your style, Trunks remarked with a slight smile, exerting force to send Lothar flying. Lothar's gaze remained solemn as he continuously searched for Trunks' vulnerabilities. Seizing the advantage, Trunks relentlessly pursued him. Their fists clashed in the air, producing explosive sounds that shook the very ground around them. The battle raged on. Lothar's body trembled. It seemed he had discovered something extraordinary. His mind cleared in that moment. Trunks' speed appeared to slow down. Could it be? Above in the sky, two figures, one large and one small. Observe the clash between Trunks and Lothar. Lord Kaioshin, I did not expect such unexpected surprises on this little earth, Jebbet remarked with a smirk, adopting a spectator's demeanor, his tone tinged with divine condescension. Kaioshin slowly opened his eyes. Yes, indeed. Though they are inferior to us, their assistance might bolster our chances of preventing the resurrection of Majin Buu. Jebbet's expression darkened. Impossible. They are merely humans. How could they possess the strength to interfere with our divine matters? His voice dripped with disdain. Kaioshin narrowed his eyes, responding with a smile, perhaps. In the celestial palace. The Supreme Kai trembled incessantly, filled with unease. Distraught, he muttered to himself, what on earth is happening? Bang. In an instant. A deafening roar shattered the tranquility of the celestial palace. Two disheveled youths were engaged in a life-and-death struggle, and the battlefield had unexpectedly shifted to the Supreme Kai's domain. Soria stepped forward, shouting, Stop. Lothar, cease this fighting. Mother, I too wish to stop, but, before Lothar could finish, he instinctively lowered his head to evade Trunks' attack. Hey, madam, this is not acceptable. This time, I shall have a serious duel with my brother. With that, a flying kick aimed at Lothar's chest was unleashed. Bang! Lothar hastily defended himself, yet this time, his body did not retreat. Enough. Trunks. Halt. Your explosive power is not yet fully refined. In other words, it is a flawed version of explosive energy. Lothar keenly observed that Trunks' body was on the verge of collapse. His explosive energy differed from Vegeta's, as it could injure the body. Moreover, Trunks had never attempted to multiply his power. This indicated that Trunks only grasped the defective version of explosive energy. Forget it, it's pointless. I didn't expect my brother to catch on, Trunks replied, releasing his explosive energy and panting heavily, wearing a troubled expression. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed from a distance. Trunks became alert, realizing he had not sensed the presence of the clapper. Something unusual was afoot. Indeed. Humans can cultivate to such levels. The speaker was none other than Kaioshin. Beside him stood an ugly, towering servant. Just flowery moves. I could defeat them with a mere finger, Jebbet scoffed, absent-mindedly picking his nose, not even glancing at Trunks. At this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the room. Save for the Supreme Kai, who trembled and slumped down. Lothar produced a Senza bean and offered it to Trunks. Eat this. It was left behind by my father. Trunks accepted the bean and swallowed it whole. Hey, you over there, the one dressed oddly with the cow-like nose, your appearance is so grotesque. Yet your words are so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? Upon hearing this, Jebbet was instantly infuriated. You little brat. Keep talking like that. And I swear I'll beat you so badly your mother won't recognize you. Trunks, however, was not one to back down. He retorted directly, I'm just afraid you won't dare to make a move. Chapter 105, The Instant Defeat of Dabura. In response to Trunks' mockery, Jebbet could no longer remain seated. His patience had worn thin. You little brat. You shall pay for this. King Kai waved his hand, commanding stop. Jebbet, he is merely a child. Trunks made a face. Taunting, ugly bull-nosed uncle. Come on, strike me. Jebbet's face reddened further with rage. You insufferable brat. I will make you understand my power. Even if 10 of you were to come at me, I could handle you with just a finger. In a flash, Jebbet's afterimage appeared before Trunks. I will make you. Jebbet was suddenly at a loss for words. Before him stood a golden-haired delinquent, his gaze icy and emanating a chilling aura. Trunks seized Jebbet's arm, coldly stating, Are you certain you can handle 10 of me with just a finger? The oppressive pressure of the Super Saiyans aura relentlessly stimulated Jebbet's nerves. King Kai's eyes trembled, for the first time, as a deity. He sensed his power eclipsed by a mortal. Jebbet's legs quivered, the deadly gaze nearly causing him to forget how to breathe. Trunks held his hand firmly. What's wrong? Uncle, weren't you going to take on 10? Jebbet was left speechless. Not only was he no match for 10, he couldn't even contend with half. This power was like invisible hands, completely restraining him. Please, stop. The voice belonged to King Kai. Trunks cast a sidelong glance at King Kai. What? Do you wish to take on 10 as well? As he spoke, Trunks raised his energy once more. In an instant, a golden aura, blooming like a magnificent lotus, erupted forth. Arcs of electricity brushed against Jebbet's beard. What a terrifying power. And no, that is not our intention. A glimmer of fear and shock flickered in King Kai's eyes. This is the power possessed by a human? It far surpasses that of Jebbet and myself. It seems that preventing the resurrection of Majin Buu could very well involve their assistance. At that moment, the dignity of the divine had crumbled. Jebbet stammered, Why yes, I apologize. Young man, I spoke out of turn. It was my fault. Yes, young man, we are here to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. To his astonishment, such formidable beings existed on Earth. King Kai directly stated their purpose. Trunks released Jebbet and turned his attention toward King Kai. Majin Buu? What is that? King Kai straightforwardly explained, As you can see, I am the King Kai, the highest deity of this world, and this is my servant, Majin Buu. King Kai recounted the history of Majin Buu to Trunks and Loader. On Earth, in a barren wasteland, a diminutive creature directed several large beings adorned with an shape on their foreheads. You quickly transfer the energy harvested from Earth into Majin Buu's egg. That Peppa. Have you seen Dabura? That damned fellow. Where is he collecting energy? Why has he returned? A large-lipped creature respectfully responded, Lord Babidi. Dabura said he has discovered a powerful energy. Such energy is sufficient to resurrect Majin Buu. Babidi was utterly shocked. What? You fool. Why didn't you say so sooner? In the divine realm. What? You are deities? Deities are so insignificant? Trunks questioned skeptically. King Kai scratched his head. I told you, I am the weakest of the King Kais. Cough, cough. Young one, although you are strong, the King Kai is the greatest deity in the universe. Please show some respect. Jebbet earnestly defended. Suddenly, a laser beam descended from the heavens. King Kai? Mirants. You shall all become nourishment for Majin Buu's resurrection. The speaker was none other than Dabura. Dabura. Upon realizing this, Jebbet and King Kai hastily hid behind Trunks and Loader. Beware of his saliva. Don't let it touch you. You will turn to stone. Before he could finish, Loader transformed, her long hair cascading to her waist, her lowered brow and icy gaze fixated on Dabura. In an instant, she activated instant transmission. Gallic gun. Dabura was instantly engulfed in an explosion, and the entire process took less than 2 seconds. Dabura was obliterated. Chapter 106. Where's my Majin Buu? Dabura's body plummeted like a meteor, descending at the speed of light. The suddenness of the event left even Trunks momentarily stunned. Hey, brother, I must say, that was rather swift, wasn't it? Trunks remarked, exasperated as he raised his hands in resignation. He had intended to step in but was caught off guard by Lothar's preemptive action. At this moment, the Kaioshin duo stood flabbergasted, for this demon realm king, Dabura, was indeed a formidable demon god, yet he had been dispatched instantaneously by the long-haired youth before them. Kaioshin Shin's jaw nearly dropped as he rubbed his eyes, then poked Jebbet to reconfirm. Was that a one-hit kill? Jebbet stammered in response. Why yes, it is hard to believe, yet it is indeed true. Just as the two were grappling with their astonishment, a colossal spaceship appeared in the sky. Babidi's diminutive figure materialized before them. Dabura, how is it? Have you gathered the energy? Oblivious to the reality of the situation, Babidi assumed Dabura had succeeded, unaware that he was on the brink of death. It's Babidi. Quickly. Stop him. Kaioshin recognized the newcomer instantly. Babidi trembled. How did this useless Kaioshin end up here? Where is Dabura? And who are these two? Wait, is that falling figure Dabura? Could it be that he was bested by those two? Fuming, Babidi quickly recited a spell, causing not only the spaceship but also the barely conscious Dabura to vanish. On the desolate plains within the spaceship, Babidi employed magic, desperately attempting to revive Dabura. At last, under his ministrations, Dabura regained consciousness. Master Babidi. Before Dabura could utter another word, Babidi struck him vigorously on the head with his staff. Useless. You incompetent fool. You promised to gather energy, yet you were dispatched in an instant. Where's the energy? How much did you collect? Hand it over. Dabura respectfully produced a vial from behind him and presented it to Babidi. Master Babidi, here you are. Babiti's eyes gleamed with avarice as he accepted the vial and approached the cocoon. Ah, my Majin Buu. He is on the verge of resurrection. He promptly poured the energy from the vial into the cocoon. Damn it. So close. This is a disaster. That worthless Kaioshin will surely pursue us. Babiti's fear was not of Kaioshin, but rather the two earthlings accompanying him. Suddenly, Babiti's malevolent gaze fixed upon Dabura. Heh, it seems I must sacrifice you. On the desolate plains, a golden-haired girl was secretly observing the events unfolding within the spaceship. Horrific screams echoed from within. Navarus held in her hand a grotesque creature, the very one Babiti referred to as Peppa. With a swift motion, she discarded Peppa onto the ground, revealing that he was lifeless. Navarus typically concealed her presence, but she had not anticipated Peppa's attempt to ambush her. After subduing the hideous creature, she extracted from him the purpose of their visit to Earth. At this moment, Navarus was cautiously monitoring the spaceship's every move. The power emanating from Dabura was not to be underestimated. Navarus furrowed her brow, realizing that this power seemed to surpass her Super Saiyan transformation. In that case, I shall transform into Super Saiyan God. With a flourish, crimson energy enveloped her as she entered the state of Super Saiyan God. Just then, several familiar figures appeared behind her. Sister, you are here too? The voice belonged to Trunks, who was accompanied by Lothar and two unfamiliar faces. However, the expressions on these two mysterious individuals were filled with incredulity, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Kaioshin pinched himself, convinced he was not dreaming. The girl before him radiated an aura of divinity. Sister. Trunks had just referred to her as his sister. Impossible. Though they were powerful, how could they possess the essence of the divine? Are you also a god? Navarus questioned, pointing to herself in bewilderment. Me? Trunks chuckled as he patted Kaioshin's shoulder. What is the matter? Surprised? My divine lord, this is our Saiyan-exclusive divine form. Super Saiyan God. With that, Trunks too transformed into the state of Super Saiyan God. See? I can do it, and my brother can as well. Trunks' words struck like a bolt of lightning, shattering the last remnants of dignity the Kaioshin duo possessed as divine beings. A scream erupted from within the spaceship. Where is my Majin Buu? Chapter 107. Android 21. Everyone turned their gaze towards the spaceship. Oh no. Majin Buu has been resurrected. The Supreme Kaioshin displayed an exaggerated shock, drawing puzzled looks from Trunks and Lodal. Is Majin Buu truly as terrifying as you claim? After all, he has only eliminated a few Supreme Kais. I dare say your strength is not all that impressive either. Trunks even nonchalantly picked his nose, displaying an air of indifference. At this juncture, the Supreme Kai had little to say. Indeed, the powers of these three far surpassed those of the earlier Supreme Kais. In fact, even Majin Buu would not stand a chance against them. However, the true terror of Majin Buu lies not in mere strength. Caution is warranted, for Majin Buu possesses an immortal body. Lodal furrowed his brow. The term immortal body was all too familiar to him. Trunks chuckled. Fear not, my divine lord. We have ample experience dealing with the immortal. During the 7 years that Vegeta was absent from Earth, Lodal had effectively taken charge. He had even mastered the Mafuba. However, the Supreme Kaioshin attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Trunks. Enough, divine lord. Leave this to us. The three ascended simultaneously, darting towards the spaceship. Inside the spaceship, Babiti slumped to the ground. The cocoon split in two, revealing nothing but emptiness, save for a wisp of green smoke. What is happening here? Where is my Majin Buu? Come out now. Babiti yelped like a mad dog, incessantly barking. This scene did not escape the notice of the three who had just entered. Hey, I say, little man, could you refrain from such shouting? Trunks looked at Babiti with disdain. Yet, Babiti appeared utterly deranged, muttering incessantly. My Majin Buu, my Majin Buu. Am I truly foolish? Is my father deceiving me? Could it be that Majin Buu never existed? No. Impossible. Majin Buu must exist. The fallen Supreme Kais are the best evidence. A thin plume of smoke began to rise into the air. At that moment, the pink mist coalesced above. Something is amiss. Prepare for battle. Lodal remained highly alert. The mysterious smoke exuded a powerful aura, clearly indicating trouble. At that instant, the frantic Babiti suddenly ceased his lamenting, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the true visage concealed within the smoke. Pop, pop, pop. The smoke transformed into a humanoid form. A brand new visage emerged before them. Her long, softly pink hair, slightly tinged with purple, cascaded down to her slender waist, dancing gracefully in the wind. Her entire body was adorned with pink skin, and a black strapless top accentuated her voluptuous figure. She possessed an alluring silhouette, her arms and hips encircled by golden tubing, and she wore white harem pants. An air of mystery and nobility enveloped her. "Majin Buu, my Majin Buu," Babidi exclaimed, brimming with childlike excitement. The so-called Majin Buu waved its tail and seductively remarked, "Majin Buu?" She licked her lips and purred in a sultry tone. "I have devoured him." Babidi erupted in fury. "Nonsense. You are my Majin Buu. Do not evade the truth. How dare you? Do you not believe I will seal you away again?" With that, Babidi began to chant a spell. Yet, the Majin Buu before them seemed utterly unfazed. She chuckled. "Hee hee. Do you not believe me? Very well. Then I shall send you to your demise." Boom. Babidi was reduced to ashes. Now, only 4 individuals remained within the spaceship. "You are Majin Buu? How is it that you are a woman?" "Humph. Do not think that your gender will spare you from my wrath. If you commit evil deeds, I shall not show you mercy." Trunks clenched his fists, ready to strike. In the next moment, the Majin Buu covered her mouth, laughing. "What's wrong? Do you no longer recognize me?" In an instant, Majin Buu's pink skin transformed into that of a human, her brown hair cascading down, complemented by familiar spectacles. The 3 exclaimed in unison, "Aunt Carice." Navanless rushed forward to embrace Carice. "Aunt Carice, where have you been all these years? Why have you suddenly appeared here?" Carice smiled, saying, "It's a long story." After witnessing Dr. Gero's creation, Cell, Carice deemed it insufficient and resolved to create the strongest android in history. She discovered the sealed Majin Buu on Earth and transformed herself into an android, infiltrating Majin Buu's cocoon. Her cells gradually absorbed those of Majin Buu, using the slumbering Majin Buu as nourishment for her development. She dubbed herself the strongest android in history, codename 21. Thus, the scene before them came to be. After 7 years apart, Navanless longed for this aunt. "By the way, Aunt Carice, let us return to West City. Mother and the others have missed you dearly." After years of separation, the gratitude she felt for her early kindness still lingered in her heart, and she was eager to reunite with everyone. Chapter 108. Uninvited guests in the courtyard of Bulma's residence in West City, a grand banquet was underway. The joyous return of Carissa sparked lively conversations among the guests, particularly between Bulma and Tais, who recalled how Carissa had left without a word. "Where's Vegeta?" Carissa wondered, her instincts piqued. The celebration had attracted several Saiyans from planet Vegeta. Yet their king was conspicuously absent. Bulma chuckled lightly. "He mentioned going off to train and hasn't returned since." She gazed up at the sky, her finger resting thoughtfully on her chin. "How peculiar. You seem to have departed just before he left. But never mind that. He will come back in due time." The sound of glasses clinking filled the air as the courtyard overflowed with guests. The deities and several Saiyans from Vegeta had also gathered. "Do you think Aunt Carissa is still considered human?" Trunks nudged the voracious Lodal, who was devouring his food. "I don't know," Lodal replied, swallowing a mouthful. "Hey, is that Uncle Kakarot?" Navanless pointed towards the ravenous figure of Kakarot. "Who is that next to him?" A stranger caught Navanless's eye, a towering man with a robust physique, adorned with what appeared to be green animal ears at his waist. He raised a pig's trotter to his mouth, devouring it with gusto, his eyes shimmering with delight. "Delicious," he exclaimed, nearly moved to tears by the experience. "Haha, Broly certainly hasn't had good food before," Raditz teased from the side. "Broly?" Trunks inquired, puzzled. Although he was the prince of planet Vegeta, he and his companions had grown up on Earth. Since Vegeta's departure, Bardock had been managing affairs on their home planet. Trunks approached Bardock, Grandpa Bardock. "Who is this Uncle Broly? He seems incredibly powerful." Bardock set down his chicken leg and replied, "Your Highness. Broly is a Saiyan who ventured out for training years ago and has only recently returned to planet Vegeta." Just then, a white-haired elder appeared behind Broly. "Your Highness, this is Broly, my son." The newcomer introduced himself as Paragus. Trunks glanced between Broly and Paragus, realizing, "Oh, I see. After all, they are all Saiyans." A chorus of female voices erupted in celebration. Bulma, holding a microphone, announced, "Today marks the last day of the year and the return of my dear sister Carissa. Let us revel in this final day." The crowd, inspired by Bulma's enthusiasm, erupted into jubilation. Amidst the festivities, an older gentleman stood stunned, seemingly frozen in disbelief. Before him, 2 individuals had appeared without his notice. King Vegeta's gaze was distant and unfocused. Bulma noticed the king's peculiar demeanor. "Father, what's wrong?" she exclaimed, observing him fixated at the far end of the crowd. Beneath a sunshade, 2 figures had materialized, drawing the attention of all. The warriors grew alert, questioning, "What is this? When did they arrive?" Chapter 109. The God of Destruction. One day prior, Planet Beerus. A silver-haired man wielding a staff that flickered incessantly. The staff emitted light, projecting images from Earth at that very moment. Whis furrowed his brow, then smiled. Ah, another presence emanating from the divine. How surprising. This place called Earth is rather lively, filled with divine essence. Is that the new Supreme Kai? The staff's alarm blared sharply, causing a purple cat to stir from slumber behind Whis. Enough noise. Whis. Beerus shouted, covering his ears, and a surge of destructive energy erupted from his mouth. Whis skillfully dodged this lethal attack, grinning. Oh my, Lord Beerus is awake. Beerus opened his eyes, cursing loudly. Thanks to you. I just woke up. His gaze instinctively fell upon the screen projected by the staff. Those three rascals. Beerus stood frozen, tapping his head in confusion. What is it, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired with concern. Beerus tapped his head again. Oh, they resemble figures from my dreams. Where's this? Whis, let us go find them. Earth. Is that Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? King Vegeta stammered, leaving everyone bewildered. The god of destruction? They echoed in unison. King Vegeta cautiously took a small step towards Bardock. This visitor does not seem friendly. Do not provoke him. King Vegeta flatteringly approached Beerus, bowing deeply. Lord Beerus. Beerus lazily opened one eye. Oh, King Vegeta? You are still alive? He reclined, a mocking glint in his eye. What do you mean, Lord Beerus? Vegeta stammered. Beerus flashed a sinister smile. Shouldn't you have been annihilated by Frieza? I ordered him to destroy your planet, Vegeta. At his words, the room fell silent, no one daring to glare at Beerus. King Vegeta stood frozen, aghast to learn that Frieza's intention to eradicate the Saiyans was rooted in the decree of the god of destruction before him. He was well aware of the power this deity wielded. With a mere flick of a finger, entire galaxies could be obliterated. All the Saiyans glared at Beerus. However, King Vegeta, swallowing his pride, managed to smile. Ha, Lord Beerus, that was a matter of long ago. Let's not dwell on it. Welcome to Earth. Delicious. Whis exclaimed, stamping his feet in delight, clutching a takoyaki. Beerus's attention was entirely captured by Whis. Hey, Whis. We are here to find the Super Saiyan God. Can you behave normally for once? Beerus chastised, yet his eyes kept darting towards the takoyaki. Lord Beerus, would you like one? Whis promptly fed one to Beerus. The cat's ears perked up, eyes sparkling with delight. The flavor of the takoyaki enchanted Beerus. Exquisite. Seeing this, King Vegeta seemed to grasp at a lifeline and hurried over to Saiya and Bulma, anxiously stating, Is there any more of those little balls? Serve them all to him. Bulma and Saiya appeared flustered. Bulma responded, We do have some, but father, who is this guest? Meanwhile, everyone gathered around King Vegeta. King Vegeta recounted the terrifying nature of Beerus to the others. Grandpa, is he really that powerful? He just mentioned looking for the Super Saiyan God, which is us. Moreover, this is the one who commanded Frieza to destroy our planet, Vegeta. Trunks' eyes ignited with combativeness, and Lothar clenched his fists. Solia furrowed her brow. I have a foreboding feeling. At that moment, a furious roar resonated from a distance, capturing everyone's attention. Excuse me, could I trouble you for a piece of your takoyaki? Beerus politely inquired of Broly. However, Broly shook his head. Beerus, adopting a subservient tone, pleaded again, Can you spare me one? I promise to return it once a fresh batch is ready. Broly's eyes radiated hostility as he opened his mouth wide. Roar. He unleashed his pinned-up frustration upon Beerus. Beerus was drenched in saliva. King Vegeta felt a wave of despair wash over him. It was over. Chapter 110. Total annihilation. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Even the air was saturated with an invisible force. Beerus wiped his face with his hand. You have angered me. These few words carried an overwhelming aura of intimidation. A purple flame blazed fiercely around Beerus. King Vegeta fell to his knees with a thud. Muttering incessantly, It's over. It's over. Whis popped a takoyaki into his mouth, mumbling, Oh dear, it seems I won't be able to enjoy these anymore. What a pity. Boom. With his left hand behind his back, Beerus reached out to Broly, and a magnificent flower blossomed. Broly was sent flying miles away. Broly. Damn it. Paragus charged at Beerus, but with a mere slap, he vanished without a trace. Everyone present would face destruction today. Beerus's gaze turned terrifying. How dare you underestimate us? We Saiyans are not what we used to be. Everyone, attack together. With Raditz' furious roar, Nappa and a group of elite warriors he handpicked surged toward Beerus. Beerus remained unfazed. Slap, slap, slap. A series of swift slaps brought them all to the ground. At this point, the situation had spiraled beyond redemption. Everyone, Give it your all. There is no escaping this battle today. Bardock's roar ignited the fervor of the others. Even King Vegeta regained his composure. In an instant, the Saiyans transformed into their Super Saiyan forms. Bardock ascended directly to Super Saiyan 3, and Nappa, rejuvenated from years of training, also transformed into a Super Saiyan. His hair did not grow longer with the transformation. Instead, his beard had turned golden. Raditz' transformation was remarkable, resembling Super Saiyan 3. Beerus looked down on this group of Super Saiyans with disdain. Oh, so you can transform, but you are still too weak. Suddenly, a ripple of purple light spread out, and the energy waves vibrated, revealing that the might of these Super Saiyans was as insignificant as sand. Everyone was sent flying, lost from sight. In the sky above, a towering figure appeared, blocking the sunlight. It was Kakarot. Hey, you purple cat. Kakarot beckoned with confidence, audaciously challenging Beerus to attack him. Beerus raised an eyebrow, and in an instant, he appeared before Kakarot with ghostly speed. Clap. The crisp sound of their collision echoed. Kakarot quickly became the focal point of attention, as everyone placed their hopes upon him. Uncle Kakarot. Go for it. Nanalish cheered him on. Whis, who was slowly stuffing his mouth with food, paused his actions. Oh, finally. Someone capable has appeared? Kakarot was enveloped in a wave of dark energy. Beyond Super Saiyan 3, there were other transformations. I may not have the path of the gods, but I can achieve Super Saiyan 4. In an instant, Kakarot's eyes turned red, and two enormous locks of hair draped down his neck. His wild appearance cloaked in dark purple fur. This was Kakarot's unique Super Saiyan 4 transformation. The three little ones gasped in awe. This Super Saiyan 4 is different from Dad's. Trunks exclaimed in amazement. Lodal also appeared astonished, feeling that this power far surpassed his own. Moreover, this power seemed even greater than that of his father's Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Nanalish cheered once more. Go, Uncle Kakarot. Bang. Kakarot, now in Super Saiyan 4, unleashed a powerful punch towards Beerus's face. To everyone's surprise, it landed squarely, causing Beerus to bleed. Beerus licked the blood, his gaze turning furiously back to Kakarot. It seems I've been asleep too long. My body has grown rusty, allowing you an opportunity. Kakarot taunted. I've encountered many who boast like you. And their fate was ultimately before he could finish. Kakarot became the center of attention once more. Boom. A dark purple energy orb formed in Kakarot's abdomen, searing pain coursing through him. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, shocking the onlookers. Uncle Kakarot. Kakarot. They cried out in sharp, piercing voices. Beerus's gaze remained sharp and merciless as he fixed his eyes on Kakarot. This technique is called destruction. Thus far, no one has been able to withstand it. Kakarot continued to wail in agony, but as time passed, he managed to endure the destructive energy sphere through sheer will. However, he was left battered and bruised, reverting from Super Saiyan 4 and collapsing to the ground. Beerus looked on with a glimmer of appreciation. Not bad. You actually survived, but I am very angry. Throughout history, no one has ever been so disrespectful to me, let alone spitting on my face. The garbage that Frieza left behind. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. In a fit of rage, Beerus advanced toward Kakarot. Silence. Enough. Bulma shouted angrily. Behind her, Ties clung tightly to her arm, desperately trying to pull her back. Beerus turned to Bulma, confusion etched on his face. What, do you wish to be destroyed as well? The destructive energy in his hand began to coalesce once more. Destruction? Lodal and Trunks froze in shock. Mom, quickly, get out of the way. Whoosh. Lodal instantly teleported, whisking Bulma and Ties away. Whoosh. Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan God in an instant. Red light engulfed his body, and this divine power manifested within a mortal, causing Beerus to silently marvel. Could this fellow truly be the one from my dreams? Enough of your nonsense. You, who casually decides the fate of others. We Saiyans will not be destroyed by you. Not by Frieza, and certainly not by you. Suddenly, three figures appeared beside Beerus. Lodal, Trunks, and Nanalish transformed into Super Saiyan God forms, united in their resolve to attack Beerus. The four clashed fiercely in the skies. However, the next moment, Beerus sighed. Alas, you are all too weak. You are not the one from my dreams. I am quite disappointed. With a sudden explosion of anger, the purple light expanded, rendering the three Super Saiyan gods unconscious. Beerus gazed down at the ground, gathering a massive energy sphere in his hand. Hey, Whis, prepare to go home. I'm feeling a bit tired. Chapter 111. The wrathful Broly Whis paused in his actions, gazing towards the heavens, and indeed, A radiant sphere of destructive energy emanated a dazzling brilliance from Beerus's fingertips. Raising an eyebrow, Whis sighed. It seems this planet called Earth is destined for obliteration. His expression grew serious as he surveyed the horizon. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed through the sky. A man, his eyes almost devoid of color, descended from above, glaring fiercely at Beerus. Bang! What just transpired? Every onlooker in the courtyard was gripped by curiosity at this astonishing noise. A dark figure rapidly approached Beerus. A roar reverberated in the distance. It was Broly. Pargus exclaimed, Indeed, I knew my son Broly was a genius among geniuses. Beerus, taken aback, recognized the figure before him as the very same colossal being who had recently contended with him for the octopus balls. Oh, I never anticipated you to be the strongest one? Bang! Broly paid no heed to Beerus's words, his iron fist aimed directly at him, embodying pure ferocity and violence. Beerus glanced at the destructive energy in his grasp. In that case, allow me to show you the power of a deity. Boom, boom, boom. The crackling destructive energy surged towards Broly, penetrating his body. In an instant, he began to undergo a tremendous transformation, as if his very form were on the verge of explosion. The roars continued unabated. Broly. All spectators were struck with awe, while Pargus, as a father, felt a profound ache in his heart. Yet, in the next moment, Broly's transformation left everyone in stunned disbelief. He withstood the destructive energy. The purple hue was replaced by gold. Broly's fierce visage became enveloped in golden light. Was he a Super Saiyan? No, it was something else. His brilliance continued to erupt, shimmering with intensity. His body expanded rapidly, the golden glow shifting to green. All the Saiyans present were taken aback, for Broly's state was unlike their own. Their bodies trembled. Even Goku, with his unique transformations, was no exception. Whis busily continued his tasks, packing away as he muttered, if Lord Beerus remains in a good mood, perhaps I shall have more time to continue my packing. At that moment, a woman appeared before Whis. Hey, I say, you are with that person, aren't you? Bulma, hands on her hips, hurried over to halt Whis's packing, taking things without asking. How rude. You are disrupting our gathering. Whis offered an awkward smile, responding nonchalantly, I apologize. Madam, but if Lord Beerus is angry, there is little I can do. I am merely a servant. Bulma's anger had reached its peak. Yet she was well aware of the formidable power of these two beings. Even the Saiyans had been utterly defeated. If only Vegeta were here, he would surely know what to do. In the skies above, Broly in his transformed state engaged in a vigorous battle with Beerus. His speed had reached its zenith, rendering him nearly impossible to track, making it unclear whether he was throwing punches or delivering kicks. This seemingly cataclysmic power was merely child's play to Beerus, who effortlessly evaded Broly's relentless onslaught. You are indeed stronger than the rest, however. You just spat in my face, sealing your fate. Suddenly, Beerus shifted from defense to offense. A flurry of punches rained down upon Broly, a devastating uppercut striking his chin, causing bile to surge forth. Broly's body was uncontrollably thrust backward, the destructive energy repeatedly eroding his form, a fitting punishment from the god of destruction. It's over. The destructive energy coalesced once more, Beerus aiming a single hand at Broly. With this strike, even a deity would face annihilation, and not even an immortal could withstand it. Broly was on the brink of peril. Whoosh! A figure abruptly appeared in front of Broly. Uncle Broly, we must go. Chapter 112, The Method of Victory at this moment. Broly lay on the brink of consciousness, battered and weary. The chasm between mortals and deities is insurmountable. Indeed, even among divine beings, significant disparities exist. Lothar gently lowered Broly and pondered deeply. This formidable warrior had likely surpassed his father, yet it proved futile against the so-called deity. Speaking of deities, Lothar recalled the Supreme Kai who had recently visited Earth. Did he not proclaim himself the highest god of the known universe? Yet, this self-proclaimed god of destruction before him was clearly several dimensions stronger. What a perplexing situation. As Lothar contemplated, Broly emitted a faint groan. Hey, Trunks, the Senza beans. They found themselves in a cave, 1,000 miles from West City. Trunks quickly produced a Senza bean and approached Broly. Uncle Broly is our only hope. He cannot fall now. Just as Trunks was about to feed the bean to Broly, to his astonishment, Broly opened his eyes and stood up. Where am I? Have I lost? Trunks was bewildered. He had yet to feed Broly. So what was happening? A cough interrupted the moment, followed by a sultry voice. It was my doing. Trunks, utterly shocked, exclaimed, Aunt Carissa. In an instant, Carissa transformed into her Majin form, and with a flick of her tail, The injuries of both Trunks and Lothar were completely healed. How miraculous! Trunks gasped in disbelief. At that moment, Broly had already regained his composure and was preparing to take flight. Wait, your name is Broly, correct? Carissa called out to him. I know you are powerful, but the creature outside is even stronger. Broly turned back, his gaze fierce. I am aware, yet I find him quite disagreeable. Carissa shrugged and sighed. There is no other way, let us start with you. Having just saved Broly, he had lowered his guard, and suddenly, chunks of flesh from all directions converged upon him, enveloping him in a flesh net. In an instant, Broly became a part of Carissa's being. At that moment, Carissa's form underwent a transformation, becoming a figure reminiscent of a diamond-skinned Barbie. How unsightly. Let us revert to the original form. This scene left Trunks and Lothar utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out. What sorcery was this? And Carissa, where is Uncle Broly? Carissa returned to her original form and explained, there is no time. The creature outside is far too powerful. I must temporarily draw upon your strength. This process is called absorption. It allows me to harness your powers and merge them together. Therefore, I shall seek to gather all formidable Saiyan energies. Lothar seemed to grasp the situation. Come on, Aunt Carissa, I am ready. He understood that his strength paled in comparison to Broly's, but it was within his capacity to assist. Moreover, he sensed the divine aura lingering from Beerus, who was approaching them. There is no time to waste. To gather our forces swiftly, you must acquire instant transmission. Absorb me, then teleport to gather others. Beerus is coming. Carissa conjured another flesh net and absorbed Lothar. And me too. Trunks eagerly volunteered. In a swift motion, both brothers became part of Carissa. With a whoosh, instant transmission activated once more. Carissa appeared beside Kakarot, hastily absorbing him without explanation, followed by Nameless, Bardock, all the Saiyans. Above in the sky, Beerus was seething with rage, the loss of his target infuriating him. Damn it. Suddenly, Beerus materialized before Carissa, scrutinizing her. Oh, have you consumed that individual? Carissa confidently crossed her arms. To put it loosely, yes. To be strict, not entirely. However, that is of no consequence now. Chapter 113, Divine Power, Truly Terrifying. Beerus scrutinized the unfamiliar woman before him, sensing Broly's rampaging aura through her eyes. However, he also detected a strange admixture of other energies. Beerus glanced behind him, noting the complete disappearance of the Saiyans from beneath the earth. Ah, I comprehend. You devoured them all, enhancing your combat prowess. Kalitza released her crossed arms, applauding in admiration. Indeed, befitting a deity. Your perspicacity is commendable. However, you have only surmised half the truth. Beerus inclined his head slightly. Oh, only half? Suddenly, a mass of flesh rapidly approached Beerus. Under Kalitza's command, an enormous fleshy net enveloped him. What? What is this? I'm doomed. Could it be that she devoured them in this manner? All is lost. Kalitza wore a smug smile. However, Beerus's expression of panic dissipated, revealing his fangs. I was merely feigning. Hawkeye. Destructive energy erupted, obliterating the fleshy net. Kalitza, however, was not surprised. After all, her opponent was a god of destruction. If he couldn't see through such a simple trick, he wouldn't be worthy of his title. You feline fiend. If that's the case, let us engage in battle. In the blink of an eye, Kalitza executed a technique of leveraging force. Her tendril-like wrist spiraled around Beerus's body, completely ensnaring him. Boom. It was a self-detonation. Such an uncanny technique. In his tenure as a god of destruction, Beerus had not engaged in combat, save for trials, in eons, to employ such a ruthless maneuver without hesitation. The opposition possesses a modicum of strength, but not much. After a brief internal musing, Beerus unleashed a protective aura of purple energy, completely nullifying the explosive force. Indeed, it was destroyed. Such was the supreme authority of a god of destruction, to obliterate anything at will. Countless fleshy globules reassembled, forming a pristine body before Beerus. What? Is that the only trick you possess? Beerus chuckled. Gods of destruction certainly destroy, but lest you forget, I was formidable long before I became a god of destruction. Swoosh. With blinding speed, Beerus placed his hands upon Kalitza's shoulders. Two hand blades materialized, whistling through the air. Fast enough, but I can manage it. Kalitza's body, as pliant as a sponge, subtly retracted her shoulder blades and loosened the flesh around her neck, effortlessly evading Beerus's attack. However, just as Kalitza began to feel triumphant, Beerus unleashed a lightning-fast follow-up attack. His tail, imbued with the domineering force of the seas, lashed out at Kalitza's abdomen. Boom. Like a falling star. She was caught off guard. What followed was another shocking spectacle. Beerus pressed his advantage, and the two clashed fiercely beneath the azure sky. Roar! Kalitza unleashed a massive energy beam from her maw, whizzing past Beerus's ear. Not bad, but far too slow. Beerus dodged with ease, conjuring a faint yellow energy sphere in his hand. Swoosh! The energy sphere deflected the energy beam. Swish! Oh no! Too fast. Kalitza's hair stood on end. At the last possible moment, she disintegrated her body into countless minuscule fragments, narrowly avoiding the attack. Kalitza was incredulous. She never imagined that Beerus would so effortlessly evade her full power attack, nearly retaliating with a fatal blow. Beerus's energy continued to surge, growing stronger with each exchange. Such is the power of a deity. Can trickery truly not prevail? Bang! A fist collided with Kalitza's abdomen. One must not be distracted during combat, Beerus said dismissively. Arms crossed. Despite being a magen, she possessed a remarkably explosive divine power, inflicting grievous damage to Kalitza's abdomen. Kalitza clutched her stomach, her mind racing. This self-proclaimed deity is not merely for show. If I am powerless to stop him, Earth is truly doomed. Very well. I had originally intended to spar with the entity from my dreams, but I encountered an ill-mannered Saiyan instead. So be it. You and this Earth shall both be annihilated. Chapter 114. Are you alright? Why? As a deity, should you not be safeguarding humanity? Frieza exclaimed in anger, seemingly venting all her inner turmoil. This sudden emergence of a god was, in fact, aimed at annihilating everyone. Beerus responded with a cold smirk. Well asked. But it is the duty of the Supreme Kai to protect you. I am the god of destruction, born for annihilation. With creation comes destruction. Both are essential to maintain the balance of the universe. Frieza pondered Beerus's words thoughtfully. The Supreme Kai? Wasn't he that frail fellow from a few days ago? Regardless, the immediate priority was to buy time. Frieza pressed on. And the Supreme Kai you speak of? Where is he? Although she appeared to be asking knowingly, she was, in fact, preparing for an impending tide. Some cells she had split off began to move, forming clusters of tiny figures. One of the chibi Frieza's declared, Hey, the elder sister is stalling Beerus. Let us find the Earthlings. All right, let us split up. Whoosh. One after another, the little figures appeared at various locations. West City. In the courtyard, Bulma was filled with anxiety. Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream. What is this? She was then engulfed by a mass of flesh. Similarly, Solia and ties beside her met the same fate. In the heavenly temple, Mr. Popo gazed down upon the earth, exclaiming, A god of destruction, here on earth? The Kai was drenched in sweat, an inexplicable sense of oppression surging from within. Mr. Popo, do you know this uninvited guest? Mr. Popo stared at Frieza with wide eyes and shook his head. Let us go, Supreme Kai, we have company. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several small Magen Friezas silently landed, their flesh nets ensnaring all in the heavenly temple. Frieza gritted her teeth, confronting Beerus. How absurd, to create and to destroy. Are you gods truly afraid that humanity will surpass you? Frieza furrowed her brow. She realized that her tiny Magen Friezas had succeeded and were now flying beyond Earth. All she could do was save those she knew. As for the other Earthlings, the god of destruction Beerus would not afford her the time. Beerus, with his hands behind his back, arrogantly replied, What? Do you intend to interfere with divine matters? It's time to cease your struggles. I have already perceived your little maneuvers. Frieza's heart sank. Indeed, he had discovered her intentions. How infuriating. Beerus extended a finger skyward, unleashing a beam of purple energy that shot into the clouds. No. Come back. You must return. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The masses of flesh converged towards Frieza from all directions, if they were any slower. The tiny Magens would meet their demise at Beerus's hands. In that event, everyone she had painstakingly sought to protect would perish alongside them. With Vegeta absent, the weight of safeguarding Earth fell upon the shoulders of three little ones. Yet, they too had been absorbed by Frieza, their fervent spirits still flickering within. They urged Frieza to protect Earth at all costs. But could it truly unfold as they wished? This being known as the god of destruction was overwhelmingly powerful. It seemed as though his strength was inexhaustible. Just when one thought they had reached their peak, he shattered the confines time and again, amplifying his power anew. Despair engulfed Frieza as heart. What if he were here? The image of Vegeta unconsciously surfaced in her mind. That man always knew how to turn peril into safety. How dull. It's over. Time to return to slumber. Above in the sky, a faint glimmer fell from Beerus's palm, capturing Frieza's attention. She understood that the meager radiance contained enough energy to obliterate the entire Earth. No, it cannot be. The desperate cries propelled Kariza's body towards that flicker of light. She resolved to withstand this enhanced destructive energy with her very being. This is the power of all the strong. Derived from Vegeta's kin and friends. When all forces converge, it marks the most perilous moment for Earth. Kariza fought valiantly, her body undergoing a transformation as stars began to appear upon her skin. No, I cannot fall. There are still others within me, even as she neared dissolution. She desperately relocated her companions to safety. Is this the end? Kariza's gaze grew hazy. Faintly, a familiar figure appeared before her. Vegeta? Is it an illusion? Surely. I am to perish. No, wait. This sensation is different. The pressure has lessened. Kariza suddenly realized that this was not an illusion. A true figure stood before her. Like a savior. Yes, that man has returned. The destructive force began to dissipate. Golden hair flowed gracefully, forming a barrier around Kariza. A magnetic voice resonated. Are you all right? Chapter 115. The mightiest Super Saiyan God in the courtyard of Bulma's house in West City. Whis had just placed a pudding into his mouth, a blissful smile illuminating his face. Delicious. I must admit, I am somewhat reluctant to leave this earth. Suddenly, a peculiar light flashed across his mind, causing even him to shudder slightly. Another formidable presence has emerged? A look of anticipation graced Whis' face as he murmured to himself. Perhaps this earth might indeed evade its destined destruction? Vegeta, meanwhile, was met with the unwavering gaze of Kaliza, who was astonished to see him return to Earth after a 7-year absence, especially during such perilous times. Vegeta crushed the destructive energy effortlessly and turned around gently. I heard the call of your hearts. He sensed the profound unease emanating from everyone, especially Bulma and her companions, whose longing and anxiety grew increasingly palpable, transcending even the boundaries of time and space. At that moment, Vegeta was in his Super Saiyan 3 form, his flowing golden hair fading in an instant. He scrutinized the figure before him, recognizing it as the android 21 from his memories. Leave the rest to me, he declared. The god of destruction, Beerus, is it? Kaliza shed her demonic facade, revealing her stunning beauty, and asked with concern, Are you truly all right, Vegeta? Should I release everyone from within me? Release them? Vegeta paused, realizing that the source of everyone's worry stemmed from Kaliza, who had absorbed them. Perhaps not for now. After all, a grand battle looms ahead. It would be unwise for this god of destruction to lose control and harm everyone. Kaliza nodded and floated toward a nearby mountain. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he turned his attention to Beerus. Hey, Beerus, is it possible to refrain from destroying Earth? Beerus, with a grim expression, wondered when this individual had arrived. Could it be yet another instant transmission? No matter, he mused. The decision to obliterate this planet has already been made. All who dwell here must perish. The words of a deity are absolute. Vegeta chuckled wryly, raising his hands in resignation. It seems there is no other choice. I must teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he summoned the divine energy within him, muttering, to confront a deity, one must wield divine power. A battle of gods. Instantly, a tempest brewed, crimson flames enveloped him, and an aura uniquely divine radiated from his being. Observing Vegeta's transformation, Beerus remained unfazed, merely uttering, another Super Saiyan god. Is it? I have already encountered several. He regarded them as mere jesters. In a blink, an instantaneous movement was executed, and a red figure abruptly appeared before Beerus. Boom. The prince's assault collided with Beerus, a cacophony of explosions reverberating through the air. Beerus, compelled to shield himself with his arms crossed, had anticipated a physical confrontation but was instead met with a chaotic barrage of energy blasts. With a swift maneuver, Beerus unleashed a wave of energy ripples from his core, deflecting the onslaught of energy spheres. Interesting. You are stronger than those so-called Super Saiyan gods I encountered earlier. Perhaps you are the mightiest among them. Beerus candidly expressed his thoughts. Vegeta smiled slightly. Thank you for the compliment, god of destruction. He recognized that Beerus had yet to unleash his full power. His gaze instinctively drifting toward Kaliza, whose body emanated a tumult of chaotic energies, including a fierce and formidable aura. This energy was unfamiliar to Vegeta, yet its ferocity reminded him of only one individual, Broly. Kaliza, gathering the strength of numerous warriors, struggled under the burden, illustrating the evident effectiveness of Beerus's apparent ability to gain power effortlessly. Vegeta wore a knowing smile. Beerus? It appears that this version of you is indeed stronger. I am eager to witness just how extraordinary your power truly is. In an instant, the overwhelming aura surged forth once more as Vegeta completed another transformation. Indeed. He had ascended to the state of Super Saiyan 4 limit break, layering the essence of Super Saiyan God upon it, elevating his power yet again. In the distance, Whis had ceased chewing, his gaze now reflecting a sense of incredulity. His eyes were drawn to the earrings dangling from Vegeta's earlobes, which fluttered in the wind. Patera? Chapter 116. The divine power is surprisingly insignificant? Allow me to introduce you to Beerus. I am Vegeta, the current king of planet Vegeta. Earth, my homeland, shall not be subjected to your destruction, for it is inhabited by those I hold dear. Vegeta's declaration resonated with a gravity that overshadowed even the so-called deities. Beerus furrowed his brow slightly. Then I shall destroy it, he proclaimed. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, and with a cold scoff, he responded, then you shall not have the chance. In an instant, Vegeta surged forth like a gleaming sword, his surroundings ablaze with crimson energy as he charged at Beerus. The clash of their formidable powers sent tremors through the very earth, igniting a fierce battle between gods. The mere collision of their fists was enough to shake the heavens, unleashing countless shockwaves. As their combat intensified, their fists met once more with a resounding boom. Every muscle in their bodies was taut, every cell exerting its utmost, radiating sheer strength. Suddenly, a long sword materialized in Vegeta's hand, formed from his very energy, and he unleashed a flurry of strikes towards Beerus, each blow imbued with the power to cleave the sky. Such a sharp blade, Beerus exclaimed as it grazed his hallowed visage, drawing blood. The sensation sent a jolt through Beerus, igniting a flicker of anger in his eyes. After eons, he recalled the last time he had suffered an injury. He touched the blood on his face, tasted it with a contemplative murmur, interesting, followed by a knowing smile. A torrent of purple energy, as overwhelming as a tidal wave, surged forth from Beerus, enveloping the surrounding space with its audacity, swiftly encircling the red flames. Was this the true horror of a destroyer god? No. It had yet to reach its zenith. Beerus was certainly capable of far more. With a disdainful smirk, Beerus beckoned, "Come at me." Vegeta returned his challenge with a nonchalant grin. "Ha, I've wounded you once. You are hardly formidable. Now, it is your turn to attack me." Beerus shook his head, seemingly lamenting Vegeta's ignorance. Few who had witnessed his current state had lived to tell the tale. To invite him to attack was akin to sealing one as fate, as every punch and strike bore the weight of destruction. "Are you prepared? I see you as someone truly worthy of my seriousness. It would be a pity to reduce you to ashes," Beerus threatened. "In this state, if I land a single blow, you will disintegrate. Your very soul will dissipate." In response to Beerus's warning, Vegeta merely picked at his nose with his pinky and adjusted his ear. "What a tedious destroyer you are, akin to a mere caretaker." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Beerus, who had initially felt a twinge of regret over killing him, now felt compelled to strike. This insolence was intolerable. In a flash, Beerus vanished from sight, reappearing beside Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta remained unfazed, his eyes glimmering with confidence. Beerus bellowed, "You little brat. I mean business." The destructive energy around him corrupted the very air, the oxygen diminishing in his wake. Kaliza looked on with concern, questioning Vegeta's intentions. "Do as you wish," he replied, his gaze unwavering. Beerus launched a powerful punch aimed at Vegeta's head. Yet, in a miraculous turn, Vegeta's body instinctively evaded the blow. "What in the world? What is happening?" "That was my full power," Beerus exclaimed, bewildered as the residual force of Vegeta's dodge transformed a distant mountain into a cascade of stars. Kaliza gasped in awe. Such terrifying power, had Vegeta not evaded it, he would have been reduced to mere vapor. Meanwhile, Whis observed with an eager smile, murmuring, "Oh my. This is indeed becoming interesting. It seems Lord Beerus may be in for a surprise." Beerus fixed his gaze on Vegeta, a flicker of doubt creeping into his mind. "Impossible. My speed cannot fail." He struck again, yet once more, he missed. This time, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Vegeta's state, a fleeting silver blur. Beerus unleashed several more punches, all of which met the same fate, and he began to understand. It was the Ultra Instinct technique. To think a mere mortal could wield such divine prowess. Intriguing. What have you experienced? Without further ado, Vegeta transformed into the Ultra Instinct state. "Well then, if you cannot strike me, it is my turn to counterattack." Beerus braced himself. With no warning, a transcendent punch landed squarely in Beerus's abdomen, sending him hurtling into the distant mountains, the impact obliterating them into a shower of stars. This power, from a mortal? No, it cannot be. Just as Beerus was reeling from shock, another flying kick connected with his head, propelling him away once more, his body tumbling across several mountains, each one vanishing into thin air upon his passage. Beerus paused. This display was all too familiar to him. This was destruction, the exclusive skill of a destroyer god. Why was it manifesting an immortal? And not only could he wield the skills of a destroyer, but also those of an angel. Was this truly immortal? Boom, boom, boom. The relentless impacts continued to erupt from Beerus' form, swiftly restoring his composure. What is happening? Is the divine power truly so insignificant? A long sword pointed menacingly at Beerus, its edge gleaming, as his divine radiance began to wane. Beerus wore a grim expression, silent and brooding. Above them, a sacred figure loomed. Clutching a staff, Whis finally spoke. It seems Lord Beerus's promise may not be fulfilled this time. Chapter 117, The Utter Defeat of Beerus. Ah, my dear sir. You are indeed the first to have caused Lord Beerus such distress over the years. Whis descended before Vegeta, casting a glance at Beerus, and continued. Have you considered becoming the next god of destruction? However, Whis's gaze remained fixated on the two Patera earrings dangling from Vegeta's earlobe. Vegeta wiped his nose. A slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, an expression of disdain blossoming on his face. The god of destruction? Huh, nothing more than that. Noticing Vegeta's silence, Whis's expression turned serious. He decided to be direct. Sir, what is the story behind the Patera earrings by your ear? Vegeta seemed to understand, realizing that Whis had indeed noticed his unusual adornment. Meanwhile, from a distance,